Chapter 341 Turing Award. The Lee Group is one of the oligarchic groups in Hong Kong, and is actually very friendly to international capital. A typical fence-sitter. However, to be able to develop to this point, they must have the necessary vision, and the inherent limitations have made them understand some trade-offs. Umbrella throughout this olive branch. And finally, after the old patriarch's affirmation, they decided to do it. Apart from other things, Umbrella's products are still mainly sold online. Admittedly, online direct sales can save a lot of trouble and worries. But if they are piled up, even with the assistance of artificial intelligence, human errors are likely to occur. And there are serious blank areas facing the sinking market. In this case, there are actually many agents who want to join. And there are all kinds of lobbying. The market is really too big. Even if it's just an agent, it can make a lot of money. And Umbrella is now considering taking the form of franchising for some cumbersome offline sales, as long as the rules and regulations are arranged and the agreement is signed. If the agent breaches the contract will be directly revoked and fined. The overall situation should be kept in order. After all, Umbrella itself is not a good man. It can still sit here with such interests in hand. It is a real fight. At this time, Umbrella only needs to give the Lee family some agency rights in different regions, which is enough for them to take risks. Then sitters themselves represent knowing the current situation. For the Lee family, they are just an agent. The West can't blame me for this. Right? At that time, Umbrella will definitely divide the fruit again in the West. Now that Wang Yi has just arrived, he has taken such a thick line, which naturally makes the Lee Group pay more attention to it. However, Wang Yi's relationship with Li Hao is just like this. But his relationship with Li Vida is better. So Li Vida was arranged to accompany him throughout the whole process. The status of this illegitimate child who returned also rose with the tide. Now I think about it, and feel a little sad. At that time, Teacher Wang was still singing in the recording studio. At that time, I felt that Teacher Wang was not an ordinary person. Li Vida drove the car himself, and took Wang Yi to the dock. At this time, he recalled the first time he met Wang Yi, and thought about the songs he bought for only a few $100,000 at that time. And then thought about Wang Yi's current status. It really seemed like a lifetime ago. So if the paper is well written, don't write it next time, Wang Yi said with a smile. And Qian Yayan beside him also felt relish listening to some of Wang Yi's things before he became rich. This guy also fell into poverty after dumping me, selling songs and singing for money. Really, he didn't know to come to me. Although I am not very rich, he can still find a way to get a few $100,000 from my family if he asks me to borrow it. Teacher Wang, don't laugh at me. I didn't expect it at all at that time. Li Vida was embarrassed at this time. He now has a lot of fans on Weibo. But he is still often criticized by this sentence. Wang Yi's current position in the music industry can be said to be at the top level in the world. He is the pioneer of the elf and orc genres, with completely different styles. Wang Yi's music can often be heard on the street. For some artists, Wang Yi's achievements in music are more significant than those in scientific research. Haha. I just published a paper a few days ago. You can go and give it a thumbs up. Wang Yi laughed at Li Vida's embarrassment. This is the main source of funding for his business after he came back. So he doesn't mind if this little fat guy clings to his thighs. Of course, I have to support you. In fact, I have always been your loyal fan online. And I have formed your cheering group. But it's a pity that I can't understand the things you posted at all. I really don't know what kind of brains you have. Li Vida puffed up his chest, seeming very proud. I don't know if he is proud that he has formed a cheering group, or proud that he can't understand. Aren't you going to receive the Turing Award? The company has received several emails here. Hearing Wang Yi talking about the paper, Qian Yayan came back to her senses at this time, and asked curiously. Wang Yi's paper on artificial intelligence algorithms can be said to be innovative. If it is not given to him, then this award will immediately become a joke. Just like Fields. There are 4 places for 4 years. After Wang Yi completes the proof of the conjecture, he must be given one. Otherwise the authority of the award will be greatly reduced. Forget it. I get into trouble every time I go abroad. God knows what kind of moth I will encounter. This time the award ceremony is in Pyongyang. And there is no need to waste energy there. Unlike Fields, who has a harem of mathematics. Wouldn't it be nice for him to come here to play on the yacht? Besides, even if Wang Yi himself doesn't go, this award must be awarded to him. And some of the new papers published by Wang Yi this time are about the extended discussion of the relationship between the conversion formula and the relevant model between quantum computing and classical computing. He has had many email exchanges with the mathematics team that Umbrella has already hired, as well as major mathematicians around the world. And it has already taken shape. That's why there was Lin Shurchin's upgrade. This time, after finding no breakthrough point, all of them were announced directly. I hope that I can meet the kind of newbies, like last time, who can find some new inspiration without being bound by thoughts. Anyway, Wang Yi only needs inspiration and opportunities. You can boldly imagine it and realize it by yourself. The simple explanation is that Wang Yi has now completed the transformation of 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 into 2 by 2 by 2, which is much more convenient. But his goal is to transform it into 2 to the power of n, or even 2 caret n caret n, and continue to simplify the expression. Use more concise formulas and models to complete it. That is, while chatting and casually looking through some paper-related feedback. The car has arrived at the dock. At this time, you can already see the luxury cruise ship docked at the dock. There is only one word difference between a cruise ship and a yacht, but the specifications are very different. Wang Yi's large yacht is only 1,000 tons, while the cruise ship in front of him is conservatively 10,000 tons. It is mainly based on luxury and comfort. The top of the hull obviously focuses on the entertainment area and leisure area, instead of arranging more rooms and adding more guests like those ocean-going cruise ships. It can be said that this cruise ship itself is designed to let the guests on it have fun. And the name of the ship is also very appropriate, called Xanadu. There won't be anything illegal on it. Right? Wang Yi looked at the cruise ship after getting off the car, and turned back to Levita and said righteously. Xian Yayan next to him couldn't help but roll her eyes. If there really wasn't anything, she really wouldn't believe you would come. It will be on the high seas. And it is absolutely legal and compliant for the country where the ship is registered, Levita said to Wang Yi with a wink. To be honest, he didn't have the qualifications to come to this ship before. This can be regarded as a high-end social venue in Hong Kong. In theory, there are only 2 types of people on the ship. One is the top level, and the other is the people who serve the top level. It can be said that those so-called movie emperors and movie queens who come here are just smiling and increasing popularity. Of course, there is no need to worry about safety on the ship, not to mention the professional security team. There are also patrol ships nearby to escort after going out to sea. Rich people attach great importance to safety. It is normal for individual kidnappings to occur in daily life. But when there are crowds like this, there is actually no need to worry too much. Chapter 342, Eating Melons. Wang Yi is a distinguished guest of the Li family. Although Wang Yi is just here to have fun, they respect his opinion and will not shout about his identity. But in addition to Levita, there is also a special bodyguard car behind. When we got on the boat, several bodyguards had already followed. It's not that they are worried about the safety of the boat, but they are worried that some blind guys will bump into the distinguished guests. After all, Qian Yayan is now more charming under Wang Yi's hard work. Li Hao can feel the sense of surprise, so he naturally has to arrange for defense. The leading bodyguard is an old man of the Li family. To a certain extent, he can also represent the face and attitude of the Li family. The face of the Li family is enough to settle various problems here. In fact, Li Hao wanted to bring his wife to follow, but he was worried about spoiling the fun. So he gave it to Levita to be fully responsible for the reception. Hey, there are so many old stars. After Qian Yayan came up, the first thing that caught her eye was that many big names were chatting on the deck. It's almost possible to hold an award ceremony directly. However, Qian Yayan has been working in the world for so long that she has some feelings for these stars, so she doesn't have any other opinions. Nowadays, the entertainment industry in Hong Kong is dead and stagnant. After the unprofitable capital leaves, it will be found that the filming of TV series is still carried by the same old faces. No new talents are cultivated, but they are all flocking to the mainland. Introducing entertainment capital from Hong Kong is also good for the domestic entertainment itself. It is a more mature and complete system, and it can also form a competitive relationship. But even now, there is still a clear distinction between Hong Kong entertainment capital and mainland entertainment capital. After all, the market is so big that the two sides are in a competitive relationship. In this case, the world company that transcends the world can be said to be sought after by both sides. If it is thrown to Wen Yu of Yuzhong Media, it can suppress the whole audience. To put it bluntly, as long as Wang Yi has any ideas, Xian Yayan can let anyone in the entertainment industry come and discuss the script with him. So with this status and vision, Qian Yayan has only some feelings and emotions left. There are actually quite a lot of gossips in the entertainment industry recently. But they were suppressed by the zombie incident some time ago, Qian Yayan said with relish. No matter what, she still finds this kind of gossip quite interesting. Although this parallel world is somewhat similar to the world before Wang Yi's rebirth, there are also many differences, such as in the entertainment industry. But generally speaking, he still feels familiar and can find some people who match him. For example, Chun Mi. That feeling is actually quite good, and the sobbing nasal sound is great. As for some gossips in the entertainment industry, although there are some discrepancies in time, some prototypes can be found as a whole. It's just that maybe because of the interference of the world company, things have all come together. He let go of his perception a little, and he could also hear a few people in the entertainment industry chatting over there. And it seemed that they were talking about some recent things. At the same time, it seemed that there was some helplessness in Mrs. Zhang's bombardment of Xingxing, which had been forcing them to express their opinions, making them feel a little embarrassed. The cause seemed to be that a netizen posted a post titled "Why do so many people hate Xingxing?" which touched on Mrs. Zhang's sore spot and prompted her to come out and criticize. Xingxing has not made any public response or statement so far, and seems to want to downplay the matter. Xingxing is a very controversial star in Xiangyu, and many people who have worked with him have indeed said that he is not good. He does have many shortcomings, but there is no doubt that at least in terms of acting and professionalism, this is definitely the ceiling level. And he has brought many interesting classic works. No one is perfect. At least Xingxing has achieved the top level within his job scope, which is enough. More parting ways is still a dispute over interests. After all, while he can gain such great benefits, he will also harm the interests of many people. One thing that cannot be denied is that in addition to his own ability, Xingxing is also very good at supporting people. Maybe a very inconspicuous supporting role can leave a very deep impression and become a classic. His ability is bound to be recognized even by those who black him. Everyone likes to eat melons, and Wang Yi is no exception. He eats the melons of these veteran stars in depth, and he also listens with relish on the side. A few outsiders suddenly appeared among a group of stars, which of course attracted attention. However, knowing that those who can board the ship and have bodyguards following them must be rich or noble, several big shots just greeted Wang Yi and his friends with a smile. As for Qian Yayan, the female companion next to Wang Yi, they were also impressed. They had never seen her before. She should not be a star, but a beauty hidden in a golden house of a big boss. Even this young man had never seen her. He had some impression of the person next to him. It seemed that she was from the Li family. With people outside the circle, several people put away some of their previous discussions. Then Zhao Hui smiled and asked in Cantonese, "You two are really handsome men and beautiful women. Talented men and beautiful women. It is rare to see such beautiful people. But I haven't seen them before. And I don't know where you are from." "Inland." Wang Yi smiled. And this answer did not surprise several people. Although their status in the entertainment industry is relatively low, they are still well known in Hong Kong. At least they don't have to be restrained when meeting big bosses, and they can get along with them as friends. Now that Hong Kong is returned, it is not the same as before. So even if you have never seen a famous person, you can still make some general judgments. The two people in front of you are completely new faces, but the fact that people from the mainland can come to this ship is enough to show their power. Now there is a clear trend of focusing on the interior. Several people came here to expand and maintain their network. Seeing that there are young people here who are curious and interested, of course they chatted with them. The interior is good. There is potential. Unlike our current place, which is dead. Another actor Qin Yun also showed a kind smile on his mature face. Indeed, now everyone is thinking about developing inland. And the focus has obviously shifted. The interior is also willing to spend money. And there are film and television cities one after another. The funds are also sufficient. And the box office is even more exaggerated. The box office of science fiction films is tens of billions. Which is scary. Yes, this is really unexpected. And Dying to Survive is also quite good. Haha. I don't know when a film from Xiangyu will have a box office of tens of billions. Several people talked about the domestic entertainment industry. But they were just telling the truth, without any obvious traces. This does sound comforting. Especially those who say this are mostly people who have won the title of Best Actor. It should be soon. Director Xing's The Mermaid has already finished filming. Now the market has been developed. And there should still be a few billion box office. Wang Yi is here to eat melons. If you suddenly stop eating, then you can only bring the melons over. Come on. Continue. Chapter 343 Talented. Wang Yi is an expert at making things awkward. Mrs. Jiang is still criticizing Stephen Chow. And it's the hottest time. But you start talking about how director Chow can make billions of box office. It really made several people not know how to respond. I think so. Director Chow is really talented and has a good foundation. My leading roles were all suppressed by him. After a few seconds of silence, it was the authentic King Hua who finally spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. After all, Mrs. Jiang is also his boss's wife. This time, the criticism may have been prompted by Boss Jiang. However, despite such pressure, with his status as a king, he is still qualified to smooth things over. In fact, King Hua is a very diligent and loyal actor. With his status, if he appropriately slows down the speed of accepting films and then chooses the scripts, his salary will definitely increase. But with favors here and relationships there, this not-so-young superstar is still working like a model worker, and will take on some obviously bad movies. Because he takes on too many movies, his pay is relatively low. Don't look at him as a superstar. And even if his popularity is definitely not bad now. In fact, Hua Tianwang's pay is less than half of many second-tier stars in the mainland. After quickly talking about this matter, he immediately changed the subject and said, I heard recently that your world company in the mainland is carrying out a new talent support plan. And the first shot is 300 million per year. This is definitely a big deal. To be honest, you really need to give more opportunities to newcomers. Otherwise, it may become as dead as ours. Although he changed the subject, when he said this, Hua Tianwang also had some envy and emotion in his eyes. Now Hong Kong no longer cultivates newcomers. When they really want to shoot a movie, they still let these old guys take the lead. The cost recovery is guaranteed. It seems that they are squeezing out the last bit of value of Hong Kong entertainment, and don't care about life or death at all. This is still very uncomfortable for a person like Hua Tianwang. Although he himself has launched some support plans, and often assists newcomers by reducing their pay, the effect is still limited. Now we see that the domestic entertainment industry is not only developing rapidly, but also has box office records of billions. There are also companies, like World, that are rich and powerful that directly spend money to support newcomers. This is really sad. To put it bluntly, even for those top directors, an investment of 300 million is enough to make some blockbusters. With TT as a backing, there will be no loss in general, and there will even be profit. So it doesn't matter, Wang Yi said lightly. This made Levita, who came over and didn't speak much, look strange. He could even talk about you. Can we only say that World Company is too powerful? Anyway, his task is to make Wang Yi happy. If the other party is interested, then just continue to talk. Because of the strength of Xiangyu in the past, many people did grow up watching Xiangyu's movies, and it is normal to have some unique feelings. You can't say that. The world is still very risky if it does this. Hua Tianwang refuted briefly, which was rare. But after all, they just met. So he couldn't say too much. Capital likes famous directors and traffic because they can provide a bottom line. The box office has a basic guarantee, and everything else has to come later. Most investments are to make money. How many are for sentiment? For movies, it is true that good wine will not be appreciated if it is not well known. After all, the schedule is so long. If there is suppression in the scheduling, it is easy for excellent quality films to be inferior to relationship films. If there are famous directors and traffic at the beginning, the scheduling volume at the beginning can take the lead. At that time, some water army can be bought to hype it up and brush up the reputation. As long as the film is not too bad, the income is usually guaranteed. Well, maybe there is not such a big risk. World Company will cover the bottom line. It is actually difficult to compensate. Levita joined the topic with a smile. And the other few people also diverted the topic because of the change of the wind, and also echoed their own opinions. While talking about the prosperity of the inland, he also lamented the handwriting of World Company and the terribleness of the two previous World Company movies. Several people knew Levita and knew that he was from the Li family and a musician. Although his status in the Li family has been improved recently, he is generally on the same level as them. So the communication seemed very smooth and natural, without much restraint. But every time the topic was changed, Wang Yi would bring it back to Zhou Xingxing, or his views on the conflict between Zhao Kung-fu and Jin Kung-fu. Wang Yi himself was from the mainland, and they were from Hong Kong. So asking this question really made them a little speechless. Every time it was like this. The few smart people understood Wang Yi's intention. After all, These two things were still hot topics recently. This must be intentional on the other party. At the moment, Jia Hui spoke first. To be honest, I am not familiar with Zhou Xingxing, so I don't know much about him. And I don't know much about kung fu movies. When the other people wanted to express their opinions to end the topic, Wang Yi looked at Jia Hui and smiled. No way. I remember that he played a supporting role in your famous movie. Aren't you familiar with him? Wang Yi's face was full of curiosity, almost making Jia Hui embarrassed. However, on this ship, people in the entertainment industry cannot be arrogant, so they could only laugh dryly and are speechless for a while. It was Hua Tianwang who spoke up to resolve the situation. It was Director Jing who wanted to sell him a favor. It was mainly Director Jing's favor. Director Zhou pays more attention to work and filming, and has a strong sense of career, so there may not be many people who are familiar with him in private. I am his fan and admire his acting skills, but I don't have much contact with him in private. Yes, I have never worked with him, so I don't know much. Qin Yan also smiled and spoke up to resolve the embarrassment. This disappointed Wang Yi. He originally wanted you to reveal something, but you are still too steady. But it is also true that if you get to this point and are in such a place, you may not be steady. Who don't know much. Were you talking about Zhou Xingxing just now? At this time, a somewhat lazy young male voice came over. A man in his 30s, with a single earring came over, with a charming deep V beauty in his arms. A smile on his face. Jiang Sheng likes this kind of activity. With his past black background, he has a wide range of contacts here, especially in the entertainment industry. He would shake 3 times if he stamped his feet. This time, he just happened to catch a glimpse of a beautiful and graceful back chatting with people in the entertainment industry. Although it was just a back view, the graceful curves and undulating ups and downs really made him feel it. When he walked over, he seemed to just hear them talking about Zhou Xingxing and unfamiliar things. Recently, his mother has been bombarding Zhou Xingxing. In this case, these people must be discussing the voices he likes to hear. It's just right to come here to meet beautiful women. Although he also brought a beautiful female companion, there is no loss in getting to know him. And he has already recognized Li Vida, who is facing him from the side. Although this person is from the Li family, he is just a marginal figure. He was a little surprised that he could get on the boat. He should not be qualified. The few people who were chatting paused after seeing Jiang Sheng, and then greeted him one after another. Master Jiang, have you found a new female companion? She's very pretty. I haven't seen her before. Master Jiang is really good at it. We were just chatting with our friends in the mainland. He might want to know something about Zhou Xingxing, but we don't know each other well, so we can't answer. While greeting, they also gave some simple explanations. We can't let this young master misunderstand. He is not as smooth as his parents. He is very stupid. If he really misunderstands, he may lose face. Wow. What can I say about Zhou Xingxing? A guy with bad character? It's really murky. But the next moment, Jiang Sheng saw Wang Yi and Qian Yayan turning over from the side, and his expression was a little stiff for a while. Heck! Why are they the two? Why didn't I know they would come up too? This beautiful woman's dreamlike face left a deep impression on him, and he couldn't forget it. The main reason was that he couldn't forget what happened after they met at the airport last time. He just arranged for someone to go to the airline to get some information. He did this a lot. But the result was that he was caught and interrogated for a long time. He didn't even know who the other party was after the incident. But what is certain is that this person is definitely the kind that cannot be offended at all. He believes that even the head of the Li family can't get such treatment. Mr. Jiang, this is our master's guest. At this time, the captain of the Li family's bodyguards, who had been observing the situation around him, took the lead and stepped forward to greet Jiang Sheng without being arrogant or humble. The group of people in the entertainment industry before were nothing. They were very smart, and it was easy for the guest to understand. However, Jiang Sheng has always been used to being domineering. He was worried that the other party would offend the guest, so he came forward and named him first, so as not to be embarrassed later. After seeing the captain of the Li family's bodyguards, Jiang Sheng felt that it was completely natural. Only this kind of guest recognized by the head of the Li family has such influence. No, even in Jiang Sheng's eyes, the other party's power is still above the head of the Li family. Hey, brother, we meet again. What did you say just now? Wang Yi looked back at Jiang Sheng and nodded with a smile as a greeting. His casual attitude made several people in the entertainment industry secretly shocked. They were all smart people. Through some of their attitudes and reactions at the scene, They naturally knew that this young man from the inland might have more power than they originally imagined. Much more. Do you like Stephen Chow's movies? I like them very much. I just said he is very talented. Chapter 344. Isn't he one step ahead of us again? Mr. Jiang's attitude of making a 180-degree turn made several veteran movie stars secretly shocked. Really? Master Jiang. Your mother is still criticizing you. Are you so filial? The status of the Jiang family is definitely not as good as that of the Li family, especially in terms of assets. However, because of their origins, they pay more attention to loyalty and face. This reversal of spitting in his face happened to him, which can only be said that the other party's power is greater than their previous imagination. Fortunately, they are real movie stars, and their expression control is absolutely top-notch. So they behave quite naturally at this time. The little expert in clearing the situation, Hua Tianwang, smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you know these two people. Why don't you introduce them? Originally, Hua Tianwang was the one who cleared the situation. But Mr. Jiang didn't know their specific identities. Sorry. The movie kings are so well known that I can tell them apart at a glance. I forgot to introduce myself. At this time, Wang Yi would not hide anything and casually said, Wang Yi, I have many hobbies and many titles. But people on the internet like to call me Master Yi. What a plop. The movie kings who have cultivated their acting skills to remain calm even when the sky is falling, now can't hold back their facial expressions and become a little stiff. What the HL? The real person who was bragging for a long time is here? You are also amazing. I was bragging for a long time, and he smiled and listened to the whole audience. Even Jiang Sheng was shocked. No wonder. If it was him, everything would make sense. Fortunately, he was quite calm that day and just let people know the aviation information first. Otherwise, it would be really fun. It turned out to be Master Yi. I like your music very much. I listen to it every day. And talented is a special description. The one who reacted quickly was Hua Tianwang, although it sounded very corny flattery. And the words he used were also the same. But he took out music first. Hua Tianwang is a superstar, and he has achieved enough in music. So even if he used such words to describe and flatter, it was not at all inconsistent. And it did not make people feel flattering. This is music. It is art. Master Yi is definitely worthy of such flattery. Not only music. Professor Wang's strongest point is still the identity of a great scientist. A real pillar. Qin Yan opened the second blow, blowing the identity of a scientist. Which is indeed no exaggeration. We discussed the funding plan for half a day before, and the result was someone else's handwriting. Is this considered as not recognizing the great man? Jia Hui also found a breakthrough point, and then left Jiang Sheng speechless for a while. No words. However, when he saw Qian Yayan and thought of some recent rumors, Jiang Sheng, who didn't know what to say for a moment, also had his eyes brightened. Then he smiled and pulled the female companion beside him to Wang Yi and said, Professor Wang, Xiao Qian is a top student of the new National University. I have always admired you and want to learn from you. As he spoke, he also brought the charming female companion, who was wearing very cool clothes, to him. Last time, I looked at your female companion twice more. This time I will compensate you directly. Although it was quite distressing. He also knew what it meant to give up at this time. Qian Yayan, who was a little flattered by the flattery, couldn't help but secretly snorted at this time. Damn. Where did this guy come from? So ungrateful. However, she complained in her heart, but she would never do anything to stop it, and was even willing to act as a manager to a certain extent. So she could only smile at this time. Just when Wang Yi was having fun on the cruise ship and feeling the different customs of Hong Kong, the extended discussion paper on the relationship between the conversion formula and related models between quantum computing and classical computing published by Wang Yi before also began to ferment and gradually attracted attention. As a top mathematician in the world, Wang Yi, who even has the title of the first person in mathematics, although the papers he published were all published in the journals of his alma mater. Once published, they would definitely attract attention and be read. The reason why the feedback speed is much slower than before is that the magic number conversion ratio involved in this problem is very heavy. And mathematicians, who don't know much about magic numbers, can't understand it. Fortunately, Wang Yi had put forward various theories about magic numbers early on. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to find people to discuss it now. Moreover, quantum computers are still theoretical products at present. and it will take several years for the first 53-qubit quantum computer Plotinus to be released. At present, the research on quantum computers is still studying the initial physical expression and how to improve reliability as much as possible, because quantum bits are too difficult to control. Noise, current, heat, and even some cosmic background radiation may cause loss of control and calculation errors. We are still pursuing single-bit gate fidelity and two-bit gate fidelity. Only after completing this foundation can there be the possibility of subsequent advancement. Finding the format and direction. At present, the feasibility of silicon-based chips is still mainly considered. Generally speaking, it is to find a way to implant phosphorus atoms on silicon materials, and phosphorus electrons with silicon as the carrier are completed by their spin interaction. Theoretically, it can reach a speed of 100 trillion Hz. Compared with Wang Yi directly using magic power to solidify silver atoms, the difficulty is definitely not in the same dimension. Because of this, it is a bit ahead of time to discuss the practical application of the concepts proposed by Wang Yi. However, mathematical problems have always been very advanced. Because numbers will not lie. We can first come up with the formula, and the subsequent physical meaning and application are left to other professionals to solve. So after the problem raised by Wang Yi gradually fermented, the discussion became more and more extensive, because Wang Yi had looked for various mathematicians and his own mathematics team at the beginning. The main target this time was the scientific researchers in major related laboratories, and even the group with the best mathematical skills in the computer field. The failure of a certain song in artificial intelligence has dealt them a big blow. Although they did not cut off the research on artificial intelligence like fruit, they are still investing funds. But the basic algorithm used is still based on Wang Yi's previous paper. So even if Wang Yi did not get the Turing Award this time, he was still awarded to him without any suspense. At this time, the researchers responsible for developing quantum computers at a certain song were studying this paper all night long, and at the same time discussing something with the researchers in the artificial intelligence department. No way. Did this guy help to develop a quantum computer again? The algorithm has been formed. I feel that after the quantum computer comes out, it already has the foundation for connecting with supercomputers. It's just that it's still a bit troublesome to complete the connection physically. But the theory has been established. A researcher said helplessly. Originally, a certain song has gone a long way in the field of artificial intelligence. But with the sudden appearance of Red Queen, all other artificial intelligences seem to be analogized to mental retardation. Although now, with the help of the algorithm in the paper published by the great mathematician, they have also made many improvements. But they also know in their hearts that there is still a huge gap from the function of Red Queen. He did not publish all the algorithms. If we can achieve the connection between quantum computing and supercomputing, can we reverse optimize our artificial intelligence program? Of course, it is feasible in theory, but the investment and time required are unknown. At present, the accuracy of our single bit gate is barely 99%. Alas, the 99% accuracy sounds like a very impressive number. But in terms of the frequency of quantum computing, this error is not enough. In a few years, the latest technology-side single-bit gate fidelity can reach 99.97%, and double-bit gate can reach 99.76%. It's a hope anyway. Let's work harder. Although the East has invested a lot in this field, it is still a little far away from us. It should not be faster than us. But umbrella is hard to say. It's not another step ahead of us. Chapter 345 Sharing Food. Lying on the waterbed in the top suite of the luxury cruise ship, the sage Wang Yi looked through some comments and discussions on the bracelet, and nodded from time to time in deep thought. It must be said that the achievements of a certain song in IBM in this regard are not low. At least they have proposed the theoretical basis and passed it completely. After this paper is published, it is guaranteed that it will accelerate the production of their quantum computers. And maybe they can also find a way to connect with supercomputers. But let's accelerate it. The limitations of pure scientific and technological power are really too difficult. This is too different from the black technology blessed by magic power on my side. While I have achieved them, their discussions and research will also achieve me in reverse. It's really quite good. These guys' assumptions can promote pure quantum computing compilation. And it is also practical to combine with supercomputers. I will cooperate with the blessing of the magic tower over there. It's no problem to add another one. I'm almost done resting. I'll take a trip to Mexico when I have time. Accompanied by the sound of the cruise ship's whistle. The cruise ship that had circled the high seas has also redocked. During this period, Wang Yi also felt the enthusiasm of Hong Kong, and tried many entertainment projects on the ship. He also won a few million in the legendary High Seas Casino. Although Li Hao did not promote himself. And those entertainment industry elites and Jiang Sheng did the same. Wang Yi still felt that the spread of his weakness seemed to have expanded a little. Alas. Just treat it as self-pollution. There is nothing you can do about the rumors. Then Wang Yi casually pulled up the bed sheet to cover some indescribable pictures. Hua Tianwang wants to apply to join Starry Sky too. What do you think? After returning to the vertical store headquarters to appease people's hearts, Wang Yi nodded to Qian Yayan's inquiry. You can do it. But Hua Tianwang has a good reputation. And it's okay for him to participate. I'm going to work and take care of the family. Okay. Don't worry. I will manage those South Korean succubi. Qian Yayan said proudly. Wang Yi actually meant the company. But since she misunderstood, then she misunderstood. When Wang Yi set off for Mexico, the follow-up issues of the Tokyo incident gradually settled down. After many rounds of cleaning and disinfection, Tokyo's Bay Area was finally reopened. However, the once prosperous wealthy area immediately became desolate after this battle. Although Japan relied on the loose policy of printing money to pull up a wave, it is obviously a temporary solution. And it is even a bit like drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if the Bay Area seems to have returned to normal, the overall casualties in Japan are only tens of thousands. But the subsequent economic fatigue in Japan can be seen. If it were not for the temporary stabilization by printing money, and the simultaneous selling of the great beautiful national debt, the covetous international capital would surge in. And I am afraid that Japan could really be swept back to the developing countries. Throwing out Mitsubishi and Kawasaki is not only an explanation for the pressure on Great Beautiful to give to this matter, but also a kind of necessary means of cutting meat to feed the wolf and preserving itself. This time it's not bankruptcy due to poor management, but a direct distribution of the fruits of the action. So of course Japan, as the recipient of the money, still hopes that the price is as high as possible. Not only has Japan's own companies distributed some important assets first, but they will also join the auction to provide a guarantee this time. Anyway, if the price is not right, it will fall into their own hands. It is already frustrating enough. As the victim, they have to give meat to feed the jackals. But the garrison is still here to help clean up. And they really don't have many choices. Selling as much as possible can be said to be a way to stop losses. Although some sensitive things should not be sold to neighbors next door. It doesn't matter if some not so sensitive things are sold. It can be said that those who have extra money have begun to encircle and enter the buying mode. In Hong Kong, a SH.L company established by Li's cooperation makes people suspect that it has a deeper background with a little disguise. At least in Hong Kong, Li's power is indeed large enough. This new company has made many moves to grab goods, which has also caused considerable vigilance. But before they wanted to intervene directly with political means, Umbrella intercepted all of them. If they can avoid political means, they are of course willing to follow the market economy and praise Umbrella's righteous behavior. Although it is a bit confusing now. How did Umbrella get so many machine tools? I don't know what they want to do. But after all, the transportation direction is Mexico and Brazil, which is completely under control. You should know that the production and manufacturing plant of Umbrella's Leiji electrode has almost been completed in Mexico and Brazil. Now Umbrella is not only selling batteries, but also selling electrode materials separately according to the original promise, so that other battery factories also have the ability to manufacture related batteries. But of course, the absolute profits of the battery industry are now controlled by Umbrella. Batteries, drugs, chips, culture media, holographic equipment. It can be said that Umbrella today can truly be described as rich enough to rival a country, because it is a non-listed company. There is only an estimate of how much money Umbrella has at present. All you need to know is that nowadays, Umbrella never haggles over the price when buying things. Although I have studied it thoroughly, every time I see this thing, I still feel the magic of the creator. In a research institute, after looking at the newly purchased electrode materials and trying to make a lithium metal battery, the relevant researchers also expressed their feelings one after another. To put it bluntly, this is just Umbrella throwing some bones out to eat. And it doesn't want to bear the name of monopoly, but energy security. In the hands of such an uncontrolled company, I'm afraid it will make many people uneasy. So what? The Pyongyang has tried to sanction it. Will it really rob it? Hee. If Umbrella continues like this, it is not impossible. The absolute overlord of multiple trillion-level market fields. The profit is really too huge. Unless Umbrella will completely belong to the Pyongyang in the future, or to that group of people. In fact, I think Umbrella has the ability to become a new member. After all, many markets or new markets opened up by them, and the impact is acceptable. That also requires that group of people are willing. I also think Umbrella itself will not be willing. This company is too tough. But Gang has no bones. When everything was going according to plan, Wang Yi also changed back to Luz was vest and arrived at the capital of Mexico. Mo City. The former Mexico was well known. After the economy and agriculture were completely destroyed by Pyongyang, they used another way to retaliate against Pyongyang. It can be said that the contraband business in Mexico has been completely embedded in the pillars. Many important Mexican officials were killed. It was not that they were against the business, but that they did not reach an agreement on the share and profit they wanted. Even many of the team members, who were originally responsible for the cleanup, turned around and became the businessmen. Until the arrival of Umbrella Corporation. This terrifying company that can make businessmen cry at night has an extremely powerful decapitation ability. After entering Mexico, it swept the whole scene. Although Umbrella did not intervene in the lucrative business, it established a new order. Fighting and killing were not allowed to happen. Even if businessmen fought each other, they agreed to lead their teams to fight in the wilderness, and did not allow ordinary people to be affected. And it was precisely because Umbrella did not intervene in this kind of business, coupled with its powerful combat power that made people tremble, that it quickly caused compromises from all sides. And even the Mexican government signed a large number of security agreements with Umbrella. There is also a similar situation with Pakistan. However, whether it is Mexico or Pakistan, because of Umbrella's lack of manpower, the big beautiful capital rooted here has never moved. And the two sides have always kept their distance and lived in peace. Chapter 346, affiliated with Mexico. Wang Yi's Luz Wavest is just one of the instructors of Umbrella Security, so he can't let many people come to pick him up and make a big scene. Only Cheng Shui arrived at the scene. During this period, Cheng Shui was responsible for receiving various instruments and equipment, escorting the factory, and stayed in Mexico for a long time. There are countless spies killed, and there are also many CIA agents who did not reveal their identities. However, some news that can be put back was still turned a blind eye to, and let them escape with hardships. This time, she drove a Hummer directly to the airport. After Wang Yi got in the car, she chewed gum while driving and complained. "Boss, I want a raise. It's too tiring. I have to work 24 hours a day without stopping." Cheng Shui was kidnapped from Hong Kong and entangled Li Hao and his wife for a long time. Wang Yi also promised to pay her salary, and it was natural to fulfill it. But now Cheng Shui has saved a small amount of money and doesn't even have time to spend it. Soon, aren't there more and more companions now? I'm also working hard to recruit new employees. Yes, one more companion means twice as much work. Cheng Shui teased. But she was just talking. The boss was kind enough to pay the necromancer subordinates. Being able to be reborn in another way is actually a disguised enjoyment for this group of empty-hearted ghosts. As Cheng Shui stepped on the accelerator, the Hummer SUV sped arrogantly on the streets of Mexico City, and the roaring engine sound made people stay away from it. The Umbrella logo on the car is the best pass here. Mexico is the third most powerful country in North America after Mexico and Maple Leaf. In 1821, Mexico overthrew the rule of the colonists and had a land area of 4.7 million square kilometers at that time. However, under the invasion and erosion of Mexico, it now only has 1.96 million square kilometers of land. After World War II, Mexico experienced a 40-year economic growth of 6%, which was called the Latin American Economic Miracle. Mexico hosted the Olympic Games in 1968 and discovered a large oil field in 1972. The Fourth Middle East War happened the following year, and oil prices soared. Mexico made a lot of money, and its per capita income entered the ranks of moderately developed countries, which can be called an economic miracle. Mexico's booming development naturally made its beautiful neighbor next door smell business opportunities. Once a place is rich and has money in its pocket, it is easy to breed mold. After a lot of deception, Mexico believed that oil prices would rise forever, and then believed in the evil of Pyongyang and borrowed a lot of money for development, or borrowed from Pyongyang, with an extremely high annual interest rate. However, with the end of the Middle East War, oil prices plummeted, and it coincided with the 1985 Mexican earthquake. Pyongyang took advantage of the situation to raise the interest rate of U.S. debts, making it difficult to borrow new and repay old debts. Under multiple attacks, the Mexican economy collapsed instantly, due to the debt collection by the United States, as well as the deception of its economists and some internal guides. Mexico adopted the famous shock therapy, in which more than 600 state-owned enterprises, including large enterprises in railways, aviation, telecommunications, banks, steel, etc., were all sold at low prices. These enterprises were bought by capitalists from the United States and other Western countries. Industries related to Mexico's national economy and people's livelihood were controlled by foreign capital. Without deploying a single soldier, the United States achieved its goal of economic aggression. Even at this point, Pyongyang still felt that it was not enough. After finding that life in Mexico had become worse, and it was completely controlled by Pyongyang, it continued to deceive and sign the North American Free Trade Agreement. Privatization, trade liberalization, lifting import and export controls. A familiar formula that could not be more familiar, without even a slight modification of the script. Directly copied, and all the bids were won. Originally, Mexico thought that signing this agreement would allow Pyongyang to fly back to the ranks of developed countries. However, what it got in return was Pyongyang's ultra-low-priced corn dumping, which instantly defeated all Mexican farmers. And then it was exchanged for low-priced bottom fishing acquisitions. If the price of this staple food can be maintained at a low price, it is actually a good thing. But how can capital do charity? Once the competitors are finished, after forming a monopoly, the partners will immediately pull the price back, and even start to take it more severely. Food is a necessity of life, which involves the issue of survival. There is no other way except to watch it being squeezed dry. In addition to food, there is also water. Mexico's water crisis is becoming increasingly serious. First of all, due to the uneven distribution of water resources and abnormal climate. Mexico's arid or semi-arid areas account for about 2/3 of the country's land area, while nearly 77% of the country's population and industrial and agricultural activities are concentrated in areas with only 31% freshwater resources. Mexico's lack of water resources is affected by innate factors. It is a place with water shortages. But after the water resources are controlled by foreign capital, it is undoubtedly worse. Many multinational water companies did invest a lot of money to build a large number of water supply pipelines in the early stage of getting the contract. But as time goes by, many multinational water companies cut corners. In order to save costs and obtain high profits, they allow a large amount of untreated sewage to seep into the underground aquifer, causing permanent pollution. In Puebla, Mexico, groundwater development exceeds 100%. Pollution worsens, groundwater levels drop, and cities have a tendency to sink. During droughts, water trucks are used to transport yellow water to ensure survival. Note, in the early 21st century, there was an anti-water movement in Latin America, and most of the ownership of surface water resources was bought back. But a lot of groundwater was polluted, and the available private wells were still in the hands of some beverage companies and capital, which failed to change the current situation of water shortage. Due to the plot of this book, the surface water has not been taken back yet. So don't argue. Resource-rich areas are fine. But areas with scarce water resources, or highly urbanized areas like Mexico City, water prices soared instantly, and bottled water exceeded the price of gasoline. Although tap water is much cheaper, tap water in Mexico or most parts of Latin America cannot be drunk even if it is boiled. So they have to buy bottled water. The price of this bottled water is about 1/3 of bottled water. According to reports from Mexican official media a few years ago, the current total annual water demand in Mexico is about 78.4 billion cubic meters. Due to insufficient surface water supply, the annual water gap reaches 11.5 billion cubic meters. And many areas have to exploit groundwater to fill the gap, because a large amount of groundwater was secretly discharged by water companies, resulting in permanent pollution. Most of the remaining private water wells are now in the hands of some beverage factories and capital, coupled with their own love for sweets. This has led to a large number of Mexicans drinking Coke as water, making it the country with the highest incidence of diabetes in the world. Then Pyongyang sold medicine to these patients. It is easy to deal with insufficient money. There is the world's highest density of blood stations on the border between Mexico and Mexico. There is no power to resist. This is the current situation in Mexico. However, because of the tragic and bloody examples in Latin America, some major countries in the East have learned lessons and gained experience. It can be said that the Latin American phenomenon has the same warning effect as the Gulf War to a certain extent. It is precisely because of this that the Mexican contraband business has emerged, which is another way of revenge against Pyongyang. Now there are also a large number of Pyongyang spokesmen in Mexico, and even the CIA's business here is quite hot. Anyway, After the CIA's activities here intensified, there are more and more contraband. And I don't know what the relationship is. Some time ago, Umbrella here also cooperated with the CIA in some actions. But since the Yemen incident, the two sides have been deadlocked. It is relatively restrained not to fight openly. At present, Umbrella has reached an unwritten agreement with the major forces in Mexico and Brazil. That is, Umbrella is responsible for driving away Western capital and replacing it, while making profits, ensuring the most basic people's livelihood. It's just that Umbrella has been expanding too fast, and there are not enough people, or reliable people, so it is not suitable to carry out this operation immediately. In addition, after the Yemen incident, it began to fall out with Pyongyang, and it was dealing with other issues at that time. Now it is considered to be free, and now it is necessary to free up hands, because as time goes on, orders from shipyards have begun to be delivered one after another, and the ready-made goods that have been transformed by the Norwegian shipping king have also been transported to the Asian waters by tugboats. When the offshore platform is about to be established, it is still necessary to achieve a greater degree of control over Mexico and Brazil, because the offshore platform on the high seas is subject to the legal jurisdiction of the registrant to a certain extent. When Umbrella is not ready to directly challenge the international order, it will still try its best to comply with some rules. In fact, Wangi originally considered the Order of Malta an institution with national characteristics, but it still belongs to the sphere of influence of Europe. After several attempts to contact it, there has been no progress, so the only option is to register in Mexico. For this reason, before the completion of the maritime city, the internal environment of Mexico must be cleared. At present, the capital influence of Western capital in Mexico can be said to have penetrated into all walks of life, from mining, oil, finance, agriculture, water affairs, to the secret arms smuggling, which is almost completely indispensable. At the same time, Mexico is also one of the main sources of illegal immigrants into Pyongyang. Pyongyang's illegal immigrants can reduce some of Pyongyang's own labor costs to a certain extent, and they don't have to pay any welfare costs. So although Pyongyang has been clamoring to solve the problem of illegal immigration, it is for the purpose of canvassing votes. In fact, it can be regarded as turning a blind eye. Chapter 347 Slums. Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, is very similar to the capitals of many Latin American countries. It accounts for 20% of the country's population, making it a super city with a population of more than 20 million. However, with this population base, excessive urbanization has led to more than 4 million people living in slums in Mexico City. Among them, Chimalhuacan, which is connected to Mexico City, has 1.3 million people living in it. It is squeezed by Mexico City and does not belong to the federal district, which makes life here quite difficult. However, thanks to Mexico's slum reconstruction plan, Chimalhuacan's image has now deviated from the impression of traditional slums, at least relying on the foundation saved in the past. It looks much better than many places in Insan. After all, this is Mexico City, which is close to the capital of Mexico. It looks a bit like a remote county town. Although the external environment seems to have improved a lot, it cannot change the fundamental problem of Chimalhuacan. Most of the people here do not have a relatively stable income and can only do odd jobs. Moreover, because abortion is illegal outside the federal district, and out-of-wedlock births have led to a large number of single-parent families in Mexico, coupled with the income problem in the slums, there are still even basic eating and drinking problems. The high urbanization of Mexico City has made the water resources here scarce. Adding the impact of beautiful capital, it has directly become a survival problem in front of us. Although the Mexican authorities have imposed many restrictions, a lot of groundwater is polluted, and there is no water available during the drought period, and the water shortage is here. In addition to reducing the quality of water supply, the only way to alleviate it is to have the slums maintenance water outage. And even during the water supply period, the tap water is weak and slowly bubbling, and the water quality is quite bad. It cannot be drunk even if it is boiled, and even ordinary water purifiers are useless. Long-term drinking of water of this quality will have a huge burden and impact on the body. So even residents in the slums will buy bottled water as much as possible. But sometimes, there may be a phenomenon that they can't buy it even if they have money. Werner was born in such a family. His mother gave birth to him out of wedlock and raised him, and his younger brother alone. This difficult condition also made Werner sensible at an early age. He started helping with housework and taking care of his younger brother when he was 5 or 6 years old. Fortunately, Mexico also has compulsory education. The schools in the slums are directly large-scale foster care centers. In this teaching environment, it is almost a luxury to want to learn anything useful. It all depends on the self-consciousness of a very small number of students. Given Werner's family conditions, it is impossible for him to have time to study after school. Once he is out of touch, he naturally begins to resist learning itself. Like many of his peers, he was exposed to some gang ideas early. Because he was young and daring to fight, Werner soon stood out and was appreciated by the gang leader and became a team leader. He gradually became inflated and lost himself in the voices of team leader and awesome, until he was shot in the thigh during an operation. Although he was lucky enough to save his life, one of his legs was completely useless. As for the little leader that he had been thinking about, he just gave him some money and sent him away completely. At the beginning, some people might come to visit him, but then they gradually lost contact with him. He originally thought that after he started to become awesome, he could lead his mother and brother to live a good life. But the reality was that he became a new burden to his mother. This also made him understand that this road was not feasible, and his younger brother must not repeat his mistakes. What made him quite relieved was that even in such an environment, his younger brother Simpson still ranked high in the school. And Vernal is now lame and trying to participate in some odd jobs to earn money while taking care of the chores at home. And also doing the part that originally belonged to his younger brother Simpson, so that he can have a safe learning environment. Let him realize his dream and have the opportunity to enter the University of Mexico City. Brother, I'm back. Simpson is completely without Vernal's jumping spirit, and seems very quiet, which is a relatively rare character in Mexico. Even their mother, when she is irritable, is like a lion. They have seen their mother quarreling with others more than once. But this is also the way to survive here. Simpson looks much fatter than his brother, but he looks a little puffy and even a little swollen. The rice is in the pot. Drink more milk to supplement your nutrition. Milk is cheaper. Drink less Coke. Seeing his brother holding up Coke again, Werner instinctively resisted. He had heard that this thing was not a good thing before. If you drink it as water for a long time, it would be bad for your health. Now it is actually drinking it as water. There may be a shortage of water in the dry season, but the beverage factory has its own private well. Hee hee. Ha. Brother, didn't you come here this way? Simpson burped and said with a smile. And then he once again raised the Coke bottle and promised his brother, in the future, I must be admitted to Metropolitan University and join Umbrella Corporation after graduation, so that no one dares to bully us anymore. Why has it changed? Didn't you say you would take us to the United States? Hearing his brother's new goal change, Werner's eyes also showed a hint of pampering. Hee hee. I used to think that place was awesome, but now I find that Umbrella is even more awesome. If I can stay here, I'd better stay here. Going to the Pyongyang is a choice for many poor people in Mexico who can't make it. Even the Mexican gangs in the Pyongyang are famous for their ruthlessness, and they often derive many special businesses. However, this has changed after Umbrella began to settle in Mexico. At the beginning, when Umbrella took root, it was really a small fight every day and a big fight every 3 days. In this territory of Mexico, if you don't give face to those businessmen, no one will have a good harvest. No one is optimistic about Umbrella. There are too many examples in front of us. There are too many examples of people who just took office and said they would rectify the situation and were then shot in the office. But when Umbrella's security began to settle in, there would be funerals of people from major businessmen and gangs every day. Every time it was a decapitation operation. And every time it was successful. At the beginning, even newspapers and the media were talking about Umbrella's faults, saying that they disrupted the existing order and made people live in panic. But slowly, as time went by, Umbrella's security remained standing. After the major decision-makers were replaced one after another, even the most stubborn ones were defeated. There was even a kind of performance that avoided the election of the leader, which also made Umbrella completely gain a firm foothold. From gaining a firm foothold to now, Umbrella began to build various factories here. Now, even if there is a dog coming out of the Umbrella factory, no wild dog dares to snatch food. To be frank, now in Mexico, even if there is only one person in the family working as a cleaner in the new factory built by Umbrella, no gang dares to mess with this family. Umbrella's protection is directly killed, and the corpses are enough to dye the river red. Even Winar felt a little sorry. If Umbrella had appeared earlier, he might have a new pursuit. Today, a classmate of mine brought a bracelet from Umbrella Company. It's so cool. I don't know where he stole the money to buy it. After Simpson finished drinking Coke, he started to eat dinner, which was a local cooking method of wrapping corn kernels and some meat fillings with corn leaves, all prepared by Winar. Now he has a lame leg, but it's still no problem to do these. Brother's cooking skills have improved again. Maybe we can go out and set up a stall in the future. After eating, Simpson licked the ketchup on his hands with reluctance. He knew that this was a new business his brother was considering. If we set up a stall now, we will be ruined. But it should be soon, Winar said with a smile, and then thought of something and said, by the way, the checkup you scheduled is tomorrow. Right? I will go with you then. Simpson has not been feeling well recently, with a little edema and fatigue, so he made an appointment for a checkup. This is Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, after all, and there are still the necessary institutions, and the prescription drugs in Mexico are only half the price of Pyongyang. Chapter 348 Opportunity. Renal failure. Uremia. This sudden diagnosis was like a bolt from the blue, making Werner unable to stand steadily. He was already lame, and he stepped back and leaned against the wall. His whole body was weak. Simpson, who was next to him, was also pale, and he didn't understand why he suddenly became like this. Doctor, is there something wrong? I just feel a little tired. Simpson made an appointment, and he must have been a little unwell. But the physical discomfort was not serious. Just some edema occasionally, a little fatigue and sleepiness. But who would have thought that such bad news would suddenly appear? You are so young. There will be some genetic relationship. And then, there are bad habits of living, eating and living. Unfortunately, there is no effective means now. Although the doctor is used to seeing life and death, such a young patient still makes him sigh. In Mexico, more than 95% of dialysis is caused by uremia. Many people directly replace drinking water with Coke, and some people drink tap water directly. So the incidence of kidney disease is naturally not low. It is said that talking about toxicity without considering the dosage is a hooliganism. But they just replaced the level. The doctor also knew that they were a slum family. It is impossible to afford the huge kidney transplant surgery. And even if they can afford it, they can't afford the subsequent maintenance drugs. It may even be difficult to maintain dialysis with relevant subsidies. It's a pity. He is still so young. How could it be? I am his brother. I went through this too. Why am I fine? Winar said anxiously. The doctor looked at Werner's strong body, even though he was lame, and said without any surprise. In addition to genetics, the onset of the disease also depends on the individual. Perhaps you exercise well, while he may not move for a long time. This is a comprehensive impact. It's a pity. But then he thought of something and said, by the way, Umbrella seems to have a new product that has passed the certification some time ago. Maybe you can go and find out. It seems to be about artificial organs, including kidneys. After the Tokyo incident, Umbrella directly reversed and coerced other pharmaceutical companies to give up their patents and make trouble. It can be said that in order to prevent Umbrella from holding on, the new medical device they submitted was quickly approved. It's just that this time is very different from previous drugs and even hematopoietic stem cell cultivation. It is an artificial organ that is to be implanted in important parts of the human body and is much more invasive. So even if it passes the review, it will only be tried on a small scale for the time being. Even when hematopoietic stem cell cultivation was first carried out, it was based on mature autologous stem cell transplantation. And this time, it almost opened up a new type of surgery and treatment plan. And they are all for very fatal diseases. Even though Umbrella has published several related papers, there are still many medical institutions waiting for other clinical feedback. There are even pharmaceutical companies whose interests have been damaged, and they continue to spread some gossip. After all, the idea of directly replacing human organs is really shocking. There are actually some artificial hearts now, but they are all connected to the outside. And the artificial heart itself is also plugged in outside. It always gives people the feeling that it is far away. This doctor actually has the same impression. However, because this is Mexico, and Umbrella has been launching various miracles, he also has a lot of mouth. But it is precisely because of this mouth that it also brings hope to the two brothers. Umbrella. This is simply a myth among the people of Mexico. You can see from Simpson's change of goal that he just wants to work in Umbrella, regardless of the type of work. At this time, they don't care about anything offensive or not. Without telling his mother, he went to Umbrella's headquarters in Mexico City. Umbrella's headquarters in Mexico City is a very impressive building. It was not built or bought by Umbrella itself, but was given after a gang was bloodbath. It can be said that this building itself is telling the story of Umbrella's achievements. The painting style is completely different from the slums, with clean and tidy streets, and there is a feeling of entering an international metropolis. Or in fact, Mexico City itself can be regarded as an international metropolis. Not to mention that this place originally represents the face of Mexico, and the public security is relatively good. Just say that the umbrella pillar is here, and it can be said that even the most irritable people passing by here will become very polite. The Simpson brothers came here in this way. Looking at this magnificent building and the security guards at the gate, the two of them felt a little depressed for a while. It's just that their physical problems are here, and when they encounter such a thing, they rushed over without any worries. Because of the abnormal behavior of the two security guards, who were bored on their shifts, also looked sharp at this time. They were reduced to being security guards here, and they were indeed at the bottom of the training. But they were not provoked by these local cats and dogs, even if they didn't need to rob. The two little Karamis were easy to get. But before they could react, the two brothers knelt down first, and Werner begged repeatedly, "Please, please save my brother. We can only rely on you." This sudden scene made the two security guards stunned for a moment. But they soon reacted and said coldly, "Please make an appointment if you have anything to do. We don't accept any moral kidnapping." Umbrella cleaned up the merchants and re-established the underground order. It has many industries, opened a large number of factories, and has money. But it will never show that it is a charity. Sometimes, they ask them to help save people. But they are a security company, not a peacekeeping force. If they are hired, they will pay. Otherwise, some African tribes will arrange people to come and ask them to save lives. No, we are not asking you to save people. No, we are not asking you to come forward to save people. We are asking you to let me participate in the treatment experiment with your new technology. Simpson was much more articulate at this time and briefly explained the reason. At this time, Chung Shue's off-road vehicle also arrived nearby. And when she was about to enter the underground garage, she saw the scene here. Maybe an opportunity has come to her door. Originally, Wang Yi was still chatting with Chung Shue in the car. And at this time, he also looked out the car window at the two brothers, who were constantly telling the reason. Since Umbrella had already planned to target Mexico, even though they were short of manpower, they still made preparations. Wang even spent a lot of time developing some new technologies for Mexico. The employees here also arranged to build some factories and means for subsequent replacement. Shirqing, I'm here. I've recorded it. I checked their medical records before. Simpson was diagnosed with uremia just now. He should have learned about our artificial organs and had no money. So he came here to participate in the experiment. Their slum family can't afford the cost. Well, let them receive treatment, and then tell them to cooperate with the promotion of our new products. As he finished speaking, the off-road vehicle drove directly into the garage, and the picture above was isolated from the outside. It's too direct to directly bring up capital and lash out. Let's use this as an introduction. However, those guys who eat ugly things have left too many handles, and you can easily find a lot of them. Anyway, when the time comes, they will be asked to promote the treatment effect. But it is also natural for them to mix some private goods when they promote it. Isn't it? There must be some reason for uremia at such a young age. When the time comes, we can arrange a rhythm, and it will be easy to lead in the desired direction. After all, the overseas version of TT is in the hands of Umbrella. So what? Only you are allowed to lead the rhythm? As for the means, it's okay as long as it works. Chapter 349, the first transformed body. The body meets the surgical indications and can be operated on. Laparoscopy and ureteroscopy will be performed simultaneously. In Umbrella's medical laboratory in Mexico City, Simpson's preliminary physical examination results have been confirmed. The parameters are more detailed than those in the hospital. And then his brother signed some signatures on his behalf. At the same time, a white coat who is in charge of this laboratory said to him in a very calm tone, "Your brother's situation is indeed not optimistic. If you can't find a suitable kidney source, you can only rely on dialysis to maintain it. At present, our surgery is equivalent to implanting a long-term dialysis device. However, in terms of the current function, if your brother pays attention to his habits, his survival period is still guaranteed. Our instrument functions are much better than ordinary dialysis." Winard didn't know what the doctor said, but he could still understand that the survival period was guaranteed. Then he numbly signed some informed consent forms and cooperation agreements. because you are willing to cooperate with the experiment. If you accept the public recording of the whole operation and broadcast it at the appropriate time, we can waive your related fees. And you must cooperate with our publicity work. If the publicity effect is good, not only can the subsequent review continue to be free, but you can also get a publicity fund. We agree. This time, Warner agreed very quickly. If they are asked to cooperate with the publicity, they will definitely do their best to make it a benchmark. Right? Although he doesn't understand any medical terms, he knows the difference. Simpson was operated on next door. And then the publicity staff began to interview Warner, who explained his current situation and his brother's living habits and other issues, and guided him in the desired direction. At this time, Wangi was also on the other side of the laboratory and met Sakaguchi Taku, who had just completed the first phase of the intensive test in the fully automated biological laboratory. Sakaguchi Taku sat on the bed for examination. In addition to many researchers, there were also many surgical micromanipulation robotic arms and various instruments next to him. There was a faint smell of alcohol in the air. Boss. Sakaguchi Taku recognized Wangi as soon as he saw him, which surprised Wangi a little. He was using Luzwa's vest now, not the one he used last time he saw Sakaguchi Taku. As expected of a gold medal killer, there's something there. Wangi looked at Sakaguchi Taku with admiration. With his bare upper body, all the scars on his body had disappeared, and all kinds of monitoring equipment were pasted on his body. Hee. In fact, it's because I know a lot of information about the boss in advance that I can judge. If I hadn't seen it that time in Tokyo, I would have only regarded the boss's temperament as being similar at most. Sakaguchi Taku smiled. He entered the industry at the age of 15 and worked until the age of 48. He was also a genius in the industry. Sakaguchi Taku naturally had his own abilities and vision. What was I mainly exposed? That kind of sense of alienation, as if looking down on everything in the world with indifference. For people like us, this feeling is rare, Sakaguchi Taku said honestly, and Wangi nodded. It seems that he needs to pay a little attention to the use of vests. When he used his true identity, he would be careful about his actions. He has always been a straightforward mathematician. His vests seem to be a bit similar, but generally speaking, it is harmless. Just pay a little attention. How do you feel? Great. I feel like I'm back to my peak. No. I should be stronger than my peak. Sakaguchi Taku's face was full of excitement, and he was very satisfied with his changes. Before the experimental test began, he was also explained that this experiment would reduce his absolute theoretical lifespan, but the actual lifespan should not be affected much, and it may even be extended to a certain extent, and ensure that he will remain at his peak for a year before his death. It is not just a single drug, but a combination of drugs in batches. Oral, intravenous, intramuscular, and even to enhance the homing effect of implanted cells, with matching nutritional meals, plus some electrical signal stimulation. From the time he came here until now, it has been considered to have completed the first stage, and the effect is not bad. The main control requires researchers to cooperate with Lin Shurchin to complete. To some extent, it can be seen as compressing Sakaguchi Taku's DNA telomeres, making his telomeres shorter and his absolute lifespan lower, which can strengthen the foundation. At the same time, it also increases the integration of aging cells, because aging cells caused by trauma or other factors will release inflammatory factors to remind immune cells to clear themselves. It doesn't have much impact when you are young, but as you age, the immune system decreases and aging cells increase. There will be a comprehensive negative impact. And this comprehensive transformation is more like integrating resources to reduce the body's internal consumption. Although the length of DNA telomeres is reduced, theoretically lifespan may be reduced by nearly 10 years. But if there are no other accidents, Sakaguchi Taku is enough to live to the current theoretical lifespan. And he has been in peak condition almost all the time except 1 year before his death. A magical transformation. This is a new measure that combines the original situation of Yamana, the data of the Tokyo laboratory, Wang Yi's calculations, and Lin Shurchin's simulations, compared with some drugs sold to the outside world. This thing can be regarded as real black technology. However, because this thing involves too many things, and even after gradually becoming proficient, the production capacity is limited. So after Sakaguchi Taku completed various records, the first batch of Umbrella employees began to receive this benefit. After so long of being beaten by the Dihua technique, the lurking spies have changed their minds and confessed. As long as the welfare of employees is not reduced, and they are not abused. The reliability is still quite high. Moreover, this kind of enhancement itself is also a kind of benefit. As for whether Umbrella has transformation technology, many employees are actually completely sure. The instructors are too inhuman. The company must have a super soldier plan. They are actually looking forward to it. Now it can be regarded as their speculation, and their wishes have been realized. In addition to Sakaguchi Taku becoming the first transformation enhancer here, Ito Chio and Maori Ryuichi are also in this laboratory. Ito Chio is responsible for experimental research, and Maori Ryuichi is controlling Yamada's body to cooperate. This body does have quite good development potential, although it may become violent due to hormone disorder. Maori Ryuichi is already dead, under the control of the vengeful spirit with his enhanced buff. The negative effects of the body itself can be easily suppressed. After Maori Ryuichi's revenge, he is no longer an ordinary vengeful spirit. He is only a little bit worse than Chung Shui, and a little stronger than Yuriko. Unlike Sakaguchi Taku, Maori Ryuichi is Wang Yi's summon. So even though his face has changed, Wang Yi soon knows that his master has arrived when he approaches. While lying there and letting Ito Chio fiddle with him, he said to Wang Yi bitterly, "Boss, if I can't go out, can you give me a computer with internet access? It would be even better if I can have a host. And if there are figures." Ito Chio was also startled by Maori Ryuichi's chattering. After turning back and seeing Wang Yi, although he was surprised why he changed his appearance again, he thought that Yamada would not be mistaken. So he stood aside stiffly. In fact, Yamada-kun's routine data has been tested almost. It is not necessary to stay here. Just come back for some drug tests and hormone tests occasionally, and complete some records. That's it. Hearing Ito Chio's words, Maori Ryuichi also showed joy on his face. "Can I go out?" And Wang Yi also showed a satisfied look on his face. "Yes. There is one more 24-hour cattle and horses. And it is a more powerful model. Chung Shui has been complaining about being too busy. Isn't it time to deliver the goods? If you work hard and your performance is satisfactory, I can reward you with a customized movie every year. You can choose any teacher and any plot you want." Wang Yi's voice was like a devil from H.L., which instantly motivated Maori Ryuichi. "Personal customization once a year? You can choose your own teacher?" Instantly, Maori Ryuichi's face seemed to turn into a square and serious look. "Boss, please arrange any work." Unlike Junichiro, a pervert, Maori Ryuichi is a kind-hearted otaku. So the means he adopts are completely different. Chapter 350 Powerful Artificial Heart. Mayo Clinic is the first private hospital in Taiwan, with an average profit of 100 million yuan per bed per year. It is also one of the few places in Taiwan that has opened hematopoietic stem cell in vitro culture and transplantation surgery. Similarly, Umbrella's latest artificial organs have also been used clinically here. Umbrella is a mythical existence in the medical field, from the initial stone-dissolving medicine to the subsequent enkangding. It is amazing. The unique culture medium technology has not been replicated by anyone until now. In this case, even if Umbrella proposes an unreliable method, they are willing to try it. What's more, artificial organs themselves have always been a research direction, because the advantages of artificial organs themselves are too obvious. Reliable and effective. Easy to perform. No need to wait for donors. Relatively low risk of rejection, etc. It's just that there are many disadvantages at the same time as the obvious advantages, such as the life of the machine, the high price, and the complications over time. So far, artificial organs have not been popularized. Whether it is heart replacement surgery or artificial heart transplantation, Mayo Clinic has rich experience. There are top medical equipment and the strongest medical team here. There are many corresponding operations that have been performed, and there will be a large number of follow-up records to understand the patient's situation and accumulate more data based on the actual situation. They attach great importance to the appearance of 2 new artificial organs of Umbrella. As a top medical institution, they clearly know what it means once it is really as advertised. The service life exceeds the life of a normal heart of a normal person, which is really unbelievable. However, the service life is difficult to test. Although it has been tested through accelerated operation in a harsh environment, it is still different from long-term use in nature. We always thought that artificial hearts were good at the beginning. But after all, mechanical devices are unreliable. At the beginning, Syncardia Company conducted a test of transplanting artificial hearts on 81 patients. All of them were critically ill patients with a survival time of less than 30 days. The average survival time was 79 days, and the longest was 400 days. So the current consensus on the greatest role of artificial hearts is to prolong their lives as much as possible so that they can wait for a suitable recipient. It is a very beautiful and promising project to be completely replaced by an artificial heart. But in fact, they are not very optimistic about it in the short term. Fortunately, there are many patients of all kinds in the Mayo Clinic. So it is easy to find patients who have little time to live and have not waited for the heart source. After explaining the current situation and pulling out Umbrella's endorsement, many patients agreed to this implantation surgery. Then, the operation started. The doctor who kept manipulating the vascular endoscope and implanting it from the wrist to the heart carefully manipulated the endoscope and said to other doctors who participated in the operation and observed and learned with emotion. In fact, if Umbrella, the memory metal, is used alone to complete a more effective new stent and artificial valve, I still quite agree. The complete cavity can be compressed into such a small range, which is indeed a rare technology. Indeed, although memory metals are often used in medical devices, there are very few that can achieve the effect they say. To be honest, I hope that they can really achieve the effect they say. The commonly used memory metal nowadays is nickel-titanium alloy, which has two different atomic arrangement structures when it is hot and cold, so it can recover when it is hot and has strong corrosion resistance. But it is obvious that the other metallic properties of the memory metal itself will still have defects. Umbrella's new material, which was forcibly fused, is more than enough to win the Nobel Prize. It's just that Umbrella has many technologies at present. But there is no news of the Nobel Prize for the time being. But it is also normal. The Nobel Prize is often awarded after verification. Many winners have won the current Nobel Prize for their previous achievements. But there is definitely a bit of suppression in it. Before the formal operation, Mayo still reflected their own high price. There were many tests on the artificial heart, with a unit price of $100,000. Patients who are willing to accept it now do not charge for surgery. At present, the results of other tests are quite good. Anyway, no problems have been found for the time being. Now it depends on the patient's situation. The endoscope reaches the target area and releases the components step by step from the valve. Each release looks like a work of art. The changes in the atrium can be seen from the endoscope. The process is smoother than expected. Even much smoother. That kind of magical material is not just a simple memory but also adaptable. With the operation of the motor, it has been operating on its own. Originally, many motor-type artificial hearts no longer have pulses in patients. But Umbrella's one is more like a boost given by the myocardium, after completing the minimally invasive lead extraction of the chest. In addition to charging, it can even adjust the heart power by modifying external data parameters to the degree that best suits the patient. Is it over? As the device was removed from the blood vessel, the wound was sealed, and the patch on the chest was matched with the skin. They suddenly found that the difficulty and time of the operation itself were much smaller than expected. It did not reflect the skills of their group of experts at all. This was even the result of the doctor's careful and slow operation. It would obviously be faster after becoming proficient. Then the patient's other indicators were tested, and everything was normal. After waiting for the patient to gradually wake up and start observing, these medical experts also found that he seemed to have recovered quite well. Even the patient himself was a little confused. He actually knew that he was approaching the end of his life. So he came to try the new technology. In fact, he had completed his psychological preparation during this period, and he was not so afraid. But now it is successful. Feeling the long-lost surging beating of the heart, feeling the blood filling his body, feeling the clarity of mind and the strength in his body, he couldn't help but get a little excited. I feel full of strength. It's not that he feels stronger, but that he originally chose him. His heart function had already failed very badly, so he naturally felt weak all over. Now that he has gradually recovered, of course, he will feel full of strength. It looks good. Get used to it first. We didn't increase the power. We will keep it at a 6 state for your body to adapt. Then we will gradually increase it according to your recovery until it returns to a normal heart level. The doctor looked at the patient in front of him, and his face looked a little strange. Wow, this thing really seems to have an indescribable feeling. He even thought that athletes would also implant this and increase the power in the future. I wonder if it can have a stronger effect than stimulants. It seems completely feasible. Even many doctors have a strange image of all organs of the human body being mechanically strengthened in their minds. If this patient can really stay normal for a long time, and the service life of this instrument is really that long, then what they think may become a reality. Chapter 351: The Attitude of Top Medical Institutions. The beautiful Mayo Clinic, University Hospital of Zurich, Switzerland, British Wellington Hospital, and Union Hospital in China, for top hospitals in the world, have written some reports on Umbrella's artificial organ surgery. Because they are all the world's top hospitals, they still use the most cautious attitude to target the first batch of patients. So a total of 41 operations have been completed, with a success rate of 100%. The implantation of artificial organs is quite smooth, and the post-operative response is very good. Major hospitals have also given many unique insights and related discussions, and they have all been published in medical journals. Mayo Clinic cardiac surgery expert Mason said in the paper, "Another magical technology of Umbrella. When we were preparing for the experiment, we prepared for a long time. But when we really started, we found that the difficulty of the operation was unexpectedly easy. To use a comparison, it is probably equivalent to doing a heart stent implantation operation and a laparoscopic appendectomy at the same time." When the paper said this, there were many pictures showing the process of the operation, and carry out relevant instructions on OK, respectively explaining the principle and significance. At present, Umbrella's technology is quite outstanding. Originally, many of our colleagues in the field of heart replacement were considering using pig hearts for replacement. But for now, Umbrella's artificial heart is a better result. Then, a urologist from the Mayo Clinic also wrote an article about sharing his experience in kidney replacement. It has been 7 days since the first operation. At present, all the test indicators are normal, which makes me suspect that there is something wrong with the instrument. This is a result that dialysis cannot achieve. If the instrument really does not have problems in the middle, the patient's survival period will exceed regular dialysis. And it will exceed a lot. It does not need to endure the discomfort and pain during dialysis and resume normal urination. In fact, if patients with uremia insist on regular dialysis, the survival period is usually more than 10 years. If they maintain good habits and have no other complications, a survival period of 30 or even 40 years can be achieved. How many years does a person usually live? It can almost be regarded as being able to live forever. But the quality of life is greatly affected and physical work cannot be done. But after the implantation of Umbrella's artificial kidney, in addition to the addition of a metal patch on the abdomen, the effect is much better than dialysis. It can even allow patients to recover a certain degree of labor, which is definitely a qualitative leap. Why is it that in theory, patients with uremia can have a longer survival period, but in reality, there are always problems of one kind or another? That is because ordinary families will return to poverty due to illness. Even if dialysis itself has a high reimbursement rate, regular dialysis plus loss of labor is almost equivalent to losing work for patients, and many patients cannot maintain it. If this implantation surgery itself can restore some labor, the meaning is completely different. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Although it is certainly necessary to prevent strong physical work such as moving bricks, it is still completely fine to hang on to a salted fish takeaway platform, like TT, and deliver takeaways within the scope of their adaptation, which is equivalent to being able to support themselves. It's just that the labor intensity cannot be too high. The University Hospital of Zurich also used extremely amazing rhetoric to describe Umbrella's artificial organs, and the angle was different from Mayo. We conducted relevant tests on the instrument in vitro, and the hydrophobic coating property itself is a miracle, the best property of an implant. Similarly, relevant pictures were also posted. The Mayo Clinic showed the surgical process, while the University Hospital of Zurich showed the comparison of the instrument after it was soaked in blood. As soon as this picture came out, the stupid netizens on the internet immediately thought of Umbrella's contact lenses, as well as their mobile phone screens and bracelets. Familiar formula? I think it's normal for this ability to appear in Umbrella's products. I heard that they also acquired an electric car factory. Maybe they will produce electric cars in the future. I think their glass may not need wipers. Really, hydrophobic coatings have always existed, but they are all time limited. Umbrella's almost constant ones are completely incomprehensible. It seems to involve the problem of atomic order in charge. As long as you know it's awesome. When will it be popularized? I really don't want to try dialysis again. Is it true that the heart can implant a valve alone? I wouldn't think of replacing it until the last minute. But the effect seems to be very good according to the instructions. The various case analysis of major top hospitals and the 100% successful operations of dozens of first-batch patients have indeed brought hope to many related patients. Whether it is heart problems or kidney problems, they cannot be ignored. But they are easy to be ignored. Usually, It is too late when they are discovered. Irreparable myocardial cells and almost irreversible kidney function are heavy pressures. Moreover, these two diseases are prone to serious complications. This new product can really pull people out of the gates of H.L., especially later. Some clinical data from Union Hospital made people feel a little confused. Our hospital found that if Umbrella's artificial organs really have such a service life as stated, some normal people may try to implant them. Then Union Hospital explained the problem of artificial heart power regulation. For patients, it is definitely impossible to adjust it too high. Otherwise, a sudden increase in the heart may cause internal bleeding or even intracranial hemorrhage. But if it is an athlete or young person with tough blood vessels, adjusting the power enhancement at a critical moment can even break the original limit. So, I think athletes may need to add a restriction on the use of artificial hearts in the future. Not like the current asthmatic athletes. Union Hospital is a melon eater who doesn't mind the big things. In fact, the Mayo Clinic also discovered this point. The artificial heart can achieve the effect that the human heart cannot achieve, as long as the blood vessels are well maintained. It seems natural for young athletes, who have been trained to cooperate with some corresponding adaptive training to improve their performance. This is just a huge profit point. You should know that all the beautiful athletes are drug addicts. And all kinds of special approved drugs are everywhere. There is no way. The testing agencies that can approve patient medication and add new banned substances to the list are all beautiful people. They can really do whatever they want in this regard. Usually, various asthma medications or certain drugs are used first, and the old ones are added to the list after the new products are developed. This is why when athletes from other countries completely suppress them, the first thing they think of is doping. For example, Bolt's ultra-high frequency urine test, and some top athletes in China. Impossible. You can't beat us without medication. This is their thinking logic. It can be said that Concord directly exposed this matter. Don't let ordinary athletes undergo this implant surgery, and quickly ban it. It is important to remind you that this is an invasive surgery to implant artificial organs to compensate for heart function. Let's not talk about whether it has the lifespan stated by Umbrella. Even if all parameters are fully up to standard, if it is implanted in a normal heart, it will definitely damage the heart. I hope everyone will still put people first. Union Hospital did not blindly stand on the side of Umbrella just because it was helpful to the country. It will question when it is necessary. This is actually because Union Hospital itself has jumped out of the traditional utilitarian circle. It has always been hard to find a bed, and it does not need to rely on these empty words to generate income. In this case, it is natural to make corresponding evaluations with a more detached attitude. Chapter 352, Divert Attention. There are too many patients with heart and kidney diseases, and the key is that these two places are very important organs. It can be said that after the major top hospitals came up with some corresponding cases and results, they immediately caused a huge sensation on the internet, especially now that the TT short video platform has become popular, and the threshold for short videos is extremely low. In an environment where packaging some previously obsolete treatment methods and talking about their effects may attract a lot of attention and praise. After the real things came out here, too many patients and their families paid attention to it, waiting expectantly, at least in their eyes. This is much easier than waiting for the illusory kidney and heart sources. Some people will register for hematopoietic stem cell donations, but usually, solid organ donations, except for close relatives, can only wait for some dying patients. Many people may not wait for matching organs until they die. At this time, the emergence of artificial organs undoubtedly represents new hope, taking advantage of the attention caused by artificial organs. As the manufacturer of artificial organs, Umbrella also took out its own examples and began to promote. Simpson surgery was live broadcasted throughout, with detailed physical examinations and data results, and highly mechanized assistance, making the entire surgery look full of science fiction. In fact, surgical robots have already been used, such as the famous Darwin robot, because the mechanical stability can achieve the effect of peeling raw eggs without breaking under the control of surgeons. Especially for some intracavitary surgeries, human hands are always subject to various restrictions, and even experienced surgeons are not as convenient as machines. Now this experimental demonstration on the Umbrella side seems to have exposed some of their own surgical robots, which has attracted a lot of attention. Live broadcast, full explanation, and combined with data comparison before and after the operation, it can be regarded as a systematic notification of the relevant principles to the audience. We also want to promote our products for this operation. We have obtained the patient's permission. In addition, Let us listen to the feelings of the patient and his family. Then, Simpson's brother and mother successively made emotional statements in front of the camera. Because they are all facts. They only need to express their true feelings. After Simpson woke up, they also joined the explanation. While thanking Umbrella for waiving the cost of the surgery, they also pointed out the cause of these things between the lines, pointing to poverty and the capital that controls all aspects of Mexico. Our situation should be well known, famous all over the world. But let me say that those foreign capitals that suck our blood are even more excessive than our local gangs and businessmen. Simpson, who was like a new life, said with a detached expression on his face that had experienced life and death. The gangs and businessmen in Mexico are quite cruel and cold. And even the Mexican gangs in Damai are famous for their courage to fight and kill. However, as long as their interests are not touched, they are actually completely different from ordinary Mexican people. At least as a family living here. The Simpson family. That is, the elder brother took the initiative to join the gang and was beaten and crippled, and did not suffer subsequent revenge from the enemy after returning. After all, the Mexican gangs and businessmen mainly compete for territory and divide profits with each other. And the main interests are in the north of the United States, which has little to do with ordinary Mexican citizens. On the contrary, after the United States blasted the country open, the Western capital that has spread its tentacles everywhere has a very serious impact on them. Bottled water is expensive. Tap water is not cheap. And the water quality is poor. It cannot be drunk even after boiling. And it is sometimes not available. This can be said to be the root cause of Simpson's uremia at such a young age. Umbrella wants to promote its own products. And it is natural to focus on traffic for this video to detonate hot spots. So these words are circulated with high heat around the world. And even forwarded a lot in China, reminding those who have bad habits on weekdays. Of course, when something is hot, there will be people who will take advantage of it. And some people will continue to add fuel to the fire. With TT now becoming popular, how to make a living by traffic has gradually formed a new industry, while there are all over the country. Of course, the situation in Mexico is the most serious. A large number of patients with similar experiences and encounters continue to post videos. And a large number of self-media with certain channels in Mexico begin to can't help asking questions. One bloody example after another. If it is scattered at ordinary times. In fact, it doesn't feel anything at all. But with the continuous outbreak and the formation of a large amount of attention, a large number of Mexican people have a sense of resonance. Not to mention Mexico, which has extremely poor conditions, even if it is really a European country with high welfare. When people are accustomed to high welfare and feel it is natural, continuous broadcasts can trigger negative emotions and cause riots. De Pyongyang's Ao Guanhai once talked directly about how De Pyongyang influenced and manipulated public opinion in other countries in his speech. People don't have to believe this information. You just need to flood a country's public areas with enough untreated sewage. You just need to ask enough questions, spread enough rumors, and spread enough conspiracy theories, so that people no longer know what to believe. Once people lose trust in the country, trust in the mainstream media, trust in institutions, trust in each other, and trust in the possibility of the truth, the game of public opinion is won. These are his original words, which were spoken in a speech after leaving office. But looking back, it is found that they can be perfectly applied to many scenes in many countries. How can it be easier to dispel rumors than to spread them? Moreover, nowadays, rumor makers are also smart, stepping on the edge of the law, stepping on loopholes, using specious words such as according to netizens' revelations, rumors, and can't help asking to avoid risks. If they are wrong, they will just pat their butts and change direction. It is said that rumors stop at wise people. But in fact, wise people seem to be a minority. Every place will have darkness and shortcomings. Even European countries with high welfare, or some rich countries that sell resources, will be manipulated by this standard public opinion without changing the formula. Mexico, which already has a lot of problems, is naturally even more so. TT's viral spread without threshold, regardless of gender, age or young, concentrated all the negative news of Mexico being oppressed by capital in a very short time. Children, health, survival, various problems closely related to daily life gradually emerged, and a large amount of empathy emerged. The rhythm was instantly brought up. The rapidity of the launch was completely beyond everyone's expectations. I don't understand why it is obviously an artificial organ surgery, but it has suddenly reached the rhythm of cracking down on unscrupulous merchants in Mexico. And the rhythm is extremely rapid. even linking some of Mexico's original merchants. Similarly, the Mexican authorities, who had already reached a drawer agreement, were also forced by public opinion at this time to have to introduce some relevant bills and policies. The people's livelihood must be guaranteed. Let's rebid for water affairs. The premise of bidding must be able to guarantee people's basic needs, and this must be added to the agreement. Of course, the current manufacturers still have inherent advantages. First of all, they have priority under the same conditions, and then after the auction is completed, they will give priority to paying their original purchase amount, which is considered to be different from tearing their faces. Some capital that has occupied the water affairs protested unwillingly, but the next day, the door of their company was surrounded by a crowd of demonstrators. The people of Mexico are tough, and this really makes them feel terrified. At this time, even if they have any armed forces, they dare not move. They are just companies that come here to make money. Are they crazy to complete a direct confrontation? However, at first glance, some of the terms drawn by the Mexican authorities seem to be some compensation for them. So they finally agreed to this one. There is only so much money to be made. The profit is here. They have the principle of priority under the same conditions, plus the first mover advantage. And latecomers will definitely not be able to compete. Chapter 353. Why is it them? There are many large water companies in the West, which have rich experience in both sewage treatment and urban drinking water, and their technical level is indeed quite outstanding. However, they are also quite decisive when it comes to reaping profits. For them, profit is the first priority, and everything else has to come second. Of course, they will generally abide by local laws and regulations, but there will always be ways to circumvent them. Because of this, Mexico has been greatly affected. The high water prices and polluted groundwater have made Mexico's water shortage worse. And it is precisely because of the turmoil caused by artificial organs this time, and the focus effect caused by the public opinion triggered by the Simpson brothers, that these water companies were immediately pushed to the forefront. Veolia is the top water company in Gull, ranking first in the world. In addition, Mexico also has Orbia, a top large water company. Although it is rooted in Mexico, it is naturally controlled by Western capital behind it. These capitals have also reached a tacit understanding to avoid evolution as much as possible, but to maintain a high price. Mexico's freshwater resources are not abundant, and it is considered a water-scarce country. In recent years, due to the influence of large dams and climate, the surface freshwater resources have been depleted, and the pollution of water sources has also led to rising water prices. But things are precious because they are scarce, and for this reason, this has also entered the explosive period of harvest for these companies. The profits taken are far greater than when water resources were relatively abundant in the past. Hee. Now we are the only ones who can take over this stall. What if there is a commotion? Without us, you can't even drink water at this price. In an office building in Mexico City, a local Mexican businessman holding a cigar looked at the congressman who took the initiative to come to the door, and said with a little sarcasm. The congressman was not upset at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Corey, my dear brother, this water itself is a resource that can be turned into money like oil. Of course, we must continue to hold it in our hands. I am not here to persuade you, but to remind you." Congressman Vance's face was full of smiles. He was originally the same kind of people as these external capitals, and even had a relationship with flour merchants. He was really a black and white eater. Whether it was these capitals or those merchants, they could bring him endless wealth, and he also needed to escort them. Some important information would naturally be shared. Corey, who originally thought that this greedy congressman was taking advantage of the opportunity to come to his house to ask for money, immediately restrained his arrogant expression on his face, put down his cigar, and said with a smile, "Of course, we are partners, and our cooperation has always been smooth. But if there is anything, just contact us directly. It would be too serious to come to my house in person." Congressman Vance didn't care when he heard this. It was originally a relationship of interest. Although they were brothers, they were still maintained by interests. But it is precisely because of this that this kind of relationship is the most reliable. I just heard the news recently, and I kept it very secret this time. Now that I have taken action, I really began to know that if there is no accident, this turmoil may be designed by someone, and someone wants to replace me. Aren't you afraid of knocking your teeth? Corey's face was a little cold. It's umbrella. Impossible. Shit! How can they be interested in such a small profit? Corey, who was originally sitting on the Diaoyu Island, suddenly jumped up as if his butt was on fire, jumping up and down. They can't. At least they shouldn't. How can they be interested in such a business? Do they really want to build a beautiful Mexico? Bastard. Shit. Corey was full of curses. Umbrella. As a capital rooted in Mexico, he deeply knows the horror of this company. The lives of so many Mexican businessmen have forged the legend of Umbrella here. It's just that Umbrella has always been digging for food in its own little piece of land, and has never touched the contraband business, and has no interest in other aspects. But it was originally the case. Now that Umbrella has developed, there are many ways to rob money. The top players who really occupy the profit chain are all high value added, and take profits from all over the world. These businesses are even more profitable than those contraband businesses. That's why they don't care about Mexico's local interests. And they have been living in peace all along. At least, they all think so. And they have such a consensus. But now, when he heard Vance come to talk about this in person, he naturally knew that it was probably true. Not using the phone is because he is worried that electronic equipment is unreliable. After all, Umbrella's artificial intelligence is here. Plus the mobile phone and chip business. It is normal to be on guard. This is the most reliable way to spread it by word of mouth. However, now he suddenly realized that even if he knew it, it would be useless. Yes, he is only in charge here. And there is the head office behind him. But even if the head office is brought out, it is not enough in front of Umbrella. DeMailey dares to resist the sanctions. It is definitely a mudslide in the capital circle. Even after learning that the other party is Umbrella, he has some ideas of retreating. The other party will not come to kill him directly. Right? Because he thought of some means of real business war at the beginning. After all, this is Mexico, where there are many gangs and merchants. And deaths are commonplace. Even though the public security has improved a lot after Umbrella moved in, there will always be people who take risks. And Umbrella will never care about trivial small things. But now that he knows that it is Umbrella, the first thing he considers is whether he will be the real thing. Cause, my brother, don't worry too much. Umbrella has always been more disciplined. As long as we don't use tricks against them. Yes, we are a legitimate company. We are a legitimate company. Corey emphasized both sides, as if to cheer himself up. After receiving empty comfort from the security issue here, he was also thinking about how to deal with Umbrella. This is Umbrella's desire to take root in Mexico and increase its influence. No matter how much Corey is the person in charge of a place, he must have vision and perspective. People's energy is limited. And so is the company. It is said that private enterprises are efficient. But in fact, small enterprises are efficient. Once they grow up, they will reduce their efficiency. This is caused by human nature. Penguin and Special are obvious examples. Everyone has their own ideas. There is no absolute loyalty in this world. So instead of opening up new businesses, it is better to bring out the potential that has not yet been developed. Umbrella holographic, culture medium, battery and other aspects still have a lot of potential to be tapped. But they still waste energy to choose to open up the water market. This must be a deeper idea. For example, the impact on Mexico. However, it is true that Umbrella has money. But in this field where they have been deeply rooted, they come to compete. And they have equal priority, and such a long-term operating foundation. Even if they get it by spending money, it will definitely be a loss-making business. Our water technology, operations, management, private wells, and factories, machines, and employees are all here. We have everything ready for bidding. But they need to set up temporarily. And Umbrella doesn't have any outstanding water technology. In this case, unless you are willing to spend a lot of money and suffer long-term losses, you can't compete with us. Corey looked up, with wisdom in his eyes. So in fact, your upper level just wants to use Umbrella to force us, form a catfish effect, and force us to lower prices. To be honest, this time the impact is so big. There are so many protests. And you are still very tough. Our head office already has the authority and permission to lower prices. But Umbrella should not be offended. Corey is just a senior worker. He can understand the hostility of capital. But he doesn't care much. He needs to consider himself more. If the price is lowered a little, it will be lowered a little. If you want to expand your influence, we can share the counselors, support each other, and stand on the side. In this way, we all get what we want. Isn't it beautiful? And with Umbrella joining, maybe more people can be supported to key positions. Vance came to visit with this idea in mind. He also wanted to get some money from Umbrella. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Or even go a step further. Chapter 354 Impossible Conditions. Sure enough, when the last bid was made, a representative from Umbrella arrived at the scene, which immediately caused a murmur. This time, the bidding for Mexico's water system was not purely a matter of whoever had the highest bid won, but required detailed plans and commitments. At the same time, the upper limit of water prices was limited. The previous water companies could directly convert the original contracts and existing assets as the basis for the bidding. Several water companies in Mexico had also received the news and information in advance, and had met to reach a certain consensus. They wanted to fight, but Umbrella was not easy to offend. The first offer and plan were mostly a test, and there would be a lot of room for maneuver. And they would also give the opportunity for a second negotiation. Before that, everyone just met and discussed it. Anyway, it was the interests of the Mexicans here that were being exploited. And whoever made money would make money. And they couldn't lose money. Right. The preparation materials of all parties were very complete. And the same was true for the offer. Because it has been running for so many years, it can be said that the first set of plans put forward by these water oligarchs are similar. They have all made certain price cuts and concessions to some extent, and put forward their own technical advantages, factory advantages, employee advantages, etc., and found out the reason for the high water price. It's not that we want to maintain this water price, but now the environment in Mexico is deteriorating and the cost is rising. We have to do this. The specific cost calculation is also in the data, Corey said to a reporter who came in at the scene with a regretful and helpless tone. This time the impact is too great, and such a big move has been made. So naturally reporters will be allowed in. And some representatives of the demonstration are also here. After all, it is true that the Mexican government has forcibly intervened in the original contract to a certain extent, and they have to find a reasonable excuse. Safety, people's livelihood, and the representatives present can share enough pressure for them. So what does President Corey think about Umbrella's entry? You can see that many representatives on the scene are very excited and seem to believe in Umbrella. The reporter also wanted to watch the fun and asked fierce questions. This made Corey curse in his heart while smiling and saying, "Umbrella is a great company. The current public security that our company can enjoy is all related to Umbrella. We all like them." He praised it first and then continued, "But every profession has its own expertise. Umbrella has no experience in water affairs. If they want to join the game, it might be better to start with some simple places. The environment in Mexico is seriously deteriorating. Water resources are exhausted, and groundwater is polluted. It is very difficult and challenging. This technical threshold cannot be achieved in a short time, even if they finally acquire our factory, water pipes, and machines. They can't do better than us because the target is Umbrella." Corey's words remain quite restrained and polite. If it were any other little Karami, I'm afraid he would have ridiculed and sprayed in front of the camera. Do you know what you are facing? The world's top water company. We are professional in Mexico's water-scarce environment. This time it can be said to be a live broadcast. And Corey's words have reached many people's ears. Although many Mexicans now have a blind worship of Umbrella, Corey's words are here. And this is indeed the reality. The Earth is a planet covered by water, and Mexico is surrounded by seas. But the real fresh water that can be used is quite scarce. Yes, there are means of desalination. But even the oil guys in the Middle East can't rely entirely on desalination to maintain water sources. The cost and efficiency are here. If it is a person relying on some distillation equipment or something, making a small desalination device by yourself may be able to maintain your survival. However, for the consumption of a country, the need for this kind of production capacity, this number, the overall cost and demand are too high. Fortunately, the environment in Mexico is still much better than that in the Middle East, and it still has lakes and reservoirs. But in recent years, due to the deterioration of the environment, these water resources are also rapidly depleting. In addition, the sewage that the water company deliberately did not treat polluted the groundwater, making the already tight water supply even more scarce. Water outages in some slums have become commonplace, especially during droughts, and they can only rely on water trucks to transport some yellow water to barely survive. However, some of their beverage manufacturers have private wells and rely on higher technology to occupy clean groundwater. The same is true for some companies controlled by Western capital, and they are indeed more experienced in the dispatch and arrangement of water sources. Unless Umbrella spends all its money and takes all its private resources, it will not be able to maintain operations. And the supply will even be worse than it is now. The number of resources itself is here. You can't appear out of thin air. It doesn't mean that you can use it just by throwing money. Even if you pay to reduce the water price to 1 cent at that time. What's wrong? Where do you get so much water? At that time, the humanitarian crisis caused by water shortage is no joke. This is also the reason why they are fearless. Forcibly take back their private wells? Not to mention how bad it is to do this. If you really push it, the well will collapse. And the water price will continue to soar. At that time, it will not be a matter of their pricing. But people who have no water to drink will raise the price until they can't afford it. They have done this before. This is a game of capital. For example, Mexico's ACA Continental Group is the second largest producer and distributor of Coca-Cola in Latin America. And it also has a large number of private wells. But even when drought is rampant and the Mexican government calls on beverage factories to stop production, they remain indifferent and will never share the water from their private wells. If you want water, just buy our Coke. This is the price of resources related to people's livelihood being completely controlled by capital. The bitter fruit swallowed after being fooled. Even when encountering such droughts and natural disasters, it is the time for capital to reap the harvest, which is no different from the land annexation in ancient times. There is nothing new under the sun, only a reskinned copy. The more natural disasters and man-made disasters there are, the more likely the capital of the top players will expand in the opposite direction. However, afterwards, the Mexican government successively issued many promises and quotations from several major companies. The previous old companies did have a certain degree of price reduction and some promises, and the quotations were all supported by their previous shares in the contract. It is equivalent to simply reducing some profits and unit prices to give an explanation for this turmoil. If it is normal, this is actually enough. After all, the facts are here, and there is nothing you can do about them. But after the subsequent announcement of Umbrella, there was a sudden uproar at the scene. It is promised that the water used by the residents of Mexico City is 15 pesos per ton. The water quality guarantees the drinking water level. Enough. Converted, the price is less than $1, and ensure that the production will be gradually increased. And sufficient supply can be provided in half a year. Even including industrial water can be fully satisfied. Because of the shortage of water in Mexico, factories have quotas for water use, and they will not be given if they exceed the quota. This promise is really big, even unrealistic. This is impossible. It will definitely be a loss. And how can there be so much production? Water can't appear out of thin air. How can you pump so much contaminated groundwater? Even if Mexico, the country next door in the parallel world, bought back its own water supply at the beginning of the new century, the average national water price is still $0.007 per gallon due to the overall harsh environment, which is equivalent to nearly $2 per ton. This is an average, and with government subsidies. In this world, private companies still have to make profits. So the water price is naturally much higher. In some water-scarce areas, the cost is far more than that. In addition to transportation, scheduling, and operation. Isn't it a loss for every sale? And the question is, where does the water come from? Desalination? Can the desalination efficiency keep up with the needs of so many people in Mexico? Chapter 355 Dimensionality Attack. There are actually quite a few desalination plants in the world. All over the world. Especially in the Middle East and North Africa, which account for 46.7% of the global desalination market. However, if possible, desalination has always been the last option. In addition to its own cost and production capacity, desalination has many disadvantages. Let's talk about the cost first. The cost of about $1 per ton seems acceptable. But this is only the initial price. And the subsequent operation and treatment have not yet been taken into account. Because the weak acidity of desalinated seawater will accelerate the corrosion of pipelines. It is usually not directly connected to the circulation system and needs to be treated again. The energy consumption of the distillation method, the large amount of residual boron in the reverse osmosis membrane method, the potential biological pollution in the seawater, etc., have brought many disadvantages to the use of desalination. Except for the oil man. At most, it can only make certain supplements. In fact, Mexico has also been considering the issue of desalination, and even proposed to build the largest desalination plant in the Western Hemisphere. But it has been stagnant for various reasons. Umbrella suddenly stated that it can provide sufficient water, and the only way is desalination. But at 15 pesos, even if the Mexican authorities give subsidies, it is not enough to cover your costs. It is really a loss no matter how much you sell. What is the purpose? Regardless of the ideas of those water companies. At least the Mexican residents, who were watching the live broadcast at the scene and outside cheered and got excited. Although the water fee of 15 pesos per ton is not cheap, it is absolutely conscientious in Mexico. The most important thing is to promise the quality of water and enough water. The use of sewage or even no water during the drought period is a problem for many poor people in Mexican slums. There is no way out at all. There is nothing to do. Water is the source of life. They cannot take a bath, but they cannot not drink it. Originally, several top water companies were thinking about giving each other some steps in the second round of negotiations. But Umbrella blocked all paths in the first round. No matter what they did, they couldn't do a business at a loss. At this time, they could only stand up and say, "We quite approve of Umbrella's good deeds. But we want to know how they are prepared to achieve this goal." This is not just talk. As far as we know, Mexico's water resources are far from enough. The surface freshwater resources are exhausted. And the overexploitation and pollution of groundwater are all problems in front of us, although the groundwater pollution was intentionally caused by these water companies to make Mexico inseparable from them. They also believe that their current dispatching mode is the best choice. They are representatives of the world's top water companies. Umbrella has submitted their plan, and it will be introduced later. After the information released earlier was displayed, a separate column appeared later, explaining Umbrella's new technology, desalination and sewage treatment system, reusable filter reverse osmosis membrane. The video first showed a set of concept drawings of membranes, which were composed of 14 layers of different materials, not only for seawater, but also for domestic sewage and even chemical sewage. It can have a strong filtering effect. The most important thing is that although this kind of membrane itself needs to be replaced after filtering, it can be recycled again as long as it is cleaned and checked for damage. This cost can be said to be greatly reduced. And the filtering efficiency is also extremely strong. Anyway, looking at the parameters on the panel, there are all kinds of distrust. Impossible. Fake. How could there be such a thing in the world? But thinking that it was taken out by Umbrella, it makes people feel creepy. In fact, we have been approved to build the first trial desalination plant and the first sewage treatment plant. If you are interested, you can visit it now. The words of the Umbrella representative once again caused an uproar. Has the factory been built? However, Umbrella has been building factories everywhere in Mexico recently, including the Liegi electrode factory that has been put into operation. There are also a large number of various machine tools pulled from all over the country. In addition, Umbrella has also been training seafarers and various skilled workers. I don't know where their core is, and they are blooming in many places. The key is that Umbrella is very secretive about these factories. Spies and agents don't know how many of them have been hacked. So it's normal that people don't know the functions of their factories. Even some commercial spies brought back news about artificial organs that have begun to be exposed and electric cars that are still working overtime. The sudden emergence of a desalination system and sewage treatment system here really caught people off guard. However, Mexico's registration was originally Umbrella's backup option. It had already decided to replace the international capital of Mexico and Brazil. The parliamentarians who were secretly won over by combining hardness and softness. The factories built and targeted technical development would definitely not be left behind. With the help of magic means, it is actually very simple to handle. All Wangi needs is to find a way to reduce the difficulty of mass production. Mexico also has many silver mines and machine tools here. It's a drizzle to take out two factories at the same time. In terms of basic labor human resources, Mexico is quite rich. And with the name of Umbrella, there is no need to worry about some possible troubles and difficulties. What else can I do now that the trial factories here have come out? Of course, we have to go and see it right away. Mexico City is not near the sea, so we don't have to rush to the desalination plant. We can make the corresponding judgment by going to the sewage treatment plant. And at the same time, representatives of major water companies have been constantly contacting and reporting by phone. There is no way. This impact is too great. This does not only affect the water affairs in Mexico. If what Umbrella said is true, once they use this technology to expand, they can instantly complete the technical crushing of their parent company. Yes, not all places need to use seawater desalination, and many places have abundant water resources. However, sewage treatment is also a big business. It can be said that Umbrella has directly put the knife on their necks. This time it is not a question of whether to give in or not, but a question of survival. This contact also immediately made the senior executives of major water companies in different time zones immediately aware of it. In fact, the water technology itself is here. They have accumulated so much in this area for so long that they are really not afraid of any competitors. They are more considering how to break through the defense barriers of various countries and allow part of it to be taken over. But now that Umbrella has emerged, it is completely different. Umbrella has never been aimless. And everything they have come up with is epic making. Since they are so sure, I think we can be sure without seeing it. Look, we still have to take a look. But we must also discuss it in advance and be prepared. The profit of water services is indeed here. But the access right is not something Umbrella can easily get. Especially after the hostility has begun now. What do you mean? Learn about fruits? Bye. As soon as this came out, the scene couldn't help but fall into silence. In theory, it is indeed feasible. But in fact, Umbrella is not short of money. This time, the holographic technology did not sell them fruits. And they ate alone. I think that Umbrella's more important purpose this time is to strengthen its control over Mexico. And we have factories, employees, pipelines and dispatching there. We will give them all to them without money. An old man said calmly. Umbrella suddenly intervened here. And started with Mexico. And made such a big scene. In fact, the purpose can be said to be very clear. There is nothing new under the sun. Let alone their group of capital. But they are using an open conspiracy. You can't help but compromise. I think it's okay. The profits over there have almost been squeezed out. And the groundwater has been polluted so much. This riot can be seen to have reached the limit. Yes, maybe they don't just want Mexico. We can talk to them. The market is so big that we can still divide it. Compromise is a skill they must learn. Facing the powerful Umbrella. Compromise is not shameful. But how to use this compromise to exchange for new benefits is what they need to consider. It is not convenient for you, Umbrella, to enter other countries. But we can cooperate with each other. You provide technology. We provide strength. And everyone makes money together. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 356 Filter Membrane. Sure enough, Umbrella has never boasted. Looking at the sewage treatment plant in front of them, many representatives of the water company could not help but feel cold all over. Every time Umbrella takes out something, it is undoubtedly innovative. There must be extremely strong scientific research capabilities behind it. This is beyond doubt. So when Umbrella officially announced that they came with reporters and representatives to watch, they were mentally prepared. But after looking at the scene in front of them, they still felt their scalps tingling. The domestic sewage that gathered and smelled so bad has become clear after passing through 3 layers of filter membranes. Although the various indicators of the water source have not been specifically tested, the bleaching function in front of them is already so powerful that it cannot be added. The most important thing is efficiency. Generally speaking, the filtration of reverse osmosis membranes takes time and has the largest load. It is necessary to let the water seep. So the speed is here, and it needs to be replaced regularly. Both the cost and efficiency are actually very troublesome. But the water here, although it doesn't flow directly, the amount of water discharged has completely exceeded their understanding of reverse osmosis membranes. It feels like a few layers of gauze. There is also a special transport of filtered solid waste next to the sewage pool. And these wastes seem to be transported to another treatment plant next door along the transportation pipeline. We will properly process the domestic sewage garbage and extract part of it as fertilizer, which will be transported directly to our farm. And the rest will be transported to the garbage treatment plant. The simple explanation of the Umbrella technician next to him caused cheers and praises from reporters and representatives who did not know the truth. But it shocked the people of the water company. Wastewater treatment is a very expensive job. Okay, how can it be so simple? If it was really simple, they would not have secretly discharged and polluted Puebla's groundwater. But what did Umbrella do in the end? Fertilizer can be extracted from domestic wastewater? Are you kidding me? Just setting up a special garbage treatment plant can make money. Moreover, the water treated by us can reach the drinking water level. Of course, after passing through the tap water pipe, it is best for residents to boil it before using it. The researcher of Umbrella went directly to the clean water pool and scooped a cup, showed it to everyone and drank it directly. This is even more exaggerated than drinking toilet water in Japan. In addition, there is ori floating on the water surface on the filtered side. Do you want to try it? This side has not entered the pipe yet. And our pool is still very clean. The researcher made an invitation. Several Mexican congressmen, water affairs representatives, and some reporters looked at the poop on the other side. smelled the subtle smell in the air, and looked at the water here, and they all shook their heads in unison. Only a few elected representatives of the people did not worry so much, and directly picked up the disposable cup and walked over. This is related to the water they want to use. If tap water can really have drinking water level in the future, it will undoubtedly be another great benefit and good news. This will not only solve the problem of water use in the future, but also eliminate the need to buy bottled water. After drinking it, there was no peculiar smell, and there was no smell of water trucks and tap water at all. Although there was no test report yet, it still made them burst into tears. These days, isn't it for the water source? Isn't it for clean water? Isn't it coming? The testers can also take samples for testing at will. In fact, it doesn't matter whether to take samples or not. The researchers here must know it best. Being able to drink it so calmly shows the problem. The nuclear wastewater in Japan has also been treated, but the expressions of those who tried it were definitely not so calm and relaxed. After several representatives said that there was no peculiar smell, many Mexican people who were watching the live broadcast cheered immediately, and even the deafening cheers outside could be heard in the water plant. This made several Mexican congressmen look at each other. They had a drawer agreement with Umbrella, but they didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. But this is a good thing. This is what they promoted. At this time, the people from the water company started to contact each other by phone again. But after calling this time, the answer from the other side was that they were also watching the live broadcast and already knew it. As a representative, you should make preliminary contact with Umbrella first. We are willing to give up all the equipment, personnel, factories, and pipelines in Mexico and transfer them to them in the form of $1. We will also withdraw from the bidding. But we want to buy their equipment and this kind of membrane. To be frank, if Umbrella uses this technology to sweep the world, many water companies will be dead. However, they also have their great advantages. First, not every country is short of water, and their existing ones are all running well. Second, if Umbrella wants to reestablish such a large-scale water service, it will take a lot of time and energy. In terms of cost effectiveness, it is not as good as Umbrella's current high-end field. Third, that is, Umbrella can't get much authorization. The water system is closely related to people's livelihood, and it is impossible for officials of various countries to easily give authorization. The examples of Latin America above are all here, and you can know how big the impact can be, especially in the West. These old water companies have enough influence. So, they want to adopt the original model of fruit. Sell? Why not? Relying on the new ideas for quantum computer calculations in the paper. Wang Yi also responded casually after completing a small upgrade of Lin Shurqin. Now Umbrella has taken big steps, and he can't buy enough here. While the company is expanding, it must maintain sufficient cohesion and not reveal flaws. Otherwise it will be more troublesome. The most important issue now is to deal with Mexico, and then wait for the shipyard to deliver and complete the splicing. If the water problems in other places can be controlled, it will indeed greatly increase the right to speak. But unfortunately, after being prepared, Umbrella is difficult to grab many orders. Even a certain big country in the East with which it has a good relationship is not good. At most, 2 cities will be given a pilot to learn technology, and it is impossible and non-existent to fully open it up. No matter how large the debt scale of the city investment is or how high the deficit is, it must be tightly controlled. Public facilities such as water supply, heating, public transportation, etc. that have no profit points actually belong to the city investment. If, under pressure, we really release these without limit, even the big beautiful money printing machine will come and swallow them all. Then it may be a story of a barrel of water worth 500,000 yuan and a failed art student. Chapter 357 The Magic of Gradually Awareness. The sale of Umbrella's filter membrane caused a sensation, and many parties were relieved. This shows that Umbrella does not have this ambition. At the beginning, they imported quite a lot of cutting-edge machine tools, as well as some big ones. They also want to know the use of these. At present, what can be confirmed is artificial organs and electric cars that are still being held back. But they have always believed that there must be more than these two. It's just that Umbrella's special warfare capabilities are impeccable. The loss rate of sending spies is too high, and it's useless. Now that they have taken out a new thing, and it's a very useful new thing, they are still more relaxed. It doesn't matter if they are just civilian products, although it is another big profit point. But the same product can also bring profits to capital in reverse. At that time, capital can build desalination plants, sewage treatment plants, and even some garbage treatments by itself, which is also profitable. An umbrella will not refuse anyone, and will sell to anyone. The big dog owners waving money, the rabbit water supply companies with good cooperative relations, and the big beautiful women with whom the relationship has become a little stiff, have all placed a lot of orders. Umbrella also delivered the goods promptly without any delay. Boss, some companies should have discovered something and want to increase their purchases. Lin Shichin reminded Wang Yijin, who was doing experiments. Okay, you can sell more domestically, and you can also build a factory there. Otherwise they dare not roll out the full scale. The West says that the production capacity is insufficient. That's all. You can take it or not. It's mainly sold to those water companies. Wang Yi raised his head and took off the auxiliary glasses full of technology, and moved his hands and feet. Magic can do many things that technology cannot do. But the same technology can also make up for many shortcomings. At least Wang Yi's best state now is to cooperate with various instruments and Lin Shichin's calculations. Now Wang Yi is dealing with the parts of a magic machine tool. Since the Sea City is almost ready, these basic things must be installed in time. Then the key components of many big guys such as aircraft engines, gas turbines, rocket engines, super-stretched steel wires, etc. must also be completed. The magic nuclear fusion reactor and other real black technologies must determine the structure. For these things, the scientific research teams that have already started to contact the core technology have already started the design part of the work. And they are designing according to some materials and data provided by Wang Yi. With the help of Lin Shichin, the progress is quite good. At that time, Wang Yi just needs to make up for it and knock it out by himself. The sale of the filter membrane itself is actually a delaying tactic. Private water companies themselves want benefits. If you give it to them, they will start to use it. However, even if this kind of filter membrane can be used repeatedly, the cost per time is very low and the efficiency is high. But it still has a service life. If it is used all the time, it will be replaced about once every 6 months. Therefore, once it is rolled out to complete the replacement of the old circulation system, Umbrella's influence will undoubtedly be improved. The cautious rabbits may have some corresponding precautions, but the private water companies for profit have no such concerns. To put it bluntly, if Umbrella is really out of stock, then they will turn around and use the inventory while raising the price. Umbrella's purpose? It's obvious since it's already on sale. Otherwise, why would they help Fruit and the others? Is it just to make money? Now Umbrella is trying to expand its influence as much as possible, so that they can become more and more dependent on themselves. Wang Yi is actually not a person who likes fighting and killing. Although he has done many things in the alien world, he still doesn't like fighting and killing. However, sometimes you can't do what you want. He has had enough experience of human greed. Those destroyed capitals and crawling nobles are proving this problem. For those nobles who are high above, it's not them who will die in the confrontation, but just those mud legs. So Captain Europe can be so tough and talk so loud. No matter how many people die, it won't affect those people's money. If possible, Wang Yi also wants to follow the steps and farm by himself, gather resources and talents to achieve his goals. But unfortunately, the possibility of continuing to be so stable is almost zero. Even if they use various means to make them worry and delay, it is still the same. If peace is possible, who wants to conflict? But for the Western logical thinking model, if you take your things, they will become mine. It has been like this since ancient times. In addition, they should have almost found something about the research on silver. Wang Yi was not surprised at all when Lin Shichin said this. Almost all products of Umbrella can be found to contain silver, even if the amount used is not much. In addition, Umbrella first settled in Mexico, and has gradually eroded all the silver mines in Mexico. No matter how stupid you are, you can see the reason. Right? That's right. There is a problem with the material silver. It can be said that major research laboratories should have started in-depth research on silver a long time ago. Think about it before. Rabbit knew that the centrifuge and superconducting magnetic field directly exhaustively pulled out a little Ag alloy at all costs. That is to say, if the major laboratories, through continuous experiments and calculations, successfully present some rules close to some simple magic patterns, and then combine them with external stimulations such as electricity, fire, and light, they may be able to find some anomalies. The research on dark matter and dark energy has never stopped. Since the discovery of neutrinos, 9 Nobel Prize winners have been born. At present, the existence of dark matter has almost been inferred, and only the search and evidence are left. For example, some deep underground laboratories have a big purpose of finding evidence of the existence of dark matter. To put it in a more popular way, because dark matter has no electromagnetic reaction, it relies on deep burial underground, and a layer of heavy metal is arranged around the laboratory to isolate most of the interference in the cosmic background radiation, and then wait for the small probability of dark matter and ordinary matter collision event, and then confirm it through the changes of ordinary matter. In this case, some abnormal physical phenomena were discovered through interfering with silver. After multiple confirmations, it is likely that they will soon be associated with dark matter and dark energy. The law of conservation of mass and energy is here, through the specific placement and stimulation of some silver. Timo broke the law of conservation of mass and energy, and even created a perpetual motion machine, which is absolutely subversive to physics. The only explanation is the dark energy and dark matter that have not been detected. In this way, the achievements that Umbrella has made now seem very logical. It should be that a certain laboratory discovered this thing, and then kept it secret, slowly found a way to use it, and waited until it accumulated enough advantages before it came out to attack from all sides. This is a very ambitious organization. Are they going to announce the results? After Wang got Lin Shurqing's hint, he should also understand what should happen. After all, if it is research, it has already started research. Yes, the beautiful Atomic Energy Agency should be making an official announcement soon. Okay, just publish a theoretical paper. Umbrella will publish it directly. Wang didn't want to take on this hot reputation, so he just found a tool person to take the blame. Silver. It's silver. There is also silver in their filter membrane, and the atomic structure also has a certain regularity. But how do they achieve precise control? In a laboratory that looks very sci-fi. A lot of Umbrella's newly released filter membranes are already lying here. Through the instruments here, they directly found the concept map of the silver atomic division mixed in it. And here, there is not only this filter membrane, but also a lot of every Umbrella product here. Just like an Umbrella exhibition. Is there a precise arrangement of silver that can interfere with the atomic level? This must be the law of a certain dark matter itself. If it can really be controlled, then it is not difficult to do this. Damn. It must be in their factories. Can't they just send troops directly? Looking at this result, these people are both enthusiastic and irritated. It's right in front of us, but we can't see through the secret. So, they took the lead in developing Umbrella's security. They must have a drug that can influence other people's minds to a certain extent and a strengthening transformation technology. They started after this product came out, and they were sure to gain a foothold. They know us very well. The other member was also unwilling. They are researchers, internationally renowned scientists, and scholars. But at the same time, they are also half of the senior members of the organization. They are capable and ambitious. If Umbrella didn't have Umbrella security, they would have too many means to get what they want. Gangs, spies, mercenaries, and even terrorists are all fine. If it doesn't work, they can also mobilize the beautiful special forces. However, Umbrella has demonstrated their special warfare capabilities through many actions. To be honest, small-scale confrontations are really unbeatable, and the gap is obvious. So now almost everyone tacitly agrees that Umbrella has some kind of strengthening means. But it should be very expensive, and the production is limited. If you really want to make them surrender by force, you can only use the big guys. But the biotechnology of these bastards is too advanced. If they can't kill with one strike, the whole world will probably be buried with them. Organizations that have made many breakthroughs with these culture media can be said to understand the strength of Umbrella's technology the best. If a zombie virus appears that can infect the mucous membrane through droplets and aerosols and enter the incubation period, it will be really screwed. Because of this, they are helpless. In fact, if they can, they don't mind absorbing Umbrella. But there is no doubt that they can't come out to be younger brothers after hiding for so long and making such complete preparations. Even if they really join the organization, they must have a firm grasp of the key technologies. Judging from their own experience, they all know that this is impossible. Chapter 358 Naming Magic. On the use of silver elements to determine the existence of a certain dark matter. An ordinary paper was published in Science, and the source was an ordinary researcher from Umbrella. However, the sensation caused by it, and the significance it represents shocked all researchers around the world. What? Dark matter has been discovered? It can even have a certain impact? To put it bluntly, even if only dark matter is discovered, or one of the dark matter is discovered, it is enough to win the Nobel Prize. As an example, the nucleus of an atom only occupies a few hundred billionths of the volume of an atom, which is equivalent to a bean in the middle of a large stadium. And because it is not affected by electromagnetic force, dark matter itself can freely shuttle and cover that vast area. In this case, the current means of discovering dark matter first is to use a deep laboratory to wait for the extremely small probability of dark matter and ordinary matter to be tangent, so as to observe the subtle changes in ordinary matter to characterize it. Many countries are currently doing research in this area, but they are only aiming for discovery. Yes, just for discovery to better improve some basic models. But Umbrella here is good, and directly threw out a heavy news. Not only did they discover dark matter a long time ago, but they also found a way to influence dark matter. Oh my god! What the hell is this? It has been 20 years since the discovery of neutrinos, and the biggest prospect so far is to use it in the field of detection. But here you directly found dark matter, and there is also a certain degree of interference. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. However, for some forces who are deeply studying the history of Umbrella's rise, and have begun to focus on the study of silver elements, they did not feel too surprised. They even have some expectations, because they are groping from scratch. It can be said that there are many difficulties, and there are difficulties everywhere, just waiting for the blind cat to meet the dead mouse. Umbrella here has issued a corresponding paper. Even if you know that it will definitely not be disclosed, you can understand that there must be something new. Sure enough, the paper states that they found some clues to the existence of dark matter through observing the silver element and some special arrangements of silver atoms. After in-depth research, they found that the interference of silver on dark matter can play some practical roles. For example, Liege electrode. For example, culture medium. In many attempts and explorations, we have found several ways to use silver. Now we will publish some basic experimental data. We hope that everyone will work together to explore the characteristics of this dark matter or dark energy. At present, we have named this new substance magic. Magic, the name of this dark matter or dark energy. In fact, the difference between dark matter and dark energy is also very simple. That is, dark matter itself has mass to participate in gravity, while dark energy is usually expressed as repulsion. And the two will also transform into each other. So it is reasonable that magic has both characteristics. The construction of large-scale fiber structures in the starry sky, the connection between galaxies, etc. are all affected by this unobservable substance. There has been little controversy over the existence of dark matter. The only controversial part is the different forms of existence. Now, Umbrella directly and in detail describes the experiment of the influence of silver elements on magic power, which is an experiment that can be reproduced using scientific and technological means. The simplest magic pattern is composed of silver atoms. After irradiating it with ultraviolet level aurora rays, it is found that the phenomenon of mass energy non-conservation occurs here. Through indirect observation, it can be found that photons seem to have disappeared out of thin air, as if absorbed and transformed by something. And if the structure of silver is destroyed, the disappeared photons are released again. It seems to be stored in the pattern composed of silver atoms out of thin air. As soon as the paper came out, the price of silver rose and soared like a rocket. However, soon someone discovered that after Umbrella settled in Mexico, Timo almost completed the acquisition and control of Mexico's silver mines. No wonder Umbrella chose that place at the beginning. Mexico is the world's #1 silver production capacity. This directly controlled Umbrella, in addition to the carnival of silver prices here. After everyone saw the simple magic pattern, they immediately understood why Umbrella named this energy magic power. Because it looked mysterious. It was precisely because of Umbrella's naming that it soon attracted a frenzy in the media and on the internet. Or a revival may be underway. Magic power. What a wonderful name. Perhaps everyone can become a master of magic. Shocking. The emergence of magic power may represent that some of our previous ignorant superstitions have deeper reasons. By observing the pattern of this magic pattern, it can be found that the ancient alchemists and the Eastern talismans have some similar icons. Various titles, various discoveries. Because the reverie brought about by Umbrella's naming will naturally lead to some ancient heritage things. In addition, a large number of people who are said to have experienced supernatural events appeared on the internet at one time. Of course, some of this may be true, but most of them are probably scammers who follow the trend to attract attention. Even for a time, in addition to the East, all kinds of strange sects appeared in various places. Cults like the Flying Noodles cult and the Mahjong cult are also trying to fish in troubled waters. While the foreign internet is in chaos, the domestic internet is relatively rational and calm. But the rationality is limited. The main reason is that the word magic represents too many meanings. In particular, the lines drawn by the silver atoms themselves can indeed match many magic patterns, talismans, and other symbols, which is very imaginative. Hack! I knew that Umbrella was abnormal. Indeed, Umbrella has brought too many changes. Is this the revival of spiritual energy? It's completely unbelievable. Do we really have any means of cultivation? Can we open the door to some new worlds? I have arrived at Zhongnan Mountain and am seeking a master. I am also going to kneel on the top of Mount Tai for a while to see if there are any immortals who will accept me. If there are no immortals, there may be 9 dragons pulling coffins, teaching people to cultivate step by step. The following is my foundation building cultivation course for 9.9 yuan. You can try it first. If you succeed, you can buy the follow-up from me. Surging and boiling with passion. This is what many young people who yearn for these things think. However, Umbrella soon made a corresponding official announcement. Based on our company's research on magic, I'm afraid it is not the same as the magic that everyone imagines. In fact, when we discovered it, we also specially looked for many masters in the industry. And the conclusions we got are consistent with our research. Maybe there are some inherited skills, but because the influence on magic is too small, it can hardly affect our daily life. At present, we are working in this direction. Just like when some scientists said that particle colliders can create artificial black holes, which led to a group of people protesting. Here, controlled nuclear fusion is described as an artificial sun. And some people say that if there is a war, throw the sun over and burn them to death, etc. Sometimes some normal scientific phenomena will cause great ambiguity and misunderstanding due to different understandings. Now Umbrella is also like this time. Even if their official announcement has cooled down, it still leads to a trend. But at this time, the person in charge of the Atomic Energy Agency also came out to express his own views. Great Umbrella. In fact, after accidentally discovering that Umbrella's products all contain more or less silver elements, we are also conducting in-depth corresponding research. We have indeed found some abnormalities, but far less than what Umbrella has announced. We hope that for the progress of human civilization, everyone can cooperate honestly and not hide anything for the sake of civilization. While wearing a high hat, he began to squeeze them as usual. Although we already know the nature of Umbrella, it won't lose a piece of meat to try anyway. Continuous testing. This has always been their habit. And these words also caused a lot of cheers and support. But Umbrella said it back. If all technology companies in the world release their patents and technologies, and everyone works together to move forward, we have no objection. Umbrella's understated answer looked like he was going to smash all the pots on you, and directly pulled out their double standards and whipped their corpses. Chapter 359 Reshuffle. In fact, given Umbrella's past behavior, the spokesperson of the great beautiful atomic energy also knew that it was hopeless. But for them, no matter whether it is useful or not, it is always worthwhile to try it first. In the logic of Western civilization, there is no such thing as face or embarrassment. There are many cases of changing orders every day and spitting in the face. Anyway, try it first. If you accept it, then you win. If you don't accept it, then I don't lose anything. There are many cases where it is natural for me to sanction you, and your reverse reciprocity is an obstacle to free trade. Umbrella's response was also within their expectations. Anyway, they just said it verbally, and then turned around and started a large number of attempts. They didn't believe it. We have the most advanced instruments, the most advanced technology, and the most advanced talents. Since you can try it out, then we can definitely do it. After all, there are several ready-made combinations now, and there must be some rules in it. The trouble is that it may be difficult to find the specific structure that can interfere with the atomic order. But they believe that even if Umbrella discovered dark matter in advance and found a way to influence it, it would definitely not exceed too much in such a short time. After all, as far as their current products are concerned, epic making is epic making. Innovation is innovation. But everything is still based on the current technology tree and still talks about basic rules. What? Can you still make controlled nuclear fusion? After using Connie's lens, the Pyongyang is ready to try the first nuclear fusion ignition with positive energy gain. Although it is pure reaction energy, not total input and total output, it will be enough to make a big book when it succeeds. And it can be handed over to the spiritual de Pyongyang everywhere to brag and promote. While they invested a lot of resources to try to crack the silver sequence, they were also trying to steal Umbrella's own information. It's just that Umbrella's confidentiality work has always been too strong, and its special warfare capabilities are too strong. So counterintelligence and agents are completely easy to catch. I don't know how many people have been lost, and it's also quite difficult to turn their personnel over. And even some spies sent out have gradually lost contact, and even sent back false news. In fact, human nature is difficult to control. For intelligence organizations, long-term spies sent out should be considered dead when they are sent out. And they should be cautious even if they send back messages, no matter who they are. It's just that Umbrella's loss rate still makes them feel unusually headache. And Umbrella's official announcement this time has also caused a carnival in the academic community. For a while, Umbrella's recruitment of scientific researchers has also seemed to be much smoother. A large number of top experts who want to learn about this new substance are actively trying to integrate into it. Of course, there must be nails in it, but Umbrella does not refuse anyone. For those who come in first, let's study some surface first. When the Dihua technique is not enough, or you are willing to sign a more stringent agreement, then we can conduct in-depth research. Anyway, the first batch of scholars recruited by Umbrella have almost all begun to come into contact with some abnormal core knowledge, and the help they can provide is also quite large. Whether it is Wang Yi or Lin Shichin, they both need enough inspiration to go deeper. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. This is not just a saying. No one is perfect. One person cannot be all round. There will always be negligence. So there will be a team of staff. And when the scale of legal affairs and finance reaches a certain level, they will also be teamed. It can be said that before Umbrella's products came out this time, most of them were just micro-innovations. That is, some upgrades completed on existing products. It is indeed strong. And many of them are even in a monopoly position. But it doesn't mean that you can't turn without you. Many products in the laboratory can actually reach many parameters of Umbrella products. But they can't be made so well. The cost is high. And they can't be used commercially. If you leave Umbrella, you can only use a slightly worse one. And now, the intervention in dark matter and the use of magic are unique to Umbrella. It has reached the point where a large category can be completely derived. Then, slowly, professionals also discovered new highlights. That is the magic number. When they began to study the intervention of silver elements on dark matter, they unexpectedly discovered that the magic number was a perfect match. They even used some mathematical formulas in the magic number and relied on some existing examples of atomic arrangement to deduce several new atomic arrangement structures. I don't know what it is used for, but it should be useful. This is surprising, but it seems natural. Wang Yi, the young mathematician, has always had a good relationship with Umbrella. He should have been deeply involved in Umbrella's experiments and must have played a very important role. In addition to Wang Yi, they also found that many researchers hired by Umbrella had disappeared and seemed to be in a highly confidential place. They occasionally contacted their relatives, which seemed normal, but they never showed up. Obviously, they probably started to contact the core of Umbrella and signed some confidentiality agreements. At the same time, their families began to be taken away by Umbrella and were properly arranged. It seems that Wang Yi, the great mathematician, probably wanted to enjoy life. So he did not sign a deeper cooperation with Umbrella and started his own company. Because of his talent and achievements in magic numbers, he was qualified to cooperate with Umbrella on an equal footing. Silver mines. Damn. They are all in their hands. A Mexican congressman was a little upset at this time. Now that the price of silver has skyrocketed, it can be said that it is a good time for Mexico to make a fortune. However, more than 90% of the silver mines in the country are now in the hands of Umbrella. They can only watch helplessly. Not bad. At least Umbrella has begun to fulfill its promise to drive away those guys outside. At least, my hometown will no longer have to worry about water in the future. Another elderly congressman, Hubert, in his office also sighed as he looked at the sunset outside the window. He knew why this old man was so irritable. Because not long ago, Umbrella acquired his family's silver mine at a premium. At that time, the old man was happy to show off to him. And now the things he sold suddenly skyrocketed. Probably because he was unbalanced. We can't just let it go. Absolutely not. They did it on purpose. They must have done it on purpose. Knowing that the price would increase, so they came to take advantage. Seeing that his old friend hadn't gotten over his emotions yet, Counselor Hubert also sighed. Dude, you need to calm down. The price increase is because of their technology. Don't do stupid things. I'm leaving first. You should be alone for a while. After saying that, Hubert turned around, opened the door, and left the office. The counselor in the office was smoking a cigar, and he became more and more angry in the smoke. You did it on purpose. You are so rich, but you still come to cheat me. Gradually, his face became hideous, and then he sat down at the desk and logged into the mailbox, typed a few words, and sent them over. I agree. I have to pay more. However, when he pressed the OK button, the screen in front of him was in a delayed spinning state, which made him move the mouse and click involuntarily. But the mouse was still spinning. This made him smash it twice in anger. After smashing it, the email had a reply. You want to oppose local merchants? Looking at this reply, the congressman was stunned and a little puzzled. What does it have to do with local merchants? Those deep-rooted guys have already extended their tentacles into all walks of life. Apart from Umbrella's special warfare and decapitation capabilities that can suppress everything, there is really no other good solution. What does the other party mean by this? Then, with the sound of beeping emails, new emails appeared. Do you know the price of opposing local merchants here? Wait. I don't object. The congressman kept typing on the keyboard, but it was meaningless, and the computer didn't respond at all. Slowly, he also felt something was wrong, and then quickly pulled up the coat on the hanger and walked outside. However, just as he opened the door, several men with tattoos on their collars appeared at the door of his office, and each of them had a black pistol in his hand. You want to clean up our business? The leader smiled. Wait. But before the terrified congressman could utter a word, the gunshots from Bayubu had already riddled him to pieces, and he fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 360 Acquisition. Umbrella rarely takes the initiative to engage in real business wars. But it is not that it does not know how to use it. Mexico is a base, and it is impossible for it to always have time to dally with a group of politicians. Being too easy to talk to will be considered as having concerns and weakness. Once you start to pretend and start to take advantage of others, there will be more troubles in the future. There are many people who are willing to take risks in the face of interests. In this case, after initially entering the water affairs, Umbrella directly started the mode of cutting the Gordian knot. Having been rooted in Mexico for so long, the employees here cannot be unprepared. It can be said that they have already been classified and divided. And with Lin Shurchin's surveillance to lock it, there will be no accidents at all. And the way it was handled, it could not be Umbrella's hand. Umbrella is a responsible security company. The public security in Mexico is very bad. This kind of thing. It's commonplace. Just get used to it. In the car. At home. In the office. In the toilet. Those who don't know their own weight and want to push for more have all suffered the backlash of the underground forces in Mexico without exception. However, if there is only a part of consensus, as long as there is no clear opposition, Umbrella will tolerate it. Even if it is money and interests that pave the way, it is no problem. What is needed now is to get it done as quickly as possible. On the one hand, there are rumors about the end of Bayubu everywhere, and on the other hand, there are enough profits. In addition, Umbrella itself has indeed brought a lot of employment, tax revenue and infrastructure to Mexico, and has also rectified the order, which has made the atmosphere in Mexico much better overall. So even the few elites in Mexico, those who are truly ambitious, do not have strong resistance to Umbrella. At the same time, Umbrella also began to formally extend its tentacles to other important industries in Mexico that are controlled by foreign capital. Impossible. This is not a matter of money. You Umbrella should also be reasonable. Right? This is not a water system that can be decided by the Mexican authorities. We have the North American Free Trade Agreement. Private property is sacred and inviolable. If we don't want to sell, you can't buy it. In the representative office of Bunge Group in Mexico, Bunge's agent looked at Junichiro, who came to represent Umbrella in front of him. His face was livid. When Umbrella moved the water system, they actually had a premonition. But it was still a little unbelievable when it really fell on their heads. The water system has the intervention of the Mexican authorities, and the matter has become so big that there is really no way. But the farms were not a problem when they defeated the Mexican farmers. Now the food is just a little more expensive. But it is not like the water supply that has the problem of drinking water difficulties. Just like the current beverage factories still have private wells. These things are not taken back just because you want to take them back. Unlike the water business, which is mainly controlled by Gaul and Britain. Gaul and Britain are out of reach and can only accept defeat. But the Pyongyang is right next door. The strength and distance are not in the same dimension. The pressure and confidence are also not on the same level. I think you'd better sell it. After all, those local merchants are killing people everywhere now. And we don't have time to deal with these matters. Junichiro sat here expressionlessly, talking calmly about something that made people feel scared. We have always kept our distance from them. They grow their crops. And we grow our crops. As long as you don't cause trouble. The agent of Bunge had just finished speaking when Junichiro explained the situation. Oh, we just cleared their plantation and are now planting our medicinal herbs. The soil here is quite fertile. Junichiro's words almost made Bunge's agent's nose run. What? Is this something that humans can do? Junichiro seemed to think about it, looked at the time, and then said to him, You should still be able to see it on the news now. You can confirm it. As soon as the voice fell, Bunge's agent quickly began to check the information, and made a phone call while reading. Sure enough, he got feedback soon. Umbrella robbed the territory of those merchants. Are you kidding me? It's a sin. Out of humanitarianism. We did not adopt an annihilation war this time, but just drove them away. After all, most of them were forced into this situation by you. The subsequent words directly pushed Bunge's agent against the wall. At the beginning, it was because of the dumping of their 4 major grain merchants that the overall agriculture of Mexico was defeated. Then, except for the high-quality areas they entered and acquired, the remaining ones that had not yet gone bankrupt began to use other means. And now, their territory is gone directly. According to the news, Umbrella obtained the approval and authorization of the Mexican authorities. So where will the merchants who have lost their territory now target? Sell it? Junichiro tilted his head and calmly continued to ask the questions he had already asked. Since he no longer had the troubles of women, he felt that he was completely detached. And he liked this feeling now. Can we hire you to help guard it? Bunge's agent was still trying to save the situation, showing a wry smile. We don't have enough manpower. Please allow me to contact the headquarters. Finally, he still sighed. As an agent of a place, doing so is somewhat incompetent. But the opponent is too strong. Cargill, Bunge, ADM and Louis Dreyfus. Except for the last one from Gull. The other 3 are all from Pyongyang. Relying on the large amount of funds in hand, the influence and channels of related fertilizers in hand, and the control of various regions in the world. The 4 major grain traders control 80% of the global grain trade. They have too many means to coerce opponents to compromise. And they can even make the Pyongyang authorities cooperate with their actions. Even the domestic country has been cheated by them. And if it were not for the bottomless reserves of staple food to repel them, the consequences might be worse. Joining the WTO in the millennium opened up soybeans, and the tax rate was reduced to 3%. The 4 major grain traders immediately used ultra-low-priced soybeans to fill domestic oil-pressing enterprises. The 4 major grain traders were also very patient. They spent 4 years feeding continuously, and waited until they could not leave before cooperating with the Pyongyang's policies to start crazy speculation on soybean prices. Most of the international production is in their hands. The oil mills that have become accustomed to this kind of supply were really confused when suddenly faced with such prices. At that time, relying on domestic soybean production could no longer satisfy them. Even at that time, the authorities of Damai came out to make an official announcement. The Ministry of Agriculture of Damai directly said that it was preparing to reduce soybean production, which further fueled the price fire. Money itself is just money, and it cannot represent materials. The gap of this kind of bulk commodity cannot appear out of thin air, and it needs a cycle to make up. So once the quantity is insufficient, there is no way. The price rose accordingly. It directly exceeded more than $1,000 per ton, and there is still an upward trend. In this case, domestic oil mills can only bite their teeth and sign a large order to prepare a batch of goods. In this case of soaring raw material prices, the price of their finished products can also be raised at that time. So they are not too panicked in their hearts, thinking that the goal this year is to ensure that there is no loss. It is okay. But just as they completed the contract, almost before and after, the authorities of Damai came out again, saying that they would correct their plan for reducing soybean production, and even continue to increase production. This directly confused domestic oil mills collectively, and the price of soybeans was cut in half overnight. Now that the price of soybeans has dropped, their original idea of raising product prices is naturally gone, and they instantly lost all competitiveness and are on the verge of bankruptcy. It was at this time that the 4 major grain traders either acquired or participated in or formed joint ventures, and eventually took control of 70% of the domestic refined oil. Yes, The authorities of the world's most powerful country were lobbied by businessmen to directly slap themselves in the face, changing their orders every day to affect the price of bulk commodities. This is naturally similar to the stock god on Capitol Hill. Chapter 361. Courage is commendable. Congratulations. You won. But I hope you can accept their backlash. Jackals are jackals after all. You cut off their financial resources. All representatives of the 4 major grain merchants. After learning that many of their leaders had been shot and killed, that there were already news that their land had been occupied, and that the Mexican authorities were unable to deal with it, finally had no choice but to withdraw. But they didn't want to just let it go. After leaving safely, they would definitely secretly subsidize those guys whose financial resources were cut off, and let them serve as vanguards. They wanted to make Umbrella never peaceful. So what if you have strong special warfare capabilities? After all, there are only so many of you. You will never be able to get out of the quagmire. Oh! In fact, the profit of our normal drugs and culture media is higher than that of contraband. Ordinary farmers can just come here to continue planting, and their wages will remain unchanged. The Umbrella representative who signed the contract had a flat tone. There are many farmers in Mexico who are involved in planting contraband, and many of them are ordinary people. If there is a comprehensive suppression, the impact will be too great. After all, everyone still has their own relatives. It is easy to push Umbrella to the forefront and fall into a situation of confrontation with ordinary people. But now the sales of Enkangding are here, and the special culture medium itself also needs materials. Now that magic power has been made public, Umbrella's previous excuses are naturally clear. It's not that there are special materials in the East at all. This is all transformed by Umbrella itself. The papers on magic power have been published, and there is no point in hiding it. Anyway, the sanctions are directly carried out, and the moral kidnapping in the front has also been reversed. The entire patent structure of the West is here, when they can still give more benefits themselves. There is really no good way for the time being. They can only continue to study the bill. After solving the biggest problem of ordinary people, the remaining really vicious people who want to explode will be crushed to death. Anyway, either join Umbrella's own farm to change their ways, or go to Colombia and other regions. It's not just Mexico that can grow it. Umbrella is not the customs anyway, so the route you continue to smuggle to Pyongyang is not blocked. If there is a way to survive, these guys who have suffered from Umbrella will naturally choose to divert, and not choose to resist. However, because the speed is too fast, there will definitely be pain. But most of it is still in the farm area outside the city. It's a Hollywood blockbuster for a while. The Mexican authorities have also issued a lot of reminders. And don't go out of the city if you have nothing to do recently. However, not everyone can get the reminder. For example, some illegal immigrants who have come all the way from South America and finally arrived in Mexico after trekking through mountains and rivers obviously don't get this kind of reminder. Chin Fong looked at the vast farms in Mexico in front of him and the green crops in the farmland, and finally felt relieved. It's the last step. The last level. Soon, you can reach the beacon of freedom. Chin Fong was born in a small county town. Although he came from an ordinary family, he had never had to worry about food and clothing since childhood. It was just that he did not study well when he was young, and he did not even get into a junior college after graduating from high school. But at that time, Chin Fong thought, what's the point of going to college? After graduation, won't you still work for those bosses who haven't even graduated from junior high school? His sister is such an example. So studying is useless. And doing this is a shortcut. Then he asked his family to give him money to start a business. Those people can do it. And of course, he can do it as well as he is excellent. First, he invested in catering. He heard that catering was very profitable. So he partnered with a chef with good cooking skills. But he lost everything after holding on for a year. In the end, he sold his shares to the chef for 100,000 and got 10,000 back. But he comforted himself that he had found experience. So he asked his family for it again. This time he felt that this wild way would not work. So he went to find a very popular franchise brand to join. And he was ready to make a big one at a time. He invested 300,000 yuan in total. But not only did he not get back even 1/10 of the previous capital, but he still owed tens of thousands. It was still the old couple who gritted their teeth and took out the last coffin capital to pay it back. And this was also considered to have squeezed out their last money. And they had nothing except a house. At this time, Chin Fong still wanted them to sell the house and let him try again. However, what he got in return was only the disappointed eyes of the old couple. They tried their best to persuade him to find a factory job first. But Chin Feng got furious and slammed the door and left. He was about to succeed, but they were unwilling to support him. They were really short-sighted. He even had to go to the factory himself? Why should I work for others? The salary is not as high as that of a woman like my sister. This is unfair. The world is unfair. After that, Chin Feng blamed his family for his experience, and even blamed the country. If he changed places, he would definitely be able to take advantage of the wind. This place was too pedantic. From then on, he began to yearn for the beacon of freedom on the other side of the ocean under some chicken soup literature, and became a real spiritual beauty. Every day, looking at the photos of the motherland in his mind, he unexpectedly calmed his mood a lot. It would be great if he was born there. Even after getting married and having children under the arrangement of his family, he still didn't feel it all. Originally, how could he marry such an ordinary woman? It was all delayed until he saw a big V named Su Silong, who flew there directly on a tourist visa and went there illegally. He knew that he would not be deported after entering the country illegally. So he had a new idea. If you work hard for 3 years, you can live in a big villa, and the rest is pure profit. Look, even a well-known domestic professor has gone there. It must be right. You must believe in their vision. At first, Chin Feng also thought of a tourist visa, but it was not approved. Almost rejected in seconds. So he thought of the crooked way he saw on the forum. Go online. And since he decided to go there and not come back, he can borrow money. This is definitely a considerable fortune. Enough to pay the agency fee, and can also be used as initial capital. Then, he went through all the newly emerging online loans, cashed out all the credit cards at the bank, and borrowed from all relatives, friends, colleagues, classmates, and other people he could think of. He got a full 400,000. Originally, he was planning to go alone. But then he saw some tips on the forum saying that if you have children, you will not be deported even if you are caught on the spot. And you can even eat and drink in the refugee camp. So he finally gritted his teeth and took his wife and 5-year-old son with him. They were lucky to be able to follow him to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Although his wife was unwilling, she might have been arranged to marry him. His wife was originally the most honest and decent woman, so she chose to believe her husband. So, after paying the agency fee, exchanging the US dollars in the corresponding account through the channel, and getting some cash, they also started their official line-walking career. First fly to Husky country, then fly to Ecuador, and then past Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, and finally arrive at the beacon of civilization, crossing the tropical rainforest, hiking in the Death Canyon, and going through thousands of hardships. He finally arrived at the last stop. On the way, he regretted it, and he was terrified when he saw the corpses on the roadside. He was stopped by the border guards in Honduras for extortion. He was angry when his wife was insulted, and he was worried when his son was dehydrated when crossing the tropical rainforest. But in the end, he overcame all the hardships and successfully arrived here. Compared with those who died on the road, his family came here alive, which was very lucky. Wife, I know you are angry. Don't worry. I am not the kind of unreasonable person. I will not despise you. When you pass through here, wait for me to enjoy the good life, Chin Feng said confidently, looking at his wife, who was holding the child with disheveled hair and wooden eyes. In return, he only got a numb look from his wife. After tightening the child's hand, he finally said nothing. Hey, you guys over there. What are you doing? However, at this time, several big men with tattoos came out from the direction of the farm and looked at them with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 362 Bad Habits. Chin Feng looked at the flower-armed man in front of him, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. However, he had arrived here after a dangerous journey. He was no longer the same person as before. He was only one step away from the lighthouse of freedom. He was no longer the same person, because his smart bracelet had been robbed on the road. He could only take out his mobile phone to turn on the simultaneous translation. However, before he could say anything, the flower-armed man over there changed his face, rushed up and slapped him to the ground. What are you doing? Do you want to secretly take pictures or report? Uh-huh. You want to collect the bounty. And you are not afraid of losing your life. Do you think we are dead? After this slap, Chin Feng's molars fell out. His head was buzzing, and he said indistinctly in the only poor English he knew, I don't know English. I need a translator. While speaking, he pointed at the mobile phone on the ground with his hands and feet. This action in poor English also made several flower-armed men breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an illegal immigrant, which is common. After all, Mexico is an important gateway to the border. After looking at the woman, she smelled bad all over. The few people didn't have any special thoughts, and then waved their hands at him in disdain. Don't look around. It will kill you. The main road is over there. After crawling over and turning on the translator again, Chen Feng's face was full of flattering and ingratiating smiles. Thank you. Thank you for showing me the way. He stood up with a swollen face, enduring the pain of tooth loss, and kept bowing after seeing them leave. They're gone. The hoarse voice came out of his wife's mouth, making Chen Feng's expression stiff. He then coughed and put on the majesty of the head of the family and said, You still have to be careful when you go out. In China, he cursed his mother every day, his family, and the country, saying that this is not good and that is not right. On the internet, he is the only one who is in power. But after experiencing a series of encounters on the road, his temper has undoubtedly bettered a lot. All kinds of understanding, all kinds of consideration for others. Looking at their appearance, they might be the local merchants. I heard people on the road say that they kill people without long eyes, but it seems that is exaggerated. I suddenly offended them with my mobile phone. They are still reasonable and willing to let us go. There is no robbery. It is indeed different in a place closer to civilization. Chen Feng's appearance and words made his wife just smile coldly, but did not say much. The experience along the way made her understand that in such a place, if there is no man to protect her, it would be really difficult for her and her son to continue. In any case, Chen Feng is still tall and strong and has some deterrence. Let's go. Find a city first, and then find a way to get a motorcycle. According to the strategy given by the agent before, Mexico can properly enter the refugee camp. Chen Feng glanced at his wife and children. With women and children, they can get more protection to a certain extent and will not be deported. Moreover, they have a sum of money in the bank, which was transferred by the agent specifically to deal with possible expenses on the line. You can't bring too much cash. No matter how well you hide it, it will be robbed. Generally, you take a little and use it. Just as they were heading along the road to the next city or town, suddenly, there was a loud gunshot behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Looking back, he found that the big flower arms were rushing towards his side like crazy, running and moving in a snake-like manner. But in this situation, they still fell one after another. In the end, only one person came to the front, and then pushed them fiercely, blocking them here, and then turned and jumped into the river, and disappeared. When he came to the three people, the gunshot stopped. After a while, two fully armed fighters came over, looking at the frightened family of three and asked calmly, Are you okay? The mobile phone translator, which had been turned on, also translated this. Looking up, Chen Feng saw the umbrella logo on the armed personnel. He was very familiar with this logo. He had seen it in China. It was a very famous company, and it also cured his hepatitis B. But he didn't like this company very much, because his spiritual motherland didn't like it. He had been swearing on the internet, and repeatedly stated that he had serious sequelae after curing hepatitis B. Moreover, he knew that this company had a good reputation, and it seemed that it had given up many money-making projects in order to please the country. It was a saintly company. He didn't shoot before because he was concerned about himself and his family. Then, all the suffering, frustrations, and grievances he had suffered along the way suddenly broke out. At that moment, he also pulled his face and returned to his face in China. The distortion that he had been enduring on the road broke out completely. Didn't you see that I fell? It's okay. Are you kidding me? There are ordinary people here. And you shoot? What if we get hurt? Can't you wait until we leave before you do it? Are you kidding me? Security company. Security. These words made the two fully armed umbrella security personnel look confused. Damn. Are the guns in our hands models? So brave? Looking at them, they seem to be illegal immigrants. The translator just spoke Chinese. Right? Is the translator broken? Or did we hear it wrong? How did they get here? Is there anything wrong? One of them was so hot-tempered that he couldn't help but want to fight. They had never been wronged like this in Mexico. But he was soon stopped by his partner. Forget it. Let's burn out our brains. Let's go. Leave? Did you see the children and women? Just leave. Do you still have humanitarian spirit? Don't drive us to the border? I'm going to die. Umbrella beat people. beat women and children, and left women and children alone. Chen Feng immediately started to shout on the street. He took out his mobile phone and started shooting at the umbrella badge without caring if there were anyone nearby. At the same time, his other hand was pulling his wife's clothes outside the camera of the mobile phone. After a lot of them were torn and fell off, he turned around and shot at his wife and son. Killing people. They still have guns. Look. This is the umbrella you admire. Shooting in front of us ordinary people. Almost killing us. In the end, he almost roared at the camera. But what greeted him was the sound of the team member who had dissuaded him from loading the gun. And he raised the muzzle directly. Wait. Don't kill him. You will be punished. The man who was originally hot-tempered at the side, at this moment, suppressed the muzzle of his partner's gun. He knew that his partner would really shoot if he raised his gun. Forget about this man. But the numb woman and child next to him should not be affected. And it did violate the company's regulations. What? You still want to scare me with a gun? Shoot. Shoot here. He skillfully used the same tricks as before, and kept pointing at his head with his head down. The reason why he was rejected for the interview was because he had a criminal record. And it was not the first or second time that he had collided. Anyway, it was not a serious matter. It didn't matter if he stayed in for 2 days and then came out. In the past, he felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw the group of hatted people helpless with him. As long as he was not afraid of being detained. It didn't matter if he did something extraordinary. He felt like a fighter. Now, it is the same. Do you dare? Bang. A kick from the military leather boots directly hit his face. Far more than the big earlobes of the big flower arm before. The bridge of the nose was broken. The teeth fell out. And the nose was bleeding. Tears, snot, blood, and saliva mixed together and turned into a big dye vat. His head was buzzing. And he was full of doubts. How dare they? Aren't they afraid that being exposed will affect their reputation? I will upload the video to the cloud disk later. And also the way I looked after being beaten. He climbed up with difficulty. And looked at the muzzle of the gun that had already shown a double shadow in front of him. And he suddenly calmed down. Duh. Continuous bullets shot around his body, causing him to scream in fear and curl up continuously. Bullet holes appeared on the ground. And the mud splashed and shot onto his face, revealing scratches. The last shot blew up his fruit phone. Ceasefire. The hot barrel pressed directly on his face, like a branding iron. White smoke came out with a sizzle, giving off the smell of barbecue, and also caused him to scream and tilt his head back. A large piece of skin was stuck down. Oh! It's not thick. The grumpy man pulled down the mask, revealing a white face, squatted down and smiled. Chen Feng was so shocked that he suppressed the pain on his face. It turned out to be a white man. This made him shrink again, and his originally burly body seemed to be even more hunched. The grumpy young man reached out his gloved hand and patted his face, holding his face with his palm, and put his thumb into his mouth and pulled it hard. You should be glad that we don't want to shoot his father in front of a child. Remember my appearance? You are welcome to come back for revenge anytime after you become rich. After saying that, he threw him to the ground like a rag, and then turned back to the terrified mother and son and said, Sorry, I scared you. But, forget it. It's your own choice. As he finished speaking, he touched his body, and then took out 2 compressed biscuits and handed them to the woman. Our company developed a single soldier ration, which is high in calories and tastes good. I see you are hungry too. So eat it. And don't give it to him. Then he returned to the old man who had dissuaded him before and raised the gun behind him and said, Let's go. Senior. There is still work to be done. Well, not bad. You have grown up. Help him pull the mask back. And the old man seemed to smile under his mask, and then ignored the family of 3 and went straight back to the original farm. Chapter 363 Misunderstanding. Do you need dental implants? It only costs $1,800 per tooth. In the small town hospital, the doctor said as he looked at the big tooth-filling customer in front of him. This made Chen Feng's face change, and he waved his hands to refuse, although they still have some money in their account. It is the startup capital after they arrive at the lighthouse of civilization, so they can't waste it. But the money for the broken nose can't be saved. He spent $7,000 directly, which made him feel very distressed. There are also burns on the face, and the wounds need to be cleaned. It's all umbrella. Did you take a picture? Feeling the pain on his face and mouth, and feeling a large sum of money being taken out of his pocket, Chen Feng felt distressed and angry, which was a double torture. This is the money he earned by his own ability, but it is his key startup capital. At the beginning, after borrowing from everyone, paying the agency fee and the handling fee for the laundering, there was not much left. In the end, he took out less than $10,000 for treatment. All umbrella. Hearing Chen Feng's words, his wife just shook her head woodenly. You useless bastard. How can you be so stupid? Give me your phone. Damn it. There's no network there. Otherwise, if I save it to the cloud disk, it will expose them directly. Thinking of his broken iPhone, he felt so distressed. Then he took his wife's Xiaomi phone and asked about the hospital's Wi-Fi to connect to the internet. The agent took so much money and still helped them do something. At least some operations were no longer a problem. He immediately returned to China and prepared to post a long video of accusation. He posted photos of himself before and during the injury, as well as his current appearance after treatment and bandage, and the expensive bill. Just when he edited a long essay, he wrote about how Umbrella was lawless, killing people in the street, and endangering passers-by like him according to his own logic. Before he sent it, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. He looked up and saw the big man with tattoos who he had met once, standing in front of him with several other people. This made him look shocked and retreated in panic. You? What do you want to do? You're the one who informed? Are the illegal immigrants so bold now? The tattooed man laughed coldly. Come out. Let's talk. He didn't care about the guy's injuries. He had hit him before. It might be because of that collision. He was even quite satisfied with his strength. At least now that the wound was cleaned, except for the bandages on the nose and burns, Chen Feng's face was much cleaner. No, we didn't inform, Chen Feng said in a panic, relying on the translation software. If he was regarded as an informer, he would die. What are you doing? But at this moment, the doctor who came to sell dental implants came over and scolded several people. This made Chen Feng startled. Damn it! How could you talk to them like that? They are so vicious. We know each other. We are friends. Don't get me wrong. Chen Feng thought that the others would be furious, but he found it strange that the man with tattoos smiled and put his arm around his shoulders and patted him in a friendly manner. Then he nodded and said, Yes, we are friends. Friends? The doctor looked at a few people suspiciously. It seemed that they were the ones who caused the injury, but since they said it themselves, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. He was so confident because Umbrella sometimes signed some agreements with a large number of hospitals in Mexico for the convenience of testing, and even made a lot of investments. It can be said that most of the large and small hospitals in Mexico are related to Umbrella. In the past, there were also blind people who messed around in the hospital, but the grass on their graves warned the later ones, which made the current Mexican hospitals a safe zone. Yes, there are many unruly guys who are still being expelled and hunted by Umbrella. And this guy just escaped from death. But Umbrella's original intention was to expel them. But if he did it here, he would be dead. Although he just escaped from the gun, this big flower arm only feared Umbrella, and his resentment would only be directed at the informer in front of him. Let's go. Let's talk outside. My friend. The flower-armed man smiled and strangled Chen Feng. In fact, Chen Feng himself was tall and strong. If he didn't want to be dragged away, he could hold on even if he was injured now. But unfortunately, his bones were too soft. So he followed him out obediently. His wife and children behind him also followed him out obediently under the horrified eyes of the other people. Tell me, how much bonus did you get? We really didn't report it. Really? Chen Feng explained frantically. But he was pushed into the alley next to him and knocked to the ground just after leaving the hospital. The sewage on the ground exuded all kinds of stench. But he didn't care about it. And there was only fear in his heart. It's not a shame to illegally smuggle here and want to make a fortune. But what makes you think you don't even have an identity? Umbrella will stand up for you. The flower-armed man roared at Chen Feng on the ground. As long as you are dealt with, do you think they will go to war to avenge you when they find you are missing? The big man with tattoos spoke sternly, as if to cheer himself up. But at this moment, Chen Feng's son broke free from his mother's hand and stood in front of Chen Feng, and said with courage, Don't bully my dad. Get out of the way, little brat. He picked up the child and threw him to the side. And Chen Feng's wife hurriedly caught him. But at this moment, the remaining biscuit fell out of the child's arms. The Umbrella logo and exquisite packaging on it made the man with tattoos look directly This made Chen Feng's expression change drastically. It's over. The evidence has appeared. This time it's dead. This stinky woman said that it was gone, and she didn't even give it to herself. I didn't expect that she hit a pack. I said I seemed to see that she gave 2 packs. In the end, isn't this harming people? Sir, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? But at this moment, he suddenly found that the big man with tattoos smiled. And then he helped Chen Feng up without caring about the dirty water all over him. And said with a smile, "Yes, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." This smile and words immediately made Chen Feng's heart cold, thinking that they were speaking in a sarcastic way and were about to take action. But he didn't expect that after the other party helped him up. He patted the stains on his body and straightened his collar. "I'm a good person, but I'm a little irritable. I'm really sorry for offending you before." I spoke a little loudly. The smiling tattooed man, along with several men behind him, laughed dryly. Then he helped the child pick up the biscuit bag and stuffed it back. Then turned around and left quickly. I thought it was just an ordinary stowaway making extra money. It's impossible for Umbrella to be all-inclusive. But I never expected that he would send something. Then, this risk can't be taken. We can see that I brought them out of the hospital. If we really want to check, we will definitely find out. Before, he kept talking and didn't do it directly. But he was a little panicked in his heart. Otherwise, according to his previous personality, he would not hesitate. But halfway through the journey, his expression froze again. What if they had any accidents on the road? Would it be blamed on him? Thinking of this, he immediately turned back, and Chen Feng collapsed to the ground again in fear. "You want to go to Pyongyang, right? We will help you get to the nearest refugee camp. Many people there have the same idea. Register first after entering. You have women and children, so you will be treated preferentially. You can go there together." The tattooed man praised his own wit. Chapter 364, Seeking for Benevolence and Getting Benevolence. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. In front of the refugee camp, Chen Feng forgot about his previous experience and kept thanking the big flower arms with gratitude. I didn't expect it. I thought I was going to die. But they took me to the border instead, which saved a lot of time. The beatings I got before didn't hurt anymore. No, I was mainly beaten by Umbrella. It had nothing to do with these people. They looked vicious, but they were unexpectedly kind. Remember to register. You must register. The big flower arms who survived before kept reminding Chen Feng over and over again, and got affirmation. He watched them enter the refugee camp, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. They came with their families, and I don't know where they came from. Who knows? But I met some of them before, and it seems that some of them went to Ecuador. Tisket's really far, and they can do what we do. That's right. I can't let it go. Do you really think it's heaven? Looking at the border of Mexico, several big flower arms had a faint sense of palpitation in their eyes. It is indeed a magical place. A completely divided world, with the rich, the elite, the middle class, and the bottom. Clearly divided. There are drunkenness and dreams. And there are Shura purgatory. As the only superpower in the world, the beautiful side can make people linger. But the dark side will still make them feel palpitations. The bottom is the bottom no matter where. Not to mention that it is a person without identity. Leaving, it can be regarded as sending away bad luck. On the other side, Chen Feng felt that his luck had changed. After registering, he saw that there were children who really didn't mention repatriation at all, but settled them down and gave them some food. However, there are a large number of illegal immigrants from South America, and they all seem to want to go there. This made Chen Feng feel a resonance. Sure enough, they are all companions who are interested in civilization. Since this transfer, Chen Feng feels that the whole world is different. He can already see the beautiful land, which makes him feel extremely excited. The next thing is also very simple. There are not many restrictions in the refugee camp, or most of the people who come here want to go there. And the managers here also know it well, and open the door to convenience. He also bought a second-hand mobile phone here that can be used for translation. So late one night, he followed a group of other people and crossed the not-so-deep river directly, and sat his son on his shoulders, which was equivalent to signaling to the border agent on the opposite side that there was a child here. There are many refugees from Latin American countries nearby. Sure enough, although the border agent discovered the situation here, he did not take any action to stop or drive them away. It was not until they went ashore and stepped on the beautiful land that they came forward to let everyone stand up. And then, they would be sent to the illegal immigrant detention center. And those who have already arrived here are also cooperative at this time, because the illegal immigrant detention center does not say that they will be deported. Usually they will be released after a few days. They naturally know the process if they choose this path. Only Chen Feng knelt on the ground and kissed the ground under the subtle gazes of the crowd, muttering words of praise, and only got up after being scolded and said to his wife, "Look, we're here. How civilized are you? Just line up if you say so. Don't worry. The intermediary guide says that children will only be detained for a few days." And what he said was just a dry laugh from his wife. After that, this group of people were taken to the illegal immigrant detention center here. What made Chen Feng a little confused was that the environment looked worse than the refugee camp next door. It was just surrounded by a wire fence with some simple sheds inside. After entering, there was nothing to take away. You could see a lot of tin-foil-like quilts in those sheds, which should be beds and living places. People lived side by side, and it was so crowded. Separate men and women, and children with their mothers. The immigration agent in front of him made arrangements indifferently. "I protest." Chen Feng raised his hand to protest, with a proud face. He had come to this beacon of civilization, and had the right to express his own opinions. "My son is a boy. He can follow me." But before he finished speaking, pepper spray was sprayed on his face, and the pungent smell made Chen Feng scream. The next moment, the electrode of the taser gun was connected to him, and then the whole person fell to the ground and shook. He was held down with his hands and handcuffed behind his back, disturbing the order, locked up in a small dark room for 15 days. The administrator next to him was indifferent. Illegal immigrants still want to be troublemakers? There must be something wrong with their heads. But it's good this way. Just killing a chicken to scare the monkey, so that it will be easier to manage later. And his punishment is completely within the scope allowed here. No one can say anything. First, these mud legs need to properly identify themselves. The eyes were sprayed with pepper water and locked up in a small dark room. Chen Feng was completely confused. Why is this happening? This is a civilized country, and I am exercising my rights normally. But soon, he convinced himself again. Alas, it's different. It must be that I violated the regulations here first. This is a civilized detention. People should understand each other. And I still don't reflect enough. So during these 15 days of difficult life in the small dark room, he kept recalling the bitterness and looking forward to the future. Now that I have come here, I will definitely become a superior person in the future. It is very hard to be locked up in a small dark room. No one talks, and the environment is small, which will drive people crazy. But fortunately, because of the joy of arriving into Pyongyang, Chen Feng forced himself to resist. When the time was up, the administrators of the illegal immigrant detention center were very surprised to see that he walked out of the small dark room by himself. "I didn't expect this guy to have such a will. Okay, the time is up. You can leave." Hearing this, Chen Feng's expression also cheered up, and then asked, "Where are my wife and son? There should have been a registration here." And after looking through it, he said directly to him, "There are children and women. They left on the 3rd day. Didn't leave any contact information?" "No." Hearing this, Chen Feng was a little dazed for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. But soon, he cheered up again. "Very good. I have arrived into Pyongyang and have successfully stayed. It doesn't matter whether they are there or not. Staying with me will hinder me. Besides, his wife looked ordinary, and such a thing happened on the road. Since she left on her own, it was fine. Don't blame yourself for being irresponsible. Bringing her to this paradise was already a blessing for her in this life. When I make money, I will have a big foreign horse and live a life of luxury. The key is that all the bank cards are in my hands." Without the constraints, Chen Feng felt more and more relaxed. It was also good that he had the foresight to buy a new mobile phone on the road. There was no problem with simultaneous translation. Then he could go anywhere in the world. After leaving the illegal immigrant detention center, he contacted the agent again as soon as possible. "Are you here?" The voice on the other end seemed a little surprised. "I'm here, but the situation has changed. Now I'm the only one here. How about it? Is there any problem with the job introduction as promised?" "Don't worry. I make a living by word of mouth. How much money do you have left?" The words on the other end made Chen Feng a little alert, but he still reported a number. $10,000. That's enough. Where are you? Wait for me to come over. I'll take you to our holy land, San Francisco. In the past, The first batch of predecessors arrived from here. After waiting for a few hours, Chen Feng met the agent. He looked 2 years younger than himself, and drove a shabby car. Although the car was broken, he still recognized the Mercedes brand. For a moment, he couldn't help but respect it, and put away his original contempt. Maybe the car was originally very expensive, but he didn't know the value of it. The agent looked ordinary and dressed ordinary, but he was able to do this business, so he was quite capable. After going around, he successfully arrived in San Francisco. The expenses along the way, and some fees of the agent were exactly $10,000. We're here. I found a good place for you. I was also here when I first came. In San Francisco, the agent took Chen Feng to a Chinese restaurant. Sure enough, he seemed to be very familiar with the owner. The two communicated fluently in Cantonese, and finally patted him on the shoulder and asked him to stay. Food and accommodation included. $2,000 per month. After converting to the exchange rate, the monthly income will be over $10,000, making him a high-income earner. The key is that food and accommodation are included. After working hard for 3 years, you can buy a villa and reach the peak of your life. Young man, you have to work hard here. Since you know Liangzi, I have given you preferential treatment. Come, I will take you to where you live. Liangzi also lived here at the beginning. Then Chen Feng was taken by the boss to where he would live in the future. It was a small utility room of about 2 square meters under the stairs. There was only a bed and no lights inside, which was a little different from what he imagined. But thinking of his salary, he still endured it. Then he smiled confidently and said, "Boss, don't worry. I came from China, and it's no problem to work 9 hours a day. But are there any other extra holidays besides the weekend? To be honest, I still want to. But soon." He saw the boss's slightly strange eyes. "Pujiezi, you are an illegal immigrant. Do you know that? What are you dreaming about? Just be happy that you have a job. Now, come and work with me. Don't worry. It will take some time for you to adapt at the beginning." Then Chen Feng suddenly found himself as a ruthless dishwasher. Washing dishes was just a nickname. He had to do a lot of things, big and small. The boss couldn't bear to see him take a break. Like a slave supervisor who supervised the whole process, he would also arrange for him to complete some seemingly redundant work repeatedly. He kept spinning like a top, working until the early morning before dragging his tired body back to the utility room under the stairs. The blood blisters on his hands made him painful and itchy. He was too lazy to take a shower and fell asleep directly. In his dream, he seemed to dream that after working hard for several years, he relied on his savings to accurately find an excellent money-making track, opened a milk tea shop, and then started a chain, becoming a big milk tea shop king, becoming a rich man, becoming a member of parliament, and then returning to visit China, constantly waving to people on both sides of the red carpet. Among the bankrupts who welcomed him on both sides, there were his sister's family and parents, as well as his classmates, colleagues and neighbors, all with envy on their faces, until the rough knock on the door woke him up, reminding him that the next day's work was about to start. But today the boss was kind enough to give him some time to go out and buy daily necessities. After finally getting out, he wanted to see the prosperity here. Just when he was wandering around in a daze, a black man rushed out of the alley and dragged him in. This made Chen Feng startled, but he soon calmed down. "What haven't you experienced along the way? And there are strategies for this kind of thing. If you encounter a black man asking for money, just give it directly. They are just ignorant, and there is no need to bother with them." After handing over the money for daily necessities, and saying that he had no more money, Chen Feng tried his best to appear calm. Generally speaking, they just want money and won't hurt people. But soon, he found that the black man stretched out his finger and poked him. And then his bright eyes seemed to be glowing. "You have a good figure." "Eh?" Chen Feng didn't react for a while, until a knife was pressed against his waist, and he was asked to go over and lie down at the foot of the wall. On the other side, Mexico's farms were gradually taken over by Umbrella. After expelling those international grain traders, they began to extend their tentacles to other minerals. Silver mines have always been the core of Umbrella, and they have almost been harvested. But Mexico's resources are quite rich, and there are also many other mining industries. A typical God-given job. You can make money simply by selling resources. If it weren't for De Piaoyang's calculations, it would definitely not be what it is today. It reached the level of a moderately developed country in the last century, and naturally had enough foundation to support it. Chapter 365. Luxurious Methods to Improve Proficiency. Great. Here, I'll leave it to you. In the office, after signing the relevant transfer agreement with Umbrella, a copper mine owner also extended his hand to the representative and shook it. Now Umbrella has become a big player in Mexico. It has military force, power, and influence among the people. The shortcomings in the political arena have almost been made up, and the subsequent processing speed is much faster than before. On the other hand, Umbrella is still killing people indiscriminately. The effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is still quite obvious. If Umbrella only adopts this deterrent, it will definitely not be able to go smoothly all the time. And it is easy to leave a lot of hidden dangers. The key is that they are still willing to pay. And even at this level, they are still willing to purchase at a premium. It is actually very obvious what choice should be made. If Umbrella is still acquiring silver mines now, then the acquisition of this potential mineral resource will definitely be difficult. But Umbrella had already controlled the silver mine before the official announcement. Now it is acquiring other minerals, which is much simpler, with the agreement with the Mexican authorities and no interference. The acquisition speed of the pure commercial side is also quite amazing. On one side is the big stick, and on the other side is the high cost of premium acquisition. How to choose? To be honest, many bosses did not have so many psychological expectations. They thought that Umbrella was going to use force to suppress them. Looking back, oh, the money given was even more. And even if there might not be the threat of killing people next to them, they would agree. Then, they would naturally agree to it. Not bad. Exquisite. Now, except for a few stubborn ones, or those who are unwilling to sell their ancestral property in Mexico. Water, agriculture, minerals, and other resources have been integrated one after another. As for the few who really don't want to sell, Umbrella did not take any special measures. Most of them are okay, and they don't want to sell. At the same time, the influence on many members of the Mexican authorities has gradually deepened. Many members of parliament represent some related interests. After Umbrella took over, they were replaced and continued to support them as before. In this case, they certainly hope to have a good relationship with this new sponsor. Moreover, Umbrella has built and constructed so many factories at the same time, spending a lot of money. The positive impacts on employment, taxation, public security, infrastructure, and many other aspects can be said to have also gained an extremely good reputation among the people. Originally, when such oligarch-level giants take profits, they usually have a strong ability to squeeze. But Umbrella is different. Umbrella is a real high-tech company, and the technology itself earns the top profits. Culture medium, medicine, chips, artificial intelligence, holographic bracelets, etc. Which one is not making a fortune every day? There is no need to make money from the aspect of losing character, because of the sanctions in the past. Umbrella can be said to have saved a large amount of cash flow, and now it is in the mode of directly spending money, which has made the Mexican authorities dizzy. In the past 2 years, the Mexican people have gradually come to recognize Umbrella. In addition, the water problem has been solved. Public security has improved significantly, and all aspects have begun to have a deeper impact. Under such circumstances, if the Mexican authorities are suddenly under external pressure to deal with Umbrella, they will find that dealing with Umbrella is dealing with themselves. In a heavy industrial laboratory in Mexico, Wang Yi looked at the first turbofan engine that had completed mechanical assembly in front of him inside. It was still a little short. Even if he cheated, this thing would probably be only slightly better than the F-110 at most if it wanted to meet the standard of mechanical automatic production. Aircraft engines can be said to be the jewel in the crown of the world's industry. They are difficult and have high craftsmanship. They cannot be quickly assembled with enough machine tools. Design ideas, material technology, and processing technology are all extremely high. Even the gas turbines of today's main battleships are byproducts of aircraft engine research and development. This is also the direction that Rabbit has been chasing. The fan blade material requirements of the turbofan engine are extremely high, and it needs to maintain a very strong strength in a high-temperature environment. It can be said that every 100 degrees increase in high-temperature resistance can increase the thrust by 20%. In the past, some people have always cited the gap between domestic aviation engines and the number of years. In fact, it is largely due to the relationship between materials, with an average annual increase of 10 degrees. The gap between domestic and demillion is about 200 degrees, so it is said to be 20 years. After all, the foundation of material science is really not something that can be achieved overnight. Although domestic aviation engines are now catching up vigorously, and thrust has been rapidly improved. The service life and will be significantly lowered due to the relationship between materials. But even so, it is incredible in the eyes of many people abroad. At present, the first and second aviation engines are definitely demeliang and demaction, and the production methods adopted by the two are also different. In order to maximize the power of the turbofan and reflect the limit of the material, it is necessary to uniformly bear the force to ensure that each blade is close to its own limit. The method adopted by demeliang is to use the advantages of its own industrial machine tools to directly force the entire material out. And the turbofan is a whole. The Maoxiong machine tool is not so strong, so it adopts bulk patchwork, relying on the power of mathematics to ensure that the bulk goods installed can also be evenly distributed on each blade. As for Wang Yi, although he has tinkered with a lot of machine tools, the machine tools themselves need to be debugged and used, even with the skeleton man possessed by the grass god, under the control of Lin Shiqing. The overall proficiency and debugging are still quite different for the time being. It can only be said that this turbofan engine was barely put together, and there are still many defects and shortcomings. The process is much worse than what Rabbit can produce now. If it is forced to be used normally by conventional means, the power, thrust and even service life will be very bad. The reason why Rabbit is compared is that there are only a few countries that can manufacture aircraft engines. However, Wang Yi can cheat with materials, relying on the huge supplement of material strength and high temperature resistance. All the defects of assembly and processing proficiency are suppressed. Typical use of force to suppress others. So it has exceeded the parameters of the beautiful classic engine F110. And the service life is much longer. The material is resistant to burning. And it is tough. There is no other way. At present, the internal combustion chamber temperature of the aircraft engine is usually as high as 2000 degrees. And the temperature of the turbofan is 1500 degrees. And the outside must not be hot to the touch. The blades also need to have sufficient strength at a temperature of 1500 degrees. It can be said that in order to reach this limit, all kinds of methods have been used, and the process has been refined, and the material ratio has been adjusted again and again. However, after the blades that can run fast at a high temperature of 3000 degrees are casually produced here, the process is secondary. Now it just barely exceeds the parameters of the F110, which can only be said to be a bit embarrassing. Completely sorry for the material, and a waste of natural resources. It can be said that there is still great potential, and the future is promising. The reason why I started to tinker with this is not that I want to directly produce a top fighter now. After all, even if there is a combination of quantum plus supercomputing mode, pure data simulation can be performed, and the design can be completed without building a wind tunnel. But overall it still takes more time. The main reason for forcing the aircraft engine is actually running in and absorbing experience. An aircraft engine can be said to need to utilize all aspects of the industry, and there can be no shortcomings. In this case, it is undoubtedly the best training material. In other places, skilled workers and skilled engineers are needed. But now that the grass head god is almost free, skilled workers are ordinary skeletons controlled by Lin Shiqing, and skilled engineers are skeletons possessed by the grass head god, all of which are ready. In other words, as long as you keep feeding Lin Shiqing with experience, the proficiency will rise. Once the technology of aircraft engines is mature, the rest is to build a high-level plan. At that time, the detonation engine, the gas engine of the ship, the rocket engine, and the planetary engine can all be done step by step. And Wang Yi will definitely knock out a proprietary controlled nuclear fusion core on the Sea City. Now the first generation prototype used to absorb experience is almost completed. At that time, how to use this energy, and how to install the corresponding propulsion on the Sea City. All calculations will also require a lot of data support. At present, a small and exquisite aircraft engine with a suitable size is undoubtedly the best prop for brushing experience. Everything will be fine after Lin Shiqing's proficiency is improved. Although, it seems a bit extravagant. How is the connection of the reinforcement materials? After reading the overview of the engine and the parameters simulated by Lin Shiqing, Wang Yi also asked her. A city on the sea is not something that can be assembled. The strength of the steel body of civilian materials is here, and it must be reinforced. And the way to reinforce is naturally the magic pattern. The relevant card slots are left when the hull is built. At that time, as long as the core three-dimensional magic pattern device is pressed, and then the silver-copper alloy wire is connected, the overall reinforcement can be completed. In the case of synchronous shipbuilding over there, These materials that need to be built will certainly not stop. To ensure that they can be used as soon as possible. It's ready. Cheng Shui and Mao Li Ryuichi have completed the initial blessing and are waiting for the boss to make the final correction. Well, let's go! Why can civilian ships be built with millions of tons? But the big beautiful aircraft carrier is only at the 100,000 ton level? That is, the aircraft carrier of Pyongyang has to consider many factors in wartime. A thing of 100,000 tons can run at a speed of about 60 kilometers per hour. In addition, it has always been said that aircraft carriers are large sea coffins. But in fact, to a certain extent, this is the useless theory of aircraft carriers made by Pyongyang itself. Is it really useless for them to build so many? Taking Pyongyang's aircraft carrier as an analogy, it has strong resistance to close-range tactical nuclear explosions. Even if conventional weapons bypass the interception of the guards with knives outside, they need to hit the key parts to be effective when facing the aircraft carrier itself. At the beginning, Pyongyang used the retired aircraft carrier for live-fire exercises, and it took 25 days to sink. The armor at the waterline position can resist 1,000 kilograms of torpedoes, while conventional torpedoes are 500 kilograms. After penetrating, there are watertight compartments for isolation. It is no longer the same as the combat configuration during World War II. Even the aircraft carriers during World War II have done nuclear bomb resistance experiments. The tactical nuclear bomb with an equivalent of 23,000 tons was detonated at an altitude of 158 meters, but failed to sink the nearby light aircraft carrier. After so many years of development, it is a mystery to what extent the defense has been achieved. Wang Yi's requirements are not high. It is okay for this nearly 20 million tons offshore city to run at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Chapter 366, the first generation fusion furnace. Incredible. Incredible. Miracle. This is a miracle. Ha ha. Magic really subverts the world. Boss, you are the new century. No, you are the greatest human being in history. No one else. A man in a research suit stood in front of a strange large instrument and said a little incoherently. What did he witness? Controlled cold fusion technology. It almost represents the beginning of eternal energy. Bob is an expert in nuclear physics. The kind who is very fruitful in research, and even has the opportunity to compete for the Nobel Prize in the future. He and his team were also one of the teams that were poached by Umbrella earlier. It was he who offended the financial backer behind him. And the financial backer took measures to kidnap his daughter, who was rescued by Umbrella. In order to protect his family, and out of gratitude to Umbrella, he brought his team to jump here. Now he has signed the highest confidentiality agreement and joined in more in-depth research. The one in front of us looks a bit like an inverted cone, with blue light blooming in the gap and rotating at high speed. It looks a bit dreamy and beautiful. It is the first-generation cold fusion reactor prototype designed by Wang Yi himself, while Pyongyang was still preparing for the first ignition and completing the so-called net energy gain by stealing the concept. With the cooperation of other teams, Wang Yi, with his own knowledge system and Lin Shurqin's computing power, successfully knocked out the first-generation cold fusion reactor with an actual energy output ratio of about 1:10. And the production capacity ratio here is the comparison of all input energy and all output energy, not the stealing concept of Pyongyang's ignition device. In addition to the consumption during ignition, the subsequent process is completely self-sufficient and can also transmit energy to the outside at the same time. Compared with the previous micro-innovation and micro-enhancement, this is the real epoch-making black technology, something that no one else can understand. Even though it is still the first-generation reactor prototype, it can only be regarded as a success. And the total output power is limited. The output power of this thing in front of us is about the same as that of a steam engine. However, this can be regarded as a breakthrough from nothing to something. From 0 to 1. The first prototype with real practical effect. Professor Bob, you are too kind. You and your team have made great contributions to the success of this prototype. Wang Yi looked at the inverted cone reactor in front of him, which was spinning at high speed and shining with blue light, and he felt a lot of accomplishment in his heart. If the enhancement of batteries directly changed the industrial structure of many energy sources, then this thing in front of him can be said to have directly solved the energy problem. Although this requires Wang Yi to knock it himself, and there is no possibility of mass production for the time being, it is still a qualitative breakthrough. In fact, when Wang Yi was studying the lens, he found the idea of magic for controlled nuclear fusion. At the beginning, Wang Yi wanted to study the lens that could allow extreme ultraviolet rays to pass freely. relying on the inspiration of the formula discussed with mathematicians at the time. He found a way to lock and influence the electrons outside the nucleus, including the quantum computer that he made with his bare hands. It was also born out of the mathematical thinking of that time. And since it has begun to interfere with the electrons outside the nucleus, the direct impact on the atomic nucleus is actually much simpler. It can make the fusion reaction far lower than the original required conditions, and truly achieve cold start. However, even if Wang Yi relied on magic to open the door, he also solved the principal problem. But from principle to practice, he has been walking all the way to now. In the end, it was with the cooperation of Bob's team and Lin Shurqian's computing power that he knocked out the prototype with an output power similar to that of a steam turbine. Although the output power of this thing is only similar to that of a steam turbine. But the fuel injected into it is enough to keep it running for 10 years. Because the material is also reinforced by Wang Yi's magic and magic patterns. There is generally no need for any maintenance problems. The most important thing is that with this prototype, the construction of the energy system of the offshore city will be more handy. After success, larger component materials can be tried to produce. After all, it is impossible to make a ready-made one for the offshore city to move up. So the materials and accessories can only be made first, and then assembled up. Moreover, there can't be only one fusion reactor in the city. The purpose of this first generation of fusion reactors is only to complete the energy required for the initial engineering transformation machinery. As the transformation is completed and the energy demand becomes greater and greater, it is necessary to install a reactor with a larger power output. Okay, there are only two problems we need to overcome later. The first is the adjustment of the output power, and the second is to directly replace the reactants deuterium and tritium with protium. Hydrogen is the most common hydrogen element, the kind with only one proton. And the reaction of the Sun is mainly the fusion reaction of protium. The difficulty required is far greater than the difficulty of the reaction of deuterium and tritium. And the process is much more complicated. However, the difficulty of the reaction was solved to the greatest extent under the direct intervention of Wang Yi's magic. So this is not to raise an impossible problem. Your will is my goal. In terms of structural design and conversion methods, I will give different solutions to Red Queen for verification. In terms of material strength and reaction, I will boldly imagine it. Bob enthusiastically made a salute to Wang Yi. He studies nuclear physics and has set up his own laboratory. He is a crazy scientist. He is not interested in money. He just wants to explore the truth and keep moving forward. His former sponsor was furious because he painted a beautiful picture of money in order to cheat the funding and fool the sponsor to invest in his project. As a result, he used it to make things that would have a slight chance of commercialization at least decades later. But coincidentally, this kind of personality perfectly meets Wang Yi's recruitment requirements. In fact, even if he didn't need the subtle influence of the previous Dihua technique, he would probably be amazed by Wang Yi. After that, all that is left is fanaticism, just like a converted fanatic. For this reason, this kind of important scientific research team is protected by 1 to 3 grass-headed gods, which not only ensures safety, but also monitors to a certain extent. I still trust your ability. Remember to take time to have surgery. I don't want your body to affect your thinking speed. Hearing Wang Yi's caring words, Professor Bob's eyes were also full of emotion. Thank you for your concern, boss. I think I may have the potential to become a spirit. Haha, by the way, boss, we should give this reactor a name. After all, it is the first prototype and a milestone product. Name. Wang Yi looked at the cone that was spinning at high speed with blue light, and thought of something and said casually, let's call it the solar furnace. Solar furnace. What a good name. Bob's fanatical look. I guess if Wang Yi said shit is fragrant, he would also redefine fragrance. After starting the new design, Wang Yi also left the most heavily guarded laboratory of Umbrella. At present, all progress is moving forward steadily. The overall relationship with Mexico has been straightened out. Of course, there are people who hate Umbrella, and there are definitely interests that are affected. However, overall, Umbrella has been highly embedded with Mexico. And the only thing to prevent is that some bills are suddenly proposed here after the maritime city is affiliated. What is needed now is to work overtime to complete the production of materials and parts required for the optimized first-generation practical reactor to ensure energy self-sufficiency as quickly as possible. Silver mines are also working overtime to expand production capacity, raising the price of silver while reducing normal sales to the outside world. At that time, the Sea City will have to build a third-generation wizard tower that is more suitable for this planet. The amount of work is huge. Fortunately, the grass-headed gods provided by Neon have filled a lot of talent gaps to a certain extent. The lowest level of mechanical labor can be completed by ordinary skeletons, while some engineers that require more spirituality need skeletons possessed by grass-headed gods. Under Lin Shurchin's multi-threaded remote control of computing power, the core operation of the Sea City is guaranteed to be without any problems. In the peripheral areas, there are still seamen who have been recruiting, training and knocking Diwa. In the early stage, it is barely enough to maintain operation. Continue to increase the money. Let them work another shift to improve efficiency. Continuous working hours are too long, which can easily lead to distraction. Now it is to let those guys in the shipyard continue to work overtime with a guaranteed rest. In fact, they don't have to worry about recruiting too many people. Wang Yi's queue-jumping behavior has accumulated a lot of other orders, some of which they are busy with. In addition, even if the Sea City has built a lot of floating docks and can build ships after the later transformation, the initial filling work still needs to be outsourced. A 20 million ton platform is actually just a core area. Chapter 367 Fermentation. Wang Yi took the lead in working overtime and led the tools to do some auxiliary work. While waiting for the platform to be built, the popularity of magic has not decreased much, and there are still a lot of discussions every day. So much so that scammers were rampant for a while. But after all, magic itself is still too illusory. Nothing has been done in so many years. So apart from the sudden increase in a group of hardworking enthusiasts, overall, there are only some more online memes. On the contrary, Umbrella's products have begun to deeply affect people's lives. Hello everyone. I'm the Pineapple. I won't broadcast Starry Sky World today. The last conflict with Principal Qin has been resolved. This is a misunderstanding. Jiang Bo turned on the bracelet and said to the camera on the bracelet while looking at the holographic screen. With the help of Red Queen, the camera will automatically focus within a certain range, which is very stable. And in the barrage, many comments flew out quickly at this time. What misunderstanding? Just tell me how much you gave. You gave up such a large piece of land. It's all a dirty PY deal. We in the Northern Alliance will not accept it. Emperor Pineapple, you can't be corrupted. Is there no one to fight against Principal Qin? Why should we fight? I joined Principal Qin's alliance, and I get 648 per month. Moreover, there are no mandatory requirements for me. I can do whatever I want. If I obey orders, I will earn more. I'm happy. Okay. I was wondering why the prices have grown so fast recently. And the game coins have also grown so fast. It turns out that it's you. Everyone, please stop bombing the NPCs' minds. The prices are almost unbearable. The props officially sold in Star World have no actual combat attributes, but they can directly purchase other players' game currencies through the built-in platform, and then use the game coins to purchase resources produced by other players, and even buy NPC resources. Therefore, Principal Qin's behavior of spending a lot of money does have a fluctuating impact on the prices in the game. Don't guess. We did receive money, but it was game currency. It was decided by everyone in the Alliance, and the money was divided. Although we successfully settled on that mining planet, the investment we had to make was estimated to be uneconomical. It would be better to receive a sum of money. Otherwise, wouldn't the war cause more inflation? Jiang Bo smiled and explained. This brought complaints from a group of manufacturers and profiteers, saying that he had no blood at all. However, this is how sandbox games are. When prices are ridiculously high, more players will go mining and production. And some combat players will also do these part-time. With more people doing it, things will naturally fall. Since the release of Star World, many professional players have really been born. This game cannot be opened multiple times or scripted. But if it works well, there are many people who can make more than 10,000 yuan a month with just some operations in the game. Some people don't even produce or fight at all. They just watch the market on the trading planet every day, and then judge the prices through some gossip. Buy low and sell high to make money back and forth. And their income is actually more than those combat and production accounts. Let's have peace for a while. Everyone should prepare for the new version. After the update, the jump time will be shortened. It is natural that there will be conflicts with the neighboring sphere of influence. At this time, we still need to be united internally, and not let outsiders laugh at us. Okay. I said, we won't talk about games today. I'll take you to see something good. While saying this, he also switched the camera on the bracelet and pointed it forward. This is the city's sewage treatment plant. Clang. Can you guess what I'm going to do? As soon as Jiang Bo finished speaking, The barrage became unified. Hack. The anchor is going to eat shit. It was densely packed with this unified comment. This is why Umbrella's video was released, causing a sensation on the internet. Many anchors here said that when they introduced the technology here, they would also try to eat shit. I didn't expect Jiangbo to be the first person again. He was the first to test the electric car. It can only be said that Jiangbo does have the vision and action to catch the hot spots. We have it so soon. Umbrella's factory? Someone also asked. And Jiangbo used the work he had done in advance to simply popularize science. No. I have consulted by phone. They introduced Umbrella's technology and bought their filter membrane. The sewage treatment plant is ready. It only needs a little improvement. I also got the news that the trial operation will start today, and I will come here. Jiangbo's words also caused many fans to discuss. No wonder he became the first to try it out, and came here for the trial operation. He is really good at his job. After all, such environmental governance issues will be reported in the news once they are officially put into operation. There may be a rehearsal by the leaders. At that time, it can't be concealed. There will definitely be many people who will go to get the heat immediately. When Jiangbo arrived at the scene, he found that there were staff members debugging something there. There were obvious signs of new processing on the side of the sewage pool. There was Umbrella's filter membrane there, and the air was filled with an indescribable smell. Even though Jiangbo was prepared, he also made a retching motion at this time. It was directly screenshotted by netizens who were quick. Jiangbo then switched the camera and took a picture of the sewage pool. Indeed, looking at the picture on the camera, there was a kind of smell floating. Although there is a first layer of isolation for solid waste, it seems to be a temporary modification. All of them are piled on the side of the wire mesh, and then continuously sucked away by the machine. But because they can be confronted, the picture is very beautiful. It's really given by Ori. You are Xiao Jiang, right? You are very young. A college student? A staff member came over here. Now TT is getting more and more publicity. And they also want to try this new channel. Someone here took the initiative to contact them. So they agreed to let them come and have a look. Then they proudly began to introduce their treatment plant and their fastest introduction of technology. For the environment and for the residents of the city. They said a lot of things. Jiangbo also kept laughing and nodding. But they agreed to let him come. Of course, they still cooperated. Now we start the trial operation. Mainly to test the reliability of the equipment. In fact, it has been tested several times before. And it has been tested several times. It is indeed amazing and really meets the drinking water standard. While talking, he also took out some prepared test sheets in advance, which had various indicators on them. On one side is the tap water standard. On one side is the bottle purified water standard. And the other one is the one they tested here. It can be seen that the test results are completely comparable to bottled pure water, far exceeding tap water. After seeing this result, Jiangbo was relieved, and he would drink it later. To be honest, he was a little discouraged when he came here and smelled the smell and saw that picture. But now the staff here helped him to feel at ease. Then, the debugging was completed again, and the gate was opened to release water. One side was filthy, and the other side was crystal clear. This contrast was shocking even if I had seen it before. Our transformation is not yet perfect, and solid waste still needs additional mechanical treatment. But later we will also follow Umbrella to transport solid waste separately, and use their equipment to decompose it into fertilizer. Hearing the explanation next to him, Jiangbo also knew that it was good to be able to do this in such a short time, and then took out a small cup and asked him, "This water, is it tested here? Then let me try it." "Yes, it is tested here." The staff spoke, but hesitated. Jiangbo didn't see the staff's expression, and happily scooped the cup. The cup was clear, and there was no obvious odor, or the smell in the air was strong enough. So he couldn't smell anything. In the end, he drank it. Very good. No odor. The taste of pure water. And it's still warm. But when he said the latter, I don't know what he thought of. Jiangbo's face in front of the camera was a little bad. "Oh. Yes. Yes. It's warm. Guess why it's warm?" "No way. How can it still be warm after so long?" "The temperature of fermentation?" I think the staff member seems to have something to say. Ask him what it is. It's uncomfortable. Seeing the comments behind, Jiangbo was also stunned, and then looked at the staff member and asked, Brother, did you have something to say before?" "No. No. Go ahead. My fans all say you must have something to say." Really? Really? Although the previous test has been flushed several times, we have it thoroughly cleaned and disinfected the channel outside. But it doesn't matter. We have flushed it several times before. And it looks pretty clean. Jiang Bo listened to the staff member's lame comfort with a wooden face. And felt his stomach rolling constantly. Originally, the previous warmth made him feel feeling. And now this additional knife made the live broadcast room laugh. Some people say that people like clean large intestines. But no one will use a used ship basin as a bowl no matter how clean it is. No one likes footbath water. But no one cares about swimming pools. Haha. That expression of big pineapple. Principal Chin gives rocket *10. Come on. You can do it. You? In the end, Jiang Bo still couldn't stop his stomach from churning. And vomited a lot of mosaics. Chapter 368 Opening. Into Pyongyang, a private medical research institute. A muscular black man shook his head and woke up from the effects of anesthesia. And saw the satisfied expression of the doctor in front of him. Then he remembered what he was doing and grinned. How is it? It should be smooth. Very smooth. Your physique is very strong. There are no accidents during the operation. And your blood vessels are tough enough to withstand higher power. This is indeed a miracle device. The doctor looked at his masterpiece as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art. This sturdy black man is a track and field athlete. He used to have asthma and participated in the Olympics. But he is not a top player. Yes, after having asthma, he was barely qualified to participate. In this case, he wanted to go further and naturally considered something new. That is Umbrella's artificial heart. Although Concord had made it clear that someone might use this. But unfortunately, the right to speak in this area is into Pyongyang. Many private medical institutions and athletes certainly saw the potential in it. Under their lobbying, it has been spread that discrimination must be eliminated. And sports are about participation. So people with physical defects can also become athletes. In this case, athletes have naturally begun to try. The main members of the institution that has obtained approval qualifications are all beautiful people. Both referees and athletes. So of course there is no problem. And since this black athlete has been approved for asthma before, it is normal for him to undergo implantation surgery now that his asthma has caused heart failure for a long time. It is natural and reasonable. Right. Come. Try the effect. After he completely recovered from the anesthesia and had completed the conditioning, the doctor began to give him advice. After a little warm-up, he began to adjust the power of the heart from the outside. Feeling the strong beating of the heart, he also began to go several tests. Sure enough, even though it has not been long since the operation, it has only been a preliminary recovery, and many data have been significantly improved. However, after the heart recovers, there will be a brief black vision and dizziness. The breathing is also very rapid, gasping for air. Unfortunately, they did not strengthen the lungs. But the heart and lungs are related, and they will improve compensatorily after getting used to it. You should focus on training your lung capacity now, or breathe more pure oxygen before the game. The doctor kept recording some data, and gave some appropriate suggestions. Oxygen inhalation is not prohibited before various competitions because it has no effect. Human evolution has reached a sufficient saturation of hemoglobin, and 95% to 99% of blood oxygen is normal. Whether it is anaerobic exercise such as sprinting, or aerobic exercise such as long-distance running. However, the situation is a little different now, because the athlete's heart strength is strengthened alone. Then breathing oxygen in advance will have some effect. There are also special training to keep up with your lung capacity and hemoglobin concentration. Some athletes will perform autologous blood transfusions before the game to avoid doping inspections, which can increase the concentration of red blood cells in the short term and have a certain positive effect. But now the heart has been strengthened for a long time, and the human body will gradually adapt to the long-term maintenance of the heart's higher power, thus developing a stronger physique. Of course, the influence of external forces will definitely cause some damage to the body. But doping also has damage. They are willing to pay any price for the sake of performance. So these are nothing. After many beautiful athletes began to suffer from heart failure due to asthma, the implantation of artificial organs in China has also begun to be steadily promoted. It can be said that there are too many related patients. There are 2 million patients with end-stage uremia in China who need to rely on dialysis to maintain their lives. The total number of patients with cardiovascular diseases is 330 million. Millions of heart stents are implanted in patients every year. The difficulty of this operation is greater than that of previous hematopoietic stem cell cultivation operations in the early stage. Hematopoietic stem cell cultivation mainly relies on the mature autologous transplantation method, which is similar to blood transfusion and mainly prevents problems such as infection in the warehouse. It can be said that after the cultivation method is mature, it is completely possible to cultivate multiple people at the same time and complete it continuously. But artificial organ implantation is an invasive new surgery. Although it is only a minimally invasive surgery, it is undoubtedly slower in terms of popularization. However, the good news is that after popularization, the overall operation time will be much faster than hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. However, those who waited in the early stage felt that the days were like years, especially those dialysis patients. They are looking forward to it day and night. Hello everyone. I am your Dr. Xiaoang. Recently, there have been a lot of screens about umbrella artificial organs, and many patients have asked me when they can get a place. Now I can only say that I don't know. There are really too many patients. I didn't feel anything before, but now I feel the number of patients after they appear all at once. A doctor who opened TT said in front of the camera with a tired face. He is a cardiac surgery surgeon, and he has mastered this operation. These days, he feels like a ruthless surgical machine. Now he has just come down from the operating table, and he can't even stand steadily. The work intensity of domestic doctors is not of the same order of magnitude as that of foreign doctors. There are bad apples in every industry, which is inevitable. But domestic doctors have barely maintained medical needs by working overtime. Dr. Xiaoyang is such a responsible doctor. He studied medicine for his ideal of curing diseases and healing people. Although he was very tired, he felt a sense of accomplishment after saving another patient, which was the motivation for his work. But even so, he still took the time to post a video to explain okay, not all patients with heart problems need to complete this replacement surgery. After all, it is a foreign thing and is somewhat different from the human body. Dr. Xiaoyang, who was exhausted, began to popularize science to fans. But what he got in return was, "I don't believe it. I think you are too tired and don't want so many people to do it." Go ask the patients. Seeing these replies, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Netizens are really naughty. However, he still dragged his tired body, drank a pack of saline solution, changed his clothes, and came to the ward, and found the old man who had undergone surgery 2 days ago. The old man looks good, and he can be discharged after 2 more days of observation. "Can you tell me how you feel now?" Dr. Xiaoyang originally estimated that the old man would say that he never wanted to have surgery again. It was too painful, etc. After all, the process of waking up from general anesthesia is not a comfortable thing. And you can't eat, and you have to wait for the intestines to resume peristalsis, etc. As a result, the old man was in good spirits and said here, "It feels great. It seems to be 10 years younger. The current technology is really amazing." Looking at the old man's emotional expression, Dr. Xiaoyang was a little confused. The other party is a patient, and an old man, so the regulation of heart power is not very strong, and it is still in a pathological state. It will be adjusted higher after slowly adapting. As a result, you also feel 10 years younger? After all, it is a new thing, and they have not accumulated much experience. Many of them are still traditional experiences from the past, and they are a little unresponsive. This live broadcast scene overturned and made the fans on the screen laugh. I've said it must be a good thing. Now many people who have had surgery have also posted live broadcasts. Anyway, I feel it's just like transforming and strengthening people. Link. Through some links, we can see that many patients who have had surgery have indeed undergone various tests and expressions. There are also fitness experts who have suffered heart failure due to illegal medication and said that his current bench press is stronger than at his peak. Various videos are full, all of which are praises for Umbrella. It's like a new life. After watching some videos, Dr. Lam couldn't help but show a strange look. Recently, he has been working on surgical machines and has no time to watch these. Now he finds that it would be better for him to implant one himself, at least to prevent himself from sudden cardiac death. Brothers, here it comes. This thing is really more excessive than stimulants. It makes me speechless. A strong man showed his muscles in front of the screen. He had a surgery because of various problems such as protein powder and hormones, which led to heart failure. Now after the implant, he realized that he was really stupid before. Why do those things? As a result, It is completely impossible to break it now. Isn't this implant much stronger? Explosive killing. Then, he did some extreme bench press tests in front of the camera. It was obviously better than the previous results. But after finishing, he still rubbed his chest and arms, grinning. There are side effects. My body strength is not up to par. I guess I just strained it a little. And there were many people on the screen who were eager to see the world in chaos, asking him to take Ankangding and continue to test the limit. This made the fitness expert speechless. Please, bench press is very dangerous. Exceeding the limit may directly tear the ligament. I have taken a risk just now. Please don't hurt me. After all, he is a professional fitness person, and he still knows the scale. But my kidney function is actually a little damaged due to the medication. I will do a kidney implant next time after I recover. After tasting the sweetness, he actually looked forward to Umbrella making more artificial organs. This feeling is super great. Look, the governor has also completed the heart implant. Link. As soon as this comment came out, many people paid attention to it. Regardless of what the governor is like, his life is also a standard cheating life. From bodybuilding to actor to governor. However, when he was doing fitness, he used a lot of hormone drugs just like traditional fitness. Once fitness experts start using drugs, they can't stop, because the body can't stand it and can only continue. This leads to a very short life for fitness experts who use a lot of drugs. Because the governor has money and connections, he has survived 7 or 8 heart surgeries. And now even people like him, who can be called upper class, have taken the initiative to do it, which undoubtedly makes everyone understand the risks and effects. If the corporate horse has eye surgery and takes off his glasses, there will definitely be many people who will follow suit. With the emergence of many individual videos and examples, it is much more popular than when the major hospitals just announced it. A large number of questions about can normal people have surgery have been pushed to the hot search. Even some military personnel in some countries are considering whether to perform this implant on a small number of special soldiers. This once again pushed Umbrella's capabilities to a new high. He really is the overlord of a field he enters. This is the magic heart. Right? Probably. It can be considered the first level of magic enhancement. I wonder if there will be cyborgs with all implants in the future. In addition, the hulls and platforms customized by Umbrella seem to be almost the same. Now they are all being towed towards the Pacific Ocean. It's a pity that we can't see the live broadcast. It seems that Big Pineapple has chartered a boat to chase them. You can watch his video. It will be live broadcast at that time. It's him again? This guy is attached to Umbrella. Right? Go back and lead the alliance to resist Principal Sheen. The key is that everyone likes to watch it. Yeah. I don't know what they want to do with so many people. Chapter 369 Platform Exposure. Hello everyone. I'm Boston Fatty. Next, let's talk about a topic that everyone is paying attention to recently. It's not artificial organs or sewage treatment. These have been discussed before. Today we are mainly talking about Umbrella's offshore platforms. A fat video host began his explanation. Umbrella has always been a hot topic. It can be said that many popular science bloggers can't avoid it. Almost every product has a separate issue or even several issues. Similar to C. Highway Jia, an old fan of Umbrella. He directly used Umbrella to become a video host with millions of fans. And he can make money completely by short videos. Generally speaking, C. Highway Jia explains the fastest every time. It feels like this guy is sleeping on the Umbrella official website. However, there are often other people who make new analyses from different angles in the future. And this time, Boston Fatty found a bright spot in an old topic as a starting point. At the beginning, Umbrella ordered so many platforms, which can be said to have caused a great sensation in itself. There were speculations and suspicions everywhere before. Some people want to enter the ocean-going industry, and some want to mine and extract oil. But after all, the attention is limited, and the heat died down after a while, until the Norwegian shipping king's confrontation. It rose again. Now, with the continuous actions of holography, artificial organs, and sewage treatment, it still rises against the trend. Mainly because most of these platforms have been formed and are being dragged towards the Pacific Ocean. Now building an aircraft carrier can almost be watched live. And these larger civilian platforms are naturally even more so, as the equipment and robotic arms on the major platforms appeared one by one. Some speculations and highlights gradually surfaced. Boston Fatty also found this new opportunity. Relying on his contacts with some of his predecessors and seniors, he got some analysis and finally completed complete certainty. So he made this video as soon as possible to seize the opportunity. In fact, there have always been many speculations about these platforms of umbrella, such as ocean-going, self-reliance to prevent sanctions, mining, oil and natural gas, etc. There are even people who say that they have money but nowhere to spend it, and they want to transform it into warships. However, recently, as the platforms are gradually completed, the functions of these platforms have begun to appear. Sure enough, as Xiaopeng said this, many people's interest was aroused. Umbrella is rich. Very rich. Rich enough to rival a country. This can be said to be a consensus. Recently, Umbrella's acquisition behavior in Mexico has also been a hot topic. However, Mexico is originally the base camp of Umbrella. They have been rooted there from the beginning and have been subtly influenced for 2 years. So it does not seem abrupt, but rather a sense of right and wrong. But now that the effectiveness of these platforms has appeared, it has quickly attracted enough attention. Is it just that they have money but nowhere to spend it? Obviously not. Now it is obvious that this is going to throw out the real stuff. According to my senior from the Department of Architecture, Mike Ho, who analyzed the surface structure of the platforms, Umbrella wants to assemble them. Xiaopeng did not keep people waiting, and directly stated the conclusion before slowly explaining. This sudden bombshell also immediately caused a shock. What the H.L. Assemble? Do you think it's a transformer? No way. It was said before that with the modifications from the Norwegian shipping king, the total tonnage would be close to 20 million tons. How big is an aircraft carrier? Assemble it? Shock. I always thought it was a big move, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Wow. Are they going to build a city overseas? Unbelievable. That's not right. Such a big thing can't be assembled just by saying it. Can the connecting materials withstand it? Won't the force of the waves tear it apart directly? What do you want to do with such a big thing? Military platform? Scientific research platform? It's not just for fun. Right? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and various voices come and go. After seeing the response, Boston Xiaopeng also knew that he had taken the right step, and the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to increase. I didn't believe it at first, but after my senior brother drew all the pictures, it was actually a jigsaw puzzle. As he spoke, Boston Xiaopeng fixed the camera on the computer, which had satellite photos of various platforms of Umbrella. Each platform has been in the civilian shipyard for so long that they must have been clearly photographed, and these photos have been adjusted according to the size ratio. Then Boston Fatty pieced them together in a specific order, with 3 million-ton platforms as the core. Like a puzzle, the various brackets extending from each platform seemed to be able to be inlaid with each other. Finally, it was pieced together as a whole, and in shaped overall structure looking down from a high altitude, with 3 million-ton platforms as the core, and 3 branches extending outward. And those floating docks were assembled on one side of one of the branches. Obviously, this side will be used for shipbuilding in the future. It's really a city on the sea. A steel city on the sea. When the puzzle was completed, the entire live broadcast room was instantly shocked, and some people went out to promote it, and the popularity soared. I know everyone still has doubts about the materials and uses, but the problem is that the facts are here. We can only see how Umbrella handles it. They discover the magic and the influence of silver. I think they may have some means to enhance the strength of the connection. I don't think we should worry about the problem of not being able to put it together. We just need to consider the function. At present, there is really no such demand. The area on land is more than enough after pausing here, he continued. In addition, in Mexico, Umbrella has actually been training seafarers and some machine tool operators for a long time, and has recruited many veterans. I think there is no problem with personnel. A stone caused 1,000 waves. After the veil was gradually torn off and the truth was revealed, it can be said that it caused intense discussion around the world, because this can be said to be a miracle in human industry. More and more related analysis and explanation videos have begun to appear, and everyone has begun to speculate on what Umbrella's purpose is. Countless individuals, institutions, organizations, and even countries are quite curious about this, because there are too many areas on land that have not been developed yet, and offshore platforms are usually used to exploit some seabed resources. What exactly is the purpose of building a nearly 20 million-ton behemoth? I don't understand it. And I don't understand it. The Pacific Ocean. Although the name sounds like there are not many winds and waves, there are 3 feet of waves even when there is no wind in the open ocean. Ordinary yachts and the like can no longer reach this area. Even fishing is the same. Ocean-going fishing boats and offshore fishing boats are completely different. Jiang is actually a lucky man who stepped on the wind. Although his family conditions are good, he can't afford to rent a yacht that can sail all over the sea. But during his college years, he relied on his keen vision to complete the transformation of a big anchor. And his income has surpassed his parents'. This time, he teamed up with several other anchors and chartered a first-class all-sea yacht with drone equipment. They followed Umbrella's platform from Liaoning to the Pacific Ocean. Friends, I have to say that this luxury yacht is different. It has a 1,000-ton specification, but is quite stable. In fact, the waves outside are not small. But the bumps inside the boat are not strong. Jiang praised the boat first. Well, because of his words. The owner's rent was 30% off. He smelled the problem of sewage treatment before. And he was the first to eat shit, and attracted a wave of traffic explosion. He also wanted to stabilize the new fans. So he had this trip. But he was also very curious about Umbrella's hand. After introducing the ship, he started to enter the main part, while shooting at tens of thousands of tons of offshore platform in front of him through the camera. While explaining, in fact, up to now, many offshore platforms of Umbrella have been unveiled. Many design and physics masters have also analyzed the image of the platform and reached a consensus. Umbrella wants to put them all together. I believe everyone is mentally prepared. Now we are still using the signal network of mobile phones. When we go deeper into the sea, we will need to rely on satellite live broadcast. At that time, the interactive ability is not so strong. I hope everyone will forgive me. Jiang has done a lot of homework. Umbrella has its own popularity, and various products can be said to have affected all aspects. Now it feels that the holographic bracelet has reached the point where everyone is one. Young people can tolerate not changing their smartphones for a long time, even low-end phones. But they cannot accept not having a Red Queen bracelet. In this case, Umbrella's original super large move will naturally attract more and more attention. What's more, it was against the Norwegian shipping king at the time and directly bankrupted him. And Umbrella has too many things, and they are too big to be hidden. These days, even aircraft carriers cannot be hidden, let alone so many bigger ones. Then some experts in physics or architecture have continuously analyzed the structures on those platforms and have come to this terrifying consensus. These nearly 20 million ton platforms will eventually be put together to form a huge monster suspended in the sea. And this time, he will witness the splicing of this industrial miracle with his own eyes. Chapter 317 Naming. Woo! A long whistle sounded on the sea. Although the weather was clear, the sea breeze still caused waves of several meters to surge and hit the hull. Dolphins were playing near the hull, occasionally curiously poking their heads out of the water to look at these huge creatures on the sea. At this time, the yacht that Jiang and several other anchors had chartered had already stopped on the sea. A group of people stood on the deck and looked at the platform in front. Almost every safe distance, there was a platform, and there were tugboats constantly and slightly adjusting their distance. Various offshore operating platforms full of machinery and industrial sense. Each one located on the sea was like a sea fortress. The various mechanical arms and facilities above the platform added a punk style. Seagulls flew and stopped around the platform, looking like some small black dots, which further highlighted the magnificence of the platform. Everyone, even if it is a single platform, it actually looks like a sea city. Each platform looks very magnificent, and it has its own anchoring system. After arriving at the target area, they will inject water into the diving chamber to make the chamber sink, and the center of gravity of the entire platform will enter the water. With the anchoring system, this floating platform can ensure a very small displacement distance in a typhoon. Jiang stood on the deck and blew the sea breeze, talking to the camera. Because they have entered the high seas, they can only use satellite signals. Now the interactive ability is almost stopped, but it does not prevent him from directly telling the situation at his own pace. A minimum offshore platform of tens of thousands of tons looks so magnificent. The dozens of platforms that are spread all the way to the end of the site really gave him a shocking feeling. Because there is a safe distance between the platforms, this directly caused the phenomenon that you can't see the edge at a glance. Soon, they heard the roar of a helicopter. A helicopter flew over their heads, and they could even see the CNN logo on the helicopter. Obviously, when it comes to catching hot spots, those foreign reporters are also keen on smelling and are not behind at all. Compared with Jiang their equipment is much better, with big ships and helicopters. Although Jiang can't see the comments in the live broadcast room, he can generally understand that he is probably laughing like crazy now. But he himself is not discouraged. They also have drones. I can only say that Umbrella's hand is too big. Just one connection work is so exaggerated. You can't see the end at a glance. They are all their platforms. Jiang Bo looked at the erected offshore platforms in front of him, his eyes full of emotion. The tonnage is large, and the number is large. Now they are still keeping a safe distance, so there is no way to see the whole picture. As their yacht approached again, the radio station had already sent some reminders from Umbrella. It's okay for ships to watch from a close distance, but please don't be in the position between the platforms. They are about to move. Be careful of the risk of accidental contact. It should be time to start splicing. We will release the drone, the latest Big Sauce drone, Umbrella's battery life, and we will transmit it in real time later, which is enough to see the whole picture. There will also be multi-angle shooting. But with so many platforms, I estimate that it will take at least a few days to complete. And it may even take more than half a month. As Jiang Bo finished speaking, he also made an okay gesture to several other anchors. Jiang Bo is the most popular among these anchors, and the others are just trying to take advantage of his popularity, so they cooperate with each other. No matter how much Jiang Bo has created a large union in Star World to compete with Principal Qin, even if it is just some experience summarized from the game, he can still control the scene steadily with his higher fan base. The drone took off from the deck of the yacht and flew quickly towards the nearby airspace. After the perspective was raised, they found that the original estimate was far lower. As the drone was raised, more platforms floated on the sea and spread out in a chain. The tugboats between the platforms, as well as the cruise ships, fishing boats, and helicopters that also came to watch, formed this shocking picture under the blue curtain. It can be seen that in addition to some helicopters from TV stations, there are also helicopters on each platform of Umbrella, although they look like civilian ones. When the helicopter hatches opened, you can see the figure holding an anti-material sniper rifle. This kind of thing can really shoot down helicopters. However, Umbrella itself should only prevent possible problems and some necessary deterrence. Anyway, apart from reminding people to be careful of collisions, there is nothing in the radio station that does not want people to watch. After all, the secret has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it. In fact, in addition to these helicopters, there are 5 bone guns equipped with magic rhombus crystals cruising on the invisible thousands of meters of seabed, and 2 completely invisible bone dragons hovering in the sky. As long as it is not a direct regular fleet attack, even a single warship is not much of a threat, at least for now. Although all parties are wary of Umbrella, they have not yet reached the point of directly dispatching a fleet. This is just to prevent the possible appearance of pirates. But obviously, relying on Umbrella's weapons and the guns on the helicopters, possible troubles have been dissuaded. The whole process is orderly. The 3 million-ton core platforms have begun to move slowly, very slowly and lightly. But even if the movement is slight, the million-ton offshore platform, with a displacement more than 10 times that of an aircraft carrier, is definitely different from the ordinary lightness of such a behemoth. The upper platform seems to be moving slowly, but the waves below are at least a few meters of stirring. It's just that for such a behemoth, this slight beating can't move it at all. The long strips and slots embedded in each other also began to align carefully and began to approach. The circling seagulls seemed to be witnessing the human miracle in front of them. With this volume, a slightly excessive collision may cause the steel body at the collision point to deform. From the perspective of the drone, Jiang Bo explained calmly and rationally. It is indeed as many big hands said. The strength of the steel body is completely insufficient for this level of volume. Even if it is barely pieced together, it is just like building blocks. The sea surface is not static. Although the major platforms will be filled with water to keep the center of gravity stable, it is impossible to keep it absolutely flat. Ordinary bumps may be nothing, but encountering storms or typhoons directly is a big test. Click click. The interfaces were aligned and embedded, emitting metal sparks of collision, flashing continuously, accompanied by various buzzing sounds and metal friction sounds. But in the end, as the 3 million-ton platforms formed the core area of the word and were embedded, they immediately stabilized synchronously the moment they were embedded. It seemed that the 3 platforms directly formed a whole because of the interlaced interfaces, rising and falling together, without any deformation or tearing. In an instant, Jiang Bo and several other anchors exclaimed at the same time. The CNN host, who also understood the difficulty, was also frantically explaining in front of the helicopter camera. Whether it was the audience of the live broadcast abroad or the audience at home, they were all shocked at this time. Recently, there have been a lot of popular science about this sea city. Almost multiple saturation coverage. And many people know the difficulties. But now this difficulty is so easily solved. Before, we could see the sparks at the connection of the platform. But there were still a few parts that were blocked, and we couldn't shoot them. But since Umbrella blocked them, they must have done something. It must be the use of magic. A new type of connection material. So they have this confidence. But it feels like it should be fixed. But the overall strength is still at the civilian level. After the core was completed, all the platforms on the sea began to move slowly, with tugboats towing and guide them to ensure speed and direction, and also consider the impact of waves and currents. The command and dispatch were extremely precise, and according to the changes in the sea surface in real time. If there was a platform approaching, the assembly of small modules would be completed on the spot, and at the same time, it would move towards the central area. This was slow in the aerial photography, but it had a very harmonious sense of art. So many huge machines moving together. The visual impact and shock even made Jiangbo seem a little incoherent. Artificial intelligence. It must be a temporary dispatch of artificial intelligence. Too natural. Too smooth. I take back my previous prediction that it would take more than half a month. I have a hunch that their assembly may be completed within a day. Jiangbo boldly stated his prediction. Originally, even if Umbrella's things have come out, even if the platform is in place, this complex assembly project will definitely not be completed in a short time. The sea is not land. And this is not a building block. There are too many factors to consider. But now, all platforms have achieved the most efficient movement. Click click. The connection sound of the giant machinery kept ringing. And the sound coming from the drone screen made people excited. As the sun slowly fell from the sea level, the initial splicing work was completed. After the last platform was inlaid, the moment the sun set, all kinds of searchlights on all platforms were turned on at the same time. And the lights were bright in an instant. The sea area originally occupied by many platforms has shrunk, forming a complete shaped offshore platform. The volume of nearly 20 million tons is equivalent to the tonnage of 200 aircraft carriers. What kind of concept and visual impact is it to have 200 aircraft carriers sitting side by side? At this time, many floating docks have also completed the connection at the inlet port on one side. Jiangbo flew closer with a drone and explained. These are floating docks that can sink into the water to allow ships that need repairs to enter. They also have certain manufacturing capabilities. If they are combined with other platform-related machinery of Umbrella, Umbrella can use these floating docks as shipyards, in addition to one side that is used as an area for connecting many floating docks. The other 5 sides of the word are all extended downward from the platform to form a dock. As the platform deforms and moves, regular mechanical sounds appear, and the dock area of the entire city has been fully reflected. The metal bracket is implanted in the sea, splashing many waves. With the rising crane and many mechanical arms, it is obvious that this seemingly simple dock has a high degree of automation in unloading. Afterwards, the Umbrella official belatedly issued a simple notice. The sea city built by our company has been successfully spliced. Next, we need to carry out engineering construction on the upper layer of the platform. However, the city itself is not on the main channel, nor is it a gathering place for fish schools, so it will not cause any impact on others finally. Umbrella mentioned it at the end. In addition, the sea city is named Penglai. Chapter 371 My Own Territory. Penglai. It is a very oriental name, and it is very metaphysical. But this mobile sea city, which is isolated overseas like a paradise, is inexplicably quite appropriate to this name. Almost the entire splicing process was live broadcast, and after the complete video appeared, someone accelerated the editing to make the picture smooth, and everyone really felt the charm of this sea city. At the same time, by zooming in with the drone lens, comparing the smallness of yachts and helicopters in front of this sea city, you can really feel its grandeur. The tonnage of 200 aircraft carriers. What kind of concept is this? It is completely unimaginable that this is thousands of meters deep in the Pacific Ocean. Some large cargo ships that have been docked in the nearby waters also docked at the city's dock at this time, and transported some materials that had been prepared long ago. There is also fuel to ensure the operation of the city's machinery. The platform's robotic arm began to operate, and the fully automatic unloading mode moved boxes of containers into the city, and the fuel was also extracted through pipelines. While paying full attention and expressing shock at the largest offshore industrial creation in human history, many forces and countries were also conducting some internal assessments. In an office in Pyongyang, Many faces seen in the news gathered together at this time. And there were also many staff members who provided advice. It seemed that they were sitting quite loosely, and there was no formal meeting. But the more private this meeting was. It's really connected. It seems that they do have a connection technology, which should be related to magic. But it's not open. They have a lot of things to hide. I said that we should take ruthless action directly. I don't believe they dare to spread the virus and really die together. Don't take risks. But what is the estimated defense of this platform? How much force do we need if we want to occupy and inspect it? It's made up of platforms for the whole people. It's just a large size. They have transported a lot of things up there. But it's not sure what they are for now. But the top level should be preparing to build an airport. Whether it's civilian or not. As long as the airport is built, we will have an excuse. Just relying on the guns on their helicopters. It's more than enough to capture a destroyer. Even if they use some means to force the connection, it's still barely put together. It's good enough to withstand the waves. It's easy to break it up. But this thing is really too big. It still takes a lot of people to land on it. If they use the terrain to fight street battles, it's still troublesome. With their personalities, they are likely to resist. As they discussed, they also came to their own conclusions. Umbrella should be prepared to spend a lot of money here. With the specifications of Punglai City, if the surface is built into an aircraft runway, the carrying capacity is quite strong. This makes them quite excited. With such a large volume, even if the space utilization efficiency is poor, it can be used as an overseas base. There is an airport on the top and ammunition is stored below. In addition to the inconvenience of movement, the number of carrier-based aircraft is much more than that of an aircraft carrier, and it is easy and simple to find an excuse to occupy such an inconvenient thing. The trouble is just the landing street battle after going up. Although it is on the high seas, once their runway construction is completed, we can find any excuse to go aboard and search, saying that we suspect they have contraband. The key is that if they really have it, will they be desperate if they are so tough? Endangering our safety is intolerable. We will not take action against Mexico at the same time. At that time, we will only target this city, which means we need to check it. This is nothing. I don't believe that they will react violently just because of this. The hawkish general who spoke was arrogant. In fact, he wanted to be more intense. He has never trusted a company. How dare he make such a threat? But there are too many cowards here. They are afraid of breaking their own bottles and jars. So they have to settle for the next best thing and test it. They are quite familiar with this kind of blunt knife cutting meat. Constantly testing the bottom line and squeezing the bottom line is their usual style. The bears also have the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. And they are also very tough. But they still dare to keep nibbling and testing. Anyway, I will comfort you after taking a step forward. And then take another step after you get used to accepting the new status quo. Leave you a breath. Give you some hope. You will not take the last step. Lingering. People are afraid of death. Moreover, in fact, even if they take a step back, they are still sure to survive under extreme conditions. The idea of nuclear bombs destroying the world is something they made up themselves. What global nuclear bombs can do is actually to destroy all major industrial areas and cities, which is a catastrophic consequence. But for them in this position, it is completely no problem to find enough shelter to survive. The same is true for Umbrella's weapons. It's just because it's not in line with their own interests that they dare not push too hard. Just because of interests, they dare not try even if there is a way out. It can only be said that they care too much about these things. They are 80% sure that the other party dare not. Then find a better excuse at that time. Don't worry. We are familiar with this. Wait until they finish building the airport. And then it will be easier to find an excuse. Such a large airport is parked in the Pacific Ocean. What do you want to do? Whether it is the hot discussions on the internet or some evaluations in secret, it did not affect Wang Yi. At this time, he has stepped into this city made entirely of steel. The previously completed reinforcement modules have also been inserted into the slots, completing the overall connection. Standing on the hollow iron tower that had been built for his wizard tower in the center, several seagulls kept hovering around him, making unpleasant sounds. Wang Yi looked down at the whole city and expressed his praise for the crystallization of human industry. If there is no global shipyard capacity, we have to start from scratch alone. And I don't know how long it will take. Now Umbrella has just assembled some industrial machine tools, and then slowly piled up docks. Even if the dock is built, the capacity of a dock itself is limited. which is completely different from the current situation of spending money to mobilize the world's power to build it in such a short time. Looking at the freighters below constantly entering the port to unload, and the busy figures of many seafarers and workers in the outer area, Wang Yi also jumped down from the central area to the bottom. The core area is almost full of its own skeletons and grass-headed skeletons. The magic crystals carried by the seabed kun are enough for the consumption before the construction of the Mage Tower. The outer guards are also the first batch of warriors who have completed the human body enhancement transformation. At the same time, Zheng Shui and Mao Li Loni are in charge with several ordinary ghost employees. However, the skeletons are still slightly camouflaged, all with silicone, and wearing clothes. The construction of the Mage Tower, the construction of the fusion reactor, the pipelines and lines for energy switching, etc., all need new construction and transformation. At present, all major platforms still rely on burning oil to complete the operation of the machinery, and a quarter of the cargo ships that come here are constantly replenishing fuel. These will need to be completely replaced by their own things later. And now, it can be regarded as a piece of land that belongs to them completely in the true sense. However, this land must definitely experience the challenge of a monster siege before it can be regarded as a real foothold. At present, it has obtained the license of the Mexican military enterprise and can produce defensive weapons by itself. After this batch of magic machine tools that have undergone a new round of processing have been installed and debugged, some things on the drawings can almost start production. Of course, because the main production capacity is placed on the follow-up of urban transformation, fusion furnace, mass launcher, star network satellite, and future space elevator. The production capacity that can be allocated to weapons is still limited for the time being. At present, it is mainly defensive, and drones, unmanned boats, corresponding signal connection units, armed helicopters, small closed defense gunboats, closed defense guns, anti-aircraft guns and missile production lines are first improved. Industrialization itself is not a day or a night, even if you have already spent a lot of money to take shortcuts. If money can really solve everything, the dog rich have risen long ago. Now Umbrella's progress speed can be said to be rapid. In fact, although Lin Shurqin's body has been moved over for assembly and some accessory modules have been added, there will be some impact due to the problem of network signal. Fortunately, with the blessing of the quantum briefcase and the comprehensive functions of the Red Queen in the external network, the impact is still controllable. Although Penglai City is now near the equator, it is still some distance away from the core area of Depyaliang. However, the Pacific Ocean seems to be bare, with only Australia and Hawaii. But in fact, there are still some islands in the Pacific Ocean that belong to the West. For example, the famous Midway Island and Guam. In addition, there are Wake Island, Samoa, and so on. Even Gaul is here. Wang Yi just chose an area as far away from the equator as possible, away from normal routes and fish schools. It can be said that the ships passing by nearby are specially coming for Penglai, which is also convenient for distinction. The confirmation of the territory and the birth of Penglai City are just the beginning, even if it relies on the configuration of artificial intelligence plus skeletons. It takes a lot of time to transform the city alone. Chapter 372 Harmless to Humans and Animals. Penglai City is the world's first floating city on the sea built by our company. It is located near the equator. Its main function is scientific research. After the airport construction is completed, it will consider opening up to tourism. The whole city has adopted highly automated equipment and big data computing management, and the demand for manpower has been reduced to the lowest. After officially announcing the appearance of Penglai, Umbrella also launched some promotional videos, which included photos of various areas of Penglai, internal videos, ports, docks, and working people, all of which were explained in conjunction with the explanation. Anyway, it is positioned as a civilian scientific research city. In the future, it may be open to tourism and form a tourist city. It even hinted that it may be comparable to entertainment cities such as Las Vegas in the future. Floating city on the sea. This sounds impressive, right? Not to mention, after saying that it may be comparable to Las Vegas, it really aroused the vigilance of many relevant interest groups, because this is very feasible and the possibility is also very large. For now, this is the most suitable attribute. A sea city that belongs entirely to Umbrella. A company has a city that belongs to it, and it is on the high seas. This is indeed something that makes people yearn for. In addition, there are many design plans for the future of Penglai City in the promotional video. as well as concept maps and simultaneous explanations. Now everyone can see that there are still many hollow steel frames in the city. When we complete all the modifications later, it will become a completely different image. This is the concept map, as the explanation video completely simulated the simulation special effects map with AI special effects. After the city that originally looked full of industrialization and mechanical charm was transformed, a beautiful city floating on the sea suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. The top floor is mainly composed of various runways, helicopter platforms, and the central control tower. The second floor is the area where personnel actively move around. There are also many warehouses and related factories that are transported by air. The third floor also has some warehouses and factories, but it is mainly used to connect with the goods at the dock. There is also a fourth layer underwater, which is planned as a soilless planting layer to meet the needs of the entire city. It can also draw a breeding net under the sea to raise some economic fish. It can be said that each layer has different difficulties and technologies, but this gives people enough confidence in Umbrella. And many people are still yearning for it. The main reason is that the AI CG concept map is too beautiful, looks too sci-fi, and even has a feeling of a future space city. Now the city remains stable, and the bottom layer has completed the water injection. When the city construction is gradually completed, the water will be slowly drained to form a new buoyancy source and complete the transformation of the planting warehouse. The concept map also briefly explains some principles, and it is very easy to understand. Even some platform defensive weapons are directly explained in the introduction. Small turrets that look like Vulcan cannons that can intercept rockets are planned in various areas. There are air-to-air and water-to-surface weapons. However, compared with the huge city, these weapons are quite many, and there is no sense of ferocity of weapons. Although the armed forces are simple, it is more than enough to prevent pirates. In addition, for the convenience of the sea, the company has obtained the authorization of arms procurement and weapons manufacturing from Mexico. Now we are preparing to purchase a batch of armed helicopters and rescue helicopters. After the runway is completed, there will be an intention to purchase transport aircraft Umbrella, then started to spend money again. The most profitable company. No doubt. This is the evaluation of Umbrella by the outside world, which is truly rich enough to rival a country, while seizing a lot of high-end profits. It has also opened up some profits in new tracks. Even if Mexico spends a lot of money and orders a lot of ships, and is still buying full ships of materials, it can still free up some cash flow to buy aircraft. Once this news came out, Airbus and Boeing couldn't sit still. This is really a big order. Boeing itself is one of the giants of the military-industrial complex of the United States, with unfathomable background, and can let the person in charge of the United States personally promote it. In fact, Boeing and Umbrella still have a vague hostile relationship for the time being. And Boeing is well informed and knows that the authorities have prepared a search for contraband plan. But when faced with such a large order, they still chose to speak directly with interests. You can search, but your original plan was to find an excuse after the airport was built. Why not wait until I sell the plane first? At least I will collect all the money before going. Anyway, it won't take much time. Both the plane and their airport need time. And Umbrella did sign an order with Boeing for a total of more than $3 billion US. 10 Boeing 747-8 cargo planes. This is an excellent civil cargo plane with a carrying capacity of 23 tons. And it is also the cargo plane with the lowest air transportation cost. It is indeed quite suitable. However, Boeing's order will not arrive immediately. In addition to these 10 new planes, Umbrella also chose to buy or lease some second-hand planes. It can be said that the deal on civil transport aircraft was quite fast. But the issue of armed helicopters was stuck, and no one was willing to talk about it. Although Boeing has manufactured the famous Apache, this time they only accepted the transport order and did not mention the armed helicopters. International arms trade is not just about paying for things, and there are usually many other political positions. If it is a gun or something, it is actually quite easy to deal with, and even some light armored vehicles are easy to buy. But when it comes to helicopters, the problem is difficult to deal with. Don't look at helicopters as if TV stations can easily take out a lot. But in fact, the technical requirements of armed helicopters are quite high, especially if they have to adapt to the environment on the sea, which will make the requirements even higher. It's not that adding some firepower to civilian helicopters is okay. You know, the Rabbit's Wuji 10 has only been in service for 3 years. It hasn't even been exported yet. The Pyongyang just stuck and didn't sell it, and immediately made other forces that have the ability to sell armed helicopters also have a subtle attitude. Even the poor bears are afraid. Even if Umbrella takes the initiative to ask for it, they may be hesitant. Not to mention just spreading rumors. For weapons, they often pay first, then delay and raise the price temporarily, or do not deliver them. It is completely different from civilian use. After Umbrella spread the rumor, but no supplier responded. It did not go around looking for it. It just bought a few civilian helicopters, and then bought some anti-material rifles to match. At least for pirate forces, this combination is more than enough. And it also fits the image of a security company. Chapter 373 Ignition. Information about magic, Pumli, artificial organs, and cyborgs has dominated all social media recently. The magic of artificial organs is gradually being demonstrated by some patients. And the mysterious name of magic really makes many people think that this is a kind of enhancement. Many medical journals have also published papers on the idea that humans can become stronger and even live longer if they all replace mechanical organs in the future. Many people still resonate with the idea of longevity, immortality, and the power of individuals. It is also the most widely discussed and enthusiastic. At the same time, there are indeed many people who are affected by some of the news from Pyongyang. Gongzi, who works in a travel agency, is such a person. After finally completing several tour group orders, and then using AI office software to complete some subsequent sorting work, he began to return to his own time. Now with Enkangding, the quality of sleep is very high, and the overall sleep time is shortened, freeing up more time for himself. Just when he dragged out the keyboard and started typing frantically, a crisp voice came to his ears. "Hey, you look pretty energetic. You seem to have slept well recently. Do you have any other secrets? Share them." The voice was nice, and the owner of the voice was pretty. But it made Gongzi's keyboard typing stiff for a moment. He turned around and looked at Bai Bing, who was smiling over there, with a little embarrassment on his face. At the beginning, Bai Bing had menstrual pain and tried the various magical effects of Enkangding. She praised it in the office, praised it to everyone she met, and recommended to everyone she met. However, Gongzi was the type who yearned for big beauty. He had an innate resistance to Umbrella. Seeing the beautiful female colleague recommending it so hard, he was even more resistant and said directly, "It's just SOSO." Then, he saw that the colleagues next to him were all in high spirits. Even the oldest Lao Lu felt more energetic than him. He insisted that this thing was a stimulant and it must have side effects. And he always expressed disdain. But he secretly bought some to try. However, after trying the high-quality sleep that made him feel energetic after waking up, he could never go back. The change in a person's mental state is quite obvious, and his changes have naturally always been in Bai Bing's eyes. Anyway, he would say something to him whenever he had something to do. Finally, Gongzi coughed and said, "Well, after the appearance of magic power, I tried Enkangding, and the effect was really good. Magic power is indeed magic power. It is really metaphysical. And Enkangding is from Purdue Pharmaceuticals, not Umbrella. Anyway, the credit goes to magic power, and it has nothing to do with Umbrella." This attitude made Bai Bing roll his eyes. Gongzi, who found a breakthrough, spoke more and more fluently, and became more energetic. Just brought up all the previous experience of fighting with others on the internet and said, "This Umbrella Corporation is indeed petty, without a vision and a big picture, or lacks foundation and tolerance. This kind of thing that is beneficial to all mankind is hidden, and it has delayed development. Originally, if the technology is shared, it is not that they will not pay the patent fee. By then, maybe you can ascend mechanically in your lifetime. They only have the technology of one company. How can their R&D capabilities compare with so many top scientific research institutions in Danyai?" The more he talked, the more he felt it. "Have you seen the latest revelations? They are looking for armed helicopters and transport aircraft. Although Boeing has mercifully sold them transport aircraft, they have no way to sell armed helicopters. This is the limitation of the company. They can't create a whole industry." While talking, he also kept releasing a lot of news that he had read recently by climbing over the firewall. With the simultaneous translation, he already knew that he was looking for materials, and took out the information from the Fox News. Umbrella spends a huge amount of money to buy armed helicopters, but there are no goods to buy. The whole article describes the pity, weakness and helplessness of Umbrella, and also pulls out the picture of the sniper on Umbrella's civilian helicopter. Because there are no armed helicopters, they can only rely on this method, which looks very shabby. But soon he found that when he was outputting a lot, Bai Bing had put on headphones, and was eating potato chips while watching TV series. It felt like he was waving at the air. Then he sat down in a bad mood. But just after sitting down, he jumped up again excitedly. Success? Success? Worthy of being the light of civilization. The Pyongyang successfully completed the ignition of controlled nuclear fusion, and completed the first controlled nuclear fusion positive energy gain in human history. Look! In the future, we will have energy freedom and change the world. Worthy of being the Pyongyang. It's amazing. Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. Gongzi's pious expression and excitement really made people feel a little puzzled. In the end, Bai Bing felt it was too noisy, took off the headphones, and glanced at the news, and said with some doubts, "Didn't they officially announce that they could do it with Connie's lenses a long time ago? I remember that Mastery came out to explain it at the time. In fact, their energy utilization rate is less than 1%. A girl. Know it. Don't you know it?" After saying that, he looked at Gongzi with a look of looking at an idiot, and directly confronted him. Master Yi is a mathematician. How can he know about nuclear fusion? Connie's lens uses Umbrella's technology. I still have one of their cameras. Bai Bing added another knife. That's different. That's Connie's own technology. It just uses Umbrella's patent. It's supposed to pursue global integration. So sanctions? TSK. Why do you always focus on the bad side? We should see positive energy. We should see the light of civilization. While saying this, Gongzi released Su Silong's Weibo and said, "Look, such a high-level intellectual as a university professor has gone there. But I would rather go to the dark side. To be honest, I am a little moved after knowing that they will not deport illegal immigrants." At this time, Lao Lu, the oldest person in the office, also interrupted and said, "Oh, I know the person you are talking about. He seems to be delivering food. It's strange. A good university professor doesn't want to be a good university professor, but insists on delivering food. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Gongzi subconsciously denied it directly, and then dug up Su Silong's special. Sure enough, there was a photo of him in a delivery outfit on a certain website, and he seemed to be cursing at someone. "I declare that from now on, I will never deliver food to Chinese people again. It's too uncultured and too rude. Today, I delivered food to a delivery man in the white area, and the man who opened the door was a Chinese. When he saw me, he said, 'Aren't you the idiot on the certain website?' He has no manners at all." Then he scrolled up to see the reason, and saw there is no discrimination in Pyongyang, because those who discriminate against others are not worthy of being Pyongyang. Then, I think there is a basis and reason for white people to be superior. They created modern civilization. Anyway, there are all kinds of weird remarks. Even Gongzi, who yearns for that place, feels the crazy remarks that come into his eyes, and his scalp numbs immediately. Damn! Are you really delivering food? Didn't you sell the house in the capital? Add your savings and your money? Is it so miserable? What made him most angry was that he also scrolled up to a sentence that seemed to be scolding himself. Illegal immigrants really need to be controlled. They are too arrogant. There are people rushing to deliver food. Many people are complacent with illegal means. Picture. This is a forwarded voice of another illegal immigrant who came here through illegal means on a certain special. It is obvious that he himself has been here for a short time, and he has begun to look down on it. Well, he came here through illegal means after a tourist visa, which is different from those who come through illegal means. This made Gongzi's face turn pale and blue. But after a moment of silence, he still muttered and said stubbornly, "No matter what. It is a great step in the history of nuclear fusion. But it is not commercially available yet. Besides, Umbrella can't even make armed helicopters? This kind of technological barrier is difficult to break through. In fact, even bullet production lines have technical barriers. Not many countries can make them." The only one who responded to him was Bai Bing, who put on headphones again. "What does it have to do with me?" Gongzi moved his mouth, and finally didn't know what to say. The free world that he originally yearned for, the sweet world with a rounder moon, seemed to be covered with some thick fog for a while, and it was a little unclear when Pyongyang was making a big fuss because of the first successful net increase ignition. In the core area of Penglai City, the bulk materials made in batches have also been spliced here. It is an inverted cone more than 50 meters high. The entire solar furnace looks like a hole, full of silver-white metallic luster, full of technology and a smooth beauty, under the fanatical eyes of Professor Bob and his team. Wang Yi also completed the final magic pattern engraving of the solar furnace, which was much larger than the original prototype, with the last mysterious rune that had entered the visible light field imprinted on the solar furnace. All the magic patterns that required magic power were completed. This solar furnace also uses the deuterium-tritium reactor of the prototype, but with the experience and foundation of the first one. The output efficiency has been greatly increased, and the specifications are also much larger, which is enough to bear the current energy needs. The lines used are also those brought by Penglai City when it was built. The purpose is only to be responsible for the energy output in the initial transformation and construction stages. Since it is already black technology, Wang Yi also used all the means of magic power in the energy conversion of the solar furnace. Originally, this type of reactor wanted to convert it into suitable and usable energy. It still had to boil water, but now relying on magic patterns, there is no need to do so. An energy conversion can be completed directly in a dry way. Then, ignition. Buzz buzz buzz. From slow to fast. The cone began to rotate gradually, and then the speed became faster and faster, until it completely turned into a hole. And there was no trace of rotation. The blue light flowed out from the gap along with the high-speed rotation of the cone, and the indicator lights representing the energy output efficiency next to it lit up one by one, and then filled up. After the whole city switched to the OK line, it was silent at first, and then various lights began to appear. The machine roared again. The energy problem is the foundation that restricts Penglai City. Only after the energy problem is solved can the subsequent construction process be accelerated. So when the first set of prototypes was completed, the design of the second set and the corresponding components were the first priority, even above the construction of Wang Yi's third-generation wizard tower. And now, the ignition is successful. Penglai's first fusion reactor has begun to operate, which is enough to meet the supply of all existing machinery in the city. However, Wang Yi has planned 4 reactors in Penglai, and this one is just to ensure the smallest one currently in use. The emergency uses the reaction of tritium and deuterium. The next 3 are protium reactors with higher power than the last one. Now, Penglai City can almost run on its own. Shurchin, I'll leave this to you. Understood? Skeletons are tireless. Lin Shurchin's smiling answer also represents the work efficiency here. The skilled whiteboard skeleton workers and the technicians possessed by the grass head god will definitely be able to knock out the magic tower before the magic crystals carried by the bone Kuan below are consumed. This is the 3rd generation of magic tower optimized by Wang Yi after previous experience and mathematical addition. By then, the magic side will be self-sufficient. However, the satellite communication is indeed a trouble for this place, which seriously affects Lin Shurchin's performance here. If the submarine cable is laid, it is better to get the satellite first. Unfortunately, it takes time, so we can only do it step by step. Now, at least relying on the quantum blessing guarantee and the increasingly comprehensive functions of the Red Queen outside, as well as Lin Shurchin's occasional remote command using satellite signals, it is still completely enough. Chapter 374, Thick Blood. There's a pancake seller who keeps looking around every day. He might have something to do with you. Wang Yi came back and had a little time off. The next morning, Qian Yayan got up and was busy in the kitchen in a lightly dressed apron. She seemed to have remembered something strange and said, "Recently, Umbrella has been very active. Is there any danger?" Lu Shika was peeling an apple and was a little worried. Magic. Even if she was in the crew, she could feel the influence of this thing. The director started to change the plot directly, and other actors were also very concerned about it. There were beauty, longevity, metaphysics, etc. And there were a lot of related discussions in the comments of the short videos she occasionally posted. It can be found that this is different from the popularity of the previous products, even if it is a zombie virus. After enough information washing, now there is a sense of habit, at least not as nervous as before. There is a feeling of nothing special, but the feeling of magic is different, as if it can always maintain a high level of attention. In this case, as the founder of the magic number, Wang Yi's importance has undoubtedly increased significantly again. There are often discussions about him, and some speculations about his relationship with Umbrella, and even how much he knows. In the country, there is no need to worry about security issues. Wang Yi smiled and comforted, and then said, no matter how much interest and value Wang Yi has now, at least he has always shown a friendly attitude, and it is impossible to take any other means against him. Maybe there have been discussions, but it is definitely not feasible. No one will be stupid enough to force a friendly scholar to the opposite side. On one side are endless surprises of all sizes, and on the other side are possible zero or even negative returns. You can tell which one to choose with your feet. Willing to provide armed helicopters? Wang Yi finally met 3 people in an ordinary room in the guest house. One was a professor at Wang Yi's alma mater. One was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. And the other was a young, beautiful, gentle and moving beauty. Good guy. My reputation seems to be getting more and more wrong. Are you testing the great scholar like this? However, Wang Yi knows what to do and when to do it. He will not accept such sugar-coated bullets. Yes, we are willing to cooperate more deeply with Umbrella. I wonder if Professor Wang can help convey this message. It is definitely okay to help convey the message. However, as far as my personal suggestion is, in the short term, or not so short term, it is best to keep a certain distance from Umbrella. Wang Yi's words shocked the 3 people. They did not expect to receive such reminders and suggestions. Without asking why, the middle-aged man politely said that he needed to contact by phone, and then took out a seemingly bulky phone in front of him, and began to relay Wang Yi's previous suggestions with OK, and finally got the reply of accepting the suggestion. After accepting it first, he asked tentatively, I don't know. Can you tell me the reason? In fact, if you really can't stand it, we will definitely support and welcome you to come to our side with the greatest strength. This is equivalent to implying that if Umbrella is forced into a corner by Pyongyang, it is willing to take the risk of taking her in. Wang Yi also smiled when he heard this. In fact, in the discussion with an Umbrella, when in the future we can remain neutral with our northern neighbors, it will be a great help. After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. After a pause, he threw out another USB flash drive. This is the original drawing. I will send you an improved formula at that time. There should be a chance to make it with conventional means. It is not a big deal. It is a simplified version of the turbofan engine blade material that Lin Shurqin used to practice before, which can be smelted by traditional industry. It cannot reach the high strength of the original at a temperature of 3000 degrees, but it can reach more than 2000 degrees. With this material, even if Rabbit's craftsmanship is relatively inferior, it is enough to make bricks fly. After seeing this thing, Rabbit should know why Umbrella is not in a hurry to come to the door to buy armed helicopters. With this kind of technology, it is quite possible that I have the ability to manufacture it myself. Wang Yi never expected that his alma mater would still use a dirty trick. Not targeting Wang Yi. But, Diwali, I heard that you are willing to bid $150 million per machine. This is the communication relayed by Red Queen. At present, Lin Shurqin's body has arrived in Penglai. She mainly cooperates with Red Queen on her extension, relying on the rented satellite channel and Wang Yi's magic signal blessing. It is no problem to indirectly command Red Queen to do things, because Magua still has a quantum blessing host relationship. The functionality is not affected or restricted much. Well, this time it was the Russian bear who took the initiative to find Umbrella. At first, they were quite noble. They didn't care if Umbrella didn't come to them. But after learning the price, they were willing to pay from their neighbors in the south. And the neighbors in the south refused for safety reasons. The bitter Russian bear immediately let go of his reserve and took the initiative to contact them. For a certain big country, Wang Yi, as someone who knows the inside information, suggested keeping a distance. The relationship between the two sides has always been quite good, and they even took out the kind of shortboard materials that are urgently needed. Naturally, they will believe it. A certain big country currently has a huge demand for the global market, so it often uses some seemingly conservative attitudes. So the suggestions will definitely be listened to. However, it doesn't matter if the bears in the north are thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. Just let them fight. Since Umbrella has a demand for armed helicopters, even if they are very technical, they may choose to build them themselves. But they should be short of stock in a short time. This can also be regarded as a return for the excellent materials. And why would the bears cooperate so well? Just kidding. The price of F-22 after mass production is just like this. Even Hung San, the #1 sucker, only spent $100 million on the unit price of the beautiful MH-60R armed helicopter. As a result, a more ruthless person came here. No matter how much the bears brag, their equipment is indeed quite different from that of the beautiful ones. As a beautiful helicopter in service, MH-60R does have excellent performance, so it is somewhat reasonable for Hung San to be the scapegoat. However, Umbrella was willing to buy it at a unit price of $150 million. If it is calculated based on the Ka-28C helicopter exported by the Russian bear, the cost is only a few million US dollars. It's not that they don't want to be reserved. It's just that the offer is too high. And because of the Russian bear's usual procrastination, Umbrella also proposed a spot transaction. Second-hand ones are also fine, as long as the quality is guaranteed. The two parties also signed an order worth $1.5 billion, including later maintenance and upkeep. This sky-high price order is obviously difficult to hide, and it eventually caused a heated discussion on the internet on how rich Umbrella is. Old armed helicopters from the Cold War are sold at sky-high prices. What is Umbrella afraid of? How much protection can 10 armed helicopters provide for Pumlai City? Various news headlines appeared, leaving many netizens who have no concept of numbers a little confused. Umbrella is rich. This is nothing. However, after seeing some price comparisons and learning about the Ka-28, they immediately burst into swear words. As expected, they are rich and powerful. A helicopter comparable to the F-22. I have a share in it. Haha. Has the bracelet we bought become this now? No. Only a small part of it has become this. But Umbrella is really rich. This is just a direct investment to make the Russian bear stupid. And the armed helicopters purchased by Umbrella, and purchased in an expedited manner, still attracted a little attention from those who were preparing to check contraband on the side of Pyongyang. But after learning that there were only 10 Ka-28s, they all smiled contemptuously. Oh, maybe they smelled something, and were eager to arm themselves. To be honest, 10 Ka-28s are indeed a bit deterrent. But the helicopter's weak defense and range are here. What's the use of relying on this defense alone? It's still the original plan of a destroyer. It's enough. Just install more anti-aircraft missiles. Even a single soldier shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile can shoot down a helicopter. And the shipborne ones can completely shoot it down outside the opponent's range. Chapter 375 Red Queen System. Chapter 375 Red Queen Plus System. The Ka-28 is a product of the Cold War, the export version of the Ka-27 helicopter, and its main function is to be responsible for surface combat on warships. However, due to the various shortcomings and limitations of armed helicopters at sea, the biggest positioning of the Ka-28 is anti-submarine and anti-small boats. At the same time, it has good electronic capabilities and can form a network without early warning aircraft. This is a coaxial twin-rotor layout without a tail beam and tail rotor. The structure of the helicopter may actually be somewhat different from what is generally imagined. The speed of the propeller is constant most of the time, reducing the loss caused by the gearbox. The reason why it can take off and turn in a constant state mainly depends on the change in the angle of the propeller bevel. The role of the tail wing and tail rotor is to prevent the helicopter from spinning in circles and maintaining balance. However, this point has been replaced by the coaxial twin-rotor structure. The biggest difference between armed helicopters and civilian helicopters is maneuverability and flexibility, which requires extremely high control of the propeller. When turning, the propeller needs to increase the tilt when passing the corresponding side, and the other side needs to recover. The sensitivity of automatic control has always been a big problem. There are only 6 countries that can truly build domestic armed helicopters. The 7th is South Korea, which developed a small armed helicopter a few years later. As the export version of Ka-27, Ka-28 can be regarded as a classic helicopter, especially suitable for maritime operations. The maximum range can reach 1,200 kilometers, and the weapons are equipped with 1 self-guided torpedo, 1 rocket-assisted torpedo, 10 PLAB-250-120 bombs, and 2 OMB bombs. The output firepower also has the ability to threaten medium-sized ships. But unfortunately, the helicopter's own defense capability is too weak, and the range is too short. Even if the armed helicopter is more flexible than the civilian one, it is still only relative. To put it bluntly, if someone on the pirate boat has a shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile, it can be shot down. When dealing with some warships with strong air defense capabilities, they will be blown up before entering the range. However, if it is just to deal with pirates or something, then the ability is more than enough. The internet is more about teasing Umbrella for having too much money to spend. This offer is too exaggerated. Even the oil guys are not so generous. In the end, Sea Highway Jiao listed some of Umbrella's income tables and said, only a small part of your bracelets have been replaced with airplanes. Holographic bracelets are Umbrella's exclusive business. After deducting the cost, it is only $300 for each bracelet. 100 million people buy it, which is $30 billion US. It's really a drizzle. As soon as these words came out, people were confused. They are really not sure how much the holographic bracelets have sold, because Umbrella is not a listed company. There is no need to disclose some of its own information. But there are definitely more than 100 million users in China alone. As a result, we tease for a long time. But they just use money to slap their faces. They really don't care. If we follow the potential of smartphones, being rich enough to rival a country is really not just talk. No wonder Pyongyang is staring at us so closely. At the beginning, some people compared World Company with Umbrella. But now, although World Company is also developing rapidly and has never stopped, it is still too slow to catch up with Umbrella. In fact, in addition to the different technologies, there is another obvious difference between the two companies, which is the gap in manpower. In fact, even if Lin Shurqin is in charge of internal review and Qian Yayan is watching, and the employee welfare is good, there will be some human relations and even corruption phenomena in World Company. After the size of private companies increases, some phenomena are also unavoidable, because the company's money does not represent their own money, and the company's interests do not represent their own interests. There has always been a misunderstanding that private companies are efficient. In fact, that is only relative to small companies and their own profit-seeking mobilization. When the company's size increases to a certain height, it is completely different. If Umbrella did not have loyal tools and the weakened version of Dihua that was constantly not, it would not have the foundation for such a step. However, the world side was originally Wang Yi's pocket money. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. There is still a limit to Lin Shurqin's cooperation with Qian Yayan's control. Wang Yi treats employees very well, and allows them to have a certain degree of human relations and worldly wisdom. But if they are still greedy under such conditions, Wang Yi will directly send them to jail. In this regard, the first batch of old employees of World Company are the least troublesome. As World Company expands, many elites are recruited later. But when it comes to belonging and loyalty to the company, it has to be the original batch of salted fish. The person was taken away directly by the economic investigation. When he was arrested, he kept saying that the company's work was chilling, and that he created more benefits. Qian Yayan came to the office to explain the situation of a previous internal case. The company's internal control is helped by Lian Hongho. In this case, he is still greedy and crosses the line, which really makes her feel very disgusted. It's okay. Just let him shout more. If there are people who empathize with him, just drive them away. Originally, they didn't arrest people at their residence, but waited until they arrived at the company to do so. Just to show others, Wang Yi never treats employees harshly, but he will never indulge them. A little kindness, a little hatred, everything needs to be done in moderation. Even so, World is definitely the company with the best treatment in China. Unfortunately, some things cannot be avoided by saying that the treatment is good. And after 2 years of fighting, World Company has suppressed Ari in all aspects. Even if Ari continues to use commercial and marketing means to burn money, it is meaningless in the face of serious technical suppression. Live broadcast, video, and short video are all surpassed. Especially the mobile end is completely crushed. Takeaway and online car hailing are also growing steadily. Even online shopping, because of the convenience of interaction with live broadcast and short video, will successfully kick Ari off the altar even if it is not specially developed. In 2 years, World Company has become the top overlord of the domestic internet industry. Umbrella's Red Queen is going to fully launch the search docking version. We are in charge of the domestic operation, so we can start preparing for the warm-up. Wang Yi's subsequent words also made Qian Yayan's eyes light up. Now Umbrella's AI office software has swept across like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. And AI painting has even been used in some strange places. However, many people still miss the search and reply capabilities of Umbrella Red Queen at the original press conference. After all, that is still very different from a voice assistant. Now that the comprehensive functions of Red Queen have become popular, there is no doubt that it is another explosive news. Many people are cheering for it. And with the preheating of the personal version of Red Queen, a new Red Queen Plus system has been directly extended. In the past, it was only the voice assistant function of smartphones. But now, the corresponding program can be directly implanted into various electrical appliances. Umbrella seems to be in a position to enter all electrical appliance fields. However, after this posture was put out, many people also had a feeling of enlightenment. No wonder Umbrella bought so many machine tools. It is indeed a big move. Then they may have bought too few. The Red Queen Plus Home Intelligence formed with Red Queen, as the center is completely linked with Red Queen. It makes people yearn for it. Wheat and Fruit have always wanted to do this. Sure enough, Umbrella still wants to do it themselves. But they seem to have opened up authorization. Other companies can use the external connection of Red Queen Plus after paying the service fee. It should be because they are afraid of antitrust. It may also be that their production line has not been debugged yet. All domestic authorizations have been given to world companies. Sure enough, Master Yi's magic number should be a crucial part of magic power. He should be the only scholar who participated in the core experiment and can be found now. Maybe the name of Pumlai is related to him. Scientists working for Umbrella are almost isolated from the world after they start to contact the core. Relatives can usually only be seen through video, and their families have been transported away for protection. It can be seen that the degree of confidentiality is there. Among these people, only Wang Yi is still hanging out outside and has started his own company. This shows his status and ability. However, because of the fit between magic numbers and magic power, it is generally taken for granted that Master Yi is positioned as a cooperator rather than a subordinate. And because the domestic authorization of Red Queen Plus is with the World Company, Xiaomai, Guli, and Hai Er have also visited one after another to seek cooperation and authorization. After all, the World Company has no signs of entering the home appliance industry. Chapter 376 Planning. This. Wang Yi looked at the representatives who came to visit in the surveillance video and was speechless. Now, the office building of World Company has been completely bought, and simple decoration and renovation have begun. But it has not affected the daily office. The other party naturally sent a letter in advance to visit formally. Just, Xiaomi, Jelly, and Hai were all led by beautiful beauties. Thinking of the beautiful woman next to him when he talked about the armed helicopter last time, Wang Yi also felt a little understanding of the extent of his reputation. At the beginning, this reputation seemed to be controllable, just in a small circle. When did it become so famous? But soon, Wang Yi found the highlight. Li Group. Not long after I went to the cruise ship to participate in the relaxation activity last time, Li completed the negotiation agreement with an agent of Umbrella, allowing Li Group to become the offline agent of several products of Umbrella, including the bracelet. Although they are just offline agents, they only earn hard-earned money. But Umbrella's electronic products are too popular. Even drinking some of the leek soup is a considerable fortune. For a fence-sitter like the Li Group, this is just like being put on a dog chain. They will have to be lower than Wang Yi when they see him in the future. And with their energy and the talents they secretly cultivate, they manipulate and complete the Mitsubishi-related acquisition combination with Umbrella, which is relatively more secretive information. So at present, I am afraid that most people put the reason why they can get this job on Wang Yi's channel. Look, the last time this person went there and was served by them comfortably, how much benefit did he get? Even if it is just an agent within Asia, it is also a considerable benefit. A huge profit. Of course, this is a greater profit for Umbrella. The store, personnel, and channels are all solved by the Li Group itself. Umbrella only needs to take care of regular shipments, fully developing the sinking market without wasting energy. It can start to cover some people who are not used to online shopping. With such an investment-worthy example here, it seems that it is natural to have such an arrangement. The beautiful office lady who negotiated and the cold female lawyer. I feel that these three representatives can be compared with the artists of Yuzhong Company, who work in the same building. Are you interested? You can eat and touch it clean. Qian Yayan also found the point of Huadian and said to Wang Yi with a smile, no matter what she thinks in her heart, she will fully play this management role in terms of actions and performance. The eldest wife is not used to these. But I can. From now on, I will be under one person and above 10,000 people. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother. Wang Yi didn't care much. It's not that she is so beautiful that she relies on makeup. She is much worse than her senior sister in Shioka. Then what arrangements do you have on your side? Qian Yayan asked. No. You can do it. If you want to authorize, you can authorize. If you don't want to, you don't want to. Wang Yi smiled casually and let go of such trivial matters. In fact, Qian Yayan also enjoyed this kind of thing. He himself began to write and draw on the screen again, while looking at some papers and designing something. Pumlai has completed the splicing, and is now in full swing in the first round of transformation. The first reactor has been built. The current main production capacity, and even the output power of the solar furnace are focused on construction. And even for a long time in the future. In terms of defense, relying solely on the 10K-28s purchased is actually only at the anti-pirate level. Therefore, Wang Yi is also using the parameter correction assistance of the Red Queen, while improving some drawings. Some related components of the large four-wing drone. and a double-wing takeoff and landing stealth helicopter. Unlike the structure of the propeller on the top of the traditional helicopter, this stealth helicopter presents a streamlined shape with stealth performance. At the same time, the propellers are also on both sides of the aircraft. They are closed when not in use and open like the doors of a sports car when they are used. At the same time, it takes into account the characteristics of vertical takeoff and landing, flexibility, and high speed. It can also be radar invisible, have high endurance, high load, and high missile load. In fact, Lin Shurqin had previously tried to produce a batch of drones for recording parameter performance and improving tests. Whether it is a large drone or a stealth helicopter, the initial weapon configuration is still based on conventional ones. However, the ammunition production line itself is a very cumbersome thing. Missiles have a rigid demand, so it is necessary to build a relevant production line. But if some machine gun ammunition is opened separately, it will add a lot of inconvenience to the transportation of raw materials. After all, although it is a sea city, the available space is still limited, and many planned areas must be reserved, and they cannot be wasted casually. So Wang Yi also decided to make certain improvements, while strengthening the performance of missile propellants. And then all conventional machine guns are electromagnetized. Now Ponglai has its first solar furnace, and the initial problems in energy are almost directly solved. At this time, various electromagnetic guns with much smaller loading requirements are undoubtedly a very good supplementary choice. Drones, helicopters, and even defensive turrets can be equipped with electromagnetic guns of different specifications. The principle of the electromagnetic gun is very simple, but it is quite complicated when designing and practicing. This is something that Wang Yi still needs to spend a lot of time to design after solving some material problems in combination with magic theory. There are too many requirements and details. But, because of the research on large mass projectors, the improvements and drawings of the electromagnetic gun can only be regarded as derivative products, and only some parameters and accessories need to be modified. In fact, it does not take much time to make it, and it can almost be regarded as ready-made. Qian Yayan didn't know that Wang Yi, who was chatting with her and gesturing, had already finalized the final adjustment of some parameters of the electromagnetic gun process and sent it to the Red Queen. At the same time, he also connected Lin Shurqin's extension and said, "The things have been passed to the Red Queen. The early improvement work is very good, which greatly reduces my workload. I can give extra rewards to that team. Ask them if they have any wishes." Although Lin Shurqin's main body is now in Penglai City, it depends entirely on multiple connections to control the extension. But after combining with quantum computing, it is more than enough. COD 28 has arrived. Although it is secondhand, the overall quality is not bad. Do you need regular patrols? 3 sorties a patrol. Since I bought it, of course, I have to do it for others to see, Wang Yi said lightly. At first, it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that the Russian bear would be kicked over to take the blame. Now that I have bought it, of course, I have to show up it frequently. At least now, I have an armed helicopter in name. If there is any inexplicable sinking incident, there is also a reason. Chapter 377 The Foundation of Smart Home. We agree. I agree. I wonder if I can have the honor to meet Mr. Wang. Yes, I have always wanted to see Mr. Wang, but I found that there is so little real information about him, and he is so low-key. The World is the only authorized company in China, and the only one who wants to achieve interactive connection with Red Queen Plus is this butcher Wang. So even if Qian Yayan raised the threshold to pressure them, the representatives of the 3 companies could only nod and accept. Unless they are willing to give up this field. But this is impossible, now that the Red Queen Q&A program has been fully rolled out. With the use of Red Queen Plus, they can foresee that smart home appliances will become a brand new market like holographic bracelets in the future. Once they can't keep up, they may be thrown off the carriage of the times. This is a matter of life and death. So no matter how high the cost is, they have to bite their teeth and accept it. Professor Wang is a scientist by profession, and then the company's president. He has more important and meaningful things to do. Please go back. Qian Yayan clapped her hands. All the South Korean succubi, who were all dressed in oil clothes, came in one after another to show their intention to send the guests away. After seeing this group of South Korean rivals who were dressed up, had various characteristics, and were either charming or pure, the faces of these representatives, who were originally carefully selected for the negotiation, also changed. The fighting power is too strong. But one thing that can be confirmed is that the rumors are true. Whether it is the Qian Zong who makes women feel moved, or the one she clapped her hands to send the guests away. The quality is too high. This time, I am afraid that it is more because of the inability to compete, rather than the failure of the plan. Learn from experience and fight again next time. Goli and Haier are both traditional old brand home appliance retailers, while Xiaomi is an excellent OEM. But there is no doubt that these three companies have their own influence on the home appliance sector, whether it is the past reputation or Xiaomi's fan effect. When the three of them were authorized at the same time, they all made the official announcement of OK almost at the same time. It has been negotiated, and the authorization of Red Queen Plus from Umbrella has been obtained from the world. In the future, they will create a truly interconnected smart home. In fact, the concept of smart home has always existed, and electrical appliances are now moving in the direction of becoming more and more automated and intelligent. Xiaomi has also tried to achieve mutual linkage with mobile phones. What kind of mobile phone remotely controls the sweeping robot to clean in advance? But this kind of linked smart home is undoubtedly too primitive and too rough. It may even be less convenient than the original during use. Take out the mobile phone and click, or cooperate with the slow-responding voice program. The gap is too big. But the Red Queen Plus, which has been officially launched, is different. This is something that can theoretically achieve most of the main body automation, and only a few external commands are needed to complete the full set of operations. For example, many home appliances such as automatic clothes drying racks, automatic curtains, dehumidifiers, humidifiers, air conditioners, sweeping robots, TV programs you want to watch, etc., can automatically complete some tasks without manual operation directly according to the light intensity of the day and the changes in the outside world. And once deeply linked, the slow voice system on the home appliances can be as smooth and silky as the authorized language system of the mobile assistant. In fact, we have done corresponding research on smart home. Now that the Red Queen Plus authorization is in hand, theoretically we can upgrade and experience it with all the existing devices. Live said directly at their product launch in an extremely excited voice. Then at the launch site, a whole set of smart home linkage functions was completed in a demonstrative manner. First, he advanced some preliminary parameter settings, and then directly simulated various environments on the spot. He didn't need to operate at all. The intelligent operation program of Red Queen Plus had already begun to autonomously perform some controls in advance. Collect clothes, draw curtains, adjust humidity, sweep robot automatically cleans, etc. Watching programs on TV. You can just say what you want to watch, find channels, and switch them yourself. And after Bush turned on the positioning function and positioning access permission with the bracelet, when he was taking a simple rest and not doing anything, the bracelet vibrated actively. After it was lifted, it automatically issued a gentle inquiry. It is detected that the owner is going home. Do you want to turn on the air conditioner in advance? As soon as this active inquiry appeared, it immediately caused a lot of fans watching the press conference to exclaim. Of course, they know that this is the powerful function of Red Queen Plus. But the active inquiry is too powerful. In addition, the bracelet has some corresponding human health index detection functions. Red Queen will automatically determine whether you are idle, and will choose to send inquiries when you are idle. It will also record your habits of looking for you, and even have face recognition to judge the habits of different family members. If you are willing to install more indoor cameras to meet Red Queen Plus as motion capture of the human body, then this set of equipment will be more perfect. You will find that the longer you live here, the more your home appliances will understand you. A truly smart home. And a smart home that can change habits. If you can also connect lighting, floor heating and other equipment before decoration. In addition, some fans have discovered new highlights. Wait, did you find that the sweeping robot is wrong? It seems to be a little different from the traditional sweeping robot. Screenshot. Some netizens saw some strange behaviors of the robot vacuum cleaner and took screenshots. Automatic cleaning. There are now powerful robot vacuum cleaners. However, the cleaning speed of this thing is far inferior to that of people cleaning by themselves. It is just for convenience. You can just throw it there and ignore it. It is similar to a dishwasher. It is used to reduce trouble. Not to say that it is more efficient than people. But this robot vacuum cleaner is extremely accurate. It first moves quickly to find a lot of garbage on the floor of the room and sucks it away, and then switches to mopping mode to start mopping the floor. The key is that when there are debris blown off the table by the air conditioner in the middle, it actually turns around and cleans this as well. The robot has a strong ability to identify and target garbage. The ring on the ground was not moved, but the Red Queen marked the camera, which can remind the owner of the location at a critical time. Very good. Some netizens have already found the problem. In fact, this is the excellence of our latest sweeping robot connected with Red Queen Plus. The sweeping robot itself has limited sensing and viewing angle, so it usually needs to constantly record the cleaning route of the room. However, after connecting to Red Queen Plus, the camera in the room can also be shared as the eyes of the sweeping robot, which can distinguish what needs to be cleaned. The intelligence of the sweeping robot itself is stupid, but after being connected to the internet and controlled by the influence of Red Queen Plus, it will be directly improved rapidly. I believe everyone understands that it is just the most basic display now, just comparing with existing electrical appliances. Because of this intelligent connection, some other functional robots in the future may also have the conditions to appear. From the emergence of sweeping robots, we know that humans still covet convenience. It's just that the robot itself has many limitations, especially the intelligent one. If it still needs humans to operate it, then the home robot will not make much sense. But now it is connected to Red Queen Plus. That is, if we can create a robot that ensures stability and balance functions, and make some mechanical arms, it is possible to tidy up the housework. Even serving tea, water, and coke, cooking, cleaning, and doing homework can be done. Chapter 378, a song about sharpening the knife. In addition to Lei Jun's press conference, Guli and Haier also made corresponding explanations at the same time, and also prepared to launch products with improved programs. They are also actively developing new home appliances and even robots that can be enhanced after joining the Red Queen Plus system. However, it must be said that Xiaomi was able to start with OEM and forcibly carve out a bloody path. And it does have its own unique marketing capabilities. At the press conference, Lei Jun, a legend in the domestic investment community, still brought enough emotions and incitement, at least after the baptism of the press conference. The overall expectation for this smart home is presented, and they also want to try it. TV channels are directly and easily converted, and those with fees can also be automatically filtered. There is also the garbage recognition function of the sweeping robot, and precise locking. These capabilities really make people feel experienced. Indeed, as Xiaomi said at the press conference, with Red Queen Plus as the core, it will be able to develop home robots with more functions in the future. The battery problem has been solved. The intelligence problem has been solved. And now the structural problem needs to be solved. Yes, bipedal robots are very troublesome, and there is a threshold for balance. But similar to sweeping robots, it is possible to use rollers or multiple legs, lower the center of gravity, and install some other tools on it, if it is really feasible. Some simple repairs, such as changing light bulbs, vacuuming, cleaning, and even cooking and homework may be replaced by robots in the future. As long as there is an internet, it will be okay. However, it is precisely because of the popularity of Red Queen Plus that companies such as Microsoft, Google, Apple, IBM, and Intel quickly noticed another difference. The functions provided by Red Queen Plus are too powerful and too comprehensive. This is not just pure text communication. Although Umbrella has its own cloud processing center and supercomputers, but if it is fully promoted to all aspects, it is still not enough. Because not every company is a product under the standard module, and they all need to respond appropriately to the local situation, or they need to respond to actual operations. The required data processing is too much. How many chips have they produced secretly? Moreover, Umbrella has been promoting their White Queen chips before, which are based on the ARM architecture. The characteristic of the ARM architecture is low power consumption, but the performance is completely inferior to Intel's x86 architecture. Not to mention GPUs that focus on computing power, such as NVIDIA's RTX Ampere architecture, which is quite excellent. There is also the AMD Bulldozer architecture used by supercomputing chips. After Umbrella was sanctioned by CHIPS, it entered a black box state. It is known that they have the ability to process chips with 14 nanometers process, which is already the world's first echelon. And their DUV lithography machine is more efficient than ASML. But now such a large-scale expansion suddenly comes out, which can only mean that Umbrella's accumulated chips are far more than imagined. Is this an excess of computing power? Because of the patent usage rights exchange when EDA was strengthened, Umbrella can use many classic architectures and can update and iterate by itself. Unlike mobile products, Umbrella does not sell chips and servers to the outside world, and has no idea about the computing situation of their cloud processing. But now it seems that the situation is a little beyond expectations. In a certain Song laboratory, the 53-qubit quantum computer plane tree has been born ahead of schedule. The researchers were excited. It's finally out. Combined with the previous quantum algorithm, there should be a chance to combine it with our supercomputer. Once the Quantum Plus supercomputer model is successful, it will also have a huge increase in the field of artificial intelligence. Relying on the basic algorithm of artificial intelligence at the time, I think there is a chance to approach or even reach the level of Red Queen. But 53 qubits are still a little less. The cumbersome conversion of mathematical tools during connection may also lead to a certain degree of reduction in supercomputing power. After all, it's just a prototype for practice. The plane tree in front of them is just a prototype for verification. It has many shortcomings, such as reliability and error rate. And because of the limitations of quantum computing, the scenarios that can be used are also limited. However, in terms of its own strengths, the plane tree has surpassed the world's top supercomputers by hundreds of times. The entire quantum computer looks like a machine frozen in a refrigerator. It uses superconducting materials, and the overall structure looks very complex. Originally, quantum computers of this level can only be used for some specific things for the time being. However, after Wang Yi's magic number conversion algorithm was taken out for everyone to verify, in addition to Wang Yi himself getting more, they also found some simple ways to connect and use it. For the time being, if the plane tree is combined with the supercomputer, the actual computing power will decrease due to the errors in the calculation and the waste of computing power when the two sides are connected. But at least the connection process they are testing now is no problem. The next step is to continuously improve the reliability and the number of quantum bits. It is expected that when it reaches 100 quantum bits, it will be able to get a positive bonus, and all the subsequent increases will be profitable. This is our chance to overtake. We must continue to apply for funding and ask for more funding. And if possible, we should recruit Professor Wang. No, just let him give a few more classes and publish some more papers. A technician was scratching his head. Some parts of the problem seemed to be about to be broken through, but they were just a little short. There is no doubt that the great mathematician can definitely solve it. But at this time, the person in charge, who had gone out for the meeting, came back with a smile on his face. Everyone, don't worry about the funding issue. Just go ahead. We have received news that Congress has passed a subsidy bill. Our future research funding is settled, and we will increase investment. As soon as these words came out, the people who were already in high spirits because of the birth of the first quantum computer were shocked. So generous? It's really rare. But they will still remind when they should remind. With the relationship between Professor Wang and Umbrella, they proposed this algorithm for discussion. I think Umbrella may also be studying quantum computers. And everyone knows their technology. We can't be careless. Hearing this, the person in charge smiled proudly. ASML has developed the latest EUV lithography machine. And AMD and NVIDIA have also launched chip structures with higher computing power. By then, we can build a stronger supercomputer. So what we need to overcome now is the quantum computer part. Now the prototype has appeared, and the theory is feasible. The rest is to increase the quantum bits and computing power. We have the advantage. Today's quantum computing, even with the latest magic number formula, must be coordinated with supercomputers to maximize efficiency. Now that EUV lithography machines have been launched, they will be able to take the lead in the field of supercomputing and surpass Ambry on 2 feet. Even if Umbrella's quantum computer has certain advantages, it cannot make up for the gap. After saying that, he also said with emotion, in fact, we still need to thank Umbrella, because they have shown the practical business prospects of artificial intelligence. With enough profits, there is enough motivation. When the time comes, we will block their technology and use the more advanced chips made by EUV lithography machines. And we will be left to dominate. Now our main competitor is actually IBM. And they have made great achievements in this regard. ASML's EUV lithography machine has entered mass production ahead of schedule due to the upgrading of lens technology. Now the general process of chips is still 14 nanometers. And Umbrella has indeed mastered this technology. But the upgrading of lithography machines is not so simple. Completely different tracks. Relying solely on the second-rate equipment you acquired from Neon before is completely impossible. You must know that Umbrella's DUV lithography machine is still far behind ASML in terms of its limit. You can take shortcuts with DUV. But EUV lithography machine is hard power. This is internal strength. And there is no way to get it right in one step. EUV lithography is the crystallization of various technologies. They continue to use the original DUV lithography machine and can only reach 7 nanometers at most, and even cannot reach it due to the problem of precision limit. And EUV lithography can almost reach the physical limit of silicon-based chips. At that time, it will gradually pull out the generation gap and slowly replace it. Once the Mailon gets serious, Umbrella will find that it is the enemy of the world. They have discovered magic and found a way to use it. It is great and amazing. But they cannot use this advantage to suppress the entire field. After all, there are still shortcomings. To put it bluntly, magic is just a kind of physical law that has not been discovered before. Now it has been discovered. Chapter 379 Preparations. The world's first quantum computing machine, Plane Tree, is released, and its speed is 100 times faster than the world's fastest supercomputer. Achieve quantum supremacy. After completing the initial combination of Plane Tree and supercomputer, a song was officially announced in accordance with the official requirements of Pyongyang, and its stock price rose accordingly. Major media outlets also rushed to report it. The more it was spread, the more it became distorted. The advent of quantum supremacy and quantum new era has already appeared. Just because of the popularity of Red Queen Plus before, the emergence of quantum computing has added many wonderful fantasies to it. Artificial intelligence plus quantum computer. A combination of bunkers. Originally, a song was also very good in the field of artificial intelligence. After Master Yi's mathematical principles were improved, I wonder if it can cooperate with quantum computers to create a more advanced system. Although Umbrella is very good, we have also seen the control of his chips by Pyongyang. I am afraid that it will be difficult for the hardware to keep up in the long run. Didn't they start making it themselves? You can stick to it for a while, but you can't be disconnected for a lifetime. No matter how good the software and system are, they still need hardware support. I said Umbrella is not good. It was exposed in an instant. Fortunately, it was not listed. Otherwise the stock price would plummet. I bought a song stock at the first time. Envy and jealousy. Screenshot. The screenshot shows a song stock with leverage. The principal of $100,000 was leveraged 10 times. In reality, it has risen by 5%, which is equivalent to earning $50,000. This way of showing income directly still makes many people envious. After all, they are really good at fighting. Not ordinary online keyboard warriors. There are actually very few people who can take out $100,000 at a time and rush into the US stock market at the first time. Even if most people have such wealth, it is impossible for them to take out so much cash at once. But soon, a certified engineer from Hanwei kindly replied to him. How should I put it? I think it's best to withdraw as soon as possible after making money. We have studied the parameters of Planeta with the magic number tool that Master used to combine quantum computing with supercomputing. It is likely that it can be docked, but it will cause the supercomputing efficiency to decrease by about 23% to 37%. At present, from a purely mathematical point of view, combined with the docking materials, if the process is better, the 80 to 90 quantum-bit quantum computer docking can ensure that the computing power of the supercomputing remains the same, or a small amount of positive optimization, if they want to rely on this to make their artificial intelligence catch up with Umbrella. There is still a long distance. Wang Yi proposed the foundation of artificial intelligence algorithms and the concept of magic numbers. It took him so long to propose the combination of quantum computing and supercomputing. At this stage, engineers and mathematicians with the foundation of magic numbers can generally conduct in-depth research and discussion. This is the opportunity and foundation for the practical application of quantum computers. It is also the main reason why Planeta came out ahead of schedule, since some related companies abroad can see the problem. Domestic related companies that focus on scientific research can naturally do so. They believe that a certain song can definitely see it. But suddenly sending out such news must have other plans and ideas. At this time, as long as someone explains the situation clearly, it will immediately hit the song hard. Or, other related companies in the West can also have this effect. When the stock price of a song reaches a high point, the evaluation company specializing in short selling will naturally find ways to get this news and announce it. In fact, many of Pyongyang's fraudulent behaviors were dug out by the evaluation company on Wall Street. But unfortunately, the truth is hard to hear. The temptation of increasing the value by 50% overnight is here. But the blogger sneered. Why don't you face the gap? Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Because the views it triggered have indeed caused some discussions. After sending another paper related to magic numbers and quantum computing in front of the computer, Wang Yi looked at the news of a song and raised his eyebrows and said, Pyongyang is ready to support them? It seems that there may be new sanctions before the monsters attack the city. A song specializes in these things. In this case, it is still so high profile, grabbing the title of first, which is very similar to their previous hasty announcement of the first nuclear fusion ignition. According to the information available, yes, Red Queen simply responded with OK. And after a while, Lin Shirqin responded with OK and summarized accordingly. This time, they should also be laying the groundwork for the subsequent actions, first carrying out a new round of sanctions, saying that we affect freedom of navigation or something, so that what they do later will not seem too abrupt. After saying this, Lin Shirqin paused and continued. The scope of the sanction may include a lot of raw materials that we are transporting to Penglai, but most of them have already found substitutes in Mexico. Moscow even has large oil fields, so there is really no need to panic. But this is also the plan of the group of people into Pyongyang. The sanctions have taken effect, and they are still transporting them one by one, so they have a reason to interfere. Don't be surprised if they take advantage of this opportunity to land and inspect or even occupy first. After all, the Pyongyang can steal or rob other people's oil in broad daylight. And this is still exposed. God knows how much has not been exposed. It is no problem to say that their information control ability is the strongest in the world. If there is an incident in China on the first day, the monkeys in the primeval forest may forward it on their mobile phones on the second day. However, even if there is a major incident comparable to a nuclear power accident in Pyongyang, it may be kept secret for more than 10 days, and it will not explode until the heat is reduced. Although Penglai is on the high seas, Pyongyang has always been so unscrupulous. There are countless interceptions of cargo ships on the high seas. In the 1990s, the Inha incident also happened in the Rabbit. However, what can be confirmed is that this first routine inspection is likely to be a few ship activities. If they directly take out an entire formation to tear their faces, at least for the time being, they should still have this kind of rationality. Rationality under the threat of biotechnology. The actions of large forces are usually traceable. And now it is actually a precursor. It seems that the arm transformation needs to be accelerated a little bit. The transformation of K-28 should be put in front first. In addition, the drones that were previously tested can also be armed. Some modified missiles made of traditional materials can be loaded first. I have some clues about the stability of the new propellant. Although there are Bone Kun and Bone Dragon as the last barrier, it is better not to show this kind of thing. As for deterrence, we still have to have our own things. But I didn't expect a Maillon to be so anxious. I thought they would wait until the runway is completed before finding an excuse. Well, it is also possible that they will really take force after the runway is completed. Now it is just a preheating in advance to make it less abrupt. Openly attacking civilian water platforms on the high seas. It is indeed necessary to release enough wind in advance. The production requirements of electromagnetic guns are much more complicated, and time is not enough. So we should make some improvements on conventional weapons first. That is, to modify the firepower of Ka-28. The main means of attacking ships by Ka-28 are 2 external torpedoes and 10 rockets. Because it is helicopter-mounted, the range is quite limited, only a few kilometers, and the power is limited. It can only threaten small and medium-sized ships. After all, its main function is only reconnaissance, anti-submarine and some small ships. It is really too difficult for it to deal with large warships. But with the Ka-28 platform, it is no problem to make some new ammunition in advance and install it after improvement. The radar also needs to be replaced. Although Penglai has its own radar system, it was developed and added after the development, and it has a strong capture capability for stealth fighters. But unfortunately, the radar itself has limitations. Because of the curved surface of the Earth, there will be detection limits and blind spots at sea. So it must be coordinated with high-altitude early warning. Before the Ka-28 was purchased, it was originally prepared to form a radar matrix with drones. Now that there is a Ka-28 platform, it is directly replaced. The new propellant and explosive developed have not yet come out. So let's use the traditional formula to make do. Even if it is just a temporary traditional craft, it can be used first. After Lin Shirqin used aircraft engines to practice her proficiency, it was still very stable to manufacture new cruise missile thrusters according to the drawings. It is meaningless to bring more weapons if they can't hit people. The original weapons can be removed and replaced with the first batch of products made by ordinary craftsmanship. Of course, although it is an ordinary process, that is only because the ammunition itself does not have any magic factors, and uses the ordinary drawings designed by itself. And the machine tool has been added. With the proficiency that Lin Shurqin has trained with aircraft engines, it is not a problem to match the world's top manufacturing technology, or even surpass it a little bit. Chapter 380 Traces. Again, how can you test a great scientist like this? Wang Yi's expression became serious after receiving the new invitation. This is the third invitation he has received since he started publishing papers and going out for activities. There was another invitation from Li Hao of Li's company, and an invitation from Mu's group. And now this one is from the eldest son of the Qin family. They are all itineraries for sea activities. Wang Yi has already rejected the first two. However, compared to the one at Li's company, the eldest son of the Qin family held a yacht party this time. And all of them were young people. And Qin Xiang was obviously more capable, and sent a lot of beautiful pictures without beauty filters. Hey, this kid has always been quite capable, and it seems necessary to continue to maintain his reputation in the past. Wang Yi sighed a little. But at this time, Lin Shurqin's voice came over. Boss, there may be something that you are interested in. Lin Shurqin's words also made Wang Yi stunned. Now the other party's main focus is still on Peng Lai. And the host is also there. If there is nothing to do, he usually only contacts the Red Queen via satellite. If someone directly contacted me and said that he was interested in something, then it must be a serious matter. Then Lin Shurqin sent me some gossip and the information she had deciphered from the internal network. A luxury cruise ship lost contact in the waters of Southeast Asia. Huh? This is big news. It happened 10 days ago, and I haven't heard anything yet. Wang Yi was quite surprised. Although shipwrecks are common, generally speaking, the number of people affected is not large. And in many cases, they can be rescued through a dedicated satellite distress channel or the VHF-16 radio channel, which is a public frequency. According to the increasingly strengthened Convention on Uniform Provisions on Rescue at Sea, nearby ships will rush to rescue, even if they really didn't save them. The news should have spread long ago. However, Lin Shurqin came out specially and said that she would be interested. So it naturally couldn't be an ordinary question. As Wang Yi continued to check, he also knew why Lin Shurqin said that she was interested. In addition to the luxury cruise ship, there were several fishing boats passing nearby that should have received the distress signal and went over. And those 3 fishing boats were all out of contact. At present, only one damaged fishing boat floating on the sea has been found. The fishing boat is in a mess and there are bloodstains. But it does not look like man-made. And pirate factors have been ruled out. According to the last positioning information of the cruise ship, it can be generally judged that it has sunk to the bottom of the sea. And salvage operations are currently being organized. Qin Xiang and his friends went out to sea this time. In fact, they also wanted to go there for adventure and see the situation up close. So crazy? Wang Yi was quite surprised. He didn't care because he had the strength and confidence. But he didn't expect Qin Xiang and his rich young men to do this. They like extreme sports very much. And they have played wingsuit flying. This time, they are also going to go diving. The preliminary judgment may be related to the meteorite that the boss asked me to pay attention to. And the big thing found near Cheongzhou. Even if Lin Shurqin didn't remind him, Wang Yi would have thought of these 2 aspects. The thing that hunted whales at the time was obviously a huge monster that had not been discovered so far. In January last year, a meteorite that made him feel magical fell on the blue planet. According to the information obtained by Lin Shurqin during the invasion, a meteorite with a diameter of about 0.9 meters and numbered CNUS 2014-01-08 fell into the atmosphere. According to the records, the speed when it entered the atmosphere was as high as 60 kilometers per second, which exceeded the capture capacity of the sun. Moreover, judging from its speed, height, and the fireball produced when it decomposed, it was probably quite hard, and it would take 113 megapascals to disintegrate. Its strength was 5 times that of a stone meteorite and twice that of an iron meteorite. So it was a special product from outside the solar system. And it might even come from a region with abundant magic. In fact, Wang Yi was very interested in it at the beginning. But it was a pity that the wreckage fell into the sea. In this lazy magic environment, even Wang Yi couldn't find a needle in a haystack. He had to get close to catch the vengeful spirits. So, if the falling meteorite brought some strange creatures, or the substances inside contaminated some creatures, this would be normal, because the time was too short. No one had ever discovered the traces of the monster that he had noticed in Cheongzhou. However, the thing that could attack the luxury cruise ship and cause it to sink should be bigger than he imagined. Not the image of the great shark he had predicted at the beginning. Okay. Help me edit a paragraph of text. I am very interested in the invitation from young Master Qin. Accepted? Damn. Great scientist. Don't cheat me. Qin Xian looked at the reply to the email and seemed a little depressed. He is the ceiling of the rich second generation. A young master who is used to being served by others. And has no worries about food and clothing. Naturally, he doesn't like to put himself in a weak position. There is no doubt that this great scientist who is younger than him is the one who can force him to compromise. But what can I do when my father tells me to try? I don't know where he got the gossip. This great scientist is greedy for flowers and lust. Let me play to his strengths. The result is really thinking of the appearance of the female companion next to the other party when he first met him. Plus the invitation he accepted this time. There is no smoke without fire. In terms of friendship, he and Wang Yi are not very familiar with each other. And most of the contacts are made by the female companion of the other party. I should have known not to post the picture. Qin Xiang also took credit for the old man, saying that he had thought of a way. But he really fell for it. If he said he would refuse, he certainly wouldn't dare. So he could only bite the bullet. But this guy doesn't seem to like to expose his identity. Did those friends say hello to them in advance? Forget it. Anyway, I'm accompanying him. No matter what. I have to give him face. So as not to offend him. It's just that I have to accompany such a grandfather. And this sea trip that I was looking forward to has become a little boring. I have to ask the old man for credit. And let him allocate a few $100 million to invest and test the waters. The shark baby I invested in before was a huge loss. The key is that it was crushed by the world system. And I have to invite him to play. Tisk, why don't you take me with you? I won't hinder you, Qian Yayan said, while drawing small circles after she paralyzed herself with all her strength and came back to her senses. The eldest wife wouldn't get involved at this time. But it was a rare opportunity for me. Be obedient. Wang Yi didn't explain. But the senior sister was good at this. After trying once and seeing that Wang Yi didn't agree, she didn't pester him. Be careful. Lu Xioka didn't stop him. But she reminded him with concern. Obviously, she was much more accurate than Qian Yayan in this kind of intuition. Don't worry. You know me. Master Yi. The contemporary soldier king. These are also half-clear cards. However, in order to prevent his alma mater from worrying about sending ships to follow him, Wang Yi still asked Umbrella to sign a protection agreement for his family. Umbrella has been very busy recently. And Jin Yinxian doesn't want her to waste time. Just arrange a local bodyguard. Chapter 381 Knowing a Thing or Two. Early in the morning on the day of departure, Wang Yi casually carried a small backpack on his back, said goodbye to Lu Xioka and Qian Yayan, and opened the door. At this time, a well-proportioned young man in a well-dressed suit was standing at the door. He looked only 2 or 3 years older than Wang Yi. When he saw Wang Yi coming out, he greeted him excitedly. Hello, Professor Wang. I am Mo Bin from Umbrella. I am responsible for your trip safety this time. I know a little about fighting, shooting, diving and first aid. Wang Yi looked at her casually. Jin Yinxian should have been specially selected. Although she is not an employee of his own ghost, she is also a very good player. She is not a retired person who may have a special background. The other party's words are not bragging. Even if his hands have been soaked in potions, there are no traces of calluses. Judging from the position, he should have practiced the national martial arts of Bagwazang. Although he does not look strong, his muscles and ligaments are linked and connected. He may be inferior in absolute strength, but he has already had hidden strength. Wang Yi has seen many bodyguards who know Chinese martial arts. But in terms of muscle and ligament coordination, no one can compare to him for the time being. He is a rare talent. No wonder he was sent here. And judging from the finger that pulled the trigger, he is not pedantic. Well, he has practiced shooting. But he does not have the unique temperament of a soldier. He must have practiced through other channels. But Wang Yi also found that the enthusiasm in the eyes of this bodyguard was much less after seeing Qian Yayan and Lu Xioka, who sent him out. Although he remained polite later, the slightly admiring emotion at the beginning turned into a business-like attitude. It is probably because 2 beauties are around him at the same time. And his idol image collapsed? Fans turned haters? But Wang Yi just thought about it casually. And it was okay to have a business-like attitude. He is not only an employer, but also an important partner of Umbrella. In fact, he just wanted someone to share the attention. Not really need his protection. Watching Wang Yi and Mo Bin leave, Qian Yayan smiled on the surface, but sighed in her heart. He didn't let her go with him. It should be dangerous this time. He is more concerned about your safety. Lu Shirka, who was beside him, watched Wang Yi get into the car, and then turned around and said to Qian Yayan, "Okay, I'm going to the crew. Take care of the house. Brother Mo, do you have any opinions about me? Do you know where we are going this time?" Sitting in the car, Wang Yi casually said to the bodyguard beside him, while Su Feng, who was driving in front, turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside the window. "Professor Wang, you are joking. You are an important guest of the company. Please rest assured that I will do my best to protect you, even if it costs my life," Mo Bin said firmly, and seemed very determined. Then he relaxed a little and continued, "I heard that we are going to sea this time, and we may also dive. I also know a little about diving. Do you have a gun license? Did you have one before? This thing is difficult." Wang Yi said casually that although domestic security companies in this parallel world can apply for gun licenses, it is very difficult to apply for them, and the conditions are very harsh. Even with the relationship with Umbrella, not many can get it, and Mo Bin is not a core member now. If he carries a gun with him, he should have had it before. The people there are tough and sturdy. They gave us some special approval probably to tell us that guns are more useful. So don't practice anymore. Mo Bin seemed a little helpless when he said this. There has always been some inheritance in his hometown. But in the face of modern weapons, this inheritance is becoming less and less powerful. But it is easy to get into trouble if you practice too much. And if they go to fighting competitions, they have no advantage under many restrictions. After all, a person's energy is limited. Those fighting players practice targeted every day, and they have their own training methods. No matter how much you practice, it is still in the human category. There are always places that the human body cannot be trained. If you are hit, you will still be KO. In the end, after thinking about it, I decided to start a security company. Some certificates were really approved, but because of this, fewer and fewer of their children were willing to work hard and practice. It is better to practice guns than to practice hard for 20 years and then fail with a gun. Umbrella also saw this point in their security company and completed the merger with approval. Chinese martial arts. I've also studied it. Many Chinese martial arts training methods have excellent effects on the linkage of specific muscle groups in the human body. However, this training method itself is easy to hurt the origin. If you don't take good care of it, you will suffer when you are old, Wang Yi said casually, and directly started to delve into the topic of Chinese martial arts. As expected of a great scientist, it is true. Although we have matching medicinal baths, ointments, oral pills and food supplements, there are still many people who have sequelae after practicing. However, technology is becoming more and more advanced. We found that nuclear magnetic resonance has no radiation and has good observation effects. Now the situation is much better because Wang Yi was talking about Chinese martial arts. And he spoke in a very realistic way. He slowly opened Mo Bin's mouth. He also stretched out his wrist in front of Wang Yi and pointed at a shallow scar on it that was almost invisible. And once we have practiced the dark power, we can also complete self-regulation to a certain extent. This scar was very deep at first, but now it is so light that it is almost invisible. This is better than those skincare products and beauty products. Oh, dark power. I have heard of it too. I heard it is very difficult. You are really amazing. What is your limit? Just a few words. Wang Yi also found that this guy is relatively simple, and because of this, he has a bit of a defensive character. If I go to the ring to fight, I will probably not be able to beat the top players of the same weight class. I will probably foul or be KO'd. But if both sides fight to the death with bare hands, I can beat the players who are 1 or even 2 weight classes higher than me, Mo Bin said confidently. His eyes seemed to be shining, as if he was eager to try. Given the domestic security situation, it is estimated that there has been no opportunity. In the early days of Neon, Yamada's physical fitness was much higher due to the transformation, but he was still choked by a blow. For humans, there are many factors to consider in actual combat. Can you bend a coin with one hand? Wang Yi asked again with some curiosity. But what he got in return was Mo Bin's speechless eyes. How is it possible? Professor Wang, you are a mathematician. You should know that this is impossible. Our absolute strength has not increased much. To put it bluntly, the dark power is our attack, which can output most of the power to the opponent, making it difficult for the opponent to resolve it. Hitting people like hanging a painting also means this. The power is the power, not the power of skill. As he spoke, Mo Bin raised his hand and made a series of quick and short fists and palms in the air. The movements were very light, and the amplitude was very small. But the air was rustling. If these hits were close to a person, it would cause internal bleeding. It must be said that although Mo Bin is not very old, he is indeed quite powerful. Of course, it is only for ordinary people. When Wang Yi was collecting information and knowledge, he also had Chinese martial arts. When he acted as Master Yi before, people would not be surprised that he knew Chinese martial arts. However, he relied on his inhuman physique to achieve this. It must have taken a lot of effort for a young man to practice to this level, and combine it with his own talent. And it was precisely because Wang Yi talked about Chinese martial arts for a while, that some of the previous barriers dissipated a lot, and seemed much more harmonious. Maybe Mo Bin really regarded Wang Yi as an idol before. And then the idol broke up, which caused the fan to black phenomenon. It was just that his own duties made him maintain a business-like attitude. Now he has walked out of the dead end, and found that it seems not bad to get along with him as an ordinary employer. It doesn't mean that he must treat him as an idol. But then Mo Bin couldn't help but remind him and said, "But Professor Wang, sex is a steel knife that scrapes bones. You must be moderate. If you have extra energy, you can practice boxing. Pure practice is good for your body as long as you reduce the intensity of practice." After mentioning the national art, Mo Bin obviously opened up the chatterbox and couldn't stop at all, which was completely different from the first impression. As he spoke, his hands were still constantly gesturing in the air at high speed, making a series of crisp air-breaking sounds. The heart and mind are united. The mind and chi are united. The chi and force are united. The force and form are united. The form and spirit are united. And the knowledge and action are unified. While practicing boxing, we can also make our spirits clear and ensure that the brain is adequately supplied with blood. After a pause, he couldn't help but continue to say, "If Professor Wang is interested, I can teach you. Some simple practices are still easy to get started." "Thank you. In fact, I also know a little about national art." Wang Yi looked at the young man and smiled freely. It is indeed simple and kind-hearted. In fact, apart from being good at martial arts, he is not very suitable to be a bodyguard. Or only suitable to be a bodyguard in the security situation in China. Chapter 382 Going Out to Sea. There was a young man who had some knowledge of traditional heritage chatting on the way. Wang Yi was brushing his papers. But he didn't seem bored. The new quantum computing paper had been sent. But it would take time for others to read it and give feedback. So he could only look at other things. And from chatting with Mo Bin, we can also know that their hometown actually has a deep attainment in traditional Chinese medicine such as bone setting, and massage. As Wang Yi boarded the private plane, seeing that the two flight attendants were also young and beautiful, Mo Bin's expression changed subtly. But because they had already chatted on the way, there was no negative emotion. "Come, do an oil massage. Do you want it?" Wang Yi twisted his shoulders and said to Mo Bin casually, "No, Professor Wang. Why don't I help you? Massage is our craft." "Hey, that's not bad. Boys are stronger." The two beautiful flight attendants next to them didn't feel that their jobs were taken away. The boss's muscles were too strong, and it was really tiring to do massage. As Wang Yi took off his shirt and revealed his well-proportioned and even perfect body, Mo Bin was surprised and said in surprise, "The professor has a very good body. He doesn't look like a scholar at all. You said before that you know a little about Chinese martial arts." Which is true. After Wang Yi lay down, he continued to brush the hologram and laughed dumbly. "Okay. You kid didn't believe me." This made the outspoken Mo Bin embarrassed. Hee. No. Then he performed the massage technique inherited from his ancestors in the matching palm method. After he started to press it, he was surprised to find that the professor's muscles were stronger than he had expected. Full of a sense of explosive power. It didn't look exaggerated. Just slightly visible and well-proportioned. But as a Chinese martial arts expert, he could feel the terrifying explosive power lurking in it. He even had a vague feeling that he might not be able to beat the professor? How could it be possible? I am a boxer. It would be too embarrassing if I couldn't beat a professor. Scammers are rampant now, causing many traditional inheritances to have a bad reputation. If a legitimate successor like me cannot compare with a civilian, I will really laugh my head off. The strength and technique are quite good. Strange. If you go this route, there should be no problem. You can get a gun license. And you should have no problem getting a medical license. Right? Wang Yi said casually while lying down and looking at the holographic projection content in front of him. There is still another way to issue, and assessed the medical license of traditional Chinese medicine. Mo Bin first looked at the formulas on Wang Yi's screen that looked like ghost paintings, and felt a little dizzy. Then he continued to use force on his hands and said to him, "Yes, but we only know this, and we are not famous, and we can't brag. No matter how good our skills are, it's useless. We have been kidnapped by those scammers." Mo Bin seemed to feel a little helpless when he said this. In fact, this is the reality, because Chinese medicine is not quantitatively based on the standards in various books, but usually varies from person to person. This has led to many doctors and masters with ordinary skills, but good marketing skills becoming quite famous and having a booming business. It is precisely because of these that the reputation of Chinese medicine in China is uneven. Even if many people know that Chinese medicine is effective, they don't know who to trust. The people in Mo Bin's hometown are typical victims of bad money driving out good money. He still has a medical qualification, and it was in this situation that Wang Yi's private plane landed in Shanghai. Qin Xiang, the young master of Qin, came to pick him up in person. "Hey, Professor Wang, you didn't bring a female companion this time. Don't worry. It's better if you don't bring one." Qin Xiang smiled and stretched out his hand to Wang Yi. He was followed by a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, who looked like an internet celebrity. There were also two people who should be a bodyguard and a bag-carrying follower. Seeing that Wang Yi simply carried a bag and brought a follower, his tone also seemed a little teasing, and the way he raised his eyebrows had a sense of in it. But you have to pay attention when the time comes, because the physique of this kind of scholar may not be able to bear it. It depends on the arrangement of the young master Qin when the time comes. "This is my bodyguard." Wang Yi smiled and shook hands with the young master. In terms of the current contacts, the two sides are generally quite harmonious, and it is quite interesting to see this young master who is used to being self-centered and frustrated. "Let's go. The other friends are already waiting over there. Don't worry. There are so many beauties, but it depends on your willingness." Qin Xiang showed a hint of ambiguity on his face, and after seeing Wang Yi's physique and the situation that his hands were sore from the massage, Mo Bin didn't think much about it at this time. To be able to train like this, Professor Wang must be very restrained and well-measured. He is originally a young and rich young man, and it is normal to have some entertainment. "Are you going to the Southeast Asian waters this time?" Wang Yi said casually while sitting on the soft seat in the car. Professor Wang is well informed. "But because you are on the ship, I plan to change the route a little bit and just pass by." Qin Xiang originally wanted to find some excitement, but because there is a little ancestor, safety is still the first priority, and he can't afford to offend. "It's okay. Actually, I agreed just because I was curious. Let's go." "Well, okay." Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and agreed. After they learned about it through their own channels, they were quite interested. Moreover, a whale harpoon was installed on the yacht this time, and the communication of the luxury yacht was also quite strong. With a salvage team nearby, they were sure that safety was guaranteed, which was higher than the safety factor of their wingsuit flying. Among their group, some people have dived and come into close contact with great white sharks. In fact, humans are not on the shark's diet. For experienced divers, as long as the operation is standardized, close contact with great white sharks is a routine step. The excitement of the giant cruising around them really made them unable to stop. Li Hao is no longer able to play these at that age, but Qin Xiang and his group are the most addicted. Soon, Qin Xiang's car brought several people to the private yacht dock. Wang Yi has been to this place before. The last time he came back, he went out to sea here on his own yacht. This is also the dock under the command of shipping magnate Zhou Yun. Some of the docks belong to these rich young men, and some are for yacht rental business. But only high-end guests are received. So when we arrived at the dock, there were quite a lot of beautiful women in cool clothes, and the level was also excellent. However, about 80% of them had surgery. But that expensive surgery looked very natural and very good. Wang Yi only looked at whether the other party was beautiful now, and he didn't care how she achieved her beauty. Then, several people also came to the yacht that Qin Xiang and his friends wanted to go out to sea this time. It was a 1,000-ton all-sea yacht. From the appearance, it was full of a sense of smoothness. The deck was spacious and comfortable, and there was also a swimming pool and some sun loungers. There were already many people waiting on the boat. "Brother Qin, this is the friend you brought with you. He looks unfamiliar," a yellow-haired boy said while leaning on the guardrail. His tone was casual. He must be a friend who is easy to get along with. Hearing the yellow-haired boy's voice, Qin Xiang smiled at him. He is not in the same circle as us. So he is a stranger. Be careful not to offend the guests. The smiling yellow-haired boy couldn't help but frown. Brother Chin introduced him so formally, and said not to offend him. He must be an honored guest. For a moment, this reminded him of the descendants of some big officials, and his expression was restrained. However, Brother Chin usually pays attention to propriety, and would not casually establish such a relationship. He didn't know what was going on. Why are you so serious? We are all here to have fun. Wang Yi didn't care much. In fact, he was broad-minded. He didn't care much about occasional offenses. He would just be more careful in the next life. Not everyone can extract their souls. And most of them can't be extracted in this environment. Professor Wang, you don't know that this group of people are used to wildness. And I'm afraid that they will make some inappropriate invitations at that time. Jin Xiang explained with a smile. Just don't touch those things. The rest doesn't matter. As they said, they boarded the ship with bodyguards, followers and Jin Xiang's female companion. This yacht is 70 meters long and 12 meters wide. There are 3 layers on the deck alone. And the overall look is very smooth. Many places are made of carbon fiber materials, which are very precious. The floor is clean and tidy, and it looks a little shiny, but it is not slippery. Perhaps this physique is completely a little brother compared to cruise ships, but it is the top among yachts, similar to Wang Yi's large one, and the price is also hundreds of millions. Such a spacious hull, including several crew members and a captain. There are only more than 30 people on board, which can be said to be a very casual and relaxing atmosphere. And although there are more than 30 people, there are actually only 6 main characters. Wang Yi and Jin Xiang accounted for 2 of them. The yellow-haired Wang Yi had already received the information from Hong Ho in the headset. His family was a listed company engaged in hotel and restaurant chains. He was a younger brother tied to Hengwan, named Luo Rong. Hong Ho also quickly explained the situation of the other people on the boat. There was also a child from a listed decoration company that was also tied to Hengwan and was a strategic partner. He was tall and strong, taller than Wang Xiang, who was 1.9 meters tall. Zhou Wenjing, the son of Zhou Yun, the shipping tycoon, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and Qin Xiang's cousin, Qin Hongtao, who was the most mature assistant to the marketing director of Hengwan. It can be said that except for Wang Yi, the others are all strategic partners with Qin Xiang as the core in the future. This kind of going out to play is also a way for them to get closer. Just like students studying in Ivy League schools, those who are admitted through formal examinations must focus on studying hard, while those who are recommended are mainly responsible for interpersonal relationships and attracting a group of talents. So Qin Xiang only said one sentence to the little yellow-haired Luo Rong before, and he could guess what he meant. The relationship between the 2 parties is too familiar. In addition to the 6 of them, everyone else on the boat can be said to be serving them, including more than a dozen swimsuit beauties with different styles. Simply wearing a coat, the looming appearance of wearing a bikini inside is more pleasing to the eye. Although they came here for the same purpose, they did not have that kind of dusty air. They stood in various places and whispered to each other. There was no sense of flattery around them, which was of a high level. The rest were bodyguards, medical staff and odd jobs. They were all rich young men. They liked excitement, but they also paid attention to their own safety. Wang Yi has a yacht similar to this one, and there is a safe room on the boat. To put it bluntly, even if they encounter a group of pirates, they can hide in the safe room and wait for rescue after sending a distress signal and alarm. Locking the autopilot. If it is a small group, this group of well-trained bodyguards is enough to solve the problem. Even if diving, there are bodyguards with spear guns accompanying them. Yes, it is possible to have close contact with sharks at low risk if the regulations are followed. But there must be preventive measures. Otherwise, it is more exciting to just fly with a wingsuit instead of a parachute. Brother Qin, are all the people here? If they are, I will ask Zhou Wenjing to drive the boat. Since Zhou Wenjing, the son of the shipping king, is here, the boat is of course provided by the other party. We're all here. Let's go! Haha. I must catch some big fish this time. I don't know how the salvage is going over there. I have a buddy who has been there. I'll ask him about the situation on the way. Once on the high seas, communication is not so convenient. It mainly relies on satellite phones and radio stations. Luo Rong has a friend over there, which really saves trouble. Or maybe his friend was arranged to go there in advance. This is the alternative magic that money and status can bring. Woo! Large yachts also have their own whistles. Although the sound is not as loud as that of cruise ships, The whistle when sailing is also a kind of ritual. As the yacht left the port, Qin Xiang also took Wang Yi upstairs and walked towards a guy who was playing the guitar over there, attracting the applause of several beautiful women next to him. Xiang is showing off again, but he has improved a little. Qin Xiang smiled, which made Wang Xiang, who was over 1.9 meters tall, speechless. Brother Qin, please stop calling me that. Didn't you call me that before? Qin Xiang smiled with a bad taste. Anyway, since Xiang's meaning was different, Wang Xiang was quite resistant to calling him that. But he did play the guitar well, so he must have put in a lot of effort. Zhou Wenjing, who had arranged the captain in the cabin, came over to greet him. Do you have any ideas later? Want to go fishing? Or have a few drinks? I brought my father's chef here. He's quite skilled, so he can give it a try, Zhou Wenjing said with a smile, while looking at Wang Yi inconspicuously. When Luo Rong called him before, he also briefly reminded him. Although Qin Xiang often brought some outsiders, it was rare for him to bring them here without any prior notice. Sometimes, it is more terrifying if they are not in the circle. They are not so quiet on weekdays. That's great. Let's have a bite and chat. What can we catch when we just go out to sea? Then Qin Xiang's cousin came over while chatting with a beautiful woman and said with a smile, Brother, I heard from the bodyguards before that there is a martial arts master, which is really beyond my expectation. He also said that he couldn't beat him. I really want to see them compete. Martial arts. The kind with real kung fu. Qin Hongtao should be talking about Mo Bin. Mo Bin used to be in the bodyguard circle, and they were all top bodyguard circles. It's not surprising that someone knows him. But when he talked about the latter part, he suddenly froze, stared at Wang Yi carefully for a moment, and immediately said a little stuttering, Wang, Professor Wang, I really didn't expect that the distinguished guest he was talking about this time was you. Hello. Wang Yi glanced at the other party, and then quickly found some corresponding pictures in his mind. The other party should not recognize him through any photos. He met him once at the banquet of the University of Pennsylvania, but he didn't communicate. He should be a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. In fact, although Qin Xiang didn't say it, as his friends, they must know the importance of guests, to be able to let this young master go directly to pick someone up and specifically instruct him. His status must be beyond doubt. But their respective guesses did not reach this point. After all, they are all second generation, and there are all kinds of second generation in their subconscious circles. They have thought of important officials and overseas Chinese businessmen, but they did not expect that this person is actually a first generation. Now that Qin Hongtao called out Professor Wang, they, who were originally excluding candidates, also thought of Wang Yi's identity one after another. No wonder. I'm afraid only this person can do this. That's why young Master Qin has been hesitating. Because he is not familiar with the other party. And he doesn't know the other party's preferences very well. But just stated that he is a distinguished guest, with the size of the world today, and the other party's immortal golden body. This is a person who can make their fathers avoid him when they are with him. All the halos that they are proud of are eclipsed in front of this person. He himself is his own backer. Oh my! I seem to have heard some rumors before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 383 SOS. After they learned of Wang Yi's identity, they were still quite emotional. However, this group of second generations were also well informed. Although they were shocked, it was not too exaggerated, and it was a good thing to meet Wang Yi, the big boss. It was true that young Master Qin might have known him before, but the relationship was definitely not too close. Otherwise, he would not have boasted in front of him. In this case, he would accept the invitation. That really shows that the rumors they had vaguely heard were true. The Li family in Hong Kong got the agency rights of Umbrella's offline stores because they flattered this person. Although this job was considered hard labor in their eyes before, they looked down on it. But the target of this hard labor was too strong and the market was too large. Even if it was just a hard labor fee, it would make people jealous. What's more, this great scholar is not only related to Umbrella. His own world company is already the largest internet entertainment company in China. A game called Star World made a lot of money, and half of it was used to support patients. TT became the king of traffic, and even the old internet giant Ollie was miserable. Yes, they are all in the physical industry, but as the younger generation, they have also seen the impact of the internet on the physical industry, without mentioning anything else. The advertising effect on TT is extremely outstanding. It turned out to be Professor Wang. Everyone says that Professor Wang is young, But I didn't expect that he is so much younger than me. When you helped my father deal with some ships, he was still scolding me for not making progress. Zhou Wenjing adjusted his glasses and said with some amazement, "Yes, we are considered to be under the protection of our parents." And Professor Wang started to make a fortune by selling songs alone. It's really amazing. Little yellow-haired Luo Rong also popped out from the side at this time. I don't understand the others. I've always been bad at math. But Professor Wang's songs are really amazing. I have them all in my collection. It's a pity that they are too difficult, and I can't play them like those big guys. The instrument is not very suitable. It's normal that the guitar can't play it. Wang Yi chatted with this group of second generations with a smile and a casual attitude. They are all young people, and there is no need to be too serious. However, when it comes to music, the songs of the elves and orcs he composed are indeed best to use local instruments. That is, modern music can be synthesized. Otherwise it is a bit troublesome to make them. The guitar alone is indeed not suitable. And Wang Yi's identity was quickly spread throughout the ship. Good guy. Those high-class goods, who were reserved at the beginning, immediately began to gather here. To put it bluntly, when they reach their level, some unrealistic things will not be considered. To put it bluntly, they come here for benefits. Forget about the matter of flying up the tree and becoming a phoenix. If you really believe this, you will only be deceived again and again. It is better to get real benefits. But Wang Yi is different. World Company can be said to be a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. There are several internet celebrities on the scene. And some even make a living in TT. They certainly know the impact. To put it bluntly, if they serve well, a word from others, or even no actual effort at all, is enough for them to make a lot of money. These second-generation young men, at best, might give them a sports car or something. But that's the limit. Do they really think that they are stupid and rich after being educated by elites? In their eyes, these beauties are just commodities that can be measured by material things. So they can be reserved in front of the second generation, and can occasionally show off, because they know that sometimes these second generations like this kind of tune. However, Wang Yi can easily give out the golden goose that lays eggs. So naturally he has to use all his tricks. The days on the sea are always so simple. Boring and boring. Either fishing, diving, or drinking, chatting and playing poker, sunbathing, coral areas on the seabed, chasing schools of fish, buying some good goods from passing fishing boats to taste, hangovers in the wind and waves, script killing, dart competitions, etc. Everyone went out to sea from the Magic City, and then went all the way south. When they arrived in Cheongzhou, they also docked for supplies. The sage Wang Yi stood on the front deck of the best viewing room on the top floor, looking at the vast sea, and felt the peace in his heart. Luo Rong had a friend watching the whole process, and Wang Yi occasionally connected with Hong Ho through satellite, and could also learn about the specific salvage situation over there. No new ship had been in trouble for the time being, and the location of the sunken ship had been found. Divers had gone into the sea to determine that a large hole had been knocked out of the bottom of the hull, which eventually led to the sinking of the ship. Judging from the location, it was not a reef. It seemed that a huge force squeezed from the outside to the inside, directly tearing the steel body apart. To describe it, it might be that a submarine quickly surfaced and hit it. This undoubtedly brought more confusion and shock. Near the rescue and salvage ship, there were often nearby yachts and fishing boats, curious to understand the situation. But it was also because of this that everyone was looking forward to it more. Come on, Mo Bin. Let him taste the power of our national martial arts. Xin Hongtao's voice of continuous encouragement appeared. And now on the deck, Mo Bin and a bodyguard were sparring with each other. There was a portable doctor next to them, and both of them were wearing boxing gloves and protective equipment, fighting back and forth. However, with the boxing gloves on his hands, Mo Bin could not use his hidden strength, which was also a restriction on him, and several times, he wanted to attack the lower 3 roads, but he held back. Fortunately, the bodyguards who were against him did not take advantage of the flaws to attack. Otherwise, there would be a real risk of being KO'd. In the end, Mo Bin found the right opportunity to complete the guillotine and won the game. Thank you. You let me go several times when you had the chance. Mo Bin smiled and let go of his opponent, and patted his shoulder with his boxing gloves. Haha. I want to thank you for letting my brother go. You don't know? It's chilly. The bodyguard who lost was not angry, but instead made a movement of clamping his legs. The beauties and second generations next to him also cheered generously. and there were cash rewards given by the second generation. At this time, Wang Xiang, the tallest on the scene, also saw Wang Yi watching the game above, and then smiled and waved his hand and said, "Yo, our tough guy finally came out. Not weak legs, right?" After playing together at sea for so long, the relationship between the few people has become much closer. Similarly, the rumors about Wang Yi's super physique can also be revealed through some details. His well-proportioned muscles under his unbuttoned beach jacket are really more than just good-looking. Even Mo Bin did not advise Wang Yi to be moderate. A scholar with such a strong physique really made them feel like a failure, and they felt that nothing could compare to him. Guess what? Xiao Ba Kai. Wang Yi smiled teasingly, and that sense of sarcasm seemed to be felt by everyone below. It felt like that smile was saying, "Everyone here is trash. Uh-huh. I told you to humiliate yourself." Which game on the road was not won by others easily. Yeah. At first we were thinking about giving him a break, but the result was unexpected. The other people also teased him. Darts, fishing, diving, and even playing cards. Whether it is mental, physical, or agile, there is no comparison in all aspects. It's just a matter of fighting with the bodyguards. We are about to reach the coral reef area of Ravenna Island. There are still 500 nautical miles to the target. It's getting dark. Let's rest at the coral reef tonight and go diving tomorrow before leaving. As we enter the tropical area, there are more scenery and various underwater activities in the sea. They also visited several coral reefs on the way and took photos with sharks. Sometimes they caught something and asked the chef to prepare it directly. It was quite delicious. Ravenna Island is also a world-famous coral reef area, so it naturally cannot be missed. However, at this time, a crew member ran out and said, "We received a radio distress signal on VHF-16. The captain said that according to the Convention on Uniform Provisions on Rescue at Sea, we need to go." Chapter 384, Bold and Kind. VHF radio station is a very high-frequency radio transmission tool and an important tool for all ships, because VHF radio waves can only be transmitted in a straight line. The distance on the sea surface is usually between tens of kilometers and 100 kilometers, and it is often a platform for ships to communicate with each other. VHF-16 channel can be regarded as a public channel in the sea area. It is also a channel that can send distress messages and receive some notifications. According to the requirements, this channel must be watched by someone. Just when they were about to go to the famous coral group in front, they heard the distress signal in the channel, which really made people a little stunned and a little unlucky. It's just that at sea, as long as a distress signal is received, rescue is needed. This is a rule accepted by normal sailors. If it is near the coast, there will be a nearby search and rescue center to command and temporarily dispatch. If you refuse to obey, you will even get some corresponding punishment. At this time, it all depends on conscience. It is obvious that the old captain is still a decent person. He did not give in because there are some second-generation young masters on the ship. Uncle Huang, didn't they use satellite signals to call for help? Zhou Wenjing got up from the sun lounger helplessly, walked towards the direction of the cab, and asked the old captain. In addition to the VHF radio channel, ships at sea naturally have satellite signals for positioning and distress, as well as satellite phones and so on. The other people also came over one after another. The satellite communication signal can't be contacted. I just checked that our satellite communication signal is not connected either, but the positioning system still has some signals. The AIS ship automatic identification system can roughly determine the other party's position. On the sea, occasional loss of satellite communication signals occurs from time to time, and various factors may cause an impact. However, it is really unexpected that both ships lost contact at the same time. It's not far from us. About 40 nautical miles. Okay. There's nothing we can do when we encounter someone in distress. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Let's take them to the port in Indonesia and let them go. Qin Xiang finally made the decision. This group of rich second generations are unscrupulous, but they are not the kind of people who ignore human life. Even this kind of thing might become a hot search. And young Master Qin still likes this feeling. Uncle Huang, please follow the rules. Are there other ships nearby? What happened to that ship? It's not completely dark yet, and the weather is not abnormal. What kind of ship is it? Zhou Wenjing also signaled the captain to follow his idea, and then asked again, at least to make sure it's safe and not to encounter pirates or something. Yes, they have bodyguards and guns, and their combat power is quite strong, but they won't be stupid enough to crash into it. It's a medium-sized cruise ship departing from the Philippines. With more than 300 people. They have already requested to go to a distant squid fishing boat next to them. Our two ships squeezed together. And it was barely enough. During this time, we will continue to call to see if we can connect to the satellite or more ships next to us. The captain's words made several people's faces cross. So many people. Although this mermaid is a luxury yacht. 70 meters long and 12 meters wide. There are several layers on it that are getting smaller and smaller. And the design is very beautiful. But if there are really 100 people coming up, it will definitely be quite uncomfortable. And it will definitely get dirty. Okay. Hey. There are so many ladies on the ship. They will stand on the deck at that time. And they are not allowed to enter the inner warehouse. Anyway. We will send them to the shore. Zhou Wenjing sighed. It is impossible to arrange rooms for the rescued people. Anyway. They will be sent overnight. So they will just make do on the deck. Then he turned to Wang Yi and the others who had also come down and said, "It seems that we can only rush to the port tonight. And we will definitely clean up at that time. Just arrange it." Wang Yi would not make other suggestions. Although he can be very indifferent sometimes. He will not care if it only affects some entertainment time to save hundreds of people. From what they said, it should have hit a reef. The hull is leaking. And the engine is stranded. But it should not sink in the short term. The ocean-going squid fishing boat is still empty, and can take many people. The captain saw that this group of second generations could understand. And a smile appeared on his face. Then he picked up the intercom connected to the VHF, and continued to ask about the situation of the cruise ship in English. The reply he got was that it was fine for the time being. With only a few injured and bruised. But no serious injuries. As for the ocean-going squid fishing boat, it seemed to be originally from China. And said in Mandarin with a Fujian accent, "How many seats can you spare on the mermaid? We have at most 200. It shouldn't be a problem if we squeeze in a little and add 100. That's good. Oh, it's really bad. It hasn't even opened yet, and we've encountered this kind of thing. It's unlucky." The communicator over there seemed to complain. I don't know if it was the captain. However, although they complained, their boat speed was not slow. The distance was closer. As they chatted, they seemed to have seen the anchored cruise ship. Then their voices came from the public frequency. Foshan 168. How are you? It's getting dark. Turn on the lights. It's dangerous to pick up people later. After hearing their voices, the cruise ship did not respond for a long time. It was the same after several consecutive questions. Is there a problem with the power system? Don't they have spare batteries for the radio? What a piece of junk. Then some complaints came from the fishing boat. We'll go over first. Come quickly. After reminding them, Hurongyu 038 slowed down the boat and slowly approached. Although Captain Huang called Fengshan several times, he also did not get a response. As for the second generation, bodyguards and the group of beauties, they vacated the deck together and prepared to stand on it when the time came. Some people were filming, and Qin was going to post a video after returning. Anyway, they would all go into the cabin and let the refugees stand outside. It was good enough to be able to save a life in the shipwreck. But at this time, the sun had slowly set below the sea level, and the sky was full of stars. On the already dark sea, a large fishing boat was breaking through the waves, and the waves on the bow often rushed onto the deck, rising and falling, and it seemed a little bumpy. Hurongyu 038 is an ocean-going squid fishing boat that can sail in the ocean. It has a tonnage of several thousand tons. Although it cannot compare with a cruise ship seeking help, it is not a big problem to just squeeze in people. Now it is still empty, and going out to sea. Hack the street. The lights are not on. Start to slow down. And prepare to turn off the engine. Otherwise it will be a big loss if it crashes. A sturdy man with dark skin, holding a telescope, vaguely saw the outline of the cruise ship in the distance in the dark night, and gave orders. Although Lu Mao, the captain of Hurongyu 038, kept cursing, he still commanded the ship to keep approaching. And on the way, he had asked the crew to vacate the deck. But as he kept approaching, he inexplicably felt that the cruise ship in front of him was dead, without any breath of life. No. Shouldn't the survivors of the shipwreck wear life jackets and come to the deck to wait for rescue? Why is there no one on the deck? If he hadn't confirmed the ship number of the Fengshan, he would have suspected that it was a ghost ship. Satellite communication is not working yet. Looking back at the operator, he saw that the satellite phone was just sending some turbulent sounds. After calling the radio for a few times without any response, he finally gritted his teeth and let the boat approach. At the same time, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said to the mermaid on the public frequency, "Hey, there's a problem. When we got there, they didn't have any lights or a ghost. Can you contact them outside?" "No, there has been no signal. But we have contacted another yacht. It's just that their small yacht can't accommodate many people. But they are on their way here now, because of the limited communication range. What the mermaid can contact may not be contacted by the Hurongyu 038. After all, there is a coral reef not far away, so it is normal to find another yacht. Okay, it's good to have someone. I'm going to take someone up to take a look. You try to keep in touch with us. We'll tell you if there's any situation. TSK, what bad luck." While speaking, the engine of Hurongyu 038 has been turned off, and it began to slowly break through the water surface and approach the side of the cruise ship by its own inertia. The approach of the two ships caused a wave of waves on the sea surface between the two ships, which hit each other. The helmsman carefully kept his distance to avoid a direct collision. While driving side by side, he also looked closely at the empty deck. But as the distance got closer and closer, the lights on the fishing boat began to hit the cruise ship. But he saw a lot of messy blood on the cabin wall on the cruise ship deck. There are on every floor. You can also see a dragging feeling of bloody handprints. After seeing it clearly, Lu Mao and many crew members were shocked. Hack, didn't they encounter zombies? Why don't they tell us about the situation on the public channel? Thinking of this, he continued to signal the boat to get closer while using the intercom to explain the changes here. "But I'll take people up first. We have spear guns and harpoons. We'll tell you if there's any situation." Chapter 385 Monster. Captain Huang on the mermaid felt a little tingling after hearing what they said and making sure it was not a joke. People who go to sea are actually a little superstitious. And there are rumors about ghost ships and sea monsters. But if you see it, you still see more pirates. Captain Huang has seen it. Although the ancient profession of pirates still exists in modern times, it is a cruise ship. They didn't say anything on their VHF at the beginning, so they wouldn't suddenly encounter pirates boarding the ship and killing them all. Right? Or is this a trap set for this group of second-generation masters? Impossible. They traveled wherever they wanted to go, and there was no squatting, let alone preparing such a ship in the right place in advance. If they really have this ability, they can just lock onto the ship and rush over. But such a thing happened in front of him. So he quickly notified this group of second-generation masters. "Huh? What's going on? Then let's not go over there." Zhou Wenjing has already started to back off. They like excitement and adventure. But is this thing too much? I want to go and take a look nearby. Our boat is fast, so we can just look from a distance. If something is wrong, we can run away and pretend to be a support for Hurongyu 038. By the way, tell them the situation on the other yacht, and then ask them to turn around and ask for help now. Wang Xiang's face was full of eagerness at this time. Being tall and strong seems to bring courage, and the little yellow-haired Luo Rong also supports this. Only Qin Haoran frowned and said, "Do you remember the destination we want to go this time? There was also a problem with a cruise ship, and 3 fishing boats went to rescue it, and then all lost contact." His words were like a basin of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Damn. It seems really similar. Don't worry. Go and take a look. But at this time, Wang Yi's eyes lit up. If Gu Qianqian was here, she could still see the blue light in his eyes. This, although Wang Yi's status is high, at this time, it is not a matter of status or not. I'm a scientist. You have to believe me at this time. I probably understand the reason. It's interesting and exciting, but not very dangerous. Wang Yi's words also reminded them of his identity. Yes, the smartest brain in the world. A well-informed scientist. Yes, he must know something. The principle of this mysterious event. Let's go. We believe in Professor Wang and science. Yes, we have to believe in science. Maybe it's some strange phenomenon. If Wang Yi just said that he was curious and wanted to take a look, then even if he had a high status, this group of second generations might not be satisfied. But when he offered up his titles and said that he had understood the situation, this group of people immediately felt full of security and motivation, and at the same time full of curiosity. Captain Huang did not want to abandon the Hurongyu 038 at this time, and was worried that the other ship would be left alone here. So he contacted the second-class yacht by radio and asked him to return to the port and try to contact the satellite signal for help while continuing to move forward. The deck of the cruise ship was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and there were bloodstains everywhere on the ground and walls. And the damaged life jackets and life buoys were also stained red with blood. There were also clumps of dark red debris on the ground. And it was unclear whether they were pieces of clothing stained with blood or pieces of meat. Click. A long hanging ladder with a barb hooked the railing on the side of the cruise ship deck. And then got stuck. And someone slowly climbed up along the ladder. It was the captain of the Hurongyu 038, Lu Mao, who led the way, and the 4 strongest crew members he brought with him, climbing up the ladder when the 2 ships intersected. Although the waves were not big now, it was still a dangerous job. Falling into the sea between the 2 ships at night was quite dangerous, since each of them had a spear gun and a harpoon on their backs. They were wearing life jackets, black work gloves on their hands, and black long boots on their feet, following the ladder over the railing, looking at the deck full of mincemeat and blood in front of them. The eyes of the few people who climbed up one after another were also shocked. No way. Are they all dead? Go back and tell the people below. And let the radio know about the situation on the Mermaid. The pungent smell of blood was only slightly worse than the stench of squid. This is why they could still stand here without vomiting. It's worse than I thought. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lu Mao also looked very unhappy. Being able to be the captain of an ocean-going fishing boat. It can be said that Lu Mao and his most trusted crew members are brave and daring. Going out to sea is not always smooth sailing. Whether it is pirates or other fishing boats, there may be conflicts. And occasionally there will be conflicts with some regional Coast Guard ships, or some crew members who are clamoring to go back for the first time in the ocean. Without some ruthlessness and strength, it is impossible to control the situation. Although he is ruthless, Lu Mao is still kind in his actions. He cannot stay out of trouble when he encounters help from people in trouble. When he saw foreign warships dropping things into the water, he also followed them directly and fished them out. Even though they saw the tragic situation of the cruise ship, they still brought people up to see the situation. But after coming up and looking at the mincemeat, some torn clothes, life buoys, and even the fallen knives, they also knew that the people on the ship were probably in danger. How long has it been since we received the call for help? We lost contact for only an hour. Right? What the H.L. Coming to a knife. They stretched out the harpoon and flipped it over. They also saw that the blade seemed to be stained with a layer of keratinized stuff. And someone must have used it to chop something. Let's go back. Looking at the residue on the props, Lu Mao said in a deep voice. Even after getting on the boat, he didn't even shout to see if there were any survivors. Although he was enthusiastic, he was not so stubborn. It took only an hour to get like this. No matter what the reason was, these people here might be useless. But at this moment, a shrill cry for help suddenly appeared in the dark cabin above. Help! Save me! Please save us! There are monsters on the ship. They are man-eating bugs. Our lines have been damaged. And the radio station is broken. We are hiding in the safe room. Please help us. It seems that there are quite a few people. But Lu Mao was stunned for a moment. But he didn't mean to go over. He gestured to the crew to get off the ship while he kept retreating. After the crew members went back down the escalator from the fishing boat, he followed them down the boat and responded. Come here by yourself. Open the door and come over. We will take you away. His voice echoed along the deck and echoed in the empty cruise ship. But after he finished speaking, the cries for help all stopped abruptly, as if they disappeared at the same time, which seemed very strange. This made Lu Mu's scalp explode as he went down the stairs. And he kept waving his hands to signal the boat to start. Then, they heard some metal friction sounds, which were moving quickly. At the same time, the slightly distorted voices of those who had asked for help before also came over. Are you going to leave? Take us with you. Wait for us. The voices of wait for us at the back were already overlapping, and quite low, which seemed extremely disgusting. But what can be confirmed is that the sound is approaching rapidly. Bang! The violent collision directly knocked out the metal stairs from the upper to the lower level of the cruise ship, and spiraled into the sea. This power made the other crew members on the ship, who had prepared harpoons and weapons, change their faces. What a great power! Then, they saw a mass of wriggling rotten meat coming to the deck from the upper cabin. This mass of rotten meat seemed to have grown several tentacles, and a swollen figure hung on each tentacle. It was obvious that it was these figures who spoke before, and it was even possible that the previous distress signal was not sure whether it was sent by them. Suddenly this thing appeared, and those things with only white eyes and swollen bodies kept saying, "Help me." It really made everyone on the fishing boat look terrified. They are brave, but this thing is too out of the scope. Oh my God! Nimrod! What the H.L.? Haven't started yet? Obviously. No matter what. This is a deep-sea fishing boat of several thousand tons. And it is not going to speed up immediately. At this time, they can only watch the twisted thing rushing straight to the guardrail, as if it wants to jump down to the fishing boat with a drop of several meters. Kill it! Lu Mao's eyes were fierce and fierce. But it was too late. He raised his hand and fired a spear gun. It shot directly into the rotten meat, splashing a handful of red and yellow liquid that was not sure whether it was pus or blood. Ah! It hurts! What are you doing? Sharp voices came from the mouths of those swollen bodies. And the red and yellow liquid fell on the deck and made a sizzling corrosion sound. And white smoke came out. It directly scared the crew, who had just mustered up the courage to be fierce. Lu Mao's eyelids trembled. Damn it! It's over. However, just when the thing broke through the guardrail and jumped down towards the fishing boat, suddenly, a rhythmic rotation and breaking through the air sound came over. A red light flashed, and a fire axe cut off a fist-thick flesh-like catheter connected to the back when it jumped down the big piece of rotten meat. And it was embedded in the hull of the cruise ship. Fire was everywhere. A large amount of red and yellow plasma sprayed out. But the falling mass of flesh seemed to have lost its vitality and fell directly on the deck of the fishing boat, leaving only occasional twitches. The swollen figures on it also stopped moving. Be careful not to get stained by these liquids. At this time, they heard the shouts from behind, and turned around to see that a large yacht was not far behind the boat. They had been too focused on the front, and didn't notice their approach. But even so, after estimating the distance, Lu Mao couldn't help but be a little dazed. This should be about 20 meters. What device launched this axe? Chapter 386 Alien Creatures? 2 minutes ago. As an expensive luxury yacht, the Mermaid has a very fast speed, and it quickly approaches the two connected ships in front of it with a splash. On the top deck, several second generations were also using telescopes to look at the situation over there. Sure enough, there are traces of blood. The whole ship looks dead. They started to go down the deck. A little flustered. Did they find anything? They didn't see any blood on the deck. And they dared to go up there. They are very brave. No one turned their heads to look over here. As they approached quickly, they found that the people on the ship over there were staring at the deck nervously, while admiring the courage of the other side. They didn't think that their own courage was not small. At this time, Wang Yi also slowly picked up 2 fire axes and walked over, which directly scared the guards next to him. As bodyguards, they had to consider the safety of their employers first. Although they knew Wang Yi's identity, he was now carrying 2 such fire axes and walking over with the pace of the leader of the axe gang. They were also afraid that he would suddenly go crazy and chop people. They all took a few steps closer to be on the safe side. And Mo Bin, who had been beside him, naturally followed Wang Yi when he saw this. Professor Wang, what are you doing? He was a little entangled. As a bodyguard, he should not hinder his employer. But what if his employer wanted to chop people? Should he help or not? Hey, remove the danger. Didn't I promise you? Wang Yi said casually. And the conversation here also made Qin Xiang put down the telescope and look back, seeing Wang Yi coming with an axe. He was also shocked. Brother Wang, what are you doing? At this time, the other people who were still holding telescopes also saw the rotten meat ball that suddenly rushed out from the upper cabin on the deck and directly knocked the metal stairs away. The power was so great that it was amazing. Hack! What is this? Oh my god! A monster! Is this too exciting? Turn around. Turn around! But at this moment, Wang Yi's voice came over. Scatter. Lower your head. The bodyguards, who had been prepared for a long time, hurriedly dragged their employers away from Wang Yi one by one, and looked at Wang Yi vigilantly. Then he suddenly accelerated a few steps, and stepped on the deck with one foot, shaking it, and threw the fire axe in his hand out with a swish. The swinging action set off a strong wind, blowing so hard that you couldn't open your eyes. The sound of the axe blade breaking through the air was extremely harsh, and the air pressure caused by the change in airflow made the eardrums buzz, and the fire axe quickly spiraled forward. It looked like a flash of red light. Duang. A heavy collision sound appeared, and the fire axe also cut off the fist-thick connecting pipe. The fierce sparks of metal collision and the corrosive blood that kept spraying were deeply shocking to everyone on the yacht that had already approached. Many of the beauties on the deck below screamed and panicked. They had never expected such a scene to appear. I told you. It will be safe. Wang Yi smiled and gave a thumbs up to several people, then pulled out the other fire axe. This thing is actually quite good. Sturdy, and not easy to break. Wang. Professor Wang. What is this? A monster? Is it a biochemical monster? So scary. That is, they had already experienced the shock of the zombie news before. And this group of second-generation people were also quite stable. So although the scene made them tremble a little, they still maintained a certain degree of calmness and rationality. It's not a biochemical item. If I'm not mistaken, it should be something brought from outer space last January. You can regard it as an alien visitor. With Wang Yi's current status, there is no need to hide some words. Umbrella detected it at the beginning, but couldn't find it. This thing is an alien visitor, which can be detected through the corpse. After the source is finally determined, it doesn't matter if it is officially announced. And seeing this thing in front of him immediately reminded Wang Yi of the plants that the Sackler family used to study their sublimation potion and the original K virus. Magic plants usually appear at the entrance of the abyss. At first, Wang Yi thought that it might be because the earth had not even passed through the abyss before, or for some other special reasons. And he was not sure whether there was still a crack in the abyss now, because the magic power was too lazy. But now that he has seen this thing, he is completely sure that, with a high probability, what the Sackler family got at the time might have also been brought by aliens. It was just that human technology was not developed in the past, and it could not be discovered. It fell in a certain area of Africa. It might be something ejected from a planet polluted by the abyss, because this thing in front of him is a very famous creature in the abyss. The demon-eating worm, which is usually a parasite on the demon-eating beast. The whale that was eaten in Cheongzhou at the beginning should have been done by the demon-eating beast. This is an evil creature similar to an octopus in size, but it looks very disgusting. It has 3 different mouths and densely packed eyes on its body. Even each of its tentacles has a mouth and eyes, which looks extremely disgusting. The parasites on its body have a symbiotic relationship with it, which can devour the soul and absorb some memory fragments. This is a cunning and intelligent creature, but its actions tend to be chaotic and evil. However, under the lazy magic of Blue Star, the devourer has almost become a muggle. It should be that there are juveniles in the meteorite, and they grew up relying on marine life in the early stage. Now they want to capture humans with soul value, and have begun to show up. The universe is huge, and coincidences can happen once. But it can only mean that Blue Star is being targeted. It is uncertain whether the magic plant discovered by the Sackler family was the first contact. But the development of this thing in front of us is completely consistent with the meteorite in January last year. In this case, then, there may be more and more frequent and new contacts in the future. The abyss is an infinitely vast subspace. Wang Yi has not figured out the principle of its existence, but it can be confirmed that any place can theoretically connect to the abyss. It's just that the Earth's magic is lazy, so this possibility is extremely low. The abyss itself is chaotic and disordered. So although it is infinitely vast and has endless crises, because they do not cooperate with each other, they are all fighting on their own in chaos. At most, only small-scale groups can have a unified goal. Therefore, it is usually not impossible to repel them after they are connected. They have been repelled in the history of the alien world, and there are still remaining abyss cracks, which is a good place to supplement materials. But by analogy, there are definitely more than one material planet that is also eroded by the endless abyss. According to many royal secret documents that Wang Yi has read, even the legendary gods are quite afraid of the abyss. Wang Yi, who has captured many abyss creatures for research, probably understands that abyss creatures have the ability to pollute the soul, which can gradually turn order into chaos. This is also the reason why it is difficult for them to cooperate, and they will fight each other. Betrayal, chaos, and killing are the main themes of the abyss. Although this kind of pollution has no effect on Wang Yi, who has a cheat. The orderly creatures who don't have a cheat will probably really hate this kind of thing. This visitor, and the visitors who arrived before, are probably the scouts constantly ejected from a nearby planet that is deeply affected by the abyss. Now after landing continuously, probably, the range has been narrowed, and there will probably be more and more frequent visitors and contacts in the future. We have to hurry up with some defense construction. The abyss is still quite troublesome. Standing on the guardrail, looking at the blood and flesh pipe that was quickly pulled back and cut off, Wang Yi scratched his head with a headache. Although it is not a big threat to me, the foundation that I have finally built has begun to decipher the DNA function to find the optimal solution. I can't let those disgusting idiots destroy my stable environment. Chapter 387 No. Alien creatures. Hack. Qin Xiang and the others were not afraid of being disgusted. and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the falling rotten meat. After a pause, they turned back and asked Wang Yi, "Is it okay for us to take pictures like this?" "It's okay. Just don't let me leave the scene. This thing is not over yet." At this time, the mermaid had also approached the fishing boat. After solving the problem here, the fishing boat was barely started. But then it slowed down, and the Captain Lu Mao walked towards this side from the deck, his face full of surprise. "Thank you. Thank you. There is a monster on this ship. Let's go first. When the officials come, everyone should be dead." The impact brought by the god's axe just now was not much less than the impact of the monster before. But Lu Mao still quickly reminded okay at this time. "Wait. I want to go up and take a look." Wang Yi's words, let alone Lu Mao. Even Qin Xiang and the others changed their faces. "Hey, Mr. Wang, don't say that." "Yeah, right, Professor Wang. We don't need to take risks." Although Professor Wang's attack just now was very powerful. But, damn, how could he cut in from such a distance? Super Soldier Project? It is said that Umbrella has this? Really? The rich second generation who realized it later, looking at the axe nailed to the hull of the ship, were also shocked at this time. In fact, they have no concept of strength and reacted so slowly. For example, those bodyguards have been in a state of downtime for a long time. This is not a human. Nothing. Just an auxiliary device. Wang Yi raised his hand casually. Before he brought up the axe, he communicated with the personal space and quickly used silver to simply outline it. It was similar to a silver-white auxiliary hollow device. It looked like a commodity. At least, give some explanation on the surface. As for your blind guesses, just guess. In fact, even rabbits should know that Wang Yi participated in some mysterious experiments of Umbrella. The rumors about their instructors are getting more and more mysterious. And Wang Yi's individual ability has always been a clear card. Even if there is this, don't take it. It's an alien creature. God knows what it is. I said, I'm a scientist. I know what it is. Wang Yi said confidently. He was immediately met with many speechless dead fish eyes. I don't believe you. Great scientist. A great scientist with an axe. Is your Weibo tag going to be updated soon? I have made up my mind. You don't have to wait for me. This boat won't sink for a while. Wang Yi jumped directly onto the opposite fishing boat with an axe. Then walked towards the ladder. Grabbed the ladder in a few steps. And climbed up. Then, he heard another voice, and found that it was Mo Bin who jumped over. He landed safely on the fishing boat with a roll. And then quickly followed. This made Wang Yi raise his eyebrows. You don't have to come. While speaking, Wang Yi had already climbed onto the deck. And then reached out to pull Mo Bin who was following behind. I'm your bodyguard. I'm responsible for your safety. I've said before that even if I die, I'd rather die before you. Standing firmly on the blood-stained deck, Mo Bin pulled out the pistol from his waist. Okay. Let's go back and get a raise. At this moment, a voice came from the deck of the fishing boat below. Hey. Connect it. The power is off inside. It's dark. While saying this, he threw 2 flashlights up and landed on the blood-stained deck. Be careful. There's a fork. Then, there was a harpoon. Probably because he saw that Mo Bin had no weapon. Thanks. Wang Yi originally didn't want a flashlight. But now that he was following someone, he felt a little restrained. He didn't mind the dirt. He bent down and picked up the flashlight. And Mo Bin next to him did the same. After turning it on, he walked inside. The fishing boat outside had already moved a little further away at this time, keeping pace with the yacht. Brother, what are you doing? So fierce. Lu Mao shouted from the edge of the deck. At this time, Qin Xiang just felt speechless and looked up at the sky. Damn it. I invited an ancestor to play. But the ancestor went to such a dangerous place. What should I say if something happens? In the past, he thought he was a big heart and was not afraid of anything. But now he is really scared. He is afraid that there will be dirty things in the sea. And that the little ancestor will get into trouble. Don't say it. I also want to know why he is so fierce. Hey. Qin Xiang really wanted to faint. But he still sighed and said to Zhou Wenjing. Talk to Uncle Huang. Start the yacht and circle around the cruise ship. And speed up if there is anything wrong. He had seen that kind of thing before. And there were warnings from several ships that had accidents not long ago. After seeing the real thing, he wanted to run away directly. But now he had to bite the bullet and take the risk to stay and wait. This bastard. He didn't even take a walkie-talkie. How long do I have to wait? Qin Xiang cursed, wanting to cry, but not tears. The fishing boats nearby were also waiting around here with a carefree attitude, and they were discussing whether to keep the rotten meat on the boat and turn it in when the time comes. It could be exchanged for a lot of money. It must be said that the mentality of fishermen who can go out to the sea is strong. After the rotten meat could not be moved, they were not afraid. But it was true that they often salvaged some strange and bizarre things, adding to the stimulation of the fishy smell for many years. If this thing was not corrosive, it would be like this. On the other side, Mo Bin walked in front stubbornly with a flashlight and a spear gun, and Wang Yi followed casually behind, following the corrosion marks left by the cut pipe along the way. The corridor was dark, and the light outside could no longer shine in. Only the light of the flashlight shone, and there were some floating dust in the beam. There were quite messy traces along the way. The scattered tables and chairs in the restaurant, the scattered life jackets, and the bloodstains on the ground, all made this place look quite underworld. The professor's auxiliary device should be an eye-catching decoration. Right? Mo Bin whispered as he cautiously explored the way ahead. After all, he officially joined Umbrella. He knew Umbrella's instructors. Obviously, Professor Wang was the same as the instructors. It turned out that he really couldn't beat the employer he was supposed to protect. When he said he knew a little about Chinese martial arts in the car, he was probably being modest. Why do you say that? We, Umbrella, are the first to use this kind of artificial auxiliary device. I didn't even know about it. Mo Bin proudly straightened his chest, and had a deep sense of identity. How do you know it's not a test product? Wang Yi's words also reminded Mo Bin that since he was an instructor, it seemed normal to have samples to test in advance. Not to mention that Professor Wang was a great scientist, and it was different. But you guessed right. There really was no auxiliary. This time, if you can keep it secret, I can give you a reward. Along the way, Wang Yi also observed and tested Mo Bin accordingly. He has a little bit of moral cleanliness, but not much, which is within the acceptable range. He is also relatively reliable. He should not have much Diwa technique, and his sense of identity with Umbrella is already very high. After the security members have begun to gradually undergo transformation and strengthening, it's nothing to let him cut in line. Instructor, you underestimate me. Even if there is no reward, I will keep it secret. I am an official employee of Umbrella. I have experienced the combat power of the instructors. What secrets have I not seen? Mo Bin puffed out his chest and smiled proudly. Chapter 388 from the Abyss. The air in the cabin was already blocked, and without electricity, the air was filled with the smell of blood. The deeper you go, the heavier it gets. Under the illumination of the flashlight, you can see traces of corrosion on the ground, and occasionally hear some metal creaking. I don't know whether it was caused by the waves blowing the hull to move, or by something deeper. Then, under the light of the flashlight, a tearing gap appeared at the bottom of the front hull, as if something had broken through with brute force. This is the first deck, so the hull should be inside. The thick and suffocating stench came from inside, causing the expressionless Mo Bin to change his face, as the two had just arrived at the entrance of the cave. Before they could take the flashlight down, suddenly, a thick tentacle sprang out from below almost without warning, and the diameter of the tentacle was probably 1 meter, thicker than a bucket. The speed was as fast as the moment of a poisonous snake bite. This shocked Mo Bin. I thought it was the same speed as the monster before. That thing was very powerful, but not fast. How could this happen? It's over. I'm going to die. But even though this thought came to his mind, Mo Bin, who had always been vigilant, suppressed the fear in his heart, bent his waist, and stood up, and fiercely stabbed the harpoon in his hand forward. The more panicked you are at this time, the faster you will die. You can't hide. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Run! I'm afraid I can't hold it for long." But the next moment, the fork in his hand was firmly grasped by a hand. It was Wang Yi who had arrived in front of him without knowing when. He only heard a complaint with a pout in his ears. "Don't stab me. I told you not to come." And Wang Yi's other hand directly grabbed one side of the sticky tentacle and smashed it hard on the ground like grabbing a dough ball. Boom! The floor of the metal cabin instantly deformed with a huge dent due to this huge force. Mo Bin, who was bent his waist and stood up, was directly shaken to the ground, and the ground was stained with blood. At this moment, he could only stare at the changes in front of him, and the words hack were written on his face. The tentacle of such a size and such speed was actually pinched and smashed by one hand. It was just like playing with earthworms. What the hell? The super soldiers broke the rules. Is this still a carbon-based creature? This reminded him of his own outrageous words not long ago. I have never seen it before. At this time, the surface of the tentacle that was smashed by Wang Yi was like the uneven surface of a giant toad. Every bump opened like an eyelid, revealing dense eyeballs. Mo Bin just took a look and felt a drunken feeling that his brain was not fast enough to process. He felt dizzy as if the world was spinning, and countless eyeballs were spinning. He couldn't even say the word "be careful," and fainted on the ground with his eyes rolled up. Wang Yi was speechless. Even so, he still wanted to protect himself. He must be kind-hearted. Otherwise, he would have fed it directly to see if he could get a spirit body. This kind of lazy magic can't even make a big difference to me. So what's in your body is nothing. The dark blue light in Wang Yi's eyes was no longer concealed, and the brightness of his eyes had entered the visible light domain. After Wang Yi stared at those densely packed eyes, they seemed to be stimulated by strong light, and all of them instantly bleed and burst. The hull of the entire cruise ship began to shake violently, and the sound of seawater pouring in could be heard below. And Wang Yi could also feel the huge pulling feeling on the tentacles. It seemed that there was a huge hole in the bottom of the ship that was blocked by the Soul Devourer. And now it leaked directly after leaving. The whole cruise ship made a creaking sound. Stiff. Wang Yi did not give the giant beast any chance to break free, and even did not give it a chance to break its arm and survive, and directly clenched his palm again. The invisible red magic light instantly went upstream along the Soul Devourer's own magic circuit, completing the lock on it. A very piercing scream of the giant beast could be heard in the nearby sea area, and the nearby sea water had a sense of jumping. Everyone on the fishing boats and yachts outside could not help but cover their ears. But the scream was only for a moment, and then it became quiet. Wang Yi also stood up expressionlessly, ignoring the influx of seawater mixed with corpses and blood below, and jumped directly from the gap. All 300 people on the ship should have died here in the end, leaving only some leftover skeletons, mixed with the seawater. The picture is quite lish. However, these things are commonplace for Wang Yi, who started out as a necromancer. He can eat sashimi here after washing his hands. Falling from the gap, Wang Yi also saw the stiff Soul Devourer in front of him, stepping on the water surface that was stirred up by the influx of seawater. It looked like a giant octopus, but it was covered with various eyes. There were 3 disgusting asymmetrical mouths on the huge body, one with shark-like sharp teeth, one with deep-sea fish-like sharp teeth, and another with teeth similar to those of humans. In addition, there are a total of 9 tentacles of different lengths, sizes, and shapes, but each one is similar to the one Wang Yi caught, and the tip could open to become a secondary mouth to forage, and it is covered with eyes. But the mouths are also classified, with sheep's mouth teeth and sharp teeth, and there are many types. And the same is true for the eyes, with vertical pupils, round pupils, double pupils, and compound eyes. Dirty bug, don't play dead. Wang Yi stepped on the head of the Soul Devourer and said in the Abyss language. At the same time, the magic pattern under his feet formed, and a heart-piercing curse developed by Wang Yi himself to torture the soul directly acted on the Soul Devourer. The magic circuit was locked by Wang Yi's stiffness, and the whole body could not move. At this time, the soul was directly tortured by this, and Wang Yi could hear its painful howling and begging for mercy in the mental capture. Spare my life, dear Lord Devil. I didn't know this was your ranch. I shouldn't enjoy your food. Please forgive me, Lord Devil. I am willing to give my soul. Well, it's not an insult to call Wang Yi Devil. It's a respectful title. Why did you come here? How many times have you locked it? When will the gate to the abyss open? When will the next batch arrive? The reason why Wang Yi grabbed this thing in a dirty way was that he wanted to understand more deeply and predict the remaining time. While asking, he also increased the input of magic power, and the more painful top-level torture directly made the devourer tremble. As an abyss creature, it did not feel any physical pain under the abnormal distortion, and even the more physical pain it felt, the more pleasure it might have. But Wang Yi's direct effect on the torture of the soul made it completely unbearable. I don't know, Lord Demon. I really don't know. I am just a young body that was picked out and launched. I just hatched not long ago and just mastered some habits of local creatures. 3 times. I can sense that there have been 3 contacts before. But I didn't smell the pheromone of my companions. They should have died when they entered, and only sent out information, leaving at most a little dead matter. 1 abyss cycle. I have sent out information, combined with the previous 3 positionings and the density of companions in the nearby star field. There will be a new round of contact in 1 abyss cycle at the fastest and 5 abyss cycles at the slowest. The gate of the abyss has no conditions. And the magic here is too lazy. It's not something we can solve. Wang Yi felt the other party's soul fluctuations while continuously exerting pressure. And he barely got some useful information. There are still some secrets. But most of what he revealed should be fine. What level of strength do you expect to reach next time? After finding no answer, Wang Yi increased the output again. But then found that the soul of this thing had collapsed. It seems that the torture was a bit too much. TSK. You useless thing. The chief judge has persisted longer than you. It really embarrasses the abyss. Wang Yi looked at the disgusting thing under his feet, and kicked it back into the leaking pit with disgust. The blood mixed with the turbulent sea water continued to stir in the cabin. The remaining bones and other floating objects appeared from time to time. The corpse of the demon-eating beast kicked back by Wang Yi also blocked the backflow of most of the seawater. The elastic and plastic corpse could completely block the hole, reducing the sinking speed of the cruise ship. The fastest is 1 abyss cycle, and the slowest is 5. If estimated, 1 abyss cycle is about 2 years, which is a cycle of the rise and fall of the abyss tide in the endless abyss. The earth has been locked 3 times before. But because of the lazy magic of the earth, those who arrived before were unable to mobilize magic to protect themselves. So they should have been burned to death when they fell. But the general signals of the previous few contacts have been sent. So the frequency of subsequent contacts will only increase. The sun is dragging. All the planets in the solar system are moving. And the earth itself is also constantly moving. So it takes time and frequency to locate and lock. Maybe the first time was 1 or 2,000 years ago. The second time was a few hundred years ago. The third time was decades ago. This is the 4th time. And the 5th time will be at least 2 years later. It should be a planet that has been severely eroded by the abyss, constantly projecting various meat spies pioneers outward. These meteorites must have different proportions and different compositions. The most likely to discover the Earth is one of the groups. In the time stretched on the scale of the universe, these meat spies floating in the material universe should be the closest group. But even this group will take some time to arrive nearby. However, after the next time, the coordinates and movement trajectory of the Earth will be completely exposed to this group of meat spies. And I don't know what the strongest one is. TSK. Born to work hard. After just a moment of quiet thinking, Wang Yi stepped on the water and jumped back to the deck. Looking at Mo Bin, who was lying on the ground and was covered in blood, Wang Yi couldn't help but complain. He still had to take care of his employer. What a shame. Wang Yi wiped the mucus on his hand on Mo Bin's clothes, and then dragged his feet and walked directly outside. While leaving, Wang Yi raised his finger, and a snow-white 3-dimensional magic circle spread rapidly from small to large, forming a scale of several cubic meters in an instant. The next moment, a dazzling white light gushed out from the huge gap and flashed away. Let's disinfect it, lest the scientific researchers who are testing it go crazy. Chapter 389, De Pyongyang's Intervention. Qin Xiang and others, who were waiting on the yacht, were really living a miserable life. Damn it! I will never invite you again. This is too scary. Not long after waiting, the scream of the giant beast and the vibration of the yacht almost scared people to death. Although the harsh sound was short, it made their heads buzz and they felt nauseous. In addition, the seawater on the sea surface had a jumping feeling of rubbing an iron pot, which shows the energy contained in the sound itself. It's a good thing that the sound was fleeting and stopped abruptly. What is it? Is there something big? Did the cruise ship move just now? Little yellow-haired Luo Rong said, while retching with a pale face. The cruise ship in the last news sank. The previous thing obviously couldn't sink the ship. There must be something bigger. Although Qin Hongtao didn't vomit, his face looked very ugly. Let's go! Zhou Wenjing adjusted his glasses, sighed, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Some of the beauties even burst into tears. Just when everyone on the yacht was talking, the fishing boat that had been accompanying them had turned around and increased its speed to run away. In fact, it was quite good for Hurongyu 038 to have been able to follow until now. Now there is obviously something bigger, and they don't want to follow in their footsteps. Wait another quarter of an hour. The time is starting now. Qin Xiang gritted his teeth and said forcefully. No matter what. He was the core of this group. Although some people wanted to say something after he spoke, they all remained silent. Then, they saw that the cruise ship was shaking more violently, and it felt like it was tilting after taking in water. This, before they had any ideas, It seemed that someone had thrown a flash bomb inside, and a white flash could be vaguely seen coming out of the aisle. Not long after, Wang Yi was seen dragging Imo-bin out. Seeing the people still waiting here, he smiled and waved, and used his flashlight to signal. Even at this time, the Hu Rongyu 038 had not gone far, and seemed to have been watching the situation here, and turned back from a distance. At the same time, their voices were heard on the public radio frequency. Satellite communication has been restored. We have contacted the Search and Rescue Coordination Center. The yacht that returned before has informed us of the situation. Their ship is on the way. Let us stay to pick them up. Is everything okay over there? I saw them signaling. It's okay. We'll go over and take over. The mermaid, which had been circling in circles, also approached the cruise ship at this time. Then Wang Yi also carried Imo-bin down the stairs to the deck, put down the blood-stained Imo-bin, and waved to the doctor on board. He should have fainted. Come and check. I'm going to take a shower. It stinks. Wang Yi's appearance as if nothing had happened made Qin Xiang speechless. And he spoke directly. My little ancestor. Are you okay? What's going on inside? The Search and Rescue Center told us not to go far. Tell us not to go far. Wang Yi was stunned. The devouring demon beast relied on the parasites on its body to continuously devour the fragments of human souls. There were 600 or 700 people so far, so it had generally understood some common sense and habits of humans. The previous distress signal was the phishing signal it controlled the puppet to send out, while the satellite signal was interfered by magic fluctuations. In fact, the wavelength of the satellite is also an electromagnetic wave, usually in the UHF and SHF bands. And because of the size and distance of the satellite, the signal strength is also average, and it is quite simple to interfere. Just like Wang Yi's distortion magic, the visible light is distorted together. It does not need the intensity of distortion at all. As long as the range of the VHF radio station and the interference signal driven by magic to emit a certain power are enough to shield the satellite signal in this area without affecting the radio signal. So with the death of the devourer, it is natural to restore satellite communication. It's just that the situation of the cruise ship must have been reported here. And there is also the example of the last time. Normally, the Search and Rescue Center will definitely let them get away as soon as possible. Asking them to stay. This operation is not right. Use my mobile phone and some videos you shot to connect with the satellite phone and upload them to the cloud. Click the red queen icon. You can operate it yourself. I'm going to take a shower. Wang Yi unlocked the phone and threw it to Qin Xiang, letting him take it in a hurry. He went to the bathroom while humming a little tune. And at the same time, he pressed the headphones to reconnect with Lin Shurqin. I sent you the video. Someone should have found something at the place where the last incident happened. Indeed, some suspicious places were found. There are already some speculations and suspicions. This time, the Search and Rescue Center should have been asked by De Pyongyang. It was found that there was a Burke-class destroyer heading towards this side from Singapore. At the same time, the Search and Rescue and Coast Guard ships coming here were from Philippines. Although Lin Shurqin's on-site function was not very comprehensive under the satellite signal, it was more than enough to transmit information. She used Red Queen to filter the information from other places, and then extracted it to Wang Yi after summarizing it. De Pyongyang may find me a little troublesome. Contact the country and guide the online public opinion. After Wang Yi quickly considered it comprehensively, he made a quick decision. At the same time, he stood on the guardrail and said to Zhou Wenjing below, notify Captain Huang to set sail and head north. You can increase the speed. Wang Yi's words made Zhou Wenjing stunned. Don't listen to the Search and Rescue Center? But if you don't want to listen, then don't listen. There must be a reason for saying so. In fact, he didn't want to stay here forever. Understood? I'll pass it on. A warship was breaking through the waves on the sea at a speed of 30 knots, heading towards the destination at high speed in the night. Huh? Gone? What's going on? In the bridge of the beautiful Burke-class destroyer, Captain Jonathan frowned after hearing the feedback from the Search and Rescue Center. This time, they found some amazing clues in the last shipwreck. Some things that really involve confidential information. So all insiders must be controlled. Always keep pressure on in contact with the Search and Rescue Center. This time a new incident happened again, and it was said that the creature was dead, which naturally made them surprised and happy. There must be a body left at the original place. But the discoverer must also take it away, no matter what the reason. Anyway, there is no problem in making up a reason to detain them, before all parties react. Everything can be done. And no one will ruin the relationship for such a small number of people. They are still confident. It's just that the search and rescue center originally asked the yachts and fishing boats found to stay where they are and wait. But now it is said that one of the yachts suddenly left. Which naturally cannot go wrong. Let the helicopter go out and persuade them to stop. The speed of the Burke-class destroyer itself is not slow. But it is obviously impossible to catch up with the luxury yacht at such a long distance at a speed of 30 knots. So naturally the only way is to send a helicopter to stop the other party first. The Burke-class destroyer comes with 2 Seahawk helicopters, which have strong combat capabilities alone and are enough to dominate the sea. Just when the helicopter took off and flew towards the target direction at high speed in the night, Captain Jonathan received a new contact. What? It has been exposed on the internet? Chapter 390 Tit for Tat. Perhaps, for the first time, we have truly found evidence of alien life. The video and title directly sent by Umbrella instantly set off the entire domestic and international network environment. Some patchwork videos, dark cruise ships, bloodstains on the cruise ships, twisted rotten meat with swollen human figures, and the corpse of the octopus monster inside the cruise ship. All the pictures gave people an extremely intense visual impact. Umbrella has always been very popular. Magic, Pumlai, Artificial Organs, Mechanical Ascension, and Red Queen Plus, which have been very popular recently. In addition to its original position as a traffic guide on TT, the information was spread out in an instant. And this time it was actually talking about aliens? Looking at the 2 monsters in the video, the rotten meat on the fishing boat, and the octopus monster under the cabin. That kind of high-pixel video has no traces of PS at all. It's really not a special effect. Red Queen's AI is getting stronger and stronger now. I can't tell the difference between PS and special effects. No way. It's not real alien life. Right? I heard that a cruise ship in Southeast Asia had an accident more than half a month ago. My friend's relatives were on it, and have not been in contact since then. If other accounts posted this, I would treat it as a joke and alarmist. But Umbrella, what's wrong with this world? Why are there zombies and aliens? Maybe there have always been. But now the internet is developed. Various voices and comments appeared. And Umbrella just explained what happened like a statement. Everything started with a meteorite in January last year. You may have learned that we have some research results on magic. And that time was the first time we really detected the violent fluctuations of external magic. That is to say, that meteorite has magic factors. At the same time, according to our calculations, this meteorite came from outside the solar system. As soon as this statement came out, it caused a shock. It can be said that even without Umbrella's explanation of magic, as long as the title party in self-media slightly tampered with the content and said the first visitor from outside the solar system, it would be enough to attract attention. What's more, Umbrella was directly combined with magic. Then it explained the approximate landing location of the meteorite. But due to limited capabilities, it was impossible to salvage it. But it was discovered that Australia should have a large and beautiful fleet to check the situation. But I don't know their specific results. This time, after hearing about the shipwreck, someone went to find out curiously and found another newly attacked cruise ship on the way, which triggered the incident. It may be that it cannot adapt to the environment, bacteria, viruses, or other reasons of our planet. This alien creature is indeed dead now. So we hope that all parties can reasonably distribute the corpses and conduct sufficient research. Regarding biotechnology, we are still a little confident. At this time, what Umbrella said seemed to reveal their main purpose, which is to get some corpses of alien monsters for research. It's just that Umbrella was able to get the video in the first place. And there was obviously a reason. This disrupted the Pyongyang's plan. But it also made them understand that on the yacht that left, there was a big fish. However, the helicopter has been sent out. No matter how fast your boat is, it can't fly as fast as mine. It can't escape. But just when they came to this conclusion, Umbrella directly revealed the identity of the participants. Professor E encountered this incident when he went out to sea to find inspiration, and uploaded the current photos and videos. He has set off to return. But the Pyongyang seems to have warships tracking this civilian ship. Open card. This naturally caused an uproar. There is no doubt about Wang Yi's ability. Now it has been confirmed that the magic number is the most suitable mathematical tool for magic. It can be said that Umbrella's current achievements are probably largely due to the magic number. Therefore, as a collaborator with Umbrella, Wang Yi's status is obviously the most transcendent. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing and magic number. Each of them is a heavyweight. And it can be said that every subsequent achievement actually exceeds the famous Kutsai. And Wang Yi also has enough fame and popularity in the academic world. He often communicates and discusses some mathematical problems with many top mathematicians via email, especially about the magic number. Many mathematicians will consult him on some questions. It can be said that although it has only been more than 2 years since it came out, its influence in the academic world is extremely strong. Last year's Fields Medal winner, this year's Turing Award winner, a world-renowned scholar, now being chased by De Pyongyang with warships? Just facing Umbrella's clear statement. De Pyongyang just remained silent, did not give any response, and did not respond. Only the Maritime Search and Rescue Center of Fiben issued a notice that because of a shipwreck, nearby civilian ships were needed to assist. Please obey the command. It can be said that Umbrella's clear statement, De Pyongyang's silence, and the notice of the Search and Rescue Center, these factors combined, directly led to a conclusion. That is, De Pyongyang's warship is indeed chasing the civilian ship now. This caused an uproar again, especially on the internet. The reaction was intense. Master Yi's popularity has never decreased. It can be said that he has an indestructible golden body and is proud. How dare they? This is the high seas. Are you trying to create another galaxy incident? No. This time it's worse than the galaxy. Master Yi is an internationally renowned scholar, a top expert. The comments can be said to be one-sided. Of course, in the Chinese area of the internet, which is similar to a certain special, there will still be some weird voices. Didn't the Search and Rescue Center say that we must cooperate? We must obey the command. That's right. Master Yi can't make an exception. Even if he is caught. What can he do? What do you care about on the high seas? Regardless of the statements and games from all sides, or the public opinion on the internet. At this time, on the Mermaid which was sailing at full speed, Wang Yi was also bored and leaning against the eaves of the ship, looking at the sky behind. The roar of the helicopter had faintly appeared, and the radio station on the ship also sent a cold warning. Stop the ship and accept inspection. At this time, the satellite signal was interrupted again. It was obviously the electronic jamming system carried by the helicopter. But even so, it did not affect the recording and shooting of some mobile phones. These are all materials for the future. Keep going. Wang Yi used his bracelet to record the overbearing voice from the other party on the radio, and said to Captain Huang, whose forehead was already sweating. Then he picked up the radio intercom and said, "This is the high seas. We have the right to sail freely here. You have no right to ask us to stop the ship for inspection. The Seahawk helicopter does have the firepower to sink the yacht. But now that the matter has become a big deal, it is already a card on the table. Even De Pyongyang will have some concerns about the means. They also have to consider the cost-effectiveness issue. But they only consider the cost-effectiveness. Sinking is indeed not a priority option. But it is no problem for the helicopter to fly directly over and arrange personnel to board the ship for control. If the members on the ship resist again after boarding, then they will have a reason to attack. The ship can never outrun the helicopter." Chapter 391 Times have changed. The roar of propellers has appeared above this luxury yacht. The 2 Seahawk helicopters have been flying synchronously, without any courtesy. 6 fully armed Marines came down from each plane and quickly landed on the deck of the yacht along the ropes. A total of 12 people. In addition, armed helicopters have been flying around, and machine guns are also aimed at the hull, full of threats. And all of this was photographed by Wang Yi. Not only him, but others were also filming with indignation on their faces, from all angles. However, the Marines who had come to the front of the deck, looking at the angry people in front and the frightened beauties, also showed a sarcastic laugh. "The satellite signal has been blocked. What are you filming? Hand in all the communication equipment. We need to check if you have accomplices. Unlock all the locks." As they spoke, several people were still staring at Wang Yi. They have been reminded and notified that the scholar's combat power is comparable to that of the umbrella instructor. If he has a gun in his hand, to be honest, they may be in danger even with this number of people. But Wang Yi did not launch an attack, but continued to film them while eating an apple. It is piracy to forcibly board a civilian ship of another country without permission on the high seas. Professor Yi doesn't seem to know yet. We are the world police. We respect professors very much. We just want to ask you to go with us and cooperate with the investigation." The big and beautiful Marine Corps lieutenant who led the group grinned. At the same time, he had already walked over and was ready to reach out for Wang Yi's mobile phone. Are you so sure that you can defeat us?" Wang Yi raised his eyebrows, and said, as he looked at the other party's move. Qin Xiang and others beside him also looked at Wang Yi with some expectation. Professor Wang's combat power is super strong. Can he create miracles? Of course. The professor's combat power is recorded in our intelligence system. We know you are very strong. When we came down, we were still worried that you would launch an attack. However, we have already boarded the ship. With so many guns, even if you are a super soldier, it is meaningless. At this point, he had come to Wang Yi and stretched out his hand to grab his mobile phone and wanted to pull it away. But he couldn't pull it out. This made him frown and said, "Besides, even if the professor can really turn the tide and defeat us, what if you take the initiative to attack us? If you take the initiative to attack us, then our companions on the helicopter will have a reason to take action." The words of this beautiful lieutenant also made Qin Xiang and others, who were originally looking forward to it, fall back to the bottom. Yes, it seems useless. They still have helicopters. There may even be warships behind. It's very interesting. You forced your way onto our ship, and then said that we took the initiative to attack and gave you a reason to take action? Wang Yi's palm exerted a little force, directly shaking off the lieutenant holding his mobile phone, and methodically inserted the mobile phone into his chest pocket, with the camera facing the front. At the same time, he threw away the apple core he had eaten, turned on the camera of the bracelet, and captured it twice. Of course, we have the final say on everything. Professor, you'd better cooperate. You're too strong. And we're afraid we won't be able to control your strength. Rubbing his sore wrist, the pretty lieutenant frowned, his face a little gloomy. But at this time, the roar of a new helicopter came faintly, which made Wang Yi smile. This is not the Caribbean. You don't have the final say. At this moment, the lieutenant's intercom also heard the voice of his companions above. There are other helicopters coming. This made him frown. And then he said in a deep voice, "Notify them. We have been locked by the fire control radar. And they have 2 frigates and 2 destroyers behind. Our mothership has also been locked." The continuous information came, making the lieutenant's face look quite ugly. How dare they? New order. Take the professor back. And don't care about others. The new order was issued from the intercom. And the lieutenant also looked up and saw Wang Yi looking at him with a smile in front of him. I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Then, when the lieutenant was about to draw his gun quickly with the American-style II that he had practiced hard, Wang Yi stepped forward and held down his hand first, and put the gun back in. Almost at the same time, the other Marines also raised their guns and threatened at the same time. Get down. Hold your head with both hands. Someone fired a warning shot into the sky. Frightened, Qin Xiang and the others all lay down on the deck. But just as another person was about to fire a gun, Wang Yi had already used the lieutenant as a human shield, and he flashed in front of him, raised his hand and grabbed the gun and pressed it down. When the opponent's hand didn't keep up with the speed of his head and continued to press the trigger, Wang Yi directly pressed the muzzle and turned it around. Da-da-da. Just 3 bursts. They hit the heads of their 3 teammates one after another, and their brains were directly shot out. Oh my. You're serious? The other side started shooting and killing people. Although they killed their own people, Wang Yi mercilessly pulled out the other side's dagger and pistol. He slashed the other side's neck with a dagger in one hand at high speed, and pulled the trigger of the pistol in the other hand without stopping. Even though they were all well-trained Marines, they were far behind Wang Yi in this reaction. The few successful attacks were all offset by Wang Yi's neat shield and positioning. The explosion of ceramic bulletproof pieces still showed the strength of their equipment. But Wang Yi's gun never left his head. After a round of bullets, the bodies fell to the ground. Only the second lieutenant was still standing there stupidly, with his hand on the gun handle. But he was trembling and couldn't do anything. You deserve to die. Shit! Look what you did. There were bursts of curses from the helicopter. And then, the onboard machine gun was raised. They were all stunned when they saw Wang Yi standing with the second lieutenant. They just couldn't pull the trigger. The safety of teammates was one of the reasons. But the alarm locked by the fire control, and the warning from the radio made him lack the courage after all. He could only contact the mothership helplessly to ask what to do. At this time, Captain Jonathan of the Burke-class destroyer also had a livid face. He was also locked here. At this time, the command from the upper level came to his ears. You can choose to order something privately. Well, it's very straightforward. The upper level can acquiesce to his killing of the great scientist, but he has to bear the consequences of doing so. He really wants to do something. Pyongyang has never been wronged like this. Thinking back to the past, when he had just joined the army, he followed the fleet through sensitive waters. What did the other party do at the time? Use land artillery and tanks to transport to the freighter for military exercises. That gap, that sense of superiority, makes him so intoxicated when he thinks about it now. But now, looking at the sun rising slightly from the sea level in the east, looking at the 4 unknown warships that can already come into view, Jonathan finally gritted his teeth and issued an order. Retreat. Similarly, on the 4 warships that broke through the waves, a captain saw the retreating Burke-class destroyer with a telescope, and there was a kind of emotion on his face. Back then, he exhausted everything, land artillery on board, and tried everything. But the only thing he didn't think of was giving up. Now, it is even more impossible. Chapter 392, each with his own opinion. Several Philippine lifeguards were standing on the deck of Hurongyu 038. They looked at the disgusting thing that looked like a pool of rotten meat with a swollen corpse on it, and their faces were filled with fear and disgust. Lu Mao loudly questioned, "Are you kidding me? We came to help, and we stopped to wait for you. You want to take us away? Why? Shut up. Just follow us honestly. Don't ask for trouble." A Philippine lifeguard in a life jacket had an arrogant look on his face. "This time it's not our intention. It's a big shot on the other side of the ocean, with someone to lean on. And he's not at all empty-hearted. It's just a few fishermen." However, at this moment, they received a warning signal on the radio. "Please don't hinder the freedom of navigation of fishermen." Lu Mao looked at the Philippine rescue team that quickly rushed back to their own boat, and flexibly threw away the waves like monkeys. And his face couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion and emotion. It's not the same as before. Finally, with the intervention of a certain big country, the original behavior of Pyongyang, who wanted to eat alone, was officially exposed. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not, because this has always been the face of Pyongyang, and everyone has been used to it. On the contrary, Pyongyang did not mention a word about the domineering detention incident this time, and kept saying that the pirates killed their marines and must give an explanation. In response to this, a certain big country responded very straightforwardly. According to the International Maritime Convention, the laws of our country apply to ships registered by our country. Unidentified armed members forcibly boarded the ship and took out guns and fired. This is an ongoing illegal act. The life safety of the members on board is seriously threatened. The unlimited defense clause of our country applies. While talking the truth about Pyongyang's domineering behavior when boarding the ship, the course of events, and a large number of videos shot from various angles were pieced together and spread wildly on TT. It can be said that if Pyongyang really succeeded in this matter, who knows what happened once the things were confiscated. At that time, they just threw some bad things on the ship and let them say whatever they want. But now they have been driven away, leaving so much evidence behind. The truth is laid out here. They have no other choice but to rely on their thick skin and their own arrogance to bear it. But Pyongyang has done many things that he has done. They know how to use their dominant position in the market and the advantages brought by their own national strength, and they use them to the limit almost every time. This time, after shouting a few words, they found that their allies did not stand on their side because of the alien corpses. So they no longer emphasized the dead soldiers and pretended that nothing happened. But then, they took the opportunity to raise their sanctions. World Company and Umbrella Company both sanctioned at the same time. And this time they directly took action against the overseas version of TT operated by Umbrella, saying that it threatened freedom of speech and messed up the rhythm, and must be handed over to be managed. And Umbrella can only be left with the right to dividends. But in the face of this sanction, the reactions of World Company and Umbrella Company were surprisingly consistent. Official announcement from World Company. It is a pity that such a situation has occurred. But we respect the laws and regulations of various places. From the date of sanctions, the floating service of Star World will be suspended. The recharge channels will be closed now. Consumers within 1 month can choose to refund. The same is true for Umbrella Company. TT Beautiful Edition will be suspended from the date of sanctions. We must abide by the previous agreement with World Company. The technical license can only be in the hands of our company. What happened this time was actually quite obvious after the video came out. It's just that Pyongyang is shameless. This time, their behavior of eating alone did not even get the support of their allies. In addition to the various videos that TT has been constantly exposed, even many people in their own country can have such an understanding. If it doesn't concern them, Most of them don't care much. We are the world's #1 power. This kind of thing doesn't matter. What's wrong with bullying you? But now the players of Star World and many overseas TT video hosts, who make a living, are directly affected in their vital interests. There are also people who have long been accustomed to and like TT. And they can't accept it either. As soon as the two announcements came out, the Pyongyang was celebrated nationwide. And a large number of zero-yuan purchases began to respond. However, facing this kind of pressure, the Pyongyang chose to resist this time. Anyway, it won't affect their elites. As things got worse, they still made some symbolic compromises. That is, Star World is a game, and sanctions can be removed after some discussion. But TT can't stand it anymore. A short video platform was jointly created by Microsoft, a certain song, and a certain book to replace it. From this short video platform that was immediately taken out, it can actually be seen that the Pyongyang itself has been preparing for a long time. And this is definitely not something that can be done in the short term. After all, a certain song is now quite mature in artificial intelligence. After multiple editions, except for the difference in traffic consumption, it is no problem to achieve results close to TT in other aspects. As for the problem of communication costs caused by the inability of channel compression technology to keep up, it is actually nothing, because many of the Pyongyang's communication operators are purely commercial companies. They can save a lot of expenses in remote areas and remote corners, and can also suppress TT's communication compression advantages to the minimum at a lower price. Coupled with the technical support and drainage of the other two companies, it can be said that from the date of the sanctions, replacing most of the TT role is not a big problem. After all, unlike Star World, TT short videos themselves have no coherence. Unlike Star World, which has its own efforts and characters. Moreover, the technical threshold of Star World is indeed higher, although TT has many video owners and a large number of previous videos. However, the VV video platform jointly launched by these companies already provides a cloud storage service, which is convenient for these video owners to export the original videos. It can be said that it is obviously well planned and prepared. Umbrella has always relied on TT's controllability, which has a great influence on public opinion. Although Umbrella itself does not really take action very often, every time it involves their own affairs, they will write a lot. The Pyongyang capital, which deeply understands the importance of public opinion, has long regarded TT as a thorn in the eye. This time, it can only be said that it found an excuse. In addition to restrictions on software operations, the Pyongyang has also extended its sanctions on Umbrella's chip technology to include World Corporation at the same time. What the HL? Why is World Corporation subject to such a large sanction? Targeting a single enterprise? Obviously, we are right in all aspects this time. Even Europe does not stand on the side of the Pyongyang. The Pyongyang has lost his mind. Is it because Mastery was on the ship at the time? The video provided by Mastery made them very passive and lost face. The Pyongyang also has face? Didn't he lose it a long time ago? They started to want to eat the bodies of alien creatures alone. And now we get to share the fruits directly after we get involved. And we can't say anything about the pain. It's really ruining my worldview recently. And alien creatures have come out. It was monitored in January last year. And this is still our current technology. The magic has been broken through. I don't know if there was any before. Umbrella also said that there was magic fluctuation. But this thing seems to be really weird and magical. Disgusting. Yeah. I have nightmares at night. Fortunately, I died. Otherwise Master Yi would be in danger, yes. But have you noticed Master Yi's bodyguard? It's really amazing. This counter-killing action is so sharp that 12 fully armed Marines killed him instantly. What Marines? They are pirates. No matter how good you are, you can't beat sea monsters. Unlike Umbrella, the World Company has a very transcendent status in China. And no one dares to ask for criticism. Half of the income of Starry Sky World is used for funding. And the halo on Wang Yi is enough to suppress all dissatisfaction. The internet is sarcastic that Umbrella is fine. And the sarcastic Master Yi is now likely to be banned. However, gradually, this kind of indignation has shifted to the most brilliant Master Yi bodyguard in the video, as well as the alien creatures before. Although everyone has been baptized by the zombie information and the magic information, they are now more receptive. But the sudden appearance of alien creatures is still a hot topic. Combined with Master Yi's bodyguard 1v12 counterkill, it can naturally cause new hot spots and discussions. Chapter 393 Research Report. People's attention is limited, taking advantage of the hot topic of alien creatures. the continuous magic, and even Wang Yi's 1v12 anti-killing scene. In the end, Pyongyang still forcibly achieved their sanctions. TT's overseas business in North America was banned. The reserve time was just a delaying tactic for them to smoothly transfer users to VV. TT's other 90% stakeholders also raised objections, but they were more just thinking about the new VV division. It can be said that TT has been able to persist until now before being banned. And these 90% of the stakeholders have contributed greatly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Umbrella to hold on for so long. And if it has not been held in hand, it is really hard to say whether it can be successfully guided back this time. However, no matter how patient Pyongyang is, there is a limit. TT's influence on public opinion manipulation is getting bigger and bigger, and they must control it in their own hands. If they can't control it, destroy it, support new platforms to replace it. The use of public opinion, if used well, will far exceed the original benefits of TT. Now, if we just ignore Umbrella and re-establish a new video platform to guide public opinion, it will be acceptable even to the 90% of the interested parties. Yes, the new video platform has infringed on some of TT's patents. But it doesn't matter. If you sue me, I will pay compensation. Not denying it. And it is obvious that North America is just the beginning. When North America is replaced, VV, which is completely controlled by the Chaebol, will also be the bridgehead for their public opinion output. At that time, other countries can be gradually pressured and replaced. TT's global defeat in the future is predictable. Demeli is still the only superpower on Blue Star, and its influence is still here. This is an indisputable fact. Even TT's ban is just one of the long-planned sanctions. The original chip sanctions, the chemical product sanctions under the pretext of worrying about the safety of the high seas and freedom of navigation, and a detailed list of thousands of catalogs are listed. It can be said that all aspects have been taken into consideration. Yes, we still need culture medium. So this is not sanctioned. We also need batteries and electrodes, which are not sanctioned either. But in addition to what we want, other aspects can be said to have made multiple restrictions. They even plan to impose sanctions on the holographic bracelet, saying that they were worried about affecting data and information security. However, Umbrella ignored them and directly prepared to stop selling. In the end, considering the people who had already purchased it and the resistance they might encounter, they still gave up the idea and plan. Umbrella has spoken with their actions, and it doesn't matter if there is no profit when necessary. Although there are some corresponding confrontations, the overall sanctions are still proceeding in an orderly manner. Just like the last sanctions that Umbrella could only rely on itself. There is no good preventive measure for the domineering behavior of Pyongyang. As long as they are still the only superpower on Blue Star. As long as they are still ranked first. As long as their military power can suppress the whole field. Then, this kind of rules they set will be difficult to break. It's just that when they are using the series of aliens to divert attention, most people's eyes are indeed not on the sanctions list. After all, it happened once last time. TT had a substitute, and Star World finally let it go. It had no impact on itself, so it would only express support. After the first sanction, the second one appeared, and it seemed that it was just like that. And it would not be noticed that the second sanction was stronger. This is their means of slowly eroding and constantly changing psychological expectations. Who would care about the intensity of the sanctions? And who would really look at that list? Relatively speaking, aliens and magic are more eye-catching. The octopus corpse eventually fell into the hands of a certain eastern country that came later. But unlike the Pyongyang, a certain eastern country directly took it out for everyone to study together. No one can say no to this. The Pyongyang has an opinion, but his allies actually want to know the first clue. So this time, they did not unify their positions with him. After all, this seems to involve alien creatures, and they want to see how it arrived. Whether it was an accident or intentional, because Wang Yi finally purified the abyss breath of the corpse, so as not to drive the researchers crazy. So some of the initial data have been obtained first. First of all, this creature is indeed not an Earth creature. Why is it so certain? That's because although this creature itself is also a high molecular organic matter and belongs to a carbon-based structure, the overall category is too different from the creatures on Earth. Genetic material is a variable protein chain similar to RNA, with a strange, complex, chaotic, and changeable structure. But it seems to have certain rules. The stability, heritability, and information content it carries are not as good as DNA. But it is very easy to mutate and adapt to the environment. It can be said that this thing has subverted human cognition of organisms. It is certain that this alien creature did not die because of bacteria and other factors, because its body structure has a strong symbiotic ability. According to relevant tests, this creature should have grown on Earth for more than a year, which coincides with the time of the meteorite. But it should have wandered in the starry sky for at least hundreds of years. The preliminary judgment is that it was because of the crustal movement that caused its planet to eject it into space. It has been wandering until now, and it is still conducting further research, because of its relationship with the rabbit, Umbrella, who also received some wreckage and handed it over to the research room under his command for serious research. Also made some official announcements. He produced a report. When Umbrella was clearly being sanctioned, they were still doing research as if nothing had happened. They were really careless. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although the current sanctions on Umbrella were disgusting, at least it would not affect its ability to make a fortune. Based on our analysis of the corpse, we found that this alien species may have intelligence. This can actually be known from the feedback of the discoverer. We have discovered that the cells of this alien species are extremely powerful. The complexity and size of each cell are far beyond that of Earth creatures, and can even be seen by the naked eye. In addition, its cells almost simultaneously have multicellular functions such as muscles and nerves. In other words, it knows how to think and can think. And even if there are still cells that have not been found, it can first forage in the way of microorganisms, and then gradually develop and grow again. The individual in front of us can reach this size in 1 year. The limit is still uncertain. It can be said that the results thrown by Umbrella are full of practical knowledge, and people feel a sense of shock. So strong? It can be said without hesitation that although people were curious about this alien creature at the beginning, they really didn't care much. Isn't it dead? Although it looks scary, it is just a big octopus. Didn't it say when the zombies came out before? Carbon-based creatures are scum in front of modern weapons. But now after Umbrella's explanation, people are a little nervous. Cells are extremely adaptable and variable, and a single cell has the potential to continue to differentiate to a high degree. This is indeed beyond the current human cognition of organisms. It is equivalent to having the advantages of both higher and lower organisms at the same time. The most important thing is that we found in our test on the corpse that this creature may have the ability to influence magic to a certain extent, which may be the reason why we detected the fluctuation of magic in the first place. Perhaps it was not because of luck that it was able to survive the disintegration of the meteorite. If the previous news was more explosive than the other, then this news instantly ignited all public opinion. You must know that when Umbrella announced the magic, many people had already felt a yearning and even crazy. Many seekers can be seen in Zhongnan Mountain and many deep mountains and old forests. Unlike other news, the popularity of magic has never gone down. Many health products and beauty products have already raised the banner of magic. It's just that Umbrella has a more in-depth explanation of magic, so most people can be rational. But now, this alien creature may be able to use magic? This even makes scientific research institutions in various countries pay great attention to it. What? Can creatures really mobilize magic directly? It must be taken seriously. It must be taken seriously. In fact, just this creature's strange life, the structure of life. Some researchers boldly hypothesize that perhaps this kind of creature that can survive with one cell can achieve disguised immortality. They can't understand the reason. It subverted the previous cognition. But if this creature can use magic, then everything seems to make sense. Electric eels can mobilize electrical energy. Some deep-sea fish can also glow. And there are venomous snakes and other strange phenomena in animals. Humans can find the corresponding principles and reasons for their formation. To put it bluntly, this is just an ability of biological evolution, all of which can be explained physically, and are a special manifestation of electromagnetic force. But this alien creature uses dark matter that has almost no interaction with electromagnetic force, and uses magic, which is completely different. In addition to silver, there are factors that can interfere with magic. What is it? Chapter 394 Required Technology. If we hand over all the magic-related technologies, will they relax the sanctions? Otherwise, will they intensify? Wang Yi, who has returned to the laboratory again, couldn't help but feel a little amused after hearing the news relayed by Lin Shurqin. But this seems to be consistent with their usual faces. Anyway, they just bluff when they open their mouths. If they bluff, they make money. If they don't bluff, they will think of other ways. Step by step. The ancient saying has always been to describe taking advantage of others. But they don't do the superficial work of taking advantage of others and just robbery. This time it's the same with Umbrella. Keep stalling with him. How is the ammunition modification going? Wang Yi didn't ask Lin Shurqin to reject it directly. Anyway, he dragged it out. We will listen to whatever you say. Time is on our side. So we will continue to drag it out. If there are visitors from the abyss in the future, they will throw it on your head and let you save the world. That's what they say in the movies. It's done. All Ka-28s have been equipped with new equipment, as well as the previous batch of drones. That's good. The stability of the propellant and explosive here is almost there. If there are enough raw materials, we can gradually replace them. Wang Yi kept doing some verification in front of the test bench. The current modification level is almost enough to produce these 2 gunpowders by Lin Shurqin controlling the magic machine tool without having to do it himself. Cruise missiles have high requirements for fuel due to their volume and the amount of loaded gunpowder, although aviation fuel can also be used as propulsion. If you want to go further, you often use multi-ring high-density hydrocarbon fuels, high-tension hydrocarbon fuels, and add high-energy materials. There is still a difference between the propulsion of cruise missiles and rockets and ballistic missiles. But since we have already made missiles by ourselves, Wang Yi certainly needs to optimize it. And because of the current limitations of the size of the available land in Panlai itself, Wang Yi also wants to complete the unification of the corresponding gunpowder standards. That is, this kind of propellant can also be used for other needs in the future. This will naturally cause some trouble. In the end, he chose a trinitro solid gunpowder with magic factor, according to different mixing ratios and different oxidants. This kind of gunpowder that can be manufactured uniformly can be used as both propellant and explosive. And the power and performance are more than twice that of current competing products. In fact, the original version of Wang Yi has been made a long time ago, but it is unstable and unsafe. After subsequent improvements, it has almost met the requirements for use. Oh! In fact, the defense force is enough now. People are not asking about propellants. ASML has been holding back on EUV lithography machines that have been mass-produced and started to deliver them secretly. It is estimated that after the first batch of debugging is completed, it will be officially announced, and my upgrade can also be put on the agenda. Anyway, it has already arrived at my own territory. Boss, come and help me upgrade yourself, Lin Shurqin said in a coquettish voice. Panlai has already assembled a supporting production line for EUV. Just build it yourself. Don't ask me. Wang Yi was somewhat speechless. Lenses can be said to be the place where he started his career. And even the principle of magic nuclear fusion was found when studying lenses. DUV lithography machine can be said to be just a product for testing the waters. Why do we always use dry lithography? In fact, it is because EUV lithography machine cannot use the immersion method. And even EUV lithography machine cannot use the traditional dry method, but must use a vacuum environment. Because extreme ultraviolet rays are already ionizing radiation, enough to ionize the air, not to mention liquids. In this case, DUV is of course still outside the base camp. But Panlai is the EUV lithography system with lenses built by Wang Yi himself. The structure is quite similar to the previous DUV, and it is a fully mature technology, unlike ASML's EUV lithography machine, because there is no lens that allows extreme ultraviolet rays to pass. It needs to use reflection, and the energy loss is extremely serious. Each reflection wastes about 30%, and the final utilization rate is only 2%. While the volume increases, the high power of the light source also needs a matching cooling system, which is almost equivalent to opening a completely new track. So in fact, Wang Yi's EUV lithography machine came out earlier, and its efficiency and yield rate are far superior. But they also have EUV, and the physical limit of silicon-based chips is almost reached. Boss, they want to upgrade. Lin Shurqin's words also made Wang Yi speechless. She should be able to know that Wang Yi has certain restrictions on her in the improvement of quantum computing. After all, the Computing Power Index edition of quantum computing, combined with Wang Yi's new formula algorithm, can easily lead to loss of control. But Wang Yi will definitely not give her any restrictions on the improvement of the computing power of classical computers. The resolution of EUV lithography machine far exceeds that of DUV lithography machine. It uses a wavelength of 13.5 nanometers, which is close to the extreme ultraviolet light of X-rays. Theoretically, it can reach the limit of silicon-based chips. You must know that a single silicon atom is 0.12 nanometers, and the electron tunneling effect must be considered. Therefore, in the current normal view, 1 nanometer is almost the limit of silicon-based chips. Of course, the tunneling effect already appeared at 20 nanometers, and it was solved through structural adjustment. Maybe a solution will be found after the 1 nanometer process. But even so, the size of silicon atoms is 0.12 nanometers. And it is impossible to separate atoms. In this case, what needs to be considered is either to increase the number of transistors by stacking the number of chips, adopting new architectures and new methods, or to consider other materials. For example, carbon-based is one direction. But there are too many problems to be solved for carbon-based. And there are still many troubles. In addition, there is another material. The computing power can exceed that of silicon-based by hundreds of times at the same density. And because of its extremely low power consumption and almost no heat dissipation problems, it can be easily integrated and three-dimensionally superimposed, achieving an efficiency far exceeding the upper limit of silicon-based at the same scale in theory. That is the superconducting material formed by the Josephson junction. Yes, quantum computers also need to use superconductivity. But the application of superconductivity to computers is not only quantum computers. Traditional superconducting computers also have corresponding structures. It is just because of the cost-effectiveness and the current low-temperature superconducting materials that only a single Josephson junction has been made for testing, and no integration has been tried. We all know that superconductivity can be regarded as resistance-free and anti-magnetic. Normally, superconductivity itself cannot form the characteristics of semiconductors. But adding an oxide layer between two superconducting materials can achieve the same effect under certain conditions. This is the Josephson junction. It's just that it's too difficult to obtain superconducting materials themselves. In most cases, superconducting materials need to be in a low-temperature environment of liquid helium to have superconducting properties. And the better ones must be liquid nitrogen. However, Lin Shurqin's meaning is obviously to let Wang Yi make some room-temperature superconducting materials by himself to help her. Boss, the data calculation of the mass projector has been completed. To achieve the best effect, I'm afraid it's also best to add superconducting materials. If you want to use traditional superconducting materials to add liquid nitrogen or even liquid helium refrigeration cycle devices, the volume and engineering volume required will be greatly increased. Lin Shurqin smiled like a little fox. Okay, I'll think about it and sort out my thoughts. Wang Yi sighed and rubbed his forehead. In fact, he had thought about superconducting materials several times. To be honest, he had used magic to pull out a small piece of room-temperature superconducting material, which was a piece of silver-copper alloy. It can be said that it was pulled out purely without considering the cost, which seemed a bit useless. Because most places where superconducting materials are needed actually require a lot of superconducting materials. Even the quantum computer of a certain song called Plane Tree uses much more superconducting materials than this one. Not to mention the current mainstream-controlled nuclear fusion tokamak device. These are all assembled with a cooling circulation device with a minimum of liquid nitrogen. And some may still need to be cooled with liquid helium. However, Lin Shurqin is right. If you want to create a mass projector in the parameters, the best magnetic coil material to use is superconductor. If you don't pull out a better superconducting material, the added cooling system itself is a huge amount of work. Boss, someone recently used diamond to pressurize hydrogen sulfide and achieve superconductivity at -70 degrees. I found the relevant papers and experimental results. Lin Shurqin heard that Wang Yi was looking for ideas, and very attentively sent a lot of relevant information to him, which made Wang Yi also feel a little interested. Hydrogen sulfide? Want to simulate the characteristics of metallic hydrogen? Diamond pressurization is indeed a very interesting idea. The other party used physical correlation, and I can replace many places with magic. Following the past, it may really be easier to achieve the goal of room temperature superconductivity. Chapter 395. Enemy with the World. Innovative products appear in the semiconductor industry. ASML takes the lead in developing EUV lithography machine. Chip process technology may be improved tenfold. Chip process technology has reached the physical limit. When there were still hot topics such as magic and alien creatures, ASML's EUV lithography machine immediately became a global hot topic under the operation of a group of capital behind it. Normally, the update and iteration of a product are traceable, or there will be technical reserves. For example, the EUV lithography machine is a new track, and it has little to do with the previous DUV lithography machine. But in the parallel world, it was only taken out after the chip reached the 7 nanometers bottleneck of the DUV lithography machine. But here, because of the pressure brought by the umbrella DUV lithography machine, there are also the prospects of artificial intelligence and quantum computing plus supercomputing. In order to compete for this cutting-edge profit again, for a better future, when the current top chip process technology is still 14 nanometers, ASML brought out their EUV lithography machine. And because of the influence of Umbrella on the lens field, there is also a sense of competition brought by other technologies. The EUV lithography machine that ASML brought out in advance this time is even better than the technical parameters originally planned. TSMC, 4-star, Intel, and other wafer factories have already received the goods and started assembly and debugging. Obviously, ASML's EUV lithography machine was not just made, but it was officially announced after the supply had begun and they had worked overtime to complete the assembly. The purpose is to get it done in one step, in order to reduce the reaction time for competitors. The EUV lithography machine is much larger than the DUV, weighing 180 tons, and even requires special vehicles for transportation. And it is quite troublesome to assemble, if the staff of these cooperative wafer factories had not been trained in advance. It would be quite normal to install and debug for more than half a year from scratch. Now, under the pressure from Umbrella, both ASML and major wafer factories have shown their greatest potential, and all of them have worked overtime to work together, under the hype of various capitals. Coupled with the new sanctions against Umbrella, many people have recovered. This time, I am afraid that the target is Umbrella. What a big deal. I thought World Company was already wrong before. But it is terrible to compare it with the one targeting Umbrella. World Company was just affected by the incident, and the main target is Umbrella. The benefits of them are really too great. ASML is so insidious. It has been covering it up, and came out when it was almost final. As the discussion on the internet fermented, when the heat reached its peak, ASML also launched a live broadcast program. At the same time, there were many semiconductor engineers from TSMC, 4-star, Intel, and some professionals from chip design factories, packaging factories, etc., standing outside a factory. Everyone had a smile on their face. In front of the live camera, ASML engineers took the lead in introducing OK. I'm afraid many people didn't expect that we would directly abandon the original mature DUV technology and directly develop EUV lithography machines from scratch. As they spoke, they walked around the factory. Perhaps from the very beginning, no one was optimistic about EUV lithography machines, because although theoretically it can achieve 10 times the resolution of DUV lithography machines, it is too difficult. Too difficult. Too many bottlenecks to break through. Extremely high technical requirements, and countless difficulties to overcome. As he spoke, he also opened the bracelet, forming a three-dimensional holographic projection, and briefly introduced. Everyone knows that the essence of lithography machines is exposure. For DUV lithography machines, we can also find corresponding lenses to allow deep ultraviolet rays to pass through, especially the new lenses produced by Umbrella's technology later, which further strengthened this point. Umbrella's own lithography machine took advantage of this point to overtake on the curve and surpass our efficiency without using the immersion method. ASML did not belittle Umbrella, and could even be said to be boasting on the side, because only by showing the strength of Umbrella can we show that they are stronger. This is a strong opponent, but it's still lost in front of us. But this is not true for EUV lithography machines. The 13.5 nanometers wavelength extreme ultraviolet light we use has a strong ionization ability. No lens can allow this high-energy beam to pass through with such precision. So the only option is reflection. While speaking, the holographic image also operated and changed, explaining the general principle. It is to continuously use the reflection of some lenses to complete the convergence of extreme ultraviolet light. A total of more than 10 reflections must be completed to meet the final exposure requirements. This can be said to be extremely demanding for the precision of the reflective lens. I would like to thank Carl Zeiss for its efforts in this regard. After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation to the engineer of Carl Zeiss next to him. The engineer of Carl Zeiss also stood up and said politely, "We also used Umbrella's technical coding. But of course, in terms of precision, we are still a little confident." Then, the representative of ASML introduced their EUV light source. As mentioned before, extreme ultraviolet light needs to be reflected more than a dozen times to achieve our effect. Because of the ionization consumption of extreme ultraviolet light, each reflection will lose about 30% of the energy. In the end, we can only effectively use about 2% of the light. Therefore, we need the light source to have sufficient and stable output power. In order to overcome this problem, Cymer has spent a full 10 years to overcome it. However, Cymer was acquired by our company 3 years ago. As he spoke, he continued to play the holographic picture. The principle was revealed in it, which was to use high-energy lasers to continuously bombard liquid metal drops. The difficulty and accuracy of the data he provided made people's scalps numb. It's not difficult to make it, but to keep it stable and durable, and have a light source with sufficient output power. It is necessary to ensure that each impact is extremely accurate and the frequency is high enough, continuously bombarding the dripping metal droplets. The slightest mistake in all aspects is completely different. Later, with the continuous introduction, the audience also understood how this machine was assembled. The beautiful light source technology, the neon light source conversion equipment, the Gauss valves, the Prussian lenses, and the Swedish bearings all need to be extremely precise and indispensable. Even the installation must be extremely delicate to avoid the slight vibration of the surrounding environment. Even the vehicles that transport the lithography machine are patented technologies of a certain TSMC. At this point in the live broadcast, many viewers have seen the problem. The UV lithography machine is by no means a problem of one or two technologies, but a gathering of all the world's top technologies. And these top giants come together to suppress Umbrella, or just rely on the technology gap to complete the crushing in one breath. This itself is also a performance of showing muscles. Today, the mainstream chip process is only 14 nanometers. However, the theoretical limit of the EUV lithography machine can reach the limit of silicon-based chips, which can reach 1 nanometer. If the tunneling problem can be solved, it can even be lower. Yes, this is not in line with business rules and profits. There is no slow update and iteration to harvest. But there is no way. Umbrella is too strong. Their DUV lithography machine performance is too good. And the chip is in a black box state, and it is completely unclear. In this case, we can only take out the best in one go to defeat them directly. Although the chip aspect has been overdrawn to the limit, it can be made up in quantum computing plus supercomputing and artificial intelligence. No matter how strong Umbrella's artificial intelligence is, it still needs to rely on hardware. Now, ASML is playing an open card here. We have the world's strongest technologies. This is our EUV lithography machine, although it has only been installed and debugged in major wafer fabs. How to improve the process to the limit depends on the means of major wafer fabs. But our tools have been completed anyway, and we have the conditions for continuous trial and error to learn from experience. So we can keep moving forward and keep moving forward. Umbrella is very strong. So strong that it is amazing. The holographic technology one I'm showing now, the reinforced coating on our lenses, and the structure of artificial intelligence, etc., have laid a strong foundation for Umbrella. But we are stronger. Then the camera zoomed out, and ASML and many companies involved in EUV component design, the 3 major EDA factories, the chip design factories, and all the representatives of the original crystal factories were all in the same frame. It showed their great confidence and strength. The reason for making this live broadcast is to announce it to everyone. They have the world's top technology. The accumulation of this technology is not something you can catch up with in a short time. You may be able to break through a bottleneck in the short term, but you can't break through all bottlenecks. When you catch up, we will continue to move forward. Always walk ahead. Build many barriers to block your way. And let us always keep the gap. Let us always occupy the biggest profit. You, and the enemy of the world. Chapter 396 Gap. Watching ASML's live broadcast. Apart from some people who just wanted to watch the show, most people were concerned about how well the chips would perform in the future. Graphics cards, CPUs, games, etc. But this kind of scene still caused a heavier feeling in China. What Umbrella is facing is not a microcosm to some extent. Under the existing order established by Pyongyang, all developed countries are beneficiaries. In this case, even if Pyongyang often harvests the whole world regularly based on its own domestic conflicts, inflation and various economic problems, and cuts their meat to fill itself, all parties still have a certain degree of tolerance for Pyongyang and accept Pyongyang's domination. Who wants to be an enemy of Pyongyang? No. But sometimes it's not enough for you to not want to. The other party has the same idea. Falling behind will not necessarily get you beaten. But falling behind and having money will definitely get you beaten. Damn. What's with all this pressure? Isn't it aimed at Umbrella? Hey. It seems like we might face it in the future. I'm so angry for no reason. We're the only ones who feel angry. Because other people don't care anymore. And some even take pride in being stationed. Isn't that how we got through it before? In fact, the world has never been peaceful. But we live in a peaceful country and era. Now, they want to come back again. What Umbrella is facing may be what we need to face as well. We don't live in a peaceful world. The era of peace. Of the 190 countries in the United Nations, only 3 have not been militarily intervened by the United States. And these 3 countries are too small to be used. Then why should we make them angry? Because you are not white. They can't even take care of their own dogs. How can they care about your life or death? Of course, some people think that they lick early and lick fast. So they may be different. Isn't it popular in the United States to look down on those who lick later? It can be said that ASML's sudden extreme pressure on Umbrella has brought a huge pressure to the country. When even the DUV lithography machine was still under research, it suddenly took out this new track. The UV lithography machine that brings together all the world's top technologies. And the lithography machine that claims to reach the limit of silicon-based chips really makes people feel a huge pressure. At the same time, many people also looked at Umbrella. I don't know how this company that has created miracles should face it. At the beginning, Umbrella took out the DUV lithography machine as soon as possible. Now there are indeed many people who want to see if they can also take out EUV. But ASML's team lineup has been put out before. Umbrella does have the advantage of magic, but it has always been based on basic rules. So they feel that it is impossible to overcome. Maybe some of the difficulties can be overcome, but overall it is really impossible. There are also many people paying attention to this matter on the internet. However, for them, they obviously don't have so many thoughts. They are more concerned about the impact on themselves, and whether Umbrella will not be able to keep up after being sanctioned. What should we do with the chip of Red Queen's bracelet in the future? Why impose sanctions? Who is bothered by them building a city on the sea? It's the same lame excuse again. Can you change it? I'm tired of hearing it. The latest chip hasn't come out yet, but the chip factory will probably announce it soon. I don't know when the wafer factory can start construction. I have friends in this industry. They said that EDA is very fast after being upgraded by Umbrella. No way. EDA software is upgraded by others, and sanctions are imposed on it? Hey, Red Queen mobile phones may not be usable in the future. The tenfold gap is too big. Playing console games on mobile phones is just around the corner. I also want to see what will happen after the upgrade and the collision with Red Queen Plus. A song should also have artificial intelligence. Right? It's unreasonable that it can't beat Red Queen with this blessing. I hope Umbrella can license the holographic technology. When ASML launched a strong attack and people were talking about it outside, Wang Yi was busy adjusting the materials in front of him. When Wang Yi first started to work on superconducting materials, he subconsciously chose the silver factor, and finally chose the silver-copper alloy. In the end, he did pull out a small piece of room temperature superconductor by brute force. But Wang Yi himself was exhausted. If this kind of superconducting material is used in the future, it would not be enough for him to do nothing and work 24 hours a day. So he just threw it aside. This time, Wang Yi carefully interpreted the hydrogen sulfide experiment. What is superconductivity? No resistance plus anti-magnetism. Both are indispensable. Of course, this no resistance itself is still relative, but it has no effect. After the resistance is less than 10-25 ohms, it can be regarded as no resistance. The first superconductor discovered was mercury. Later, many materials that can achieve superconducting properties under liquid helium cooling were slowly discovered. Take metals as an example. Metals are metal atoms that form a metal lattice structure. Free electrons can move freely in it, so they can conduct electricity. But the metal atoms themselves are also in a state of vibration in the lattice, and will collide with the moving electrons, thereby absorbing part of the energy and converting it into their own internal energy, which is reflected in the increase in temperature after power is turned on. Usually, when the temperature rises, the speed of metal atoms becomes faster and faster, and the possibility of colliding with electrons will also increase. So the resistance will usually increase. This is also the reason why the mercury resistor was tested at low temperature in the past, in order to see how small the resistance can be. However, the birth of superconductivity is not purely because the temperature is too low, which causes the atomic vibration to become smaller. This can only be regarded as one of the reasons. When electrons move, metal atoms will have a probability of colliding no matter how low they move. And the superconducting material itself is not absolute zero, and it does not eliminate the vibration of metal atoms. Therefore, the reason for the birth of superconductivity needs to continue to be distinguished from the two basic particle categories of bosons and fermions. Fermions are semi-odd particles with a spin of 1/2 or 3/2. They follow the Pauli exclusion principle. That is, a quantum state can only accommodate one particle, and they cannot be overlapped and superimposed together. In a sense, the matter we can touch is composed of fermions. Bosons are particles with integer spins that do not follow the Pauli exclusion principle. For example, photons can be seen as a magnifying glass focusing sunlight to compress it into a small point. All photons can theoretically be superimposed in a quantum state. As fermions, electrons have a thicker wire. The better. What we usually call the singularity at the center of a black hole and the singularity at the Big Bang are the degeneracy pressure between fermions destroyed by a greater force, collapsed into a quantum state, and formed a similar effect of a magnifying glass focusing sunlight, with infinite superposition. After understanding this, another substance needs to be extended. This substance is called superfluid. This is a Cooper pair in a specific environment, which turns the original half-odd spin coupling into an integer, thus obtaining properties similar to bosons. For example, helium nuclei. This allows superfluids to eliminate friction, which is specifically manifested in the ability to flow out quickly through extremely thin tubes without sticking, or to rotate in a ring with a little force and almost forever around the ring. Superconductivity at low temperatures is also based on this reason. The energy of electrons as fermions is lower than the energy of Fermi-Dirac distribution, which leads to the coupling of two pairs to form Cooper pairs, and then they flow freely in the conductor without being affected. So how to combine electrons into Cooper pairs is the key. The reason why hydrogen sulfide is chosen in the paper is that hydrogen is the lightest atomic nucleus. When electrons move in the conductor, they can attract nearby atomic nuclei to move. Similarly, when the movement of atomic nuclei becomes dense, they will attract the next electron, making it easier to pair and complete the matching. This can reduce the conditions required for electrons to combine into Cooper pairs, without the temperature close to absolute zero. Judging from the laboratory results, the direction is not wrong. It is to find ways to reflect the metallic properties of hydrogen. Yes, hydrogen can form metallic hydrogen under extreme conditions, but human technology cannot do it yet. So diamond pressure is used to reduce the temperature and then choose hydrogen sulfide as a material to achieve some characteristics. Before, Wang Yi also fell into a misunderstanding, always thinking about using the properties of metals and silver to form superconducting alloys. However, using silver to interfere with magic power to stimulate the metallic properties of hydrogen seems to be much simpler than silver-copper alloy. Silver hydride. This is a strange thing that Wang Yi has made, although he still has to mobilize the magic power of the magic tower to make it himself. But the difficulty is much more convenient than the previous silver-copper alloy, and the efficiency is much higher when the magic tower in Pengli is completed. Although the production capacity is not large, it should be self-sufficient. And although everyone can't do it now, it's not a big problem to just make some chips and help Lin Shirqin upgrade it. Anyway, the UV lithography machine knocked out by himself is tough, and he can directly start with this material. Chapter 397 Environmental Protection Organization. Boss, you're awesome. That's great. After Lin Shirqin received Wang Yi's optimization plan, she flattered him. After I finish making mine, do you want to make some ordinary chips to sell? First, make all the chips we need, and update the chips for satellites and missiles. Speed up the construction of the Mage Tower, and start stockpiling materials for mass projectors. Wang Yi responded very calmly. In fact, for civilian use, the chips produced by our company are enough now. When you can fully upgrade, you can do it temporarily. Anyway, in terms of yield and production efficiency, it is completely incomparable with our own. Since you are flexing your muscles with sanctions, then the cost must be lower than ours. Now Umbrella's ability to make money is enough, and it is not impossible to dump chips at a low price at that time. Just suppress their cost price. If the mass production of chips fails to achieve commercial results, their entire semiconductor industry will face the risk of collapse. Of course, at that time, they will definitely prevent Umbrella's chips from entering their market. Anyway, we will sell them to Rabbit and Bear. In fact, if the chips are not pursued for commercial mass production, but only to ensure the most basic national defense needs, it will be relatively simpler. For example, in terms of light sources, Rabbit is one of the few countries in the world that can build synchrotron radiation sources, and 3 have been built so far. In all aspects, synchrotron radiation sources can be said to be the strongest artificial light sources, and there is no one else for the time being. But unfortunately, the cost of this thing is too high. The size can be regarded as a giant building. Its main function is to explore cutting-edge technology. To be honest, it is a waste of material to use it to make chips. Bear has thought of using this to meet their military needs. If Umbrella lowers the price of chips and loses commercial use, The semiconductor industry barriers that the West has spent so much energy and resources to build will collapse directly. The continuous sanctions imposed by DPAO on Umbrella, and the appearance of ASML with the corresponding suppliers, can be said to be tense. And after ASML led the team to declare war, someone from Pyongyang came to Umbrella to lobby in a low-key manner. If you are willing to share your magic technology, then you will be our real family in the future. Wang Yi was not surprised when he got the news from Lin Shichin. This is the first time that the Kaza people have truly expressed their willingness to accept, put aside their disputes, and create the future together. But Wang Yi also knows why they are so anxious all of a sudden. Alien life. The emergence of this kind of life does in some sense show that magic may involve an increase in lifespan. They are willing to make some compromises for this. It's really interesting. I guess if we ignore them, they will make something happen again. Is the airport runway built? They jumped out in a hurry. If they refuse again, I'm afraid they can't hold back. Not yet. But I guess they can't wait. Obviously, the plane from Boeing hasn't arrived yet. It seems that they want to default on their debt. Although Lin Shichin's body is in Penglai, she can still keep an eye on him with the function of the Red Queen. The actions of a force are different from those of an individual. There must be traces to follow. The bigger the force, the bigger the action, and the more obvious the traces. Our accounts are not so easy to blame. The popularity of EUV lithography machines was only promoted by them in the short term, before their chips were mass-produced and put on the market. The attention they received was obviously limited and could easily be suppressed by other things. On the contrary, the popularity of alien life has been maintained. At the same time, the popularity of Penglai has also been abnormally increasing recently, as if someone is behind it. I am the captain of a fishing boat. We used to fish here in this season. But with the establishment of Penglai City, the habits of the fish here have all changed. Our Animal Protection Association firmly protests against Umbrella's destruction of nature. This sea city has only been established for such a short time, and it has already caused an ecological disaster. It affects our freedom of navigation. Accompanied by various voices, there are also some pictures of dead marine life, and some pictures of stranded marine life on the beach. Even the stranding of whales is vaguely attributed to Umbrella's change of the environment. It seems to be caused by the establishment of the sea city. It can be said that this unexpected punch, even if Wang Yi is prepared, he is a little confused when he hears it. I didn't expect there is such a boxing method. But it's true. With the degree of control of public opinion by the Chable, black can be said to be white. It's really easy to dye white black. What the truth is actually not important. What is important is that capital can let most people see the truth they want. A steel city is located on the sea, and the magnificent city is like a mountain on the sea. The roar of the machine continued to be heard, and sparks of welding could often be seen flashing inside. Since the moment Penglai City was built, it has never stopped and has been operating around the clock. There are employees and machines in training outside, and skeletons and machines inside. The roar of the machinery brings a sense of iron and blood to this steel city. In front of this sea giant, no matter how big the cargo ship is, it will appear quite small, compared with those cargo ships of more than 10,000 tons. Some fishing boats and yachts are even more inconspicuous. Since Penglai was built, there have often been various curious fishing boats and yachts passing by nearby, and even some cruise ships will take over the business of a tour, while letting the passengers on the cruise ship watch. They will explain, just like a tourist attraction. However, Umbrella has never stopped these, only occasionally reminding them after approaching. At the same time, various civilian helicopters and Ka-28s will often cruise. However, now in addition to some ships that come to observe curiously, there are also many ships with other thoughts. Several fishing boats and yachts with banners, slogans and posters began to approach. They seemed so inconspicuous against the backdrop of the cargo ships passing by, but they were heading towards Penglai with determination. Dear audience, our Blue Ocean organization has always been committed to protecting the marine environment. We have stopped whaling ships and rescued thousands of marine creatures. On a fishing boat with a banner hanging in the front, a middle-aged blonde woman wearing a life jacket kept speaking passionately to the camera. It seemed that she was moved by what she said, and she kept waving her fists, appearing extremely excited. Blue Ocean is a very extreme environmental protection organization. Once it is associated with the word extreme, it is actually no different from a terrorist organization to some extent. They do save animals on the high seas, but more often they attack fishing boats, not only whaling ships. They also cut the fishing nets of ordinary fishing boats. and there have been more than one bloody conflicts. But in essence, they are indeed a civilian animal protection organization. And because they dare to fight and fight, they still have a very good prestige in their group. So they can also get a lot of donations. This time, they actually received a big business. A very challenging business. Umbrella. A giant. An organization with strong special warfare capabilities and numerous killings. However, the more this happened, the more they felt the challenge. They are an environmental protection organization. A civil society group. If the Umbrella Security Company dared to use force against them directly, the outcome would be terrible. At the same time, it would also meet the requirements of the sponsor this time. This time, we will broadcast the entire process via satellite live to show the unknown side of Umbrella. Standing at the bow, with a photographer carrying the camera. They also filmed some areas of Penglai City that were under construction and constantly making mechanical sounds. With such a loud noise, the nearby marine life has been affected. No wonder whales are stranded and marine life has died. This is a crime. Chapter 398 Live Broadcast. Haizai is a TT video host, a host and anchor of a small broken station. Originally, Haizai liked to shoot some sea hunting programs. And at the same time, he also brought goods and sold some seafood. He directly brought their entire small village to fly. Although he did not study much, he became the pride of his parents. This time, he temporarily stopped the live broadcast of sea hunting. And the live broadcast of goods was temporarily handed over to his father. He followed the fishing boat to the sea city of Penglai near Umbrella. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and spent money to open a satellite live broadcast project. Because the interactive ability of satellite live broadcast is limited, he can only shoot some pictures back. So Haizai was a little nervous about the effect. However, as he contacted the satellite phone at home, his father told him the live broadcast data. And he knew that his choice this time was right. Although he just followed the big pineapple's ass and drank some soup, his fan still broke through the original level. Big Pineapple is a big anchor. After the initial popularity, it is impossible for him to keep staring at this place. But Haizai can. He originally came from a fishing village, and he rented a fishing boat from a villager during the off-season, so the cost was manageable. In addition, he often helped to bring goods, which ensured that he could stay here for a long time. Moreover, he had rich experience in living at sea. After the pineapple left, Haizai was almost in a state of live broadcasting here, while broadcasting the construction and transformation of Penglai. He also broadcasted his survival at sea, how to make fresh water, how to catch fish, etc., were all demonstrated on the spot. If they encountered bad weather, they would go directly to Penglai port to take shelter temporarily. Umbrella did not reject this behavior, but they were not allowed to come up and walk around. This unique live broadcast method directly broke through Haizai's original shackles, and was loved by many people. Looking at the steel city on the sea, which was modified at a speed visible to the naked eye every day, listening to the roar of the machinery, and watching the flashing of lightning, you can indeed feel the charm brought by the machinery. In addition, the changeable weather at sea has a completely different flavor. Friends, Penglai has obviously changed again overnight. According to the photos I recorded yesterday, several areas have completed the installation of equipment. This speed is too scary. Even our infrastructure does not have this speed. Right? Haizai took out the photos he took, placed them in front of the camera, and compared them with the current scene. The construction of the top airport, the construction of the two-story factory and warehouse in the middle. All aspects are being carried out simultaneously. The difference every day is just like 3D printing if fast forward. Just at this time, Haizai also found a few different ships. It is obvious that those ships are together, and there are huge banners hanging on the hull. And there are crew members holding signs excitedly on the deck. Because he was afraid of not being able to see clearly, Haizai directly used the camera to zoom in. After all, he is now a broadcaster. He bought Connie's special equipment, which can quickly zoom in even if the distance at sea is not close. The camera slowly rises from the slightly undulating sea surface at a long distance, followed by the hull of some marine life. And then upwards is a banner with pictures and big crosses. The content of the cross was the umbrella icon, as well as the Q-print of Penglai, and the slogan said some boycott. When Haizai zoomed in and sent this information to the live broadcast, although he himself could not see the interaction, the netizens who had been watching his live broadcast on the internet were all shocked. What the h.l.? What does caring for small animals have to do with Umbrella? Umbrella killed a whale? Is that true? Heisey has been live broadcasting there all the time. It's normal. I think Heisey catches more fish than them. Hack. I found them. They are also live broadcasting. I learned that this Blue Ocean is a very extreme environmental protection organization. I was speechless when I saw what they did. They overturned fishing boats and killed people. What the hell? This is called an environmental protection organization? Soon someone forwarded some pictures and videos. These were advertised by Blue Ocean on their official website. Smoke bombs and Molotov cocktails were directly fired at fishing boats. And there were quite a lot of collisions. They were also cutting fishing nets, etc. Of course, as an environmental protection organization, they sometimes remove barnacles from marine life. But in comparison, there are very few such warm rescue scenes. Most of them are scenes of resistance. Even their slogan is fighting to gain space for marine life. They advocate armed confrontation and even want to make fishermen feel fear. However, it is precisely because of some of their actions that many fishermen are afraid of the Blue Ocean organization. At least for the Blue Ocean organization. Cages and fishing nets that often catch lobsters are cut off. Molotov cocktails are thrown on the boat. And even directly hit. Which is too dangerous. After many pictures were transmitted, everyone understood the Blue Ocean organization. Netizens also generally understood why they came. Because they announced the itinerary on the official website. And attributed the incident of several whales stranded in unknown miles to Umbrella. There are also turtles that cannot lay eggs. And some dead marine life found. Anyway, inexplicably, a place thousands of miles away was put on Umbrella's Pumlai City through video editing and patchwork. They even said that Pumlai City affected the ocean currents. It was Pumlai City that affected the habitat of marine life and destroyed the natural environment. And it must be demolished. Even on their official website, there is a synchronized satellite live broadcast. And you can use synchronized translation to hear what they say. Now they are criticizing the noise during the construction of Umbrella. And they are still filming to collect evidence. This kind of content really makes normal people feel quite speechless and even helpless. Why do I think they look like the group of people who stop cars on the highway to save cats and dogs? You got the order wrong. They came first. And then brought out this group of people from China. I saw it. I saw a video of them forcing fishermen to kneel down to fish. Damn it! They are more terrifying than extreme dog lovers. How can there be such a thing? Will Umbrella be in trouble? How is that possible? Umbrella's combat power is not to be underestimated. But is it convenient to use combat power against them? They are still live streaming. These voices also cause netizens to think deeply. Indeed, this is a civilian environmental protection organization. Umbrella is strong. And even has armed helicopters. Even the guns on civilian helicopters can easily solve them. Or simply let them land. And they can be easily solved. But the question is whether to use guns to expel this group of people? At that time, there will inevitably be a real excuse to put on this hat. I think Umbrella is not afraid of this kind of hat. But I feel that things are a bit strange. Too coincidental. In terms of time. Yeah. Pyongyang just announced sanctions. And here it appeared. Could it be that they deliberately came here to touch porcelain? If Umbrella takes action, it may cause a greater backlash. I checked. The headquarters of this environmental protection organization is in Kangaroo Country, a traditional ally of Pyongyang. There is nothing new under the sun, because there were sanctions from Pyongyang just before. And ASML showed off its muscles. The tone and oppression of being enemies with the whole world are still there. Here comes the Extreme Environmental Protection Organization. After all, the people in this Extreme Environmental Protection Organization will also have a purpose for their actions. Or they also need financial support. Who supported them to come this time? It seems that there is only one answer. Chapter 399 Conflict. No matter what the group of people on the internet discuss. I can't see it at all. At this time, he said to the video, these people seem to be environmental protection organizations. Is there any misunderstanding? After standing in front of the camera for a while, I continued. However, I will go over and explain to them. I have been here all this time. I know very well whether Umbrella has destroyed nature. They have their own internal circulation sewage treatment system and do not discharge sewage. Heisei has no way to check this information. He has no idea who he is facing. Instead, he thinks that this group of environmentalists does not know the powerful technology of Umbrella. They may have misunderstood that Umbrella is discharging sewage randomly when entering the city to avoid extreme weather. Although he could not walk around, he also learned about the power of the city from some guys working on the construction there through simultaneous translation. complete internal circulation. But after he talked to the camera, the netizens in front of the video felt bad. Hey, you're not really going over there, are you? Can someone contact him? Come back quickly. That group of people are not environmentalists. Oh no, they're not dangerous. I just saw those extreme videos of the organization Blue Ocean. Molotov cocktails, tear gas. They used everything. Some people believe that they were pirates. And those torn fishing nets, etc. It can be seen that Blue Ocean itself has a deep-rooted prejudice against fishermen. And it just so happens that Heizai is a real fisherman. And his current boat is also a fishing boat. It's just that Heizai uses satellite live broadcast. And there is no way to interact. The fans in front of the live broadcast room can only watch him and his companions sail over. Heizai is a very ordinary fishing boat, because it was originally for live broadcast, and there are not many people on the boat. When it was driving towards the fleet of the environmental organization with black smoke, everyone was worried for him. On the boat at the front of the Blue Ocean, the middle-aged blonde woman, who was speaking passionately in front of the camera, also noticed the fishing boat coming over. Seeing that a fishing boat dared to approach her organization, she seemed to be greatly humiliated and laughed angrily. Let's see what we found. A lone fishing boat? It actually dared to provoke us? Oh my god! How vicious is this person to use such a small boat to attack us? We need to protect ourselves and need protection. We must teach it an unforgettable lesson. Blue Ocean has always been determined to protect the environment through confrontation. It can be said that they are famous in the areas where they often appear. Fishing boats will take the initiative to flee when they see them approaching. This is not a question of whether they can beat them or not. But the fishermen themselves are making a living and have no time or money to waste with them. As long as they cut a net, a string of cages will be a blood loss. Not to mention Molotov cocktails. So they can only choose to hide far away. Because of this, the performance of those fishing boats was regarded as one of the landmark achievements by Blue Ocean. Look! It is indeed necessary to use confrontation to protect the environment. As long as you start to work harder, you can save a lot of trouble later. The fishermen's retreat has actually fueled their arrogance. Now Heizai's small fishing boat is actively rushing towards them, which really makes them feel humiliated. A feeling that their previous efforts were in vain. They are all experienced people. After the middle-aged woman gave the order, the members of the other boats also understood what to do. Such a small fishing boat, with no one on it, is simply meat delivered to the mouth. Someone dared to provoke us. Hee. It's fun. He must pay the price. Because some of Heizai's fans were also watching their live broadcast. They couldn't help but tear their eyes after seeing their actions and hearing their words. At this time, the administrator of Heizai's live broadcast room also reacted and contacted his father. But his father was not familiar with the internet, and he was anxious after he realized it. He quickly found a satellite phone to contact, but he couldn't get through for a while. At this time, he could only watch the live broadcast, and the many boats that were originally together dispersed. In fact, these boats were not much bigger than Heizai's fishing boats. But there were more of them. They directly separated and surrounded Heizai's boat, making him unable to react for a while, not knowing what this group of people wanted to do. But even if Heizai was simple, he could see from the teasing sounds when they circled around him that they seemed to have malice towards him. This made Heizai feel a little confused. When did he offend them? After all, Heizai was a young man. Although he can now be regarded as a host who has broken through the siege, he is still very panicked in the face of this situation. He said to the camera in a panic and stuttering manner, This, did I do something wrong? Did I offend them? His tanned face turned a little pale. This scene was seen by the fans in the live broadcast room. But it seemed a bit distressing. They liked Heizai's live broadcast very much. He had always been fishing in the sea without any pretense. It was his sincerity and hard work that won him the first wave of fans. Although he took some shortcuts this time, he also stayed on the sea every day and went fishing when the weather was good. It can be said that he suffered a lot. As a result, he just wanted to explain, but was surrounded by a group of people driving boats, looking at them with ill intentions like hungry wolves. From time to time, they approached and collided, and made some provocative roars. The excited expression and roars made these people look more like beasts than people. Perhaps because they think about the so-called counter-protection every day. They even tend to behave like beasts. Just through the video, you can feel the depression. And you can imagine what the situation is for Heizai as the person involved. In addition to Heizai, there are 3 other people on the boat. the driver and 2 crew members. They are more stable than Heisei, but not much better. They all took out their harpoons and stood on the deck on guard. However, the moment they took out their harpoons, the middle-aged blonde woman headed by Blue Ocean showed a triumphant smile. Then she said to her camera, with a face full of grief and indignation, "Look! Look at these barbarians. We just want to come over to persuade them. But they have already taken out their weapons and want to hurt us. In order to protect ourselves, we have no choice but to fight back." The voice became a little sharp and excited when she said the latter part. Then, she showed a devilish smile on her face. Throw the bottle. Chapter 400 Umbrella's Way. At this time, Heisei's face was full of panic and despair. He kept taking out his simultaneous translation software and playing his harmless words. He kept asking if he had done anything wrong. However, in the wildlife teasing, his voice seemed so pale and powerless. Then, bang! The first Molotov cocktail was thrown onto the fishing net of the fishing boat and exploded directly. The fuel in the bottle spread and ignited a large area in an instant. This made the 4 people on the boat very anxious, and they hurriedly began to prepare to put out the fire. But that was only the first bottle. And then the second and third bottles were constantly thrown up. And there were also provocative collisions with the ships, making them unstable, not to mention putting out the fire. Soon, the deck of the fishing boat was full of broken Molotov cocktails, and thick smoke and flames were everywhere. But facing this scene, the extreme members of the Blue Ocean surrounding the boat all laughed more excitedly. Just like a bonfire party. He kept shouting slogans like confrontation and confrontation under the light of the fire. It was full of rhythm. The sudden change made Heisei burst into tears. While wiping his tears, he tried his best to put out the fire. He rented this fishing boat. The uncle trusted him and rented it to him at a low price. How could this happen? What did he do wrong? The high temperature of the flames had already burned blisters on his exposed arms. The toxic gas and the thick smoke almost made him faint after just half a breath. In the end, he had to cover himself with a wet towel and continued to rescue. It was like crazy. His action stunned a group of extreme environmentalists who were watching and shouting confrontation. It was a little different from before. According to experience, they would have jumped into the sea long ago. Then he would force them to swear. And after they were rescued, they would kneel in front of the fish to record the scene and announce the results. But it doesn't matter. This new trick is more interesting. Oh! Let's see. These fishermen seem to be from the east. Look at how stingy they are. Would they rather die than give up their property? What a bunch of grandits. No. They are more disgusting than grandits. I hate them. The middle-aged woman was still telling something to the camera in an elegant manner, looking at it from a high position, as if she was enjoying a clown performance. I have to say, he pleased me. In the end, the oldest driver risked being burned and grabbed Heisei, forcibly put on a life jacket for him, and jumped into the sea with him. After seeing them jump into the sea, those people sighed again, and some people urinated directly into the sea. But at this moment, the roar of the propeller came from not far away, and then a Ka-28 and 2 civilian-modified helicopters were seen flying over with the hatches opened. A cold broadcast came from the helicopter. The pirates in front immediately put down their weapons and hand over the hostages. When the broadcast came, the members of the Blue Ocean who were singing, dancing and drinking to celebrate on the boats were all stunned. Pirates? Where? After slowly realizing that the other party was talking about them, they went completely crazy and roared at the helicopter. You are the pirates? We are Blue Ocean. We are an environmental protection organization. Are you blind? Can't you read? They kept holding up their t-shirts and pointing at their uniform icons. There were also posters and banners held high. They kept cursing. Yes, the helicopter came. But they have seen this situation many times. Not to mention helicopters. They have also seen warships. Who dares? Pirates disguised as environmental protection organizations. Put down your weapons, hand over the hostages, and lie on the deck. This is the second warning. It was still the cold broadcast. And this time, the hatch had been opened, revealing the barrel of the Gatling gun, accompanied by the sound of loading. We have obtained authorization to use force. According to Mexico's new anti-piracy regulations, and the authorization to use force we have obtained. If we still fail to comply with our requirements after the third warning, we will open fire directly for self-protection. As if it was just stating a clause. The helicopter flew around the ship. Slowly, some of the excited members, who kept pointing at the signs and holding up banners, gradually calmed down. You? Are you serious? Third warning. Lie on the deck with your hands on your head and release the hostages. Otherwise, we will forcibly rescue them in 3 seconds. With the second warning, the group of people also reacted to something wrong. And then someone raised his hand and said hurriedly, "Wait. Two. You can't do this. 1. Shit." With the end of 1, this group of people who had never expected the seriousness of the matter and were completely sure that they would not open fire saw the last fire they saw after coming to this world. Da-da-da. The roar of the high-speed rotation of the Gatling gun plowed through these yachts like plowing the land. The buildings, human bodies, and everything on the deck. Under this high-speed sweep, they were all vulnerable and shattered at the first touch. Pieces and flesh flew everywhere. The few survivors who reacted immediately after being awakened by the gunshot surrendered and lay down, with feces and urine flowing everywhere. But it was meaningless. There was no intention of stopping after the firepower was turned on. At this time, looking at the sweeping barrage and the flying flesh and blood, the last few survivors had only deep fear and regret in their eyes. Why did we come? Why didn't they listen to them at the beginning? But they no longer had time, and the pouring barrage swallowed them all in the next moment. The sweep swept back and forth 3 times and emptied the magazine. Then, they stopped shooting. The hostages have been rescued. The pirates have lost their resistance. Rescue them. The sweeping by the members of Umbrella, who had undergone enhanced surgery, naturally could not affect Heisei and others in the water. Then the helicopter directly adopted a very extreme sea rescue method, and arranged members to come down from the lowered rope ladder to rescue all 4 people. And all these images are still almost live broadcast. One is the camera that was set up on the side, and no one was paying attention to it when Heisei was fighting the fire, and it was still recording faithfully. On the other side is the interrupted live broadcast of the Blue Ocean. Finally, when Heisei's camera was engulfed by the fire, he also saw the unconscious young man being taken on a plane and flying towards Pamwai City. Regardless of the turmoil caused outside at this time, Umbrella directly took the wounded back to Pamwai by helicopter and landed on the platform. Please save him. He is still young. The old crew member who pulled Heisei into the water had a worried look on his face. Heisei was burned and smoked. In the end, he fell into the sea and fainted. If he hadn't been holding him up, he would have drowned. This made him feel extremely guilty. He shouldn't have hesitated and should have rushed over to drag him out earlier. You are also injured. Come with us. A fully armed Umbrella soldier picked up Heisei and walked forward quickly but steadily, motioning him to follow. I'm fine. Don't waste your time on me. This injury is not a big deal. The burn area on your arm is not small. The seawater quality here is not good. The marine Vibrio volnificus exceeds the standard. If you don't pay attention, it may kill people. After the reminder came, the old crew member's expression froze. And then he followed behind with embarrassed steps, and said to the other 2 companions, "I'll go see Heisei. Wait for my good news."